Ding dong. Attention, host. This is the third reminder. If you fail to sell 10 pounds of compressed biscuits within a day, the items consumed in the grocery store will not be automatically replenished. Qiao Yuan languidly rested her chin on the counter, idly scrolling through short videos. 2 months prior, her grandfather had bestowed upon her a dilapidated courtyard in the village. Upon returning to handle the paperwork, she inadvertently awakened the grocery store space system. By fulfilling system tasks, all sold products could be automatically restocked. Elated, Qiao Yuan resigned from her job that very day, pouring her entire savings into renovating the old family home and opening a grocery store. My goodness! A sudden exclamation erupted from the entrance. Engrossed in her video, Qiao Yuan casually remarked, "Snacks in the first row, kitchen condiments in the second, daily necessities in the third. Choose what you like and settle the bill at the counter." On a summer afternoon, the shop's air conditioning was set to a comfortable 26 degrees. "How is it so cool? You actually have electricity here?" A deep, melodious voice, tinged with surprise, inquired. Such a voice was unfamiliar in the village. Qiao Yuan abruptly lifted her gaze, locking eyes with a pair of profound orbs. Her mind momentarily blanked. The voice was enchanting, the visage handsome, yet the clothing was exceedingly dirty and tattered. "Are you a beggar?" Ningju glanced down at himself. His coat, stained with sweat and grime, emitted a peculiar odor, and his trousers had long lost their original color. Looking back at the girl before him, he noted her immaculate white t-shirt, light blue jeans, and a high ponytail. Her hair was not greasy, and her skin bore no marks of acid rain. Not only was the person intriguing, the store itself was peculiar. An array of goods filled the shelves. Moreover, the room was equipped with electricity and air conditioning, the cool and dry air making each breath feel effortless. Ningju began to question his own sanity. 3 months of relentless rain had inundated the entire city. The apocalypse had officially begun. He had rowed toward the nearest supermarket, hoping for a stroke of luck to find food. Instead, he was swept through a side door of the museum by the undercurrents. While hiding from thugs on the third floor of the museum, he had carelessly opened an exhibition hall, leading him here. Something was amiss. Ningju turned to the woman behind the counter, who was curiously appraising him, her eyes filled with sympathy and pity. In this era of chaos, where laws had crumbled and moral frameworks disintegrated, he had survived several brushes with death. His instincts told him that this woman was not malevolent. At that moment, Qiao Yuan was also observing in the man before her possessed striking features, a chiseled bone structure, and bright, deep-set eyes. Despite a scar at the corner of his brow, he was undeniably handsome. Alas, he appeared rather gaunt, his cheeks sunken. How could such a dashing man end up as a beggar? Surely, with such looks, he could thrive even as a kept man. Perhaps he was a man of dignity. Unbeknownst to Ningju, Qiao Yuan's mind was racing with fanciful thoughts about his background. "I'm not a beggar, I merely wish to purchase some food." Qiao Yuan was taken aback. With his disheveled appearance, he sought to buy food. He could simply ask for alms without shame. Nevertheless, she thought it a good deed to help him. Just as she was about to retrieve some bread for him, she recalled the system's requirement of selling 10 pounds of compressed biscuits, which did not stipulate a specific price. If she accepted a single yuan, it would still count as a sale. With this realization, Qiao Yuan smacked her forehead. She crouched down and pulled out a cardboard box from beneath the counter. "Here are 5 packs each of scallion oil, sesame, and meat-flavored compressed biscuits. Take it easy, one a day will keep you from starving." She glanced at Ningju's emaciated frame. "You should be able to last a month." Ningju swallowed hard, his eyes alight with yearning. His remaining decorum urged him not to tear open the packaging immediately to maintain composure. Yet, they were compressed biscuits. For the past 3 months, he had consumed raw meat, leather belts, and even climbed trees to gnaw on leaves. He was utterly famished. Observing the struggle in Ningju's expression, coupled with his throat's involuntary movements, Qiao Yuan recognized his hunger. After all, he was handsome. She decided to extend her kindness. Qiao Yuan retrieved a piece of bread from the shelf and handed it to Ningju. "Here, have something to eat." Ningju tremulously unwrapped the outer packaging, and upon inhaling the aroma of the bread, he felt as though he might faint from joy. The palm-sized bread was devoured in less than 3 seconds. Choking on the dry bread, he barely managed to catch his breath, his gaze fixated on the box of compressed biscuits. Like a ravenous wolf. How much for the biscuits? I want to buy them, Ning Ju asked, a hint of apprehension in his voice. Qiao Yuan glanced at him. He was handsome, yet seemed breathless. Reduced to a beggar, he still clung to his pride. With a playful glint in her eye, Qiao Yuan replied, "You can decide the price." Ning Ju patted his pockets. Oh no. Money had long since become worthless. He had left without any. Moreover, in this apocalyptic world, she would undoubtedly not accept paper currency. After much deliberation, Ning Ju gritted his teeth and reached for his neck. Would this work? He placed a jade pendant on the counter. Seeing Qiao Yuan's skeptical expression, he hurriedly explained, I know these things are deemed worthless now, but this is the most valuable thing I possess today. Ning Ju glanced at Qiao Yuan, feeling embarrassed. Before the apocalypse, he was a pioneer, living in a penthouse with panoramic views, sipping 82 Lafite as if it were water, surrounded by Orange Herms bags, gold bars, jewels, and luxury watches. But with the onset of the apocalypse, all that had turned into mere refuse. Now, he fought tooth and nail for a morsel to eat. In that moment, Ning Ju was drenched in cold sweat from the tension. Qiao Yuan picked up the jade pendant, inspecting it against the light. Translucent, bright, and lustrous, it still bore the warmth of human touch. Though she was no connoisseur of jade, she surmised it must be worth several hundred. After all, bartering counted as a sale of the compressed biscuits, so she would not incur a loss. Deal. Ning Ju exhaled in relief, clutching the cardboard box as he turned to leave. Just as he reached the door, he halted abruptly. May I ask if you accept gold bars as payment for food? What? Qiao Yuan rubbed her ears. Had she misheard? A beggar had just asked her if she accepted gold bars? If she said yes, would he actually have some? To avoid dampening his spirits, Qiao Yuan forced a smile and nodded. Ning Ju broke into a wide grin, then opened the door and dashed away. Qiao Yuan held the jade pendant, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. After a few moments, realization struck her. Which door had that man just exited? Qiao Yuan hurriedly ran to the door, gripping the handle. Click, the wooden door swung open, revealing an empty warehouse. This was a grocery store's storage room, and this door was the only exit from the warehouse. Qiao Yuan stood there, dumbfounded. Where'd he gone? I must be seeing things. Chapter 2. Striking Rich. Not a dream. Ding. Task 1 completed. Reward. 100 square meters of space. A row of medicine shelves now issuing Task 2. Please sell 10 boxes of gastrointestinal medicine, 10 boxes of anti-malarial medicine, and 10 boxes of any medicine within 5 days. The system's notification chimed unexpectedly. Qiao Yuan was astonished to discover that her humble grocery store, which originally housed 3 rows of shelves, had suddenly gained an additional row brimming with various medications. Her store had expanded by 2 meters. She dashed outside, only to find the house's width unchanged. It was miraculous. As for the space, she closed her eyes and sensed an expanse of nothingness, approximately 100 square meters, utterly vacant. Qiao Yuan attempted to place a lollipop from the counter into this void. With a mere thought, the lollipop vanished, only to reappear in the space a moment later. But what use is this space to me? She retrieved the lollipop, unwrapped it, and took a lick. In stories, those with space capabilities often find themselves reborn in apocalyptic worlds. Here I am, owning a grocery store where I never need to spend money on restocking. What purpose does this serve? Buzzing. Her phone vibrated suddenly, and Qiao Yuan answered. Where have you been, Qiao Yuan? Why haven't you come home? After all I've done for you. How could you be so ungrateful? Get back here right now. Do you hear me? Taking a deep breath, Qiao Yuan hung up without uttering a word. Return? So I can cook and wash dishes for that family every day like a maid. Seconds later, her phone vibrated again, and she chose to block the number. People are short-sighted when they are poor. Do they really think they can bully her just because she lacks money and a house? With this thought, Qiao Yuan retrieved a jade pendant from her pocket. Perhaps I should visit a pawn shop. A few hundred is still money. After cycling for more than an hour, she arrived at the Qingshan pawn shop in the city. She approached the counter with a hint of nervousness. Hello, I would like to pawn this jade pendant. Wang Xian, on his first day of work, donned a blue uniform and greeted her with a broad smile exposing his 8 prominent teeth. However, this girl hardly looked affluent. Her attire reminiscent of market goods. Nevertheless, adhering to professional ethics, Wang Xian donned white gloves, produced a velvet tray, and gestured for Qiao Yuan to place the pendant upon it. The moment Qiao Yuan set the jade pendant down, Wang Xian's expression shifted dramatically. A subtle yet noticeable change that Qiao Yuan keenly observed. Could it be? The jade pendant is fake? Oh no. Just as she contemplated fleeing, Wang Xian carefully picked up the pendant, scrutinizing it intently. Miss, are you certain you wish to pawn it? Would you prefer a temporary or permanent transaction? Qiao Yuan was taken aback. Does this imply the jade pendant is authentic? Permanent. She nodded. How much will it be? Half an hour later, Qiao Yuan emerged from the pawn shop, still in disbelief that everything had transpired like a dream. She pinched her thigh hard. Ouch. Painful. Glancing at her bank notification, she saw the figure 540,000. The young man was uncertain and had consulted his boss, ultimately offering a permanent price of 540,000. This jade pendant was not only genuine, but of exceptional quality and texture. As Qiao Yuan cycled home, her mind lingered on that beggar from the morning. How could someone with such a valuable jade pendant be reduced to begging? Trading 10 pounds of compressed biscuits for 540,000 is beyond imagination. Could it be that the beggar's claim about being able to buy food with gold bars was true? Gold bars. With this thought, Qiao Yuan pedaled furiously, sparks flying from her wheels. I must remain vigilant at the grocery store. What if a misguided beggar arrives with gold bars? In a silent, deserted museum, Ningju turned back. The third exhibition hall, showcasing ancient treasures. He glanced at the box of compressed biscuits in his hand. This is not a dream. I truly bought 10 pounds of compressed biscuits with a broken piece of jade. Ningju hastily divided the biscuits among his backpack, inner pockets, outer coat pockets, and trouser pockets. Survivors have become frenzied with hunger. Although the government has established relief points, waiting in line takes 10 days, enough time for many to starve. He must be cautious to prevent anyone from snatching his biscuits. Ningju paddled his way, avoiding those venturing out in search of food, and after over an hour, he reached the 10th floor of Zhenghui International. Though the rain has ceased, the heat remains sweltering. The thermometer at home has gone off the charts. The floodwaters have receded from the 15th floor to the 10th, and Ningju stood at the corridor, retracting his paddle. He gazed at the various animals and human corpses floating in the water, a sense of dread creeping over him. After great disasters come inevitable plagues. It took Ningju 5 rests to finally ascend to the 33rd floor where he resided. After the flood broke out, he descended from the top floor to find a relatively safe distance from the water's surface. Xiaolin, I'm back. Ning Lin looked at her exhausted brother. Guilt etched on her face, and promptly assisted in stowing the paddle and removing his backpack. As the apocalypse began, the plight of girls, especially those as beautiful as Ning Lin, grew perilous. Xiaolin, I managed to buy food today. As he spoke, he produced 10 packages of compressed biscuits from his bag, pockets, and waistband. Brother, buy? We can still find compressed biscuits? Yes, I bought them with my jade pendant. Ning Lin opened a pack of scallion-flavored compressed biscuits. Inhaling the aroma, these are indeed compressed biscuits. With tears in her eyes, she took a hearty bite. Ning Lin sobbed as she ate. Having not had a proper meal in a month, Ningju gently ruffled her hair, reassuring her, don't worry. The shopkeeper said we can buy food with gold bars. At that moment, the security door suddenly echoed with 2 short knocks followed by 3 long ones. Xian and Qi Zheng had returned as well. Ningju opened the door to reveal 2 gaunt men who dropped their deflated kayak to the side and collapsed onto the floor, their expressions despondent. We went to the higher ground supermarket, but all the food has been looted. What's left is soaked and inedible. Xian pounded the ground in frustration. If things don't improve, I'll storm the military district in the mountains. With so many people starving, they can't simply ignore this. Ning Lin stepped forward, offering him a pack of opened compressed biscuits. Xian and Qi Zheng paused, their senses ignited by the enticing aroma. Biscuits. They took the biscuits, dividing them between them. 1 piece is enough. These are compressed biscuits. Overeating could be fatal. Ningju hurriedly handed them 2 cups of filtered water. Xian struggled to wash down the biscuits with the water. Compressed biscuits? Where did you get these? They are indeed compressed biscuits with these. We can survive a couple more days. Yet he soon lowered his gaze, pondering what good a couple of days would do. Death still loomed. As an eerie silence enveloped the living room, Ningju suddenly laughed. Today we are full. Tomorrow, you 2 will accompany me to the top floor to fetch gold bars. And we will buy food. Buy? Xian and Qi Zheng exclaimed in disbelief, their expressions incredulous. At this point, food is far more precious than gold. Who would be foolish enough to trade food for gold bars? Ningju, amidst the concern of his friends, raised a biscuit. It's true. I bought it from the Ancient Treasures exhibition at the museum. Chapter 3. The trials of a merchant. Let us not wait for tomorrow. Let us seize the day. For who knows if the provisions will be snatched away by then? Pigeon expressed, feeling a long-lost sense of satiety. Ningju pondered this notion and realized its validity. While they still had the means, they should procure as much food as possible. Let us all three go together. Carrying the kayak and several bags. 2 hours later, they arrived at the 3rd floor of the museum. The entrance to the Ancient Treasures exhibition stood quietly closed. Ningju pushed the door open and turned back to say, "This is the place. Beyond here lies the grocery store." With that, he vanished before the eyes of Xian and Pigeon. A sense of panic enveloped Pigeon and Xian. What just happened? Ningju stepped into the exhibition and then disappeared without a trace. They searched the empty hall of treasures twice, but found no sign of him. Stepping back, Ningju felt the air around him thicken, and before him, the scene morphed into the darkened exhibition once more. "Hey, where have you two gone?" Xian and Pigeon rushed back to the entrance, exclaiming, "What the hell? Is this place haunted? You just vanished in an instant. We've been searching for you for ages." Realization dawned on Ningju. Only he could access that enigmatic grocery store. "Hand me the gold bars. I'll procure the supplies." He stuffed the bars from both friends into his pockets and once more stepped into the exhibition, disappearing once again. Qiao Yuan, hearing the sound of the storeroom door, assumed a beggar had returned. Yet upon looking up, he found nothing. "Boss." Ningju suddenly appeared at the counter. "You startled me," Qiao Yuan exclaimed, retreating a couple of steps. "I apologize for my abrupt entrance. I come bearing gold bars." Ningju explained, pulling out the bars one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Qiao Yuan gasped. "Those are gold bars. Shiny and pure gold." She tried to compose herself. "What is it that you wish to purchase?" Ningju glanced at the shelves, frowning. Earlier in the day, there had only been 3 rows of shelves, yet now there was an additional one filled with medicine. Considering the corpses he had seen along the way, he realized he needed not only food, but also medicine. "I would like to buy 50 pounds of compressed biscuits, 50 pounds of other edible goods, and 100 bottles of drinking water." He pointed to the 4th shelf, which contained medicine. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Would 20 gold bars suffice? If not, I could go back for more. I have plenty of valuable jewelry and designer bags. Qiao Yuan regarded the gold bars on the counter, each as thick as a finger. 20 bars could purchase 10 grocery stores. She believed herself not to be a merchant and was reluctant to engage in unscrupulous dealings. Cheating beggars is rather unethical. Noticing her hesitation, Ningju let out a rueful laugh. "I understand the uncertainty we all face in these trying times. Your willingness to accept gold bars is more than generous." "Wait, what do you mean by trying times?" Qiao Yuan asked, confused. Through their dialogue, they discovered something was amiss. "You haven't experienced 3 consecutive months of torrential rain?" "No." "Nor have hundreds of thousands starved?" "No." Qiao Yuan handed Ningju an ice cream. He took small bites. "So, behind this door to my storeroom lies your city's museum?" She gestured toward the storeroom. "That is the door to my storeroom, within our 4 walls. You have emerged from there both times." Ningju observed the glass door to the left, through which he could see a few women chatting by the roadside. He approached to push it open, only to be met with disbelief as he found himself back at the counter. After several attempts, he realized he could not escape the grocery store. "My earlier hesitation stemmed from the fact that gold bars hold significant value in my world. 2 bars could purchase my entire grocery store." Qiao Yuan shrugged. "I was contemplating whether to indulge in mercenary ways." Ningju chuckled, momentarily surprised. It had been a while since he had genuinely laughed amidst the struggles for sustenance. "Embrace your role as a merchant. I possess wealth in abundance. Even in this desolate world, should my funds run dry, I could procure gold and jewels from a marketplace in exchange for sustenance." Qiao Yuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Is that truly feasible?" "Very much so. In that case, I shan't hold back." In addition to the 50 pounds of compressed biscuits and 100 bottles of water, she gathered 100 packets of crispy noodles, 50 boxes of self-heating rice, and 50 boxes of self-heating hot pot. Ningju made 6 trips in total to collect his purchases. Finally, he returned to the grocery store and approached the medicine shelves. Unsure of what to buy, he expressed, "My grandfather was a doctor. Perhaps he could offer some advice." After explaining the current state of their world, Qiao Yuan pondered for a moment. The tasks assigned by the system seemed too targeted, almost as if they were designed specifically for Ningju. Thus, she selected 10 boxes of intestinal medicine, 10 boxes of antimalarial medication, and for the remaining 10 boxes, she chose a herbal remedy for heat stroke. Be cautious of the rising temperatures. Remember to wear sun protection and carry the herbal remedy when venturing out, she advised. Ningju nodded, impressed by her professionalism. I still do not know your name. We may need to collaborate long-term, and I cannot keep referring to you as grocery owner. Oh, how thoughtless of me. Ningju smiled, revealing his white teeth. I am Ningju. He extended his hand, then suddenly retracted it to wipe it carefully on his shirt. Qiao Yuan reciprocated, I am Qiao Yuan. May our cooperation flourish. I shall accept the 20 gold bars, but consider it a deposit for a month and Oppo's worth of provisions. How does that sound? Qiao Yuan proposed a compromise. No need. I have 3 others at home, so please do not feel obliged. With that, Qiao Yuan felt justified in accepting the gold bars. Ningju arranged to return the following day. He sensed that the world was not as tranquil as the broadcast suggested. Although the floodwaters receded swiftly, the temperatures were unsettling. Stockpiling supplies had become imperative. I intend to procure more water tomorrow. The heat is consuming it rapidly. He glanced at the empty water shelves. Please ensure you have ample stock. Qiao Yuan nodded. Absolutely. I will have as much as you require. As Ningju departed, Qiao Yuan promptly summoned a taxi via an app and returned to the city. Most banks only accepted gold bars of their own brand, so she could not go there. Jewelry stores required appointments, and time was of the essence. Ultimately, she found herself at a pawn shop. Though the prices were lower, the process was straightforward, and importantly, she could receive cash immediately. Upon arriving at the Qingshan pawn shop, Wang Xian's eyes lit up. No way, do you have more treasures? Upon seeing the 20 gold bars, he was left speechless. This month's sales target has been achieved in a single day. Chapter 4. Where does the warehouse door lead? Wang Xian summoned the boss once more. Without hesitation, he presented 20 gold bars, each weighing 100 grams. The manager pondered for a considerable time before ultimately offering a price that was 100 yuan below the market value to acquire the gold. Qiao Yuan regarded this transaction with indifference, as the gold had come effortlessly to her. After signing the necessary documents, a mere few minutes later, her account swelled by over 1,000,000 yuan. With the addition of the jade pendant's value, the total reached 1.6 million yuan. That evening, instead of returning to her village, Qiao Yuan ventured to a shopping mall. She indulged in clothing she had never before been able to afford, purchasing several pairs of designer shoes. Eventually, she found herself at a Japanese buffet restaurant, a place where her foster parents often took her younger brother. Seated alone in a booth, she leisurely savored slices of sashimi. Suddenly, a familiar voice pierced through the air behind her. That little brat has blocked me. When she returns, I shall make her pay. Qiao Yuan narrowed her eyes. The voice belonged to Qiao Zhenyan. And you, why are you calling so aggressively? All we need to do is coax her back home. We have ways to ensure she marries Wang Tianqi. His father has promised us an 800,000 yuan betrothal gift if Qiao Yuan agrees to the union. Mom and Dad, what is so special about Qiao Yuan that she is worth 800,000 yuan? The voice dripping with disdain was that of her younger brother, Qiao Qiu. Qiao Yuan was 2 years his senior, and their foster parents always favored him. Growing up, he received all the delectable treats while she waited for her turn until he had his fill. Whenever Qiao Qiu misbehaved, she was the one to be punished. The justification being that she, as the elder sister, had failed to guide him properly. After enduring this for years, she had finally managed to enter university, liberating herself from that stifling household. Yet, she was taken aback to discover they were now scheming about her marriage. Wasn't Wang Tianqi somewhat slow-witted? His father was seeking a more astute bride to ensure their offspring would be intelligent. After all, Qiao Yuan was a graduate of a prestigious university, wasn't she? Upon hearing this, Qiao Yuan lost her appetite. She had been working at a design firm in the city, yet she could not fathom how her parents had tracked her down, incessantly urging her to return for matchmaking. Having spent so many years with them, Qiao Yuan was well aware of their true nature. Thus, upon learning about her newfound grocery store system, she promptly retreated to her rural hometown. Her parents would never suspect she had gone back to the countryside. However, this was not a sustainable solution. Sooner or later, she would be discovered. Fortunately, the Japanese restaurant had bamboo curtains in each booth, concealing her from their view. Once they departed, Qiao Yuan left the restaurant and took a taxi back to the village, arriving well past 10 o'clock at night. Before heading to her bedroom, she made a stop at the side room grocery store. As she switched on the light, She was delighted to discover that the items Ningju had purchased earlier had automatically replenished on the shelves. She strolled around the aisles, noting that the variety of products was still quite limited. Ding! Task 2 has been completed. Reward: 100 square meters of space, a row of clothing racks. Perhaps the delay in issuing the rewards was due to her swift exit after receiving the gold bars. The far end of the grocery store now boasted an additional row of racks, laden with garments. Sighing, she thought to herself that such items were of little use. The villagers preferred to shop in the city. Who would take notice of a grocery store? As Qiao Yuan touched the fabric of the clothing, she found the quality to be quite satisfactory. Tomorrow, Ningju was scheduled to arrive at 5 a.m. to collect the goods. Although it was early, Qiao Yuan understood the reasoning behind it. In a world like this, one must prioritize their own survival. Carrying substantial supplies could easily incite envy. Stifling a yawn, she turned off the light and prepared to retire for the night. As she exited, the warehouse door of the grocery store unexpectedly illuminated with a bright white light, a flash that went unnoticed by anyone. To avoid oversleeping, Qiao Yuan set an alarm for 4:30 a.m. When the time came, she rubbed her face awake and turned on the grocery store lights. Ding! The grocery store system has met upgrade conditions. Is the host ready to upgrade? Yes or no? Gazing at the options presented before her, Qiao Yuan decisively selected yes. She waited in silence for several seconds, but the system remained unresponsive. Not only the system, but the grocery store itself showed no signs of change. Was this some sort of trick? Time ticked by, and Qiao Yuan ultimately concluded that the system had encountered a bug. She leaned over the counter, idly scrolling through her phone. 5 o'clock, 5:15, 5:30. By 6 o'clock, daylight had arrived, yet Ningju had still not appeared. Qiao Yuan glanced at the clock again. Surely nothing had gone awry en route. She paced back and forth in the grocery store until she finally stopped at the warehouse door. What was going on? Although they had only known each other for a day, she had formed a positive impression of Ningju. He was humble and courteous, and from the hints in his words, even in dire hunger, he had never entertained thoughts of robbery. In essence, he was a good person, driven by an inexplicable impulse. Qiao Yuan grasped the handle of the warehouse door, fully aware that the other side remained an empty storage space. Ningju would not materialize simply because she opened the door. Yet, in that fleeting moment, she proceeded regardless. The instant she stepped through the threshold, an overwhelming wave of heat enveloped her. Then, she stood there dumbfounded. Before her lay an expansive hall, illuminated by the soft morning light. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, she beheld countless glass domes. Inside these domes were porcelain, bronze artifacts, and even ancient gold treasures. Regaining her composure, she thought, the door. My warehouse door. She turned sharply to look back. Gone was the dilapidated wooden door. Instead, behind her loomed a grand, 4-meter-tall antique camphorwood door, inscribed with ancient treasures exhibition. Qiao Yuan's first instinct was to believe she had traveled through time. Clearly, she was now in a vast museum. But why did it appear so desolate? Even if it wasn't yet opening hours, there should be at least one staff member present. Is anyone there? Qiao Yuan called out. Several seconds passed, and all that returned her call was the echo of her own voice. Wandering aimlessly through the museum, she found herself utterly alone. Approaching a window, she gasped, her breath hitching in her throat. This was the 3rd floor of the museum. Through the glass, she could clearly see the murky yellow floodwaters outside. In the distance, the skyscrapers stood in ominous darkness, devoid of any lights. Most terrifying of all, Qiao Yuan observed corpses of humans bobbing to the surface within the floodwaters. Could this be Ningju's world? The apocalyptic scenarios he described aligned perfectly with the horrifying scene before her. Yet, the water level was not high, merely reaching the 1st floor of the museum. Pondering for a moment, she decided it would be best to return to the grocery store. This place was far too perilous. She sprinted back to the entrance of the ancient treasures exhibition, pushing the door open without hesitation. However, the familiar grocery store did not greet her. Instead, she was met with the vast exhibition hall once more. What is happening? Ningju said, pushing the exhibition door would lead back to the grocery store. Qiao Yuan felt tears welling up in her eyes. Is this some sort of joke? Determined, she tried several times to no avail, ultimately confirming her inability to return. As Qiao Yuan slowly processed her emotions, the electronic voice of the system suddenly erupted in her mind. Ding! Grocery store system upgrade activation. Items required for upgrade. 5 rare minerals. Chapter 5. Alas. Alas. Zombies. Is this truly happening? I can't even return home. And you decide to stir up trouble now. What a cursed system. Qiao Yuan sank onto the ground, meticulously recalling the sequence of events. Could it be that the system upgrade tasks can only be undertaken in the apocalypse? Hence, the system had refrained from issuing any tasks while she was in the grocery store? Rare minerals? What exactly qualifies as rare minerals? Suddenly, an epiphany struck Qiao Yuan, and she sprang to her feet, attentively surveying the exhibits around her. A realization dawned upon her. The path has narrowed. Iron and amp, Opos, these all rare minerals? Approaching a glass case, she found a jade bowl inside. With a mere thought, the bowl vanished, reappearing in her space the next moment. Checking her system, she saw that the upgrade task progress stood at 1-5. Perfect. An agate cup. Acquired. A gemstone necklace. Acquired. A jade ring. A golden furnace. Acquired. Ding. Congratulations, host. The grocery store system has successfully upgraded to a level 2 supermarket system. Unlocking upgrade gift package. Daily blind box. Every morning at 6 a.m. You may draw a blind box once. Space doubling. Existing space expanded by double. A cacophony of notifications filled Qiao Yuan's ears. The upgrade was indeed real. Could she return now? She had no desire to linger in this place for even a second longer. Qiao Yuan dashed out of the exhibition hall, shutting the door behind her. Taking a deep breath, she was poised to push open the main door when suddenly, a strange cry echoed through the silent museum. Huh. Who is it? Not far off, a figure staggered toward Qiao Yuan. Could it be Ningzhu? She hastened a few steps forward, but as she closed in about 10 meters, she sensed something was amiss. The individual remained silent, advancing in a bizarre, contorted manner. A foul stench of decaying flesh wafted toward her. She raised her gaze, and her pupils constricted in horror, her hair standing on end. That cannot be called a human. Its flesh had long since rotted, pus oozing from its wounds with every movement. The eye sockets were sunken, pallid eyeballs protruding, and the majority of the skin had sloughed away, revealing a ghastly white skeleton. A zombie. Qiao Yuan gasped in terror. The previously lethargic zombie suddenly lifted its head upon hearing her voice, its sluggish movements transforming into a swift rush toward her. Qiao Yuan bolted, her heart pounding thunderously in her chest. Perhaps overwhelmed by fear, just as she neared the treasure exhibit hall, her legs buckled, and she fell flat. The zombie was hot on her heels, lunging forward with a ferocious speed. Instinctively, Qiao Yuan rolled to the left. Thud! The zombie crashed to the ground with a resounding thump. The fall momentarily dazed it, slowing its movements. Crouching on the floor, Qiao Yuan noted the entrance to the exhibit hall was merely 3 meters away, with the zombie positioned between her and the door. 3 meters. She could cover that distance in 4 seconds at most. Yet, upon seeing the zombie blocking her path, doubt crept in. No, I cannot take that risk. In every film and novel, zombies are perilous. A single bite spells doom. Kill it. Kill it. Qiao Yuan steadied her nerves and began searching for a weapon. Beside her, she spotted a dark tang sword encased in glass. She reached out, and the sword was drawn into her space, only to materialize in her hand a moment later. I cannot die. Absolutely cannot die. I just started earning money. I was about to enjoy a good life. I must survive. Despite her trembling shoulders, Qiao Yuan clutched the hilt of the sword tightly. The zombie rose from the ground, countless filaments of viscous pus dangling between its chest and the floor. The key to defeating a zombie is to decapitate it. Yes, sever the head. Qiao Yuan, who had never harmed even a chicken in her life, swallowed hard, positioning the tang sword before her chest. The zombie, swaying unnaturally, emitted a wheezing sound. 1 step, 2 steps. This is it, Qiao Yuan bellowed, raising the black sword high and bringing it down with all her might. Crack. Fate played a cruel joke on her. She had aimed for the head, but at the moment of impact, the zombie's head abruptly tilted to the side. The sword struck its collarbone instead. How could this happen? Due to the severe decay of its flesh, the zombie's neck couldn't support its head, resulting in that unfortunate turn of events. But I can't pull the sword out. Qiao Yuan was drenched in sweat, frantically trying to retrieve the blade, yet it remained firmly lodged in the zombie's collarbone, unyielding to her efforts. The zombie, undeterred by the sword, advanced relentlessly, its gaping maw emitting a crunching sound. Qiao Yuan could distinctly see its putrid tongue and revolting yellow teeth. What to do? What to do? Am I truly going to die here? Qiao Yuan retreated, realizing she was drifting further from the door. Crouched down. A sudden shout erupted from the empty exhibition hall. Instinctively, Qiao Yuan crouched. The next moment, An overwhelming stench assaulted her senses. She saw a figure wielding an axe, cleaving through the zombie's head. Bang! The dark, putrid blood splattered over both of them. Ningju. Without a word, Ningju seized Qiao Yuan and dashed into the treasure exhibit hall. The sudden coolness and the shelves brimming with goods reminded Qiao Yuan that she was safe. Thud. A dull thump echoed as Ningju collapsed to the ground. Curling into a ball, his body beginning to convulse uncontrollably. Ningju. Ningju, what's wrong? Upon touching his body, Qiao Yuan felt a wave of heat emanating from him. Is he running a fever? There was no time to ponder. She quickly dragged Ningju to the medicine shelf. Finding antipyretics, she forced them into his mouth and followed with a few sips of water. Cough, cough. Ningju grimaced, each cough accompanied by a painful groan. Qiao Yuan took a deep breath, clasped her hands together, and said, I'm so sorry. My apologies. In a swift motion, she stripped Ningju down to his essentials, then poured a bottle of white liquor over a towel. With Ningju suffering from a high fever, it was imperative to cool him down physically. The only method she could think of was to wipe his body with liquor. Minutes later, a person reeking of alcohol emerged. After changing him into fresh clothes, she noticed his temperature beginning to drop, and as his taut body relaxed, he slumped beside her. After a while, Qiao Yuan concealed herself behind a clothing rack, changing into fresh attire as well. Qiao Yuan? Hearing the voice, Qiao Yuan hurried to the medicine shelf. You're awake? Ningju struggled to prop himself up, leaning against the wall, managing to sit up. Glancing down at his clothes, his ears flushed crimson. My clothes. At that moment, Ningju's expression shifted dramatically. No. No, I must leave immediately. Summoning all his strength, he staggered toward the warehouse door. What are you doing? Your fever has just subsided. Qiao Yuan grasped his arm, but Ningju abruptly shook her off. Stay away from me. Qiao Yuan stood frozen in place. Although you saved my life, I also rescued you, dear brother. Why turn your back on me so swiftly? Observing Qiao Yuan's furious demeanor, Ningju forced a bitter smile. Slowly, she extended her palm. Qiao Yuan's breath caught, and he slightly parted his lips, falling into a moment of silence. On the base of Ningju's palm, 2 rows of horrifying crimson bite marks were evident. Chapter 6. What did I save? Qiao Yuan understood. She instinctively took 2 steps back. Those who were once deceased had suddenly transformed into zombies. Ningju murmured, I lost my companions. I was bitten by a zombie. What should I do? As Qiao Yuan retreated, she began to search for a weapon. Though it felt somewhat callous, she did not wish to become a zombie herself. Ningju perceived the fear and terror in Qiao Yuan's eyes. I will leave now. Do not be afraid. With that, Ningju pushed open the door to the warehouse. But in the next moment, Qiao Yuan was not only afraid. Even her back teeth were chattering. Because Ningju had not vanished, he had returned. Ningju was equally perplexed. He had clearly stepped through the warehouse door. Yet in an instant, he stood again at the entrance of the grocery store. I'm sorry, it seems I cannot go back. Heavens! A sharp explosion resonated within Qiao Yuan's heart. Should she call the police? No. How would she explain Ningju's sudden appearance at the grocery store? Or, should she kill him? Within seconds, Qiao Yuan devised several methods of murder and concealment. Finally, she sighed. Damn it, I'll be a good person just one last time. Under Ningju's bewildered gaze, Qiao Yuan retrieved a bundle of ties from the household supplies. She bound Ningju securely, then took 2 knives from the shelf, one tucked at her waist, and the other held firmly in her hand. How long would it take for someone to mutate after being bitten by a zombie? Qiao Yuan settled herself on a small stool. We saw those bitten on the road. It seemed they mutated in less than 2 minutes. When were you bitten? Ningju furrowed his brow, recalling for a few seconds. It's been almost an hour. Could he be immune to the zombie virus? Clearly, Ningju began to ponder this question as well. No way. What if he was deceiving her? Qiao Yuan made up her mind. After today, if he did not turn into a zombie, she would release him. If he did, she raised the glinting knife. Then I can only apologize. Ningju nodded resignedly. If he truly became a zombie, it would be better to be dead. Thus, the two remained together from dawn till dusk. At noon, Qiao Yuan even fed Ningju. Until the crescent moon rose, distant barks of dogs echoed outside. Qiao Yuan groggily arose from the counter. At the door of the warehouse, Ningju was bound like a rice dumpling, dozing off. Ningju. Qiao Yuan approached slowly, knife in hand. Ningju slowly opened his eyes and shook his head. I'm hungry. Zombies cannot speak. It seemed he was fine. Qiao Yuan offered him a box of biscuits. How do you feel now? Ningju wriggled like a worm. I feel great. Hey, Qiao Yuan lifted his hand. Don't move. What's wrong? Ningju asked, puzzled. Just then, Qiao Yuan discovered something shocking. The bite marks on Ningju's palm had vanished, leaving only 2 faint white impressions. Your wound has healed. What is this situation? Ding. Target recognized. Scanning. Recognition complete. Talent awakened. Ruler. Ability. Can control all zombies. Level 1. The voice of the ghostly system startled Qiao Yuan, but the title ruler sounded rather impressive. Thus, Ningju not only was not infected but had awakened a talent called ruler. Qiao Yuan cut the ties with the knife. Should they observe a bit longer? Ningju moved his limbs, still feeling uneasy. No need. Qiao Yuan forcefully cut the ties, but with too much force, the knife tip veered uncontrollably toward Ningju. Yet in that split second, Ningju made a quick judgment and tilted his head back by 30 degrees. The knife tip grazed past him. Both were stunned. That was not a reaction speed a normal person should possess. Ningju stood up, fingers clenched, then punched the wall of the warehouse. Bang! The smooth wall caved in, with cracks spiraling outwards, dust cascading down. I awakened. Ningju exclaimed in excitement. Through his explanation, Qiao Yuan learned that after the heavy rain, people began to awaken, possessing various peculiar abilities. Could my awakening just be enhanced strength? Ningju mused, staring at his fist. No. You can control zombies, my friend. Qiao Yuan silently screamed in her heart. Ningju attempted to step into the warehouse again. This time, he vanished. Moments later, he pushed the door open again. I can pass through now. Ningju opened his backpack. I must return home quickly. I've delayed too long, and I'm worried my sister will go looking for me. Wait a moment. After saying this, Qiao Yuan dashed into her yard. When she returned, she was pushing a shopping cart. Take this. You can carry more. Ningju looked at Qiao Yuan gratefully, his hands busy as well. Bottled water, instant noodles, biscuits, energy bars, dried meat, self-heating meals. Anything edible that could fit on the shelves was stuffed inside. Qiao Yuan organized the boxes, packing as many supplies as possible. Soon, the shopping cart towered higher than a person. Ningju pulled out several gemstone necklaces from the inner pocket of his backpack and handed them to Qiao Yuan. These necklaces are worth more than gold bars. Sell them. Concerned for his sister, Ningju uttered no unnecessary words and departed the grocery store. After seeing Ningju off, Qiao Yuan finally sighed in relief. Having been on edge all day, even now, her back was soaked with sweat. She returned to her bedroom to rest. When suddenly the phone rang, it was Uncle Mai from next door. Uncle Mai, did my parents ask you to inquire where I am? Qiao Yuan assumed it was her adoptive parents who had asked Uncle Mai to call. On the other end, Uncle Mai spoke urgently. Qiao Yuan and his wife are truly heartless. Your grandfather is so old and still made to sweep and cook. If the food is bland, they scold him. If it's salty, they scold him too. Uncle Mai cursed. Damn it, I can't stand it anymore. Little Yuan, I may be an outsider, but I have to say this. If you can, take your grandfather away. After hanging up, Qiao Yuan lay in bed, tossing and turning. Her grandfather was old, and Qiao Yuan was unfilial. Now that she had earned so much money through the system, why not find a good nursing home for her grandfather? It would allow him to enjoy his later years peacefully, and if she were to sever ties with her adoptive parents in the future, her grandfather would not have to suffer in between. Chapter 7. A family like demons. The resounding crow of a rooster infused the quiet village with a touch of vitality. Qiao Yuan, unable to find solace in sleep, resignedly rose from her bed. Stepping outside, she noticed a faint light on the horizon, heralding the approach of dawn. With nothing else to occupy her time, she wandered to the grocery store, finding the shelves fully stocked. At 6 o'clock, a system panel unexpectedly materialized before her. Ding! Daily mystery box. She glanced up to see 3 identical boxes displayed. She recalled that one of the rewards from yesterday's system upgrade was a daily draw at 6 in the morning. She almost forgot about it. With a casual gesture, Qiao Yuan tapped the box on the far right. The box gradually expanded, its lid bursting open to reveal a pair of gossamer gloves before her. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the item. Hand in hand, you walk together. Usage. Do you have someone you despise? Do you wish for their disappearance? Wear these gloves. Touch any part of their body and utter leave to send them to a parallel world. Note, can only be used 3 times a day. Qiao Yuan held the pale blue gloves in her hand, startled. Sending someone to an apocalyptic world was akin to murder. She had yet to identify any sworn enemies worth such drastic measures. Stowing the gloves away in her space, she had breakfast and left a note on the warehouse door, instructing that if Ningju arrived, she could take whatever supplies she wished. At the Qingshan pawnshop, having completed a month's performance just the day before, Wang Xin approached his workstation with a spring in his step. Dressed in his work attire, he hummed a tune as he arrived at the counter. A hiccup escaped him when he spotted a woman standing in the hall. Qiao Yuan timed her visit perfectly, and upon seeing an old acquaintance, she smiled and rushed over. "Miss Qiao, you're not here to pawn something again, are you?" Despite Wang Xian's extensive experience, he had never encountered someone quite like Qiao Yuan. "Indeed, I'm here to pawn a necklace." The necklace Qiao Yuan intended to pawn was no ordinary piece, prompting Wang Xin to swiftly retrieve a velvet tray and don a pair of gloves. "Perhaps you should greet the owner and invite him to take a look as well." As they spoke, Qiao Yuan produced a string of gemstone necklaces from her pocket. Wang Xin blinked in astonishment. Blood pigeon red. Without hesitation, he pressed the call bell. 10 minutes later, Su Qian's gaze shifted from the ruby necklace to Wang Xin, and they exchanged astonished glances. "Miss Qiao, where did you acquire this necklace?" Su Qian inquired. While the jade pendant and gold bars held little value to him, the blood pigeon ruby was a rarity few could possess. "It was a gift from a friend," Qiao Yuan explained. Su Qian's first thought was that it must be a present from her boyfriend, and he scrutinized her, wondering which wealthy heir had bestowed such generosity upon her. Such a waste of passion, how much? After a lengthy pause, Su Qian finally retrieved a calculator. "Though not large, it is indeed a top-tier blood pigeon red. I can offer." He flipped the calculator to show Qiao Yuan the numbers. 10 million. Qiao Yuan contained her exhilaration, maintaining a facade of composure. "Very well, that amount will suffice." Exiting the pawnshop, Qiao Yuan hailed a taxi, oblivious to the fact that Xiao Qiao was passing by. After the taxi departed, he entered the pawnshop. Qiao Yuan felt as though she were still in a dream. 24 million, fresh and warm. With this fortune, she could afford to place her grandfather in a nursing home. Throughout the morning, she researched the Shijiao Hot Spring nursing home, but the representative assigned to her seemed rather indifferent. Only after she provided a 2 million deposit did the representative's demeanor undergo a complete transformation. After listening to his presentation, Qiao Yuan nodded in satisfaction. 1 year for 600,000. I can manage that. It was Wednesday afternoon, and Xiao Zhenyun and his wife were likely at work. Qiao Qiao, a junior in university, rarely returned home. This provided the perfect opportunity to discreetly take her grandfather away. Qiao Yuan took a taxi to Xingfuji Yuan and, on her way back, purchased a hat and a mask to avoid being recognized by neighbors. Unit 1101, Building 7. Didn't you say Xiao Qiao would be home tonight? Wanting to eat braised pork? Look at what you've bought, you old fool. Li Hua stood in the kitchen, arms akimbo, her voice sharp and grating. The elderly man, hunched over, picked up the fallen vegetables, not daring to breathe. "I'll go buy some now." He grasped the vegetable basket, ready to leave, while Qiao Zhenyun, sitting on the sofa watching television, remained unfazed by the scolding. Sighing, he opened the door, his eyes lighting up, followed by a wave of tension. "Xiao Yuan, you're back?" Standing at the threshold was Qiao Yuan, surprised to find someone at home. Just as she contemplated leaving, her grandfather opened the door. "Oh, it's Xiao Yuan. Where have you been these days? Come in." Upon seeing Qiao Yuan, Li Hua immediately signaled Qiao Zhenyun, pulling her into the living room. Qiao Zhenyun quietly locked the security door behind them. "I'm here to take Grandpa away," Qiao Yuan stated bluntly. "What?" Qiao Zhenyun stared, incredulous. "Didn't you think he was useless? I'll take him and provide for him." Li Hua gazed intently at Qiao Yuan. This little brat was decked out in designer labels. It seemed her earlier conversation with Xiao Qiao was indeed true. This little rascal had come into a fortune. Just as Qiao Zhenyun was about to explode in anger, Li Hua suddenly grasped his arm, smiling sweetly at Qiao Yuan. All right, even if you want to take Grandpa, we should discuss this properly, shouldn't we?" Li Hua's demeanor puzzled Qiao Yuan, though she quickly considered that perhaps she was merely recognizing that Grandpa was aging. After all, keeping him at home would eventually incur cost for care, so why not pass him off to Qiao Yuan? Seated on the sofa, Qiao Yuan watched as Li Hua pulled Xiao Zhenyun into the kitchen, whispering to him. Grandpa looked at her with unease and whispered, "Xiao Yuan, Zhenyun wants you to marry his boss's son. You mustn't agree, he's a fool." Qiao Yuan squeezed his hand reassuringly. "Don't worry, Grandpa. I won't marry anyone. Let us leave together, We won't suffer here any longer. All right, tears welled in her grandfather's eyes, dropping onto Qiao Yuan's hand, warm and burning. Qiao Yuan, if you wish to take Grandpa, we agree, but there's a condition. Li Hua handed her a glass of water. Uft, your water? I wouldn't dare drink it. What if it's poisoned? Qiao Yuan placed the glass on the coffee table, prompting a slight twitch at the corner of Li Hua's mouth. What's the condition? Give us 10 million, and you can take your grandfather. Are you insane? Qiao Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. The next moment, Xiao Zhenyan interjected. Xiao Qiu mentioned you pawned a heap of treasures. You must have at least 10 million on you. We raised you. There's no credit we can claim. But we've endured hardships. Now that you've struck it rich, you should at least show some appreciation to your parents. Xiao Zhenyun's words were delivered with an air of entitlement, as if they had genuinely spent a fortune raising Qiao Yuan. Qiao Yuan was no fool. She recognized that her trip to the pawn shop might have been noticed by Qiao Qiu. I was merely helping a friend to pawn some items. The money was transferred to her long ago. With a quick thought, she added, I have no money. If you don't want Grandpa to leave, then you can take care of him yourselves. Having spoken, Qiao Yuan rose to her feet, feigning an intention to depart. You little wretch. How dare you overstep your bounds? With a sudden force, Qiao Yuan was propelled forward. A sharp, searing pain surged from the crown of her head downwards. Her vision began to blur, ultimately succumbing to a profound darkness. Chapter 8. A family must be together. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Qiao Yuan gradually awakened. The throbbing pain at the back of her head jolted her into full consciousness. Yes, that wicked woman had knocked her unconscious. As she surveyed her surroundings, Qiao Yuan recognized the cluttered storage room, which had once been her bedroom. The dimly lit space was illuminated only by a feeble yellow bulb. Goodness, that old woman certainly packed a punch. Gently massaging the back of her head, she cursed inwardly. Fortunately, they hadn't tied her up, otherwise she would have been utterly helpless. Earlier that morning, while opening a mystery box, she had thought the gloves were of no use, only to be proven wrong later in the day. Retrieving the gloves from her space, she donned them with resolve. Today, if anyone dared to lay a finger on her, she would take them away. After a while, she heard the voices of Qiao Zhenyun and Li Hua outside the door. Pressing her ear against the door, she listened intently. What now? Should they directly bind her and send her to the Wang family? No, she had too much money on her. She wouldn't be satisfied without getting her hands on it. Husband, remember how your friend tricked us into buying insurance a couple of years ago? Didn't he also buy an accident policy for Qiao Yuan? Why not go all the way? This way, we can inherit her fortune and receive a substantial compensation. Mom, what about the body? I have a meat grinder in my shop. Qiao Yuan froze. They intended to kill her. Calmly, she collected her thoughts. She had never been so lucid. If you act without compassion, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. With a fervent energy, Qiao Yuan pounded the door of the storage room. Dad, I'm sorry. Let me out, and I'll give you the money. Hearing the commotion, the door swung open. The harsh light momentarily blinded her, and as her eyes adjusted, she saw Qiao Zhenyun and Xiao Qiu standing before her like an impenetrable wall. Without a moment's hesitation, she flung her arms wide and lunged toward them, grasping their thighs tightly. Dad, I'll give you all my money. I'll marry Wang Tianqi. I promise to be obedient. Seeing her trembling demeanor, Xiao Zhenyun chuckled lightly. If you had been this well-behaved earlier, you wouldn't have had to endure this. Dad, I'm hungry. Let me eat something first, and then you can take me to the bank, okay? Xiao Zhenyun glanced back at Li Hua. If they could get the money without resorting to murder, that would be ideal. Li Hua nodded in agreement. Don't try any tricks, or you'll regret it. Qiao Yuan nodded fervently. Wife, get her a bun. Xiao Zhenyun seized Qiao Yuan and tossed her onto the sofa. Li Hua emerged from the kitchen, handing her a bun. Eat up. We'll leave once you finish. As Qiao Yuan took the bun, her hand brushed against Li Hua's. She frowned slightly but dismissed the thought. Suddenly, laughter erupted from Qiao Yuan, growing louder until it turned into tears. What the hell are you laughing at? Qiao Zhenyun felt a chill run down his spine. He raised his hand to strike her. Get out. Qiao Yuan looked at him, coolly uttering 2 words. In the next instant, Qiao Zhenyun vanished. Ah, Li Hua gasped, covering her mouth in horror. Xiao Qiu stood frozen, bewildered. What did you do to Dad? Where is he? Do you wish to know? You can join him. Qiao Yuan replied with a wicked smile. Get out. And just like that, Xiao Qiu disappeared as well. No. Husband. Xiao Qiu. Li Hua was now in a state of utter panic. desperately disoriented as her husband and son inexplicably vanished before her eyes. She knew Qiao Yuan was behind this, but it exceeded the realm of science. The unknown filled her with dread. Qiao Yuan, please don't hurt me. Mom doesn't want to die. Isn't it better for our family to be together? Qiao Yuan fixed her gaze on Li Hua, a sly smile curling her lips. Get out. In mere seconds, the three were gone. Qiao Yuan clapped her hands, removing the gloves and storing them away. As for the future, whether they lived or died, she wished them well. Grandfather? Qiao Yuan opened the door to a small bedroom and found her grandfather in a deep slumber. She quickly called for an ambulance, ensuring he was taken to the hospital. The doctor informed her that her grandfather had been given sleeping pills, but fortunately, the dosage was not lethal. After staying overnight at the hospital, Qiao Yuan returned to the grocery store early the next morning, exhausted. What a harrowing day it had been. As she approached the shelves, intending to find some iodine to disinfect her head wound, she heard the door open. Turning around, she saw Ning Ju stepping out of the warehouse. You're hurt. Ning Ju sniffed, quickly approaching her. Qiao Yuan's injury was concealed beneath her hair, unnoticed by the hospital staff. Let me help you. He took the iodine and a cotton swab, gently parting her hair at the back of her head. Ouch. Did someone hit you? Yes, my adoptive mother did. Qiao Yuan's voice was muffled. Ning Ju fell silent, refraining from asking further questions. After tending to her wound, he pushed the shopping cart to continue raiding the grocery store. Ding. Mission 3 released. Please sell any 10 household items within 3 days. Upon hearing the system's notification, Qiao Yuan felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. In recent days, Ning Ju had only purchased food and medicine, completely overlooking the household items aisle. How was she supposed to sell anything? Ning Ju, do you need toothbrushes, toothpaste, towels, or anything of the sort? Ning Ju paused, contemplating for a moment before shaking his head decisively. We have plenty at home for now. Although my sister is particular about cleanliness, we have enough towels. Is your sister safe? Qiao Yuan inquired. Thankfully, she is obedient and hasn't gone outside. Otherwise, I would be extremely worried. By the way, I forgot to tell you something. Ning Ju's eyes sparkled with excitement. I can control zombies. They won't attack me and will even listen to my commands. It's incredible. Feigning astonishment, Qiao Yuan responded with a few polite remarks. Brother, you're truly remarkable. After chatting for a while, Ning Ju shared both good and bad news. The good news is that my 2 companions were fortunate enough to encounter military personnel while fleeing, thus saving their lives. The bad news is that zombies are erupting in massive numbers. The government is on the verge of collapse. With the increasing number of awakened beings, the military can no longer maintain control, leading to the formation of many malicious gangs. In this apocalyptic world, once people are freed from the constraints of law, they become terrifying. Ning Ju then handed Qiao Yuan several gemstone necklaces, which were clearly of considerable value. My sister is waiting for me at home. I must take my leave. Right, you have a sister. Wait. Qiao Yuan called out to stop Ning Ju. Your sister certainly needs this. Qiao Yuan grabbed a pack of sanitary napkins from the household items shelf. Ning Ju and Appo's face flushed instantly. However, he soon felt regret for his oversight. How could he forget to buy this essential item for his sister? Thank you. Ning Ju awkwardly approached the shelf, staring at the colorful packaging, unsure how to proceed. I'll get it for you. Qiao Yuan pulled out a plastic bag. 20 packs of 24mm day use, 10 packs of 350mm night use, and 10 packs of panty liners. Just in case, I'll also grab 4 boxes of tampons. Rest assured, these sanitary napkins are medical grade. The length is standard, made of safe cotton and free of fluorescent agents. You can use them with complete peace of mind. Ning Ju cleared his throat. I truly appreciate your help. Upon concluding his statement, he swiftly dashed out while clutching a sanitary pad. Ding. Task 3 has been accomplished. Reward, 100 square meters of space. A row of outdoor equipment shelves. Chapter 9. The terror of humanity. A torrential flood descended overnight, leaving the disordered streets littered with foul-smelling refuse and corpses. Ning Ju, Xian, and Qi Zheng donned masks, each burdened with a 75L hiking backpack, trudging through the mire with great difficulty. A cluster of zombies was gathered, seemingly feasting on a man sprawled on the ground. Upon hearing their footsteps, the horde turned in unison. Ning Ju and Appo's Adam and Appo's apple bobbed as his vocal cords and nasal cavity resonated, emitting a hissing roar. The zombies scattered like frightened birds. Your ability is truly remarkable, Xian remarked enviously. I wonder if we will awaken as well. Pigeon surveyed the fleeing zombies, recalling that the military was currently tallying awakened individuals who would be granted residence in the military district. However, Ningju would undoubtedly refrain from registering. In this apocalyptic world overrun by zombies, survival was a daily struggle, where even a can of food could incite violence. Yet, his supplies overflowed, filling his entire bedroom, ample enough to sustain 3 lives. With no elevator in the building, the trio could only ascend the stairs to their home. Ningju's physical prowess had become astonishing, allowing him to sprint up 33 flights without fatigue. Brother, Ning Lin obediently tugged at his hiking backpack. Is everything all right? Ningju inquired. Hearing this, Ning Lin lowered her head in guilt. Brother, I was a bit hungry this morning, so I cooked a pack of instant noodles. Someone caught a whiff of it and knocked on every door. I opened the door. At Ningju's astonished gaze, she recoiled slightly. Brother, it was just a woman on the brink of fainting from hunger. And she had a child with her. I felt sorry for them, so I gave her 2 packs of biscuits and a few bottles of water. The anticipated trouble had arrived. With the flood receding and zombies surrounding the city, venturing outside was perilous. However, if they coordinated as a group, they could still scavenge. High-rise buildings had become focal points for resource hunting. Today, they merely sought to politely request food, but tomorrow, driven by extreme hunger, they might force their way in. Half an hour later, Pigeon and Xian entered, panting heavily. Ningju conferred with them, concluding that since they had been targeted, an early relocation was imperative. Let us eat something to replenish our strength, then prepare to move. Brother, where shall we relocate? To the hillside villa. After much contemplation, Ningju settled on the idea. The villa was elevated and sparsely populated. Another crucial reason was its proximity to the museum, merely 2 kilometers away. After their meal, Ning Lin sat at the table, sketching and writing, while the others ascended to the top floor to retrieve Ningju's former collectibles. These seemingly useless treasures of gold, silver, and jewels were now a lifeline for them. Ning Lin handed Ningju a shopping list encompassing nearly all their needs. The small grocery store run by Qiao Yuan was limited, and many items on the list were unavailable there. However, that did not imply they did not exist in her world. Suddenly, a loud banging echoed from the door. Open up! Open the door! Ningju tucked the list away and shielded his sister behind him. Hand over the food, or I'll kill you. Xian and Pigeon gripped kitchen knives, anxiously glancing toward the entrance. Ningju, what do we do? I can hear more than one person. Brother, I'm scared. Ning Lin's face went pale as she clutched Ningju's arm tightly. With a resounding crash, the security door was forced open, revealing 4 men and 1 woman. The woman pointed at Ning Lin, shrieking, their bedroom is filled with food. If we take it, we can survive. We are neighbors. How can you bear to watch us starve? Give us the food. The speaker was a burly man, resembling a small mountain, with a shaved head. Upon noticing the woman hiding behind Ningju, he leered and shifted his tone. And there's such a lovely lady here. Let her entertain me for a few days, and I might spare your lives. Ningju's eyes narrowed, his muscles tensing. I can share the food, but my sister will not go with you. This was the utmost concession he could offer. The bald man brandished an axe, his muscular arms bulging. Not leaving, huh? Then I'll kill all 3 of you and enjoy her properly. Ha 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 ha. He raised the axe, aiming it at Ningju's head. Yet, the gruesome scene he envisioned did not unfold. In that fleeting moment before the axe descended, Ningju reached out, gripping the man's arm with a strength akin to iron. He seized the opportunity. Without hesitation, he struck with his knife, executing a precise and powerful blow. The bald man felt a chill in his chest, glancing down. He saw the blade embedded deeply, leaving less than 10 centimeters of the hilt exposed. Seizing the advantage, Ningju withdrew the blade and stepped past the man. The knife fell again, his intent to kill unmistakable. Blood sprayed in vivid blossoms as the 4 men crumpled to the ground, groaning in despair. Please, don't kill me. I was forced. The woman trembled, drenched in the blood of her companions. A stream of yellow liquid trickled down her legs, releasing a nauseating stench. The violent struggle and the scent of blood attracted the attention of the zombies. Several staggering figures approached from the stairwell. Without a weapon, the woman anxiously watched the advancing zombies and clasped her hands in supplication to Ningju. Please, let me in to hide. I beg you. What is your name? Ningju asked coolly. The woman paused, believing salvation was at hand. I'm Hualing. If you save me, I'll be at your side every day. I'm skilled. A hiss escaped Ningju's throat. The zombies in the hallway raised their heads. Their ashen eyes fixated on Hualing. You may as well perish. With that, Ningzhu slammed the security door shut with great force. The horrific cacophony of screams and gnashing teeth intertwined, sending chills down the spine. After dinner, Qiao Yuan was organizing the outdoor supplies on the newly added shelves, filled with items she had never encountered before. As she examined a folding table, Ningzhu pushed open the warehouse door. What do you need today? Qiao Yuan immediately inquired upon seeing him. Having spent the afternoon relocating, Ningzhu was reeking of sweat and blood, keeping his distance from her. We have quite a few items to procure. I would appreciate your assistance. With that, he placed the list on the counter and stepped back a pace. Qiao Yuan unfolded the A4 paper, revealing neat, delicate handwriting. The list was meticulously categorized, detailing everything from adhesive bandages to solar generators. The creator of the list was clearly thorough. No problem, but I'll need a few days. I have to go to the city to purchase them. As soon as she finished speaking, Ningzhu retrieved a silver metal case from his backpack, resembling the kind seen in films where one hands over cash in exchange for goods. Could it be money? That shouldn't be. Didn't Ningzhu mention last time that the currencies of the two worlds are incompatible? Gold bars. Qiao Yuan gazed curiously at the metallic case on the counter. Ningzhu entered a password, opened the case, and pushed it toward Qiao Yuan. My goodness. More extravagant than a television drama. Sapphire, ruby, emerald necklaces, jade bangles, and a plethora of gold ornaments. Just the last time, there were 2 or 3 pieces of that vibrant blood-red hue. And those more than 10 jade bangles were things she had only seen on screen. Are they all yours? Yes, I used to have a passion for collecting, which led me to acquire quite a few items. I brought them all for you this time. Qiao Yuan scrutinized Ningzhu closely and noticed a hint of melancholy in his demeanor. Upon observing the dried bloodstains on his clothing, Qiao Yuan understood the gravity of the situation. The law of survival in a post-apocalyptic world is one of the survival of the fittest if one acts out of self-preservation. There is no need for guilt. Ningzhu nodded, expressing gratitude, saying he had come to terms with it. By the way, I forgot to ask you last time. How did you end up in the museum? This question puzzled Qiao Yuan as well. Despite several attempts, she could never succeed again. Ultimately, she concluded that one could only traverse to the apocalypse when the system required an upgrade. However, she could not convey this to Ningzhu. I do not know either. Ningzhu replied, his expression somber. Do not approach that door lightly. Our world has already perished. Qiao Yuan quickly shifted the topic. By the way, with so many items to purchase, how will you transport them? Do you need me to? Qiao Yuan glanced at the warehouse door, suggesting, perhaps I could prepare a tricycle for you? Chapter 10. The village chief's threat. The 3-wheeled vehicle caught Ningzhu's attention. With a vehicle at his disposal, he would no longer need to rely on others to carry items back and forth. After arranging to meet 3 days later, he prepared to leave. As he passed by the clothing rack, he paused. Most of Xiao Lin's clothing consisted of skirts, which were impractical for going out and likely to draw unwanted attention. In the haste of moving, he had neglected to pack a few essential garments, and he would be frequenting the grocery store from now on. It would be due to appear unkempt. Primarily, it was for Xiao Lin, Ningzhu reminded himself. I wish to purchase some clothing and a hat, he stated. Qiao Yuan waved his hand grandly. Clothes and hats are on the house for you. Also, head over to the outdoor supplies shelf. Sunglasses, sunscreen, hiking shoes, take your pick. I and Oppos. Man, what do I need sunscreen for? Ningzhu chuckled. Qiao Yuan rolled his eyes. It and Oppos. S not for you. It and Oppos. S for your sister. Ningzhu understood immediately. He filled a hiking backpack to the brim, also hauling 2 boxes of water. After confirming their next visit, he entered the warehouse. The villa on the mountainside was situated to the northeast of Qinzhou. As the name suggested, the villa was built on a slope, and its inhabitants were either affluent or noble. The torrential rain had barely begun when the wealthy began fleeing with their fortunes. Hence, the villas atop the mountain now stood mostly vacant. As Ningzhu opened his hiking pack to retrieve clothing, he was met with surprise. All quick-dry sportswear? Xian remarked, feeling the fabric in astonishment. That female shop owner is truly our benefactor. Pigeon grabbed a set of clothes and retreated to the restroom. Ningzhu handed clothing and shoes to Ning Lin. You should change too. Skirts are inconvenient. He then took his own clothing to the small bedroom. When the 4 emerged once more, they exchanged glances, and the heavy atmosphere that had lingered after Ningzhu's 4 kills dissipated, replaced by peals of laughter. It turned out that Ningzhu had chosen the same outfit for all of them. They now appeared as a matching quartet. Onlookers might easily mistake them for a gang. All right, let us eat. We have work to do after the meal. After moving into the villa, Ningju had taken Qiao to a hardware store at the foot of the mountain to gather numerous rolls of wire mesh and tools. The villa lacked a courtyard, making it far too easy for intruders to break in. They needed to promptly reinforce the doors and windows. Welcome. The wind chime at the grocery store's entrance jingled, signaling the arrival of a customer. Qiao Yuan flinched, hastily slamming the metal box shut and placing it beneath the counter. Qiao Yuan, the newcomer, was the village chief. Shenwei. Qiao Yuan had little fondness for this chief. When she returned to open the grocery store, he had constantly attempted to undermine her efforts. This visit certainly held no good tidings. Uncle Chun, what brings you here? Shenwei's eyes darted around the store. Just as he had suspected, there was indeed something amiss with this grocery shop. Under his insinuation, the villagers had refrained from shopping here. Yet Qiao Yuan had managed to keep the store afloat for over 2 months, even adding 2 extra rows of shelves. Moreover, his son working at the hospital had mentioned that Qiao Yuan's grandfather was in a VIP room. The crucial point was, it was funded by Qiao Yuan. Ha ha. No worries, uncle just came to check in on you. Humph. What a lecherous old man. Qiao Yuan cursed him silently while maintaining the requisite respect. Feel free to take whatever you fancy, don't hold back. Shenwei circled the grocery store before finally stopping at the warehouse door. Qiao Yuan sighed in relief, thankful that Ningju had scheduled their return in 3 days. Otherwise, should Shenwei happen upon an unexpected guest, the situation would become quite complicated. Oh, you have such a large warehouse. Without permission, Shenwei pushed the warehouse door open. Qiao Yuan smirked. Business has been slow, the warehouse is empty, and I have no plans to restock. Qiao Yuan, our village is planning to renovate the ancestral hall. Each household must contribute either labor or funds. As a young lady, Uncle Chen surely wouldn't want you to work. Ah, so he was here for money. Qiao Yuan settled behind the counter and began trimming her nails. As you mentioned, it's each household's responsibility. You can directly approach Qiao Zhenyun about this matter. He is the one in charge in our family. Shenwei paused, his expression darkening. Everyone knew that Qiao Yuan was an adopted child of the Qiao family, unloved by both father and mother. As for Qiao Zhenyun, he had sought him out, but for reasons unknown, that family had mysteriously vanished. Qiao Yuan, think carefully. Renovating the ancestral hall is a way to accumulate merit. If you contribute nothing, your ancestors may not be able to protect your grocery store. Shenwei left the grocery store with his hands behind his back. His words veiled but unmistakably clear. If you don't pay, I'll ensure your grocery store cannot survive. Humph. As if I still rely on your meager contributions. Qiao Yuan locked the grocery store door, stowing the metal box away, and fell into bed. Ding. Daily blind box, the system and Oppo's voice chimed punctually. Qiao Yuan knew without looking at the clock that it was now 6 in the morning. There were still 3 blind boxes. She squinted and randomly selected one. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a nail clipper. Upon opening the blind box, a pink cartoon nail clipper fell into her hand. After waiting a few minutes, the system did not provide instructions on how to use the item. Qiao Yuan inspected the nail clipper, ultimately concluding that it was merely an ordinary one. Insane. What a waste of time. She grumbled before rising to have breakfast. Such treasures, if pawned all at once, would attract too much attention. The Qingshan pawn shop had visited 3 times, offering fair prices and proving relatively trustworthy. With the jade bracelet in hand, Qiao Yuan made her way back to the pawn shop. Upon seeing her again, Wang Xin remained as composed as ever. Good morning, Miss Qiao, he said, donning gloves and presenting a velvet tray with fluid motions. 2 bracelets. Qiao Yuan casually retrieved the treasures from her pocket and placed them on the tray. Should I call the boss? Wang Xin glanced at the items and promptly rang the bell for assistance. Su Qiyun carefully picked up the jade bracelet, examining it from various angles. A twisted jade bracelet. Just look at the quality and the translucence. Top notch. Xiao Wang, today we are truly in for a treat. Now, let us take a look at this safety bracelet. Rare glass variety. Although it's not entirely green, the green hue appears to float within it, becoming more enchanting the longer you gaze at it. While Qiao Yuan did not comprehend these terminologies, she was certain that both bracelets were quite valuable. Su Qiuyun swallowed hard. Miss Qiao, will you be pawning them outright? Yes. Miss Qiao, may I inquire about the origin of these items? Qiao Yuan appeared to be an ordinary girl, yet her acquisitions became increasingly astonishing, prompting Su Qiuyun to harbor doubts. If you won't buy them, I'll seek another shop. Qiao Yuan feigned an intent to leave. Wait. We'll buy? We'll buy? Su Qian hastily called out, realizing that such jade bracelets were of auction house quality and would be regrettable to pass up. Miss Qiao, we can offer 7 million for the 2 jade bracelets. How does that sound? 7 million. Qiao Yuan was once again struck with astonishment. She feigned calmness and nodded. The transfer of such a substantial sum proved to be somewhat troublesome. However, by noon, her account balance had nearly reached 100 million. Clinging tightly to Ning Zhu and Appo's leg, I could achieve wealth and prosperity. Su Qiao watched as Qiao Yuan's figure vanished around the corner, then took out his phone to make a call. Hello, boss. Yes, indeed. She has come again today. Yes. Chapter 11. Luring partners for lucrative gains upon exiting the pawnshop. Qiao Yuan did not hasten to procure the items listed on her inventory. Recently, she had been traversing the village with unusual frequency, and relying solely on taxis proved to be quite inconvenient. Thus, she made her way to a 4S dealership. Given the village's bustling populace, she refrained from purchasing an extravagant sports car. Instead, she invested over 200,000 in a modest domestic SUV. Even so, she gritted her teeth. Although she now possessed ample funds, she had yet to reconcile her newfound identity. Alas, the mindset of a pauper, ingrained over 2 decades, was difficult to shake off. Ning Zhu's requisition was extensive, and Qiao Yuan could not transport the supplies back to the village without drawing undue attention. Therefore, she sought the assistance of an agent and directly rented a 1,000 square meter warehouse in the suburbs. Miss Qiao, what business requires such a large space? The agent, noticing her youth, just having graduated from university, asked curiously. Oh, my family collects recyclables. I need a warehouse to store our goods, Qiao Yuan replied. The agent, upon hearing this, displayed a hint of disdain, pondering whether the pristine warehouse would soon resemble a refused dump. However, Qiao Yuan offered a high price, promptly transferring the rental fee without a second thought. The agent left with a smile. After inspecting the warehouse carefully and confirming the absence of surveillance cameras, Qiao Yuan felt reassured enough to depart. Driving her new vehicle, she arrived at the Su Shanjai restaurant in Nanyuan City. Although not a vegetarian, she had chosen this venue for a business discussion. After securing a private room, she made a phone call. Hello, old classmate, do you have time? I would like to treat you to a meal. Laughter erupted from the other end of the line. Qiao Yuan, what brought you to think of me? I was just about to ask what you've been up to, skipping class reunions. After exchanging pleasantries, Qiao Yuan sent her location. An hour later, a tall figure appeared at the private room's entrance. Qiao Yuan, look at you. Have you struck it rich, booking such a fine restaurant? It was Su Lian, her university classmate and one of her few congenial friends. Today, he was clad in a well-tailored gray casual suit, paired with fashionable white sneakers, exuding the aura of a business elite. Though Su Lian had a slightly darker complexion, his well-defined features were striking. In school, he had been a key player on the basketball team, boasting a commendable physique. However, it was the meticulousness of his styled hair and gold-rimmed glasses that held Qiao Yuan's gaze. I recall you weren't nearsighted. When did you start wearing glasses after graduation? She inquired. Oh, I'm just helping my father with business. He insists that wearing glasses makes one appear more refined. With that, Su Lian removed his glasses, revealing 2 oval imprints on his nose. Look, they're non-prescription, just plain glass. Ha ha ha. Qiao Yuan handed him the menu. I know you adore vegetarian cuisine, so feel free to order whatever you like. After a playful wink, she added, I have money now. Su Lian paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Well, since you've mentioned it, I shall not hold back. He took the menu and ordered 8 dishes. Qiao Yuan, you specifically invited me for a meal today. What is the occasion? He asked curiously after the server closed the room's door. I want to discuss business with you, Qiao Yuan stated directly. You? Su Lian scrutinized her, not out of disbelief, but because he recalled how Qiao Yuan had relied on loans for tuition and worked part-time for living expenses during their studies. It was hard to fathom that she could have sufficient capital for business so soon after graduation. Rest assured, money is not an issue. I can provide a deposit. You didn't win the lottery, did you? Su Lian leaned in, whispering inquisitively. Yes, exactly, Qiao Yuan replied with a smile. She then produced a procurement list, though it was not the one provided by Ning Zhu. Instead, it detailed the supplies she needed Su Lian to help acquire. So much, Su Lian exclaimed, mirroring her astonishment. That is precisely why I need you. I cannot manage this alone. Qiao Yuan pulled out her phone, entered Su Lian's number into the payment app, and promptly transferred 200,000 as a deposit. Upon hearing the notification sound, Su Lian checked his phone and finally believed that Qiao Yuan was indeed serious about venturing into business. This is your deposit. Qiao Yuan indicated the gasoline, diesel, and crossbows on the list. Purchasing these in bulk might attract attention, so exercise caution. Su Lian gasped. You mean to say we need 10 tons of gasoline? Qiao Yuan nodded. The buyer is quite generous. I recognize my limitations in handling this order alone, hence my partnership with you. Moreover, these goods will require ongoing purchases. Together, we can amass considerable wealth. At that moment, the server knocked to bring in the dishes. Su Lian quickly folded the paper and tucked it into his suit pocket. It was Qiao Yuan's first experience dining at a vegetarian restaurant, and she initially thought that 8 dishes for 2 people would be excessive. However, upon their arrival, she realized that Su Lian had indeed been conservative in his choices. In the end, they added 4 more dishes to sate their appetites. After their meal, Qiao Yuan sent the warehouse address to Su Lian, instructing him to store the purchased items there. Su Lian, having finished eating, took the list and departed. He had little inclination to assist with his family's supermarket and saw this opportunity with Qiao Yuan as a means to secure capital for his own entrepreneurial pursuits in the future. Qiao Yuan lingered in the private room for a while longer, searching for large hardware stores in Nanyuan City. Ningju's list included not only diesel generators, but also solar-powered generators, items not found in her small grocery shop. Later in the afternoon, she arrived at the Yuxing hardware wholesale market, feeling somewhat dazzled by the array of options. Ultimately, she purchased 2 units of each type of generator. She arranged for the owner to deliver the generators to the warehouse, and, once the coast was clear, discreetly stored them in her space. After a day of relentless activity, she returned to the village just as dusk fell. As she drove into the village entrance, the elderly men and women basking in the sun at the small square and intersections began to murmur and point at her vehicle, parking at her courtyard. Qiao Yuan alighted and opened the door. An elderly woman, usually stationed at the entrance of the grocery store, could not resist asking, Qiao Yuan, have you struck it rich? You can afford a big car now? It's rather peculiar, another remarked. This grocery store hardly sees any customers. Where would she have gotten the money for a car? Qiao Yuan, disinterested in providing explanations, knew that no matter how meticulously she crafted her reasoning, the village's gossip-mongers would swiftly spread rumors that she was being kept by a wealthy businessman from the city. She turned and drove into her courtyard. Among the elderly women, one dressed in a red floral cardigan fixed her gaze on Qiao Yuan's retreating figure before quietly gathering her folding stool and departing. In the western part of Yongla village, a spacious courtyard spanning 2 acres was illuminated brightly. Did you see her drive in through the gate? Chen Wei asked while smoking, pursing his lips. Not just me. The women from the Liu, Zhang, and Wang families all witnessed it. Shen Xiao, removing her red cardigan, lowered the air conditioning temperature by 2 degrees. With great enthusiasm, she recounted Qiao Yuan's recent glory and audacity. That young lady, with money for a car, yet no funds for the ancestral hall. Chen Wei tossed away his cigarette, but, crushing it underfoot with force. I thought you were looking for Qiao Zhenyun. Why shift your focus to that young girl? Chen Wei raised his eyes, sneering coldly. Her parents are unreachable, and her grandfather is in the best nursing home in the city. The Qiao couple wouldn't be so benevolent, leaving only Qiao Yuan. So tell me, who does she intend to ask for money? Shen Xiao suddenly realized, her eyes darting around, before a light of understanding flickered in her mind. Old man, we can. Then, Chapter 12. Is someone looking for trouble? A day has passed, and Villa No. 18 on the mountainside has been tidied up meticulously by Ningju and her companions. For months into the apocalypse, the temperature has surged to a staggering 48 degrees Celsius. Perhaps due to her awakened abilities, Ningju remains largely unaffected by the sweltering heat. In contrast, Ninglin, Qizheng, and Xian have already consumed 3 bottles of herbal essence to combat the heat. The slightest movement causes beads of sweat to break out on their foreheads. Moreover, some provisions purchased from the general store have spoiled due to the extreme temperatures and are now inedible. Trapped within the confines of the 3-story villa, they can only seek refuge in the basement, which feels unbearably stifling. Xian, despondently shaking a fan he salvaged from the street, muses if the temperature continues to rise. Qizheng's silence conveys the grim reality that they all understand. Without their awakening, prolonged exposure to such heat would spell their demise. Meanwhile, Ningju is busy fastening barbed wire to the walls of the villa. The barbed wire, spaced a few centimeters apart, serves as a deterrent against looters who might take advantage of the chaos. A loud announcement blares from the foot of the mountain, but Ningju remains oblivious. For the past few days, there have been broadcasts every 3 to 4 hours. The first time she heard it, she rushed down to investigate and found an armored vehicle broadcasting a call for refugees. The military unit stationed in Fengxiu City is renowned for its historical achievements. Since the onset of the apocalypse, this unit has tirelessly worked to maintain order throughout the city, preventing the kind of chaos seen in other locations. However, the emergence of awakened individuals has changed the dynamics, creating a clear hierarchy among people. While Ningju admires the unit and Oppo's discipline, she is reluctant to risk the safety of her friends and family at such a precarious time. After finishing her task, she glances up at the sun, its intense rays rendering her momentarily blind. Remembering the cool general store run by Qiao Yuan, she decides to pay an early visit. At 6 a.m., Qiao Yuan is awakened by the familiar notification sound of her daily blind box system. Squinting, she randomly selects one. Today, fortune smiles upon her as she draws a whimsical green cartoon frog whistle. Honest child. Usage: a good child must never lie. When you wish to elicit the truth from someone, simply envision their appearance and blow the whistle. Within 10 minutes, the subject will answer any question posed. Note: usable only once per day. With a string attached, Qiao Yuan nonchalantly hangs the whistle around her neck. After breakfast, she heads to the general store to gather the medications and supplies listed by Ningju. Although the store is modest, it offers an array of essentials including rice, flour, oil, and more, typically devoid of customers. Today is an exception as an elderly woman enters, buying a few bags of pickled vegetables and sausages. By noon, with a piece of bread in her mouth, Qiao Yuan has packed antibiotics, pain relievers, heat stroke prevention medication, and hemostatic agents, labeling them carefully as she places them in her shopping cart. Just as she straightens up to take a break, a deafening wail erupts from outside the store. Ah, this is a black market. Qiao Yuan, you heartless one. My stomach. It hurts so much. Opening the door, Qiao Yuan sees the same elderly woman from earlier rolling on the ground in front of the store, while a crowd of neighbors gathers around. Looking up, she spots Chun Wei leisurely approaching, a cigarette in his mouth. Humph, that old rascal, trying to frame me? What is going on? It's so noisy in the middle of the day, Chun Wei remarks as he steps into the throng. Upon seeing Chun Wei, the woman immediately launches into her dramatic performance. Village chief, you must help me. This morning, I bought 2 bags of pickled vegetables and a sausage from Qiao Yuan's store. And now my stomach hurts. Her goods must be defective. Qiao Yuan arches an eyebrow. This woman is notorious in the village for her aggressive demeanor. Just last month, she extorted 20,000 yuan from a driver in the city. Before she can react, Chun Wei sternly addresses Qiao Yuan. Qiao Yuan, the villagers allowed you to open this general store because they believed you to be honest. Look at the situation now. Aunt Wang is unwell. And if she consumes these expired goods and something happens, what then? Qiao Yuan shrugs. I'll call 120. Upon hearing that she intends to call an ambulance, Aunt Wang instantly straightens up. I want to go to the hospital. I can't handle a gastric lavage and tubes. What do you want then? Qiao Yuan inquires. Compensation. You owe me 3. Chun Wei shoots Aunt Wang a look, and she immediately understands. 50,000. Compensate me 50,000, and this matter will be settled. Qiao Yuan realizes this is Chun Wei's scheme, merely a test. If she pays the 50,000, tomorrow it could escalate to 100,000 or 200,000. Regardless, she decides to navigate through this crisis. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, she lifts the whistle from her chest and gently blows it. Aunt Wang, why does your stomach hurt? Aunt Wang's mind goes blank as she stares vacantly at Qiao Yuan. My stomach? It doesn't hurt at all. Then why are you causing a ruckus here? After a brief moment of contemplation, Aunt Wang turns to Chun Wei. The village chief paid me 1,000 yuan to come here, buy something from your store, and pretend my stomach hurt to extort you. Shut your mouth. What nonsense are you spouting? Chun Wei exclaims, taken aback. I'm not lying. Your wife called me to your house yesterday and said Qiao Yuan has recently struck it rich and wanted to leverage the renovation of the ancestral hall to take some money from her. You also mentioned she disrespects her elders in the village. Enough. Chun Wei, enraged, throws his hat at Aunt Wang's face. You scoundrel. Who gave you the right to frame me? He grabs a broom from the ground, raising it as if to strike Aunt Wang. The onlookers quickly intervene, pulling him back. Meanwhile, 10 minutes have elapsed. Suddenly, Aunt Wang snaps back to reality. What did I just say? How could I reveal such a secret? Seeing Qinwei's menacing expression, Aunt Wang is left stunned. Qiao Yuan raises her phone, smiling. I recorded everything. Everyone here is a witness. Aunt Wang hastily scrambles to her feet, her stomach no longer hurting. Qinwei glares at Qiao Yuan before storming off. The crowd disperses, leaving Qiao Yuan to turn around. As she opens the door to the store, she collides with someone. Hey, you, what are you doing here? Looking up, she is surprised to see Ningju. Frowning, he surveys the recently dispersed crowd. They bullied you like this? Bullied? Qiao Yuan ponders for a moment and agrees, I suppose so. However, knowing Qinwei, he is cunning and malicious. Although he didn't gain anything this time, I am certain more traps await me in the future. Just as she thinks this, Qinwei is at home, angrily smashing cups. Damn it, that little brat actually outsmarted me. Shinshio cautiously picks up a porcelain cup and asks, Old man, did things not go as planned? Seeing Shinshio, Qinwei and Appo's anger escalates. The woman you hired, Wang Chuiying, is useless. Qiao Yuan asked a few questions, and she spilled everything. Now everyone knows I paid her to scheme against her. Dad, why are you so angry? Is it not easy to discipline that little girl? Qinwei and Shinshio simultaneously turn their gaze towards the bedroom door. Chapter 13. A sudden cut in water and electricity. The speaker was Qinwei and Appo's son, Qinshun. His hair was dyed in a multitude of colors, resembling a parrot, and he leaned against the door in a manner that suggested he lacked any bones. The weather was sweltering, and he wore a tank top, revealing large tattoos on his neck and arms. What do you propose we do? Qinshun yawned. If they refuse to comply, they cut off the water. If they still refuse, they cut off the electricity. If they persist in their defiance, they claim her grocery store violates regulations and shut it down. Hey, I didn't expect you to have such cleverness, Qinwei remarked, his eyes brightening. Inside the grocery store, Qiao Yuan locked the door behind her. What brings you here today? We haven't reached the agreed time yet, Ningju said quietly, glancing at the neatly arranged medicines and food in the corner. The temperature in our area soared to 48 degrees today. I am managing fine, but my sister and 2 friends are nearing their breaking point. Can you assist me in acquiring an air conditioner? A fan would suffice as well. I need to go to the city for an air conditioner. We have fans in the store. With that, Qiao Yuan promptly retrieved a table fan from the household goods section. She then went to the yard, concealing herself in a corner where Ningju could not see, and retrieved a solar generator from her space, placing it on a cart meant for transporting items. Pushing the cart back into the grocery store, Qiao Yuan said, Grab a few of those rechargeable lamps from the outdoor supplies shelf. A friend is currently helping me purchase a diesel generator. It hasn't been delivered yet, but this should suffice for the time being. She then brought over a shopping cart, where the medicines had been organized, and the anti-heat stroke medications were contained in a blue bag. Thank you. Ningju carried the supplies out in 2 trips, while Xian and Qizheng stood guard at the door to assist in repackaging. He then returned to the grocery store. That old man doesn't seem trustworthy. He might cause you trouble. Qiao Yuan shrugged. With you as my major customer, I can sustain my little shop. If it becomes too much, I can always close it down. By the way, what are your plans for transporting all that gasoline? Qiao Yuan inquired. Ningju smiled wryly. There are only 3 of us. We'll just have to move it like ants. After exchanging a few more words, Ningju departed. Qiao Yuan resumed her task of organizing the stock. Beep. Task 4 has been released. Fill your space within 1 day. 1 day? Fill the space? Qiao Yuan scrutinized her space, which measured 500 square meters. This is disastrous. Without a second thought, she began to store every item in her grocery store into the space. Even so, she had only managed to fill 200 square meters. Fortunately, the grocery store could automatically restock, and just as she contemplated restocking again, she noticed that no new inventory appeared. Beep. Items from the grocery store cannot be used as task completion tools. Then why was it possible the first time? Because of a system bug. The system provided an unprecedented explanation. However, Qiao Yuan had no time to be astonished. She changed into clean clothes and immediately drove toward the city. Shortly after her departure, several maintenance workers surrounded her small yard, eventually climbing a nearby telephone pole. To fill her space, she would need to purchase items that occupy space. She recalled the last system upgrade that had trapped her in the apocalypse and decided it prudent to prepare items that would be useful in such a scenario. Qiao Yuan arrived at a recreational vehicle trading market, purchasing 3 new second-hand Mercedes-Benz RVs, with staff assisting her in filling them with fuel and delivering them to the warehouse. After a simple lunch, She visited a water station in the city and bought 5 tons of bottled water at wholesale prices. Finally, she procured 10,000 servings of pre-prepared meals from the largest wholesale market in Nanyuan City. All supplies were delivered to the warehouse, and Qiao Yuan methodically stored them in her space. By nightfall, the warehouse was entirely empty. Beep. Task 4 has been completed. Reward: 100 square meters of space, 1 space-sharing key. Her original 500 square meters expanded to 600 square meters, and just as Qiao Yuan was lost in thought, a bronze key appeared before her. The moment she touched the key, the system's notification chimed again. Space-sharing key. The host can bind one person to carry the key. The key holder will share the right to use the hostess space. Qiao Yuan was momentarily stunned. If she gave the key to Ningju, he would no longer have to struggle daily to transport goods. Moreover, this would simplify transactions between the two of them. He could simply place treasures in the space, and she could retrieve them. With excitement, Qiao Yuan let out a shout. After having dinner in the city and confirming the delivery time with Su Lian, she returned home. As she parked in front of her house, Qiao Yuan stared in astonishment at the grocery store's window. She had left the lights on, but now the store was enveloped in darkness. Upon entering, she discovered that not only was the electricity out, but the water supply had also been cut. Stepping outside, she glanced at her neighbors and confirmed that only her home was affected. It was clear that Chen Wei was behind this. However, she still had a generator in her space. With a swift motion, a diesel generator appeared in the yard, and she consulted the manual for a time before setting it up. 20 minutes later, the grocery store was ablaze with light. As for the water issue, she simply placed one of the RVs in the yard, utilizing it as a makeshift bathroom. However, this situation was unsustainable. She needed to deal with Chen Wei decisively. Yet, unlike her foster parents, Chen Wei was not an outright villain, nor had he caused her any harm. Sending him to the apocalypse felt excessively cruel. As Qiao Yuan contemplated her plans, she eventually drifted into a dreamless sleep, lulled by the sounds of crickets. At 6 a.m., she awoke promptly, eager to see what useful items today's blind box might yield. Holding a disposable cup in hand, Qiao Yuan fell into thought. Blind boxes truly are unreliable. Su Lian had arranged to deliver goods that evening, allowing her a day of rest. The space contained the entire inventory of the grocery store, ample provisions for Ningju and her 3 companions. Moreover, through her experiment that day, she discovered that time did not flow within the space. Frozen dumplings remained unchanged, whether placed inside or taken out. Consequently, Ningju need not worry about food spoilage. Ningju, the temperature has reached 50 degrees today. Qizheng anxiously stared at the thermometer. The basement was slightly cooler, but still hovered over 40 degrees. The 3 of them fanned themselves with the fan that Ningju had brought back, sweat cascading down their bodies. Ningju worriedly observed Ninglin and her 2 friends. Due to the heat, her appetite had diminished over the past few days, and her face visibly thinned. Tomorrow is the day I arranged with Qiao Yuan to collect supplies. Once she prepares everything, we can finally use the air conditioning here. The solar generator she had brought back was insufficient to power the entire villa and Oppo's central air conditioning. But brother, we cannot go out during the day. How can we assist you in transporting supplies? Ninglin looked up, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Qizheng gritted his teeth. If it comes to that, we might as well seek refuge with the military. Otherwise, we will continue to be a burden to you. What Qizheng says makes sense. The temperature rises daily, and we are unable to go out. I cannot bear to see you shouldering it all alone. As Ninglin spoke, her eyes reddened, and she turned her head away to hide her expression from Ningju. Heatstroke is no trivial matter. Today, while Ningju scoured for supplies, she witnessed several people succumb to the heat. Just then, the newly fortified iron gate of the villa rattled violently. Someone's here. Someone's here. Greetings. Please open the door and assist us. We are the garrison from Fengxiu City. Chapter 14. A thief intrudes into the courtyard. Upon hearing the shouts, Ningju sprang to his feet. You 3, stay here and don't move. I'll go take a look. Ninglin anxiously clutched his sleeve. Brother, be careful. Don't worry. Ningju replied, casually picking up a spade. He descended the stairs from the basement to the first floor, opened the door, and saw several soldiers dressed in green uniforms outside. At that moment, a horde of zombies surged from the distance. A gust of wind brought with it a nauseating stench. With the rising temperature, the flesh of the zombies had begun to rot more rapidly, some even teeming with clusters of wriggling maggots. Gripping the spade tightly, Ningju cautiously stepped into the courtyard. He then discerned that there were 3 soldiers at the gate, armed to the teeth, but their weapons were evidently out of ammunition. One soldier knocked on the door, while the other two faced the approaching zombies, ready to defend themselves. "Comrades, please help us. We've lost contact with our main force. Can we take refuge inside for a moment?" Seeing the wariness in Ning Ju's eyes, the knocking officer quickly explained. It wasn't unreasonable for Ning Ju to be cautious. Just days prior, someone had attempted to kill him over a mere morsel of food, or for a woman. He couldn't bring himself to trust these soldiers. "I know this is difficult, but we no longer have the strength to run," the officer continued. Ning Ju remained unmoved, his gaze fixed warily on them. Lowering his head, the officer offered a wry smile. "I'm sorry for the disturbance." He turned away. "Brothers, let's go." The other two soldiers did not turn back, but instead positioned themselves protectively behind their officer. Ning Ju was momentarily stunned. For the first time in this apocalyptic world, he witnessed a semblance of humanity. The three soldiers could have easily forced their way through the villa's door, yet they refrained from doing so. After a brief pause, Ning Ju slowly spoke, "Do not move." Upon hearing his voice, the officer's face lit up with hope. There's a chance. But as Ning Ju stepped out, he promptly closed the door behind him and blocked the entrance with his body. The officer was puzzled by his actions. Then, Ning Ju's throat moved, emitting a series of shrill cries. The zombies, now less than 10 meters away, turned and fled. Minutes later, all the zombies vanished. Ning Ju sighed softly. "I cannot let you in. The zombies have retreated. You should leave as well." The officer trembled and asked, "Are you an awakened?" Ning Ju remained silent, tacitly confirming it. "Colonel Xiao is recruiting awakened individuals. If you're interested, come to our base at the Shuanghe District Shelter. We welcome you." The officer's face was painted with camouflage, obscuring his features, but when he smiled, two prominent canine teeth were revealed. "My name is Qiao Yuan. I hope to see you again." Qiao Yuan waved at Ning Ju and, along with his soldiers, disappeared down the winding road. After the confrontation, Ning Ju's shirt was drenched with sweat. He had been fortunate to encounter reasonable soldiers this time. It seemed the villa was not as safe as he had hoped. Returning to the basement, he found Qi Zheng and Xian, one wielding a pickaxe, the other a spade. "It's fine now. It was just 3 soldiers. They've left." He furrowed his brow, feigning calmness. "Tomorrow, I will go to the grocery store to collect supplies. If I cannot bring back the diesel generator and fuel, I will escort you to the Shuanghe District Shelter." "No, brother, I don't want to leave you," Ning Lin shouted, throwing herself into Ning Ju and Appo's arms. Ning Ju's voice was hoarse, as if shrouded in dust. "I must ensure that all of you survive." At 8 p.m., in the warehouse on the outskirts of Nanyuan City, Qiao Yuan had arrived early, parking her car outside the warehouse. She took a brief nap, only to be startled awake by the sound of honking horns. With the aid of the streetlights, she spotted 3 trucks approaching in the distance, followed by a black sedan leading the way. Soon, the 4 vehicles came to a stop in the empty parking lot, appearing quite out of place. "Qiao Yuan." "Right on time," Su Lian called out as he exited the vehicle. Qiao Yuan gazed at the 3 trucks piled high with goods, astonished. Her old classmate was quite reliable. While the workers unloaded the cargo, Su Lian leaned against the car door, smoking. "Qiao Yuan, do you need help transporting this batch? I have a convoy at home that can give you a 30% discount." Qiao Yuan chuckled lightly. The big boss insisted on handling it himself. "We needn't concern ourselves with him." "All right," Su Lian replied, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. Businessmen understood that some matters need not be pried into. "How much in total?" Qiao Yuan inquired. "The procurement cost is 800,000. Su Lian stated without inflating the price. In truth, this was also a test for Qiao Yuan. She understood perfectly well, chuckling softly. "The deposit is the commission, 800,000. Remember to check your account." As she spoke, the transfer interface was prominently displayed before Su Lian. 200,000 in commission? Su Lian asked urgently. "What? Is that not enough?" Qiao Yuan teased. Su Lian quickly shook his head, realizing he was rambling. "It's just a purchase. Making 200,000 in 3 days feels a bit too good to be true." "Don and Appo's, worry. You'll get used to it," she reassured him. After unloading the goods, Qiao Yuan pretended to leave with them, but after parting ways with Su Lian at the intersection, she circled the streets before returning to the warehouse. Upon completing her 4th task, an additional 200 square meters had appeared in her space. Sitting in her car, Qiao Yuan entered her internal space. It was shrouded in gray, and the supplies on the ground were haphazardly piled, reminiscent of a junkyard. If only the space could be divided into functional areas, like a garage here, she mused. Suddenly, with a series of booming sounds, a massive garage rose from the ground, perfectly accommodating the 3 RVs. Could it be? The space can change according to my imagination? Qiao Yuan felt a surge of excitement. This area is for food. This is the water reservoir. This is for daily necessities. The medicine area. The outdoor living area. The tools area. She chanted, envisioning the layout of the rooms she desired. In no time, the 700 square meter space was segmented into several large sections, each designated as a square metallic room. The supplies she had stored in the space were also organized into categories. Consequently, half of the space was freed up. Exiting her internal space, Qiao Yuan neatly organized all the supplies purchased by Su Lian. Perfect, she exclaimed, snapping her fingers with satisfaction as she closed the warehouse door. In Yongla village, an entire area was plunged into darkness due to a power outage. Yet amidst the inky night, a small courtyard remained illuminated, casting a solitary glow. How could this be? I specifically ordered the power to be cut off. Chen Wei, having finished a game of cards, spotted the lit grocery store on his way home. Damn it, I must see what strange happenings are going on. Having had a few drinks, Chen Wei, emboldened by the alcohol, climbed the outer wall of the courtyard. At that moment, Qiao Yuan was enjoying a bath in her RV. I love bathing, my skin feels so good. Oh. Upon returning home, Qiao Yuan discovered that there was still no water in the pipes. Thus, she parked the RV in the courtyard and was relishing her bath. What a massive RV. Chen Wei leapt down from the wall, crouching low as he approached, peering at the several-meter-high gray RV illuminated by the indoor lights. He had seen such a motorhome on television, rumored to cost over $1 million. Chen Wei swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Damn it. A despised little wretch, where could he possibly acquire such wealth? Chapter 15. Welcome to my space after taking a shower. Qiao Yuan wrapped herself in a towel and sat in the car, drying her hair. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a shadow appearing beside the vehicle. A thief. Her first instinct was that someone had broken into her home. She quickly dressed and donned a pair of gloves meant for handling mystery box props. Moments later, a series of clicks echoed as the car door was opened. Qiao Yuan hid behind the door. The shadow climbed up the steps, illuminated by the car's interior light, revealing a figure clad in a military green jacket and black sweatpants, exuding a pungent odor of burnt smoke. It was Chen Wei. Without hesitation, Qiao Yuan reached out and tapped his shoulder. Hey! Chen Wei jumped in fright, turning to see Qiao Yuan standing behind the passenger seat, brandishing a military shovel. You little brat. Is it fair to flaunt your wealth with such an expensive RV and not maintain your ancestral hall? Qiao Yuan smirked. Village chief, you realize this is robbery, right? Chen Wei disdainfully spat on the ground. If you can't cough up 100,000, no, 200,000 today, don't blame me for being uncivilized. Even if I had the money, I wouldn't give a dime to a shameless old man like you. Upon hearing she had no money, Chen Wei's expression darkened, a sinister glint flashing in his murky eyes. You filthy bitch, I'll just tie you up today. No one in this village would dare say a word. Aren't Jiao Jinyun and his wife turning a blind eye? The Qin family will take you in. Once my son marries you and you two obtain a marriage certificate, your money will become ours. Qiao Yuan had anticipated the lengths Chen Wei might go to swindle her, but she never imagined he could be so brazen. Normally, he was merely a petty schemer, but today, intoxicated and overtaken by emotion, he was dangerous. Seeing Qiao Yuan remain motionless, Chen Wei assumed she was paralyzed with fear. He rolled up his sleeves, poised to pounce on her. Go, Qiao Yuan expressionlessly uttered, just as Chen Wei was about to chuckle. He was horrified to discover his body gradually fading away. You. Before he could finish, he vanished before her eyes. Thud, Qiao Yuan collapsed onto the ground, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Unlike Jiao Jinyun's family, who had severed ties with their relatives and would go unnoticed if they disappeared, Chen Wei was different. What if the police came knocking? Panic bubbled within her. She hastily tidied up, storing the RV in her space. Circling the yard, she deduced that Chen Wei must have scaled the wall. With no surveillance in the village, who could have guessed he would intrude upon her home? With this thought, her anxiety eased considerably. Lying in bed, Qiao Yuan tossed and turned, unable to sleep. It was only at dawn that she managed to doze off briefly. At 6 o'clock, like an alarm clock, the system roused her. Groggy, she opened a box at random. Infinite handgun. Usage. What to do in case of danger. Escaping is not an option. The infinite handgun has unlimited bullets, leaving enemies nowhere to flee. Note: the infinite handgun can be upgraded alongside the system. A dark handgun fell into her hands. Its cold touch and weight jolting Qiao Yuan awake. Oh my goodness. This is a lawful society. Why provide me with a gun? And unlimited bullets? Do you expect me to become a bandit? She held the handgun as if it were a hot potato, quickly stashing it in her space. Glancing at the clock, she realized Ningju should be arriving soon. As soon as she stepped into the grocery store, the system's voice chimed again. Ding. Task 5 initiated. The supermarket needs to expand its premises. Host, please relocate within 3 days. Requirements: 1. The supermarket must be street-facing. 2. The area must exceed 300 square meters. 3. The supermarket must include a warehouse. Upon hearing Task 5, Qiao Yuan paused momentarily. The first 2 requirements posed no issues, but the third, must include a warehouse, implied it would facilitate her and Ningju's transdimensional travel. System? If I change the supermarket's location, can Ningju still find me from the other world? Yes, the gateway for crossing dimensions remains the warehouse door. The system's response was concise, allowing Qiao Yuan to move past her concerns. I do not wish to linger in this wretched village for another moment. She settled behind the counter, fiddling with a bronze key. From the drawer, she retrieved a strand of brown cord, threading the key through it. With nimble fingers, she fashioned a simple necklace. Suddenly, the warehouse door swung open, and Ningju appeared. I have everything prepared, Qiao Yuan began, but before she could finish, Ningju rushed to the medicine shelf. Frantically rummaging. What has happened? Qiao Yuan asked, noticing his distressed expression. My sister has been burning with fever all night. What should I do? Burning with fever? Qiao Yuan kneeled to inquire further, what other symptoms does she have? As she gazed into Qiao Yuan and Appo's clear eyes, Ningju gradually calmed down, recalling. She had a low fever during the day, but it spiked at night. She complained of body aches. I gave her some fever reducers and plenty of water. She just fell asleep. Based on your description, it sounds like a viral fever. Ningju's eyes lit up, right? Didn't you mention your grandfather was a doctor? You must know something. What should I do now? Don't worry. Viral fevers typically last 2 to 3 days. Give her ibuprofen to alleviate the pain and ensure she drinks plenty of water. If the fever persists after 3 days, then she should get an injection. As she spoke, Qiao Yuan handed Ningju 2 vials of injection and a disposable syringe. Her calm and composed demeanor seemed to possess a magical quality, gradually soothing Ningju's anxious heart. He felt the warmth of her concern and reverted to his usual polite self. I was just too worried about my sister. I must have made you uncomfortable. It's only natural. I envy her for having such a wonderful relative as you. Qiao Yuan replied sincerely. By the way, I prepared the supplies you requested, but due to the heat, my 2 friends cannot accompany me outside, so I might need to trouble you often. Apart from eating and sleeping, I want to take a break. I am to transport all the supplies within 10 days. No, 1 week, within 1 week. Qiao Yuan chuckled lightly, leaving Ningju bewildered. You're moving 10 tons of gasoline and diesel all by yourself? Do you think you're Superman? Qiao Yuan extended her hand. The brown cord adorned with an antique bronze key resembling a necklace. Wear it. There's a surprise in store. Curious. Ningju obediently took the cord and hung the key around his neck. There's nothing special about it, he muttered softly. At that moment, Qiao Yuan accessed the system. Confirming space sharing partner. Ningju. Yes or no? Qiao Yuan selected yes. In the next instant, a golden light enveloped the key around Ningju's neck. What is this? Ningju felt himself entering a realm entirely new. Welcome to my space, Qiao Yuan greeted with a smile, standing within the confines of her extraordinary domain. Chapter 16. The catastrophic battle of the apocalypse. Ningju was momentarily blinded by a blinding light. When he lifted his eyelids again, he found himself in a void space. Before him stood a row of neatly arranged houses. What place is this? Ningju swallowed hard. This is my space. Allow me to give you a tour. Half an hour later, Ningju stood in stunned silence. So, you mean to say that I have the right to use this space? Provided you wear this key, came the reply. Bingo. Qiao Yuan snapped her fingers joyfully. As Qiao Yuan surveyed the 700 square meter space, technically only about an acre, she couldn't help but feel it was rather pitifully small. Does your world have awakened ones as well? Ningju inquired curiously after they exited the space. Currently, it seems not. Ningju took a few minutes to familiarize himself with the workings of the space. He placed his backpack on the counter. I'm out of money. I scavenged this from other villas. It should suffice for you. Qiao Yuan opened the bag, and a clattering sound emerged as she did. Gold watches, gold bars, golden trinkets, emerald necklaces, emerald rings, jade bowls. Qiao Yuan chuckled heartily, her avarice amusing Ningju. Has that old man come to bother you again? Ningju glanced outside the door. Today, there was no one loitering at the entrance. I dealt with him, Qiao Yuan replied absently, still examining the treasures within the bag. Dealt with? Ningju was puzzled by the term, but assumed it meant there was no trouble. With these supplies, you'll have enough to survive in the apocalypse. But be cautious, don't attract too much attention. Qiao Yuan, having recently learned the dangers of drawing attention, sincerely advised Ningju. Understood. For the first time, Ningju left the museum feeling relaxed. On his way back to the hillside villa, he encountered several individuals embroiled in a fierce fight over a box of instant noodles. The commotion attracted nearby zombies. Ningju intended to slip away along a side path, but suddenly, a gust of wind rushed past his ear, causing his earlobe to tingle. He reached up to touch it, finding it damp. Who was hiding there? Come out. Ningju, revealing his position, had no choice but to step forward. He was immensely grateful for Qiao Yuan and Appo's space, filled with supplies enough to incite greed among these individuals. Who the hell are you with? What are you sneaking around for? The speaker was a middle-aged man with a buzz cut, dressed in flamboyant beach shorts and an even more garish top. If it weren't for the setting, one might think he was on vacation by the sea. I'm just passing through, looking for food, Ningju replied. Noting that the 5 men on the main road showed no signs of sweating or discomfort under the scorching sun, they appeared rather unafraid of the zombies as well. Awakened ones. Ningju's instincts kicked in. This was the first time he had encountered awakened individuals in the city, with their abilities and identities unknown. He dared not act rashly. Whatever you're doing, that box of noodles is mine. You'd best not entertain any foolish ideas. Ningju was taken aback. So, all this bravado is for a box of noodles? In my space, instant noodles are the least valuable. All right, you folks carry on. I'm leaving now. With that, Ningju hastily departed. But the next moment, a piercing shriek, carried by the wind, came from behind him. In a split second, Ningju twisted his body, angling his upper body 45 degrees to the right. Whoosh, a sharp dagger whizzed past his eyes, embedding itself into a dry poplar tree by the roadside. The tree splintered and fell with a resounding crash. What immense strength! Ningju stared at the buzzcut man. Brothers, don't fight over it. Did you notice? He showed no reaction at the sight of the noodles, and he doesn't look starved. He must have supplies at home. Ningju cursed inwardly. A bunch of fools. The buzzcut man, Li Chong, had awakened 2 weeks prior. Although his strength far surpassed that of an ordinary person and he could manipulate metal, he had not had a full meal since awakening. Li Chong gathered a few lackeys and sought refuge with a military shelter. But the strict management drove him out after he attempted to steal a woman's bread using his powers. Since then, he had resorted to robbing in Nanyuan City. Until the day when he spotted Ningju. Dressed neatly and appearing well-fed, Li Chong's thoughts began to turn. Guys, there's no need for us to fight over a box of noodles. Let us tie him up and raid his home for food. What do you say? The 2 men facing Li Chang swallowed hard. Sounds good. Ningju instinctively glanced 2 kilometers away, where the hillside villa was faintly visible among the dry trees. I cannot go home. Hiss. Ningju emitted 2 strange sounds. Nearby, zombies charged toward Li Chong and his group. Damn, he can control zombies. Li Chong roared, and 10 assorted short blades hovered around him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The blades gleamed with a ghastly white light as they plunged into the horde of zombies. Heads rolled. Moments later, a crimson mist erupted from the throng of zombies, pooling into a foul mass on the ground, sizzling under the heat. The other 4 were not to be outdone. Among them, one sprouted 4 sharp blades from his knuckles, resembling Wolverine. Another, blindfolded, moved with lightning speed. The remaining 2 appeared to have lesser awakened abilities, merely possessing greater strength, as they wielded long knives, repeatedly hacking at the zombies' heads. Taking advantage of their distraction, Ningju did not flee. He recalled an item Qiao Yuan had given him at the grocery store. With a thought, a cold, dark handgun appeared in his hand. As Li Chong was busy slaughtering zombies, his peripheral vision caught sight of Ningju. Bang! The deafening gunshot stunned everyone, even causing the zombies to momentarily pause. The 4 men suddenly felt a warmth on their faces. They turned their heads simultaneously, their hair standing on end, a chill racing down their spines. Li Chang stood a short distance away, rigid as a statue, his head grotesquely warped, white brain matter and blood splattering in all directions. His left eye's eyeball had exploded. His nose was gone, leaving only a row of yellowed teeth and a vacant right eye. He never expected to be shot in the head. In a city still under military control, where would an ordinary person find a gun? Li Chong collapsed backward, tumbling into the throng of zombies. The crunching sounds of their relentless chewing were nauseating. Brothers, calm down. We're not that desperate. Zhao Long raised his hands, the blades retracting into his skin. With Li Chong dead, he was now the strongest among the four. Not that desperate? Ning Zhu shook off the tingling in his right hand. The recoil from the gun was quite significant. You clearly bore murderous intent just now. Do you think I didn't notice? With that, he raised the gun, aiming it at Zhao Long. Zhao Long clenched his teeth, his jaw muscles tensing. He could see that Ning Zhu had no intention of letting them go. Damn! Zhao Long suddenly sidestepped, using two of the weaker awakened ones as shields. Ning Zhu did not hesitate to pull the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. After a few gunshots, the two men used as shields were reduced to a bloody mess. His pistol holds merely 10 rounds. Zhao Long mentally counted the gunshots and turned to his companions, shouting, "Let us ascend and eliminate him." Ning Zhu smiled faintly. "I beg your pardon, but Qiao Yuan's pistol possesses an infinite supply of ammunition." Chapter 17. Someone is following. Qiao Yuan could sense the fluctuations in the air. More accurately, she could feel it whenever Ning Zhu retrieved something from the space. Just like earlier, when she noticed Ning Zhu had taken a gun. Was danger imminent? However, armed with a pistol that had infinite bullets, Ning Zhu should be safe. With that thought, Qiao Yuan continued to hum a tune while scrolling through her phone. Instead of watching short videos, she logged onto a local website to explore new storefronts. Welcome. The sound of wind chimes jingled at the entrance. Qiao Yuan looked up, surprised that someone dared to enter her shop. A figure with a mane of colorful hair was the first to catch her eye. Where did this macaw come from? Qiao Yuan. Chen Chun strode directly to the front desk, towering over her. Did you see my dad yesterday? Oh right, this person is Chun Wei's streetwise son, Chen Chun. After graduating high school, he had remained at home, living off his parents, aimlessly roaming the village. A true village bully. Village Chief Chen. I haven't seen him. Qiao Yuan shook her head. Chun Chen squinted, his expression menacing. Let me warn you, if you saw him and don't say anything, I won't let you off easily. Qiao Yuan shrugged. Rather than asking me, why not report it to the police? After all, Chun Wei is already in another world. Not even the police or the King of Heaven could find him. Why should I be afraid of you? Recently, my dad had a quarrel with you. I hope his disappearance is not related to you. Otherwise, I swear I'll kill you. Chen Chun surveyed the surroundings before leaving with a parting threat. Qiao Yuan patted her chest, relieved that she would soon be moving away and wouldn't have to endure this nonsense from him anymore. She arranged meetings with a few landlords online and spent the day visiting storefronts in the city. The first one, though facing the street, was situated in a rather obscure location, making it unsuitable. The second was conveniently located, but the landlord was a bald, burly man with a shifty gaze, making it equally inappropriate. She activated her phone's navigation, hoping to reach the third location before nightfall. Upon glancing at the rearview mirror, she noticed a black sedan with a license plate ending in 627 had seemingly been trailing her for some time. Because her birthday was on the 27th, she couldn't help but take a second glance. If she remembered correctly, she had seen that car at 11 a.m. Qiao Yuan started her SUV, following the navigation. The black sedan quickly followed suit, closely tailing her. This was no mere coincidence. Her mind raced. The Qiao family had been resolved, and no one would discover anything. Chen Wei had been dealt with in the RV last night, so there was no chance of anyone finding out. Besides, his vehicle was a white BMW. So it wasn't Chen Chun, who was fixated on her. Was it for money or something else? Despite racking her brain, Qiao Yuan could not deduce the reason. Since they had been following her all day, it was unlikely they would act in the bustling city. Qiao Yuan arrived at 22 Zhongxing Street, where the landlord was already waiting at the entrance. When Liang Hui saw a young girl descending from the massive SUV, he was curious but politely inquired, "Are you Boss Qiao?" Qiao Yuan turned to the black sedan parked a short distance away and then smiled sweetly at Liang Hui. "No need to be so formal. I'm Qiao Yuan, here to view the store." "Ah, right this way." Liang Hui unlocked the glass door. Upon entering the store, Qiao Yuan found it completely empty. What is the area? 380 square meters. Over 300 square meters, facing the street, right across from a school, decent location. I saw on your website that there is a warehouse. Correct? Qiao Yuan asked. Liang Hui nodded. The warehouse is over here. Qiao Yuan quickened her pace to keep up with Liang Hui. The previous tenant didn't use the warehouse and even complained about the door's appearance, so they covered it with wallpaper. As he spoke, Liang Hui placed his hands on the wall covered in blue wallpaper. With a forceful push, he revealed a sliding door. Behind it lay a 30-square-meter storage room. All 3 system requirements are met. This store is good. What is the rent? Qiao Yuan inquired. Liang Hui was taken aback. You've decided already? Aren't you going to think it over? How much is the rent? Monthly rent is 20,000 with a 20,000 deposit and annual payment. Qiao Yuan clapped her hands. Great. Do you have the contract? No. Aren't you going to take a look? Liang Hui kindly suggested. No need. I've made up my mind. 30 minutes later, Liang Hui handed over the U-shaped lock and keys to Qiao Yuan. Afterward, he left the store, bewildered by the bank notification he received. The girl was quite generous, giving away 260,000 without hesitation. Once Liang Hui departed, Qiao Yuan stood by the window and gazed at the street. The black sedan remained quietly parked 10 meters behind her vehicle. Still here? Let us see who can outlast whom. She drew all the curtains in the store. Ding. Mission 5 completed. Reward, 200 square meters of space, fast food sales area. Would you like to proceed with the overall relocation of the supermarket? Yes or no? She clicked yes. In a flash, within a breath's time, 6 rows of shelves suddenly appeared in the previously empty room. In addition to the 5 shelves from the original grocery store, a new row of warming cabinets was added by the window. Qiao Yuan approached to inspect the warming cabinets, which contained meals indistinguishable from those in convenience stores. Fish-flavored shredded pork, 3 delicacies, kung pao chicken, stir-fried shredded potatoes, spicy hot pot, fish-flavored eggplant, dry-fried green beans, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. All were steaming hot. Beside the warming cabinets stood a massive rice cooker, wafting the aroma of freshly cooked rice. Next to the warming cabinets was a glass display case almost as tall as a person, filled with roasted sweet potatoes, grilled sausages, fried chicken, meatballs, and several skewers whose names she couldn't recall. The outermost section showcased classic snacks from convenience stores, Odin. As the delicious scents enveloped her, Qiao Yuan felt her hunger strike. She retrieved a meal box from the counter, serving herself a generous portion of stir-fried potatoes over rice, along with a few pieces of radish and bamboo shoots from the Odin. Seated behind the counter, she indulged in her meal. Delicious. The taste is far superior to that of convenience stores. After finishing her meal, Qiao Yuan inexplicably thought of Ningju. It seemed he had been surviving on instant noodles and canned food lately, and now that the temperatures had risen, those self-heating meals had spoiled. Qiao Yuan mused to herself. How kind of me. She gathered 20 meal boxes, filled them to the brim with food, sealed the lids, and placed the boxes in the food section of her space. If all went as expected, Ningju should be able to sense them shortly. Finally, after organizing the shelves, Qiao Yuan stood by the window, pulling back the curtains. Through the gap, she caught sight of that relentless black sedan, lingering like a ghost. Still there? No, it was already 10 p.m., and the road back to Yongla village was desolate and uninhabited. If anything were to happen, she would have no means of escape. After careful consideration, Qiao Yuan donned the hand-in-hand. We walked together, charm, still feeling a hint of unease. She entered the weapon storage in her space, opting against the infinite pistol due to its loudness. This was not the apocalypse. She surveyed her surroundings and finally selected a small crossbow. 10 arrows would suffice. Chapter 18. I ask, you answer, brother. That woman isn't planning to sleep here tonight, is she? The man speaking was clad in black, with closely cropped hair on the sides and back, while the excess was tied into a small braid. A closer inspection revealed a vividly inked scorpion behind his ear. Coincidentally, his nickname was Scorpion. He sat in the driver's seat, yawning incessantly. Beside him was a robust man, his hands clasped behind his head, dozing off in the passenger seat. In the back, the man referred to as brother was slightly older, Do Long, his gaze fixated on a well-lit shop 10 meters away. Brother, should we go in now? Scorpion continued to inquire. Are you out of your mind? Can't you see the police station right next to the school? Do Long retorted, tapping Scorpion on the head in frustration. Scorpion winced, his nose tingling, and with a hint of grievance replied, Brother, we've been following her all day, and she hasn't done anything. How much longer do we have to wait? Do Long gritted his teeth. The higher-ups instructed us to ascertain the origins of her treasures. Then let us just kidnap her. A young girl will spill everything after a little scare, Scorpion scoffed. Let us observe for a few more days. If we still can't find anything, we'll take her, Do Long commanded. Listen to your brother. First, let us grab something to eat. We're starving after a whole day. Scorpion opened the car door, heading to the bun shop next door. As he passed the shop, he suddenly halted. What is that delicious smell? Scorpion stared at the bare storefront, its windows obscured by curtains, making it impossible to see inside. Yet, the aroma of food wafted through the cracks of the door. Odd. After purchasing the buns, Scorpion quickly returned to the car. Brother, the place smells like food. It's really strange. Are you starving mad? Do Long snapped back. After finishing the buns, the three began to take turns resting. At this moment, Qiao Yuan, having had his fill, lay sprawled over the counter. What should I name the supermarket? I need to find an advertising design company tomorrow to create a sign. How about calling it Lin Yuan Supermarket? Qiao Yuan snapped his fingers. Lin Yuan was his online alias, sounding profound and meaningful. With the supermarket name decided, Qiao Yuan began to tally his funds. 54 million, and I only spent 1 million on supplies for Ningju. I prepaid 20 years worth of nursing home fees for my grandfather, totaling 20 million. That leaves me with 33 million now. There's also a trove of gold, silver, and jewels yet to be sold. Sell? Qiao Yuan suddenly snapped back to reality, recalling a crucial detail. I pawned 54 million worth of items at the Qingshan pawn shop. Could it be that the pawn shop personnel have set their sights on me? Possessing such wealth could indeed incite greed. Qiao Yuan immediately pinpointed Su Qiyun. I absolutely cannot return to Yongle village. Since the grocery store has been completely relocated, it's evident that the village's store should be empty. With a black car blocking the entrance and a village bully lurking, Qiao Yuan felt for the first time that life was indeed arduous. After a night spent in the supermarket, Qiao Yuan awoke to the tingling and soreness in her arm. She stretched, just in time to hear the reminder from the blind box. Today's luck wasn't too great. She drew a notebook. Not a laptop, but a genuine notebook. What's this? A man's voice suddenly resonated in the supermarket. Qiao Yuan glanced to her left, spotting Ningju standing bewildered at the sliding door. Your store seems different now. What brings you here today? Didn't you just leave yesterday? With so many supplies, it should last you for months. Ningju slapped his forehead, hastily explaining his purpose. Do you have any insect repellent? Insect repellent? Qiao Yuan shook her head. Can you help me buy some? The more, the better. Anything that can prevent bugs, including pesticides. Of course. Qiao Yuan handed Ningju a cup of water. Are there cockroaches where you live? At the mention of cockroaches, Qiao Yuan noticed Ningju's expression darken. For some reason, the zombies began to breed insects. After the eggs hatched, the entire city was infested with cockroaches, leaving behind heaps of bones wherever they spread. Cockroaches eat people? Qiao Yuan gasped. Yes, we sealed all the doors and windows, blocking every possible entry, but it was futile. The cockroaches still found their way in through the tiniest of gaps. Ningju recalled yesterday and Appo's horror, shivering at the memory. Thankfully, his sister had awakened, unleashing flames to incinerate the swarm surrounding their villa. Your sister awakened? Qiao Yuan pondered briefly. Could the signs of awakening be a high fever? Noticing the appreciative look from Ningju, she realized she was correct. I'll go buy you the pesticides and insect repellent right now. If I remember correctly, there's a veterinary medicine shop across the street. You should return. I'll stash the supplies in my space. With that, Qiao Yuan wiped her face and opened the door, stepping outside. Brother, that girl is coming out. Do Long rubbed his eyes, focusing intently. Dressed in a white t-shirt and jeans, with flowing hair and a fair face, her delicate lips and petite nose. Damn, this isn't the right girl. Clearing his throat, Do Long commanded, Scorpion, follow her and see where she goes. Understood. Scorpion exited the car, striding toward Qiao Yuan, maintaining a distance of about 2 meters. Qiao Yuan had already noticed him. Spreading her fingers, she felt the softness of her gloves, providing her with a sense of reassurance. The veterinary shop opened at 7. And Qiao Yuan was the first customer. Boss, I need cockroach poison. How big is your home? I'll tell you how much to take. The owner, an elderly man, asked after swallowing a mouthful of pancake. Whatever you have, I'll take it all. Qiao Yuan leaned on the glass counter. Please hurry, I'm in a rush. Seeing that Qiao Yuan was serious, the boss put his pancake back in the bag and turned to enter the warehouse. Before long, he emerged with a bulging sack. A total of 30 kilograms, that LLB 2,048 yuan. Do you have any insecticide? I'll take 20. No, 50 bottles. The boss was momentarily stunned before heading back into the warehouse. Adding 50 bottles of powerful insecticide, that LLB 3,500 yuan. Without hesitation, Qiao Yuan scanned the payment. Young lady, that's quite heavy. You should find someone to help you carry it. The boss gasped in surprise as he watched Qiao Yuan effortlessly carry the sack in one hand and the box in the other as she exited the veterinary shop. Crossing the street, Scorpion followed closely behind. Ever since the day she awakened the system, Qiao Yuan had discovered her strength had significantly increased. With the system's upgrades, the changes in her body became even more pronounced. She had secretly tested her strength in the yard, able to lift several 100 pounds of stone with one hand. A few dozen pounds of cockroach medicine was nothing. Scorpion accompanied her to the supermarket entrance and was about to turn back to the car when suddenly, a blue, red, and white striped sack caught his eye. After a sharp whistle, Scorpion heard a melodious female voice ask, "Who sent you?" Chapter 19. An unexpected guest at the supermarket. Scorpion's mind was a tumultuous chaos as he stammered, "Wang Qi-chun. Wang Qi-chun." Qiao Yuan gathered her thoughts, meticulously reflecting on her experiences over the past 2 decades. After a brief pause, she was certain that the name Wang Qi-chun was entirely unfamiliar to her. Who is Wang Qi-chun? She inquired further. He is the brother of Wang Qingyao, the wealthiest man in Nanyuan City. The brother of the richest man. How could I possibly entangle myself with such a figure? Qiao Yuan and Oppo's curiosity intensified. Why has Wang Qi-chun sent you to follow me? It is said that you have pawned many dubious treasures at the Qingshan pawn shop. Upon learning this, Wang Qi-chun instructed us to follow you to ascertain how many treasures you possess and where they are hidden. The mention of the Qingshan pawn shop aligned with Qiao Yuan's suspicions. The clerk, Wang Xian, was clearly a novice, likely sold out by his middle-aged boss. Suddenly, Scorpion realized the gravity of his situation. He looked at Qiao Yuan in horror. How could I have revealed so much just from her single question? A faint smile curled at the corners of Qiao Yuan and Oppo's lips as she warned. Convey to your master that he should refrain from casting his eyes upon me, lest I make him vanish from this world. Scorpion trembled under her enigmatic gaze, sensing that this young woman was not to be trifled with. Would you care to join me for breakfast at the store? He asked, somewhat dazed, as he stepped into the Stark establishment. However, the next moment, a shriek pierced the air within the store. Scorpion bolted back to the black sedan at an astonishing speed. With a resounding slam, he shut the door, gasping for breath. This is madness. Absolutely madness. Do Long observed Scorpion's cowardice and immediately reprimanded him. What are you jumping at? I told you to follow her, not to engage in conversation. Scorpion turned, forcing a smile that was more pitiful than a cry. Big brother. That girl is peculiar. Jiangzi, in the passenger seat, scoffed derisively. A mere girl converses with you, and you find her peculiar? Pathetic. No, it's not that. She whistled at me and began asking who sent us, what our purpose was, and why we were tailing her. I lost control of my tongue. I answered everything she asked. She must possess some sorcery. Moreover, her store. Overnight, it was filled with shelves, counters, food, clothing, and even steaming boxed meals. At this revelation, Do Long's expression finally turned grave. Yesterday, you and Xiangzi observed. There was no back entrance, correct? Scorpion, hoarse, confirmed, no, there truly isn't. The items appeared as if conjured from thin air. It and Oppo's uncanny. Let us pay her a visit. Do Long and Oppo's face hardened as he felt the knife concealed within his coat. Qiao Yuan had just manipulated Scorpion into entering the store, unfazed by the possibility of being discovered in her mysteriously appearing supermarket. You haven't left? After Scorpion departed, Ningju emerged from behind the shelves. I noticed a man trailing you when you left, and feeling uneasy, I decided to wait. Ningju glanced outside, noticing 3 figures hastily approaching Qiao Yuan's store. With a forceful kick, the door burst open. Strong as a mountain, Xiangzi was the first to stride into the supermarket, followed closely by Do Long in his black coat. Cautiously trailing behind was Scorpion. Big brother. Look, isn't it just as I described? Scorpion tugged at Do Long's sleeve. Both Do Long and Xiangzi stood momentarily stunned. Just yesterday, they had seen the store utterly vacant, devoid of even a single hair. Yet in the span of a night, it was now orderly with an array of shelves, counters, a cash register, a refrigerator, and the boxed meal section Scorpion had mentioned. The enticing aroma of grilled sausages momentarily distracted Do Long. Oh, there's even a man hidden here? Xiangzi stepped forward, his fist as large as a sandbag, bracing against his chest. Ningju instinctively shielded Qiao Yuan behind her. She glared fiercely at the three men, sensing their malicious intent. Scorpion silently closed the store's door and drew the curtains, taking his position at the entrance. Young lady, since you are well informed, let us speak plainly, Do Long began. Where do your gold, silver, and jewels originate? How much do you possess, and where are they concealed? Faced with Do Long's barrage of inquiries, Qiao Yuan remained composed and unperturbed. Yet, Ningju's expression shifted to one of astonishment as she hesitantly turned to point at herself with a finger. Qiao Yuan nodded seriously. A jolt of realization struck Ningju. It was clear that her conspicuous treasures had attracted unwelcome attention. Reflecting on this, she understood that she was indeed implicated in this affair. Your possessions are none of your concern. Leave at once. Ningju's dark eyes narrowed, enveloped in a chilling frost. The palpable aura of menace bore down on Do Long and his companions, even for Do Long, who prided himself on his worldly experience. Ningju's intense hostility compelled him to retreat a step, his face flushed with embarrassment as he straightened himself. Who are you trying to intimidate, you little brat? Xiangzi and Appo's fists cracked ominously as he tensed, his shoulders sinking as he prepared to strike. He swung his right fist, aiming directly for Ningju's face. With a swift motion, Ningju's slender fingers locked onto Xiangzi's wrist, applying pressure. Ugh! Xiangzi grunted in pain, yet he dared not move. For a dark handgun was pressed against his forehead. The icy touch sent a jolt of fear through him. Bro, is this a real gun? A cruel smile graced Ningju's lips, sending shivers down the spine. Would you like to find out? Do Long, positioned behind Xiangzi, scoffed. I say, young brother, are you trying to frighten someone with a toy gun? This is a lawful society where firearms are strictly regulated. Even I, after years in this world, have never encountered a genuine firearm. With a resounding bang, a shockwave reverberated through Xiangzi's head, causing his left ear to throb painfully. The dark muzzle was once again aimed at him, and he could distinctly smell the acrid scent of gunpowder. Do Long hastily raised his hands in surrender, and Scorpion, observing, mirrored the action. He gasped for breath, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Brother, please, don't be impulsive. Don't do anything foolish. Killing is a crime punishable by death. Ningju seemed to regain his composure, realizing that if the police arrived, he could easily escape. But what would Qiao Yuan do? With that thought, he offered an apology. I forgot this ISNT. Will this cause you trouble? Qiao Yuan peeked from behind him, her playful smile returning. My supermarket has excellent soundproofing. Those outside cannot hear a thing. This was the truth. She had discovered this mysterious phenomenon during her time in the village. No matter how loud it was inside her shop, it was inaudible outside. Once, she had played a 100 decibel DJ track in the store, and upon closing the door and stepping outside, she heard nothing. Thus, this supermarket should operate similarly. Moreover, directly across the street lies the police station. With gunshots ringing out so loudly, the fact that the station remains unresponsive until now serves to validate her hypothesis. So, do you require my assistance in eliminating them? Chapter 20. Treated as a deity, Ningju was not jesting, for he had taken a life once more the previous day. Although the act of killing left a bitter taste, it proved effective. Do Long discerned Ningju's seriousness and, with a thud, knelt down on both knees. Please, spare us. We bear no grudges against one another. My sister, I beseech you to speak. We will never dare to trouble you again. Scorpion also knelt, his voice tinged with tears. Qiao Yuan, having no intention of taking a life, pondered for a few moments. What if Wang Qingchun refused to relent? What if he sent others to tail her? They were fortunate to have Ningju this time, but who could guarantee such luck in the future? Relying on the gloves provided by the blind box was not a sustainable solution. The more people who vanished, the more the police would surely notice something amiss. If you wish to survive, you must agree to one condition, Qiao Yuan stated, her gaze fixed on Do Long. Do Long raised his head, his expression slightly easing, indicating that there was room for negotiation. Speak, any condition will do. You will continue to follow me for the next few days and report to Wang Qingchun as usual. Whatever he intends to do, you must inform me. Upon finishing, Qiao Yuan swiftly tapped the three men with her gloved hand. If you harbor any other intentions, your fate will be more excruciating than death. Do Long's mind raced with calculations. The young girl had likely watched too much television, her threats sounding rather naive. Once they escaped, her words would hold no weight. Ningju, put away the gun. Qiao Yuan pressed down on Ningju's arm. Damn it! Just as Ningju was holstering his weapon, Xiangzi lunged forward, attempting to use his momentum to trip Ningju. Get lost, Qiao Yuan uttered softly. Xiangzi was horrified to find his lower body tingling. Looking down, he saw his form gradually becoming transparent from his feet upwards. No, no. In an instant, Xiangzi vanished, leaving no trace in the store. Doulong and Scorpion were utterly dumbfounded. Who exactly was this woman named Qiao Yuan? How had they provoked such a terrifying individual? Doulong's glimmer of hope evaporated, and he stammered. I will listen to you. I will obey. Qiao Yuan opened the supermarket door, gesturing for them to leave. You know what should be said and what should not. I need not instruct you. Doulong steadied his breath, forcing a smile. Boss, I understand. I comprehend everything. He and Scorpion stumbled out of the supermarket, hastily getting into their vehicle. Once the door was closed, Qiao Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief. That was truly terrifying. Ningju tilted his head. How did that person vanish? Oh no, I just realized I forgot that Ningju was here too. Qiao Yuan hesitated. But Ningju offered an understanding smile, indicating that everyone has their secrets, and she need not explain herself. Qiao Yuan nodded. I've stored the pesticides and cockroach poison in the space. You should head home now. Do not let your sister worry. The thought of a bug tide made Qiao Yuan shudder. She loathed insects, and the mere idea of them swarming like a tide sent chills down her spine. All right. I shall take my leave. Ningju turned to depart, passing by the fast food area, licking his lips. Qiao Yuan understood instantly. Feel free to order whatever you desire. I will pack it away for you. Ningju's eyes sparkled with excitement. After more than 3 months, he had finally tasted freshly prepared food yesterday. They ordered 20 meals, consuming 2 each, ultimately lying on the floor for an hour to recover. If possible, could I have 10 of each? Ningju asked in a negotiating tone. Of course. Qiao Yuan pointed towards the Odin and fried food section. I will pack it all for you shortly. These are the only items available for now. If you tire of them, just let me know, and I shall procure others for you. Ningju waved his hands repeatedly. No need to trouble yourself. I won't tire of it, truly. Then I shall take my leave. He paused at the warehouse door, seemingly recalling something. By the way, is what I gave you hard to sell? I have a solution. Qiao Yuan smiled. After Ningju left, Qiao Yuan began her busy day. Though the supermarket was well equipped, it lacked a proper sign. She found a design company online, articulated her needs, and after paying a deposit of 2,000, she prepared to seek out Su Lian. Ding. The grocery store system has met the upgrade conditions. Is the host ready to upgrade? Yes or no, another upgrade. Qiao Yuan's motion to lock the door became rigid. Upgrading meant entering the apocalypse, and the calamity was hardly a week past. Zombies, insect tides, extreme heat. Each one alone was enough to instill terror. In truth, simply managing this small supermarket and earning some money for Ningju was quite satisfactory. She had no grand ambitions. Why risk her life? After persuading herself, she decisively selected no. Moments later, her expression turned more dramatic than a bout of constipation, for the system had uttered an infuriating statement. Sorry, that option does not exist. If no choice is made within 3 days, it will be regarded as a forfeiture, and the system will automatically disengage, reclaiming all items obtained through the system. Doulong and Scorpion, still shaken, watched as Qiao Yuan stood at the supermarket entrance, throwing a few punches at the air, followed by a string of curses as she departed. Brother, could she possibly be a deity? Scorpion, fond of reading cultivation novels, immediately associated Qiao Yuan with the celestial beings from those tales. Who knows? She is certainly not a mere mortal. Doulong glanced at the empty passenger seat, a chill creeping up his neck. Qiao Yuan ultimately chose yes. Human nature, it seems, easily transitions from frugality to extravagance, yet the reverse is fraught with difficulty. Without the system, it meant the supermarket, the tools, the space, along with her treasures, and the 33 million in her bank account would vanish. Furthermore, Chen Wei, Xiao Zhenyun, and their family of 3 might also return to this world. In that case, she would truly be stepping into a den of danger, driving aimlessly through the city. Qiao Yuan eventually arrived at a CAF, ordered an iced Americano, and settled by the window. To the casual observer, she appeared tranquil, savoring the fleeting moments of leisure. Yet her mind raced with thoughts. First, the sweltering heat exceeding 50 degrees. She was not an awakened one, and her body would surely falter. What cooling products were available? Next, the insect tide. Ningju had not elaborated much. To what extent was the so-called insect tide exaggerated? Could it truly submerge an entire building in an instant? Would mere cockroach poison and insecticide suffice? Lastly, the zombies. The memory of the grotesque, decaying figures she encountered at the museum made her stomach churn. Although she possessed an infinite pistol that could automatically aim, its loud report might attract thousands of zombies with a single shot. If only she had an infinite Gatling gun, she might stand a chance. Lost in these thoughts, she rested her head on the table, staring vacantly out the window, resembling a lifeless tree stripped of vitality. "Miss Qiao?" A voice broke through, startling her. What a coincidence. Chapter 21. The marvelous temperature-regulating garment. As Qiao Yuan lifted her gaze, she spotted Wang Xian searching for a seat while holding a cup of coffee. "Miss Qiao, would you mind if I sit here?" Wang Xian gestured towards the vacant seat beside her. "Please, take a seat," Qiao Yuan replied, placing her bag on the table. "Are you off work today?" she inquired. "Yes, I took a day off. There's a technology exhibition today that I want to attend," Wang Xian responded. Qiao Yuan felt little enthusiasm for the exhibition. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of survival in a post-apocalyptic world. Unaware of Qiao Yuan and Appo's mood, Wang Xian continued speaking animatedly about the exhibition, expressing excitement over the impressive displays of robots and various advanced technologies, including newly developed smart clothing, resistant to both extreme temperatures and water. Suddenly, Qiao Yuan turned her head, her eyes widening as if she had stumbled upon something significant. "What did you just say?" "I mentioned that the exhibition is remarkable and features robots." Wang Xian started, but Qiao Yuan interrupted. "No, the last part." "Smart clothing?" "Yes, exactly. You mean to say there are garments that are heat-resistant?" Qiao Yuan instinctively felt she had grasped a crucial piece of information. Indeed, Wang Xian had not anticipated that Qiao Yuan would take an interest in smart clothing. "Where's the exhibition? Take me there." It's less than 300 meters from here, at the Nanyuan City Technology Exhibition Center." Wang Xian noticed her eagerness and quickly finished his coffee. "Shall we go now?" Without hesitation, Qiao Yuan stood up and declared, "Let us go." This was Qiao Yuan's first visit to the Technology Exhibition Center. Upon entering the hall, she was greeted by robotic attendants, and numerous exhibition booths awaited her exploration, showcasing items she had never encountered before. As she examined the exhibition map provided by a robot, she diligently searched for the smart clothing section. Ultimately, she found several booths dedicated to smart clothing in the northwest corner of the hall. Her intuition proved correct, for there, at the smart clothing booth, she laid eyes on the nano temperature-regulating garment. This cutting-edge technology could autonomously adjust its temperature according to environmental changes. In scorching conditions of 60 degrees, it maintained skin temperature at a steady 28 degrees, and in frigid conditions of -40 degrees, it preserved a constant skin temperature as well. "This shimmering silver outfit feels like it was tailor-made for me." Qiao Yuan circled the model multiple times, causing the model to glance at her, perhaps wondering if she was a bit eccentric. Qiao Yuan approached the booth staff and inquired, "Is this garment for sale?" Both Wang Xian and the staff member were momentarily taken aback. While it was indeed possible to place orders at the exhibition, the young woman seemed unaware of the garment's true value. The middle-aged staff member smirked dismissively. "Young lady, please do not disrupt our exhibition. You cannot afford this garment." Upon hearing this, Wang Xian shook his head in disbelief. No, she can actually afford it. He was well aware of Qiao Yuan and Appo's wealth. "How much is it?" The middle-aged man held up 5 fingers. 500,000 per piece. "Then give me 5 pieces." "What?" He rubbed his ears, incredulous. "Did you say 5? I said, give me 5 pieces. I want to buy them." Qiao Yuan replied impatiently. She understood that dealing with such individuals required a straightforward approach. Money spoke louder than words. "What do you go by?" "Qiao." "Miss Qiao, right this way, please." Upon realizing she was serious about purchasing 5 pieces, the middle-aged man recognized a lucrative opportunity. He briefly introduced the functions of the temperature-regulating garments, and Qiao Yuan was pleasantly surprised to learn that they did not come in sizes. Once worn, the garments would automatically adjust to fit snugly. Her decision to purchase 5 pieces was also practical. 2 of Ningju's friends had yet to awaken, and with these garments, their lives would be safeguarded. The extra 2 would serve as backups. An hour later, Qiao Yuan emerged from the exhibition hall, carrying 5 password-protected cases. Wang Xian had been trailing behind her. "Why did you buy so many temperature-regulating garments?" It was only then that Qiao Yuan noticed Wang Xian had followed her outside. "Why don't you continue exploring the exhibition?" "My curiosity about you has surpassed my interest in the exhibition," Wang Xian chuckled, revealing his two prominent canine teeth, which gave him an endearing appearance. Let me help you with that. He reached out to take 3 of the cases from her. Thank you. Qiao Yuan, though occasionally misjudging people, found Wang Xin to possess a natural charm. He was handsome and polite. They arrived at the parking garage, and Qiao Yuan placed the cases down. Where are you headed? Do you need a ride? Just as Wang Xin was about to leave, he paused at her question. I'm going to 20 Dongchang Street. Thank you. Huh. That is quite a place, he remarked, somewhat bewildered. Wait, you live in the most prestigious villa district in Nanyuan City? Wang Xin, equally surprised, replied. Is my home that impressive? Of course. It's the priciest villa district in Nanyuan City. I wondered why a young master like you was working as a clerk at a pawn shop. I was instructed by my father to gain experience at a store under his business, so I became a clerk, Wang Xin explained. They shared the same surname, Wang, and Qiao Yuan hesitated for a moment before asking, Your father is? My father is Wang Qingyao. Got it. Qiao Yuan confirmed her suspicion. The son of Nanyuan City's wealthiest man. This meant that the person watching over her was his uncle. With this realization, Qiao Yuan felt a twinge of caution. By the way, if you ever wish to pawn something again, avoid the Qingshan pawn shop. Wang Xin suddenly blurted out, Just trust my advice on this. If you don't mind, can I add you as a contact? After some contemplation, Qiao Yuan agreed to add Wang Xin as a friend. Once she dropped him off at the villa entrance, she drove away. With the temperature-regulating garments secured, the issue of heat was resolved. However, she still had to contend with zombies and insect swarms. Upon returning to the supermarket, she headed back to the veterinary pharmacy she had visited in the morning. The owner beamed upon seeing her. Young lady, are you looking to purchase insecticide again? Qiao Yuan nodded, but this time, she sought more than just ordinary insecticide. I'd like to buy 500 bottles of insecticide and 100 pounds of pest repellent. Can you help me find someone to modify the spraying equipment? What do you mean? Qiao Yuan found it difficult to explain, so she searched online for wearable sprayers to show the owner. Oh, so you mean agricultural sprayers. That's easy to arrange. Qiao Yuan transferred a deposit of 10,000 yuan to the owner and agreed to pick up the goods in 2 days. As Qiao Yuan stepped out of the supermarket, the delicious aroma of food wafted through the air, reminding her that she had not eaten all day. She treated herself to a generous box meal, savoring each bite. What should she do when encountering zombies? Chapter 22. The peril facing the wealthiest. Undoubtedly, the existence of zombies is an unavoidable topic. The last upgrade task required 5 pieces of ore. What could this next task entail? After finishing his meal, Qiao Yuan prepared dozens of portions for Ningju, along with various fried delicacies and Odin. Beep. The sound of a car horn echoed at the supermarket entrance. Qiao Yuan glanced outside and spotted Do Long and Scorpion, who were hiding inside a vehicle. He gestured towards the supermarket, and Do Long immediately understood, stepping out of the car with Scorpion. Boss Do Long, a man in his 40s, spoke with a bow, devoid of any semblance of a formidable underworld figure. Qiao Yuan disregarded his manner of address and got straight to the point. What news do you have regarding Wang Qingshan? We will continue to keep an eye on you. Do Long replied cautiously. He should not trouble you for the time being. Oh, why is that? Do Long exchanged a knowing glance with Scorpion, who promptly exited the supermarket to stand guard at the entrance. Wang Qingchuan's brother, Wang Qingyao, harbored opposing views. Wang Qingyao believed that his brother was of poor character, always resorting to schemes, and thus sought to expel him from the Qingshan group. When I reported the situation yesterday, I overheard Wang Qingshan mention he was looking for an opportunity to send him and Wang Xin on their way. Qiao Yuan had never experienced the bloody storms of the aristocratic world, but he had seen enough on television. Wait, Wang Xin? Wang Xin? Is he the tall, slender, handsome man with short brown hair and 2 prominent canine teeth when he smiles? He resides at Villa number 20 on Dongchang Street. Do Long nodded. That's correct. This mysterious woman actually knew the eldest son of the Wang family, and Do Long pondered over Qiao Yuan's true identity. Meanwhile, Qiao Yuan was lost in thought. With such a powerful background as Wang Xin's, and given the discord between him and Wang Qingshan, it would be an opportune moment to reveal this information. Not only could it save 2 lives, but it might also provide a future path for the treasures he amassed during the apocalypse. With that thought, Qiao Yuan suddenly slammed his hand on the counter. Boss. Do Long recoiled slightly. Go back and find out precisely what Wang Qingshan intends to do. Time, location, and as accurate as possible. Boss, are you planning to save the Wang father and son? Do Long seemed to have guessed Qiao Yuan's intentions. Yes. As long as you help me execute this plan, I will not neglect you or your brothers. With Qiao Yuan's affirmation, Do Long ceased to speak further. He saved Qiao Yuan's phone number and departed hastily, hoping everything would be in time, wishing for the safety of Wang Xin and his father. Qiao Yuan returned to the supermarket. The signboard was not yet complete, so she had not officially opened for business. During the wait for the spraying equipment over the next 2 days, she visited her grandfather at the nursing home and conducted a thorough sweep of large supermarkets to replenish her supplies. Every morning, Qiao Yuan eagerly watched the blind box machine in the system, hoping to draw something useful. Unfortunately, it was either fashionable trinkets or utter rubbish. 2 days later, she arrived at the veterinary pharmacy as scheduled. The owner greeted her with a cheerful smile upon seeing her. The items you requested are ready. 5 pressurized pesticide sprayers, with the insecticide already loaded. The vermicide has also been packaged as per your instructions. Seeing the neatly arranged sprayers and insecticide packages in the store, Qiao Yuan scanned the QR code to finalize the payment of 30,000 yuan. Come back to me for business in the future. The owner beamed, revealing a toothy grin. Qiao Yuan made 3 trips to transport the items into the supermarket. These were also stored in her space, but fearing Ningzhu might use her life-saving supplies, she built a new room within the space labeled Qiao Yuan's private use. Given Ningzhu's personality, he would certainly not rummage through it. As for the zombies, she still hadn't decided on a plan. In truth, consulting Ningzhu would be the best course of action, as his ability was to control all zombies. However, the issue was that Ningzhu did not come to the supermarket, making it impossible for Qiao Yuan to reach him. After much contemplation, the only means of self-defense she could resort to was the infinite handgun. Excuse me, is this Boss Qiao? The supermarket door suddenly swung open, and a young girl walked in. Yes, your supermarket sign has been completed. Shall I install it now? She asked politely. Yes, please. Qiao Yuan stepped outside to observe the design team's installation of the sign. As dusk approached, the sun sank behind the towering buildings. Buzz! The sign emitted a faint electric hum before illuminating. The Lin Yuan supermarket glimmered brilliantly. After the design team departed, Qiao Yuan returned to the supermarket. Tomorrow, Lin Yuan supermarket would officially open for business. Ding ding ding. The phone on the counter suddenly rang. Qiao Yuan glanced at the screen, noticing 4 missed calls from Do Long. Hello. Boss, I've gathered the information. 3 days from now is Wang Xin's birthday party. Wang Qichun plans to cut the brake lines of Wang Qingyao's car during the celebration, creating an accident to eliminate them. All right, I understand. If the information proves true, I will offer a substantial reward. Qiao Yuan imitated the tone of a character from a drama. After hanging up, Qiao Yuan contemplated notifying Wang Xin. However, she reconsidered, directly stating, your uncle intends to kill you, and your father would likely be met with disbelief. It would be better to wait until the birthday party, allowing Wang Xin to witness the truth for himself. With 3 days remaining, there was ample time for her to venture into the apocalypse. Last time, she had inadvertently stumbled into the end of the world, and upon returning to the grocery store, she discovered that only 5 minutes had elapsed. Clearly, time flowed much faster in the alternate world than in hers. It seemed she would have to endure another night at the supermarket, despite having so much money. She lacked even a sweet. Qiao Yuan grumbled as she opened a folding bed from behind the counter and lay down. Once the supermarket system successfully upgraded, she vowed to purchase her own house, a place to call home. As she drifted into slumber, she dreamt of living in a grand villa with an aunt cooking for her, and multiple rooms, including a walk-in closet spanning dozens of square meters. At 6 in the morning, her beautiful dream was promptly shattered by the system's alert tone. Accustomed to the blind box machine's abstract nature, she clicked on it without hope. Congratulations, host has obtained the item, slow motion performance, usage in a fast-paced life. Many details are overlooked. Want to slow down and observe? Simply wear this ring and silently wish for the person or event you desire to slow down. Note, can only be used 3 times a day, with a limit of 20 minutes each time. A cheap green plastic ring fell into her palm. What a useless ring. Even the 2 yuan ones on the street look more exquisite. Qiao Yuan inwardly scoffed, yet she begrudgingly slipped the ring onto her finger. After eating 2 buns and drinking a bottle of milk, she donned her thermal clothing. Passing by the outdoor equipment shelf, Qiao Yuan casually put on a fisherman's hat, mask, and sunglasses. At 7 in the morning, Qiao Yuan stood at the warehouse door, taking deep breaths. I can do this. I'm not afraid. I'm the best. With a creak, The warehouse door swung open, and Qiao Yuan stepped inside. A wave of heat enveloped her. The air grew thick and scorching, making each breath feel like an ordeal. Chapter 23. I Must Kill. The air, once distorted by ripples of tension, gradually regained its tranquility. Qiao Yuan once again stood at the entrance of the ancient treasure museum. It was sweltering. Without her temperature-regulating attire, she feared she would not endure long in such weather. Without the slightest hesitation, Qiao Yuan drew her infinite handgun and secured her pesticide sprayer, resembling a farmer about to head into the fields. The museum was as desolate as she had left it. Having learned from her previous experience, Qiao Yuan dared not make a sound as she walked. Ding dong. Supermarket system upgrade activated. Required items for upgrade. 10 mutated cockroaches. What? The upgrade items are insects? Surely, this is simpler than searching for ore. Ningju had mentioned that there was a tide of insects outside, resembling a deluge. How could she possibly fail to capture 10 cockroaches? With this thought, Qiao Yuan felt a surge of confidence regarding her upgrade task. She wandered through the museum, discovering not a single insect or zombie. Perhaps the remote location was to blame. Resolutely, she decided she must venture outside the museum. Upon exiting, Qiao Yuan observed the roadside trees had withered, their branches cracked and crumbling at the touch. The broad avenue was littered with rusted vehicles and various debris. She silently urged herself, don't encounter any zombies. To her relief, perhaps due to her fervent prayers, she had yet to encounter a single one. But where were the insects? Where were the cockroaches? Qiao Yuan pondered as she moved further away from the museum. She needed to return to complete her upgrade task. But the thought of facing danger on the way back was troubling. Following the wide road, she arrived at the city center. In the distance, several figures resembling desiccated corpses staggered aimlessly in the street. Zombies. Qiao Yuan hid around the corner of a building, cautiously peeking out to assess the situation. There were approximately 20 zombies, yet the tide of insects had yet to materialize. The entire city was eerily silent, resembling a colossal corpse. At that moment, Qiao Yuan's ears perked up. She thought she heard a sound. A rustling noise, a chilling sound that sent shivers down her spine, emerged from above her. She looked up, her heart racing as she froze in place. Countless cockroaches surged from the outer wall of the building behind her. In the glaring sunlight, their plump bodies reflected an eerie glimmer, accompanied by the ominous rustling of the approaching tide, instilling a profound fear within Qiao Yuan. An endless mass of black insects approached, crawling over the broken wall, some even entering the building, their antennae twitching as if sensing the signals of their companions. Cold sweat trickled down Qiao Yuan's back. Hearing of the insect tide was one thing, witnessing it was another. Moreover, no one had warned her that the cockroaches here were as large as a palm. Panic-stricken, she fled the shadow of the building and dashed into an alley across the street. As Qiao Yuan's shadow flickered on the ground, the tide seemed to sense her presence and swiftly changed course, akin to a well-drilled army surging towards her. It was over. Why are there so many insects? My God, this is terrifying. Qiao Yuan sprinted, her chest constricting painfully, her lungs ablaze with agony. Yet, the terrifying rustling noise relentlessly pursued her. Her footsteps grew heavier, and she struggled to maintain her pace. Just ahead, a thin line of bright yellow appeared. It must be the alley's exit. No, she had to escape, to flee, or she would have no chance of survival. Driven by an overwhelming instinct to live, Qiao Yuan tapped into her latent strength, propelling herself forward like a sprinter, exhausting her energy reserves. Finally, she burst out of the alley. Qiao Yuan quickly surveyed her surroundings. There were no zombies in sight. She turned, aiming her sprayer at the dim alleyway. The rustling grew ever closer. At last, the first cockroach emerged. Such a large creature. Would it even be affected by the insecticide? Qiao Yuan licked her cracked lips and donned her gas mask from her space. This was it. Time to die? She pressed the spray nozzle. With a whoosh, the insecticide erupted under immense pressure, resembling a high-pressure water gun. The first cockroach that crawled out stiffened instantly, plummeting from the wall. It truly worked. Emboldened, Qiao Yuan unleashed a torrent of insecticide upon the relentless stream of cockroaches pouring from the alley, expending the full 60 liters strapped to her back. As the mist began to dissipate, the alley and Oppo's entrance was littered with the corpses of cockroaches. The distant tide sensed the danger and began to divert. Finally safe, Qiao Yuan approached the pile of cockroach bodies, suppressing her nausea as she collected 10 into her space. After a few moments, the system prompt failed to appear. What was going on? Were these not 10 cockroaches? Frustrated, she gathered a few hundred more, yet the system remained silent. Damn it! Is this a joke? Suddenly, a roar echoed from the street. Lu Sheng, you dare betray me? Nan Rongchengin. You can only blame the conditions given by the Ghost Society for being too demanding. Upon hearing human voices, Qiao Yuan's fear escalated. It was crucial to remember that in this apocalypse, the most terrifying aspect was not the zombies or the insect tide, but the hearts of men. Quickly, she ducked into a pharmacy on the street. Through the slats of the window, she saw a man sprinting towards her, pursued by 3 others. In such weather, their vigorous movements indicated they were awakened beings. The fleeing man stumbled, collapsing at the pharmacy's entrance. When he lifted his head, Qiao Yuan gasped in astonishment. He was breathtakingly beautiful. His features were exquisite, akin to a demigod, with peach blossom eyes sparkling with fragmented light, enhancing the allure of his blue irises. His brown hair was neatly tied back in a high ponytail. Had he not been tall and muscular, one might easily mistake him for a woman. Nan Rongchengin. Once you're dead, I'll take good care of the brothers of the Chanling group. Haha. Take care? You mean to offer them as food to the Ghost Society, don't you? So, his name was Nan Rongchengin, a handsome name for a strikingly beautiful man. Qiao Yuan prayed fervently for his safety. She was a sucker for good looks. It was only natural to be drawn to handsome men. Humph. Are you trying to hypnotize us and unleash a massacre in our dreams? I want to give you that chance, brothers. Charge. After several rounds of combat, it was evident that Nan Rongchengin was at his limit, forced against the pharmacy entrance. Qiao Yuan held her breath, urging him to escape. With a thunderous crash, the pharmacy's door shattered, and Nan Rongchengin was flung inside, colliding with 2 rows of shelves before collapsing onto the floor. In that moment, he caught sight of Qiao Yuan hiding against the wall. Their eyes met, his pupils dilating in disbelief while Qiao Yuan's gaze was filled with resignation and despair. Oh my God, I must kill. Chapter 24. The beautiful man on the run. Qiao Yuan tightened her grip on the gun. The pharmacy was eerily quiet, save for her own and Nan Rongcheng's heavy breaths. The leader, Lu Sheng, swaggered into the pharmacy and immediately spotted Qiao Yuan cowering in the corner. His eyes gleamed with unrestrained lust and fervor. Brothers, come in. There's a woman here. Nan Rongchengin noticed the gun in Qiao Yuan's hand. Yet this was Nanyuan City, reputedly still under military jurisdiction. The weapon could not possibly be real. It must be a toy. He cast a reluctant glance at the man before him, whose face was twisted with a cruel smile. To perish at the hands of such a scoundrel was unbearable. There were so many unfinished affairs, so many vendettas yet to be avenged. How could he accept death so easily? Stay back, or I will shoot. Qiao Yuan had never killed before, and her hand trembled slightly around the gun. Lu Sheng grinned, exposing a set of yellowed teeth. Ha ha ha. Who are you trying to scare, you filthy woman? He turned to his 2 henchmen. I'll have my fun first. If I don't kill her, you 2 can have your turn. Understood, boss. Lu Sheng's gaze was cold and lecherous, akin to that of a venomous snake. Struggling to rise, Nan Rongchengin retrieved his last grenade from his sleeve. He was no saint. Rather than watching this woman suffer before him, he would prefer to take them all down together. To think there are such naive girls in Nanyuan City, as if they have never faced hardship before. Little thing. Big brother is coming. Lu Sheng took a step forward, casually undoing his belt. Just as Nan Rongchengin was about to pull the pin from the grenade, a deafening sound shattered the silence, nearly deafening him. Qiao Yuan squeezed her eyes shut. The gun's recoil left her hands numb. The infinite pistol, equipped with a targeting function, fired true, shattering Lu Sheng's chest. Qiao Yuan could even see the contorted expression on the face of the man behind him through the gaping wound, for the bullet had pierced through both their bodies. Lu Sheng and his henchmen collapsed, confusion and disbelief etched on their faces. The remaining man froze in terror. A real gun. It's actually a real gun. He turned to flee, but Qiao Yuan could not allow anyone to escape. She pulled the trigger again. Brain matter and blood splattered against the wall, creating a chaotic masterpiece reminiscent of an artist's work. The gunfire immediately attracted the attention of the zombies outside. Without a moment and Appo's hesitation, Qiao Yuan hoisted Nan Rongchengin onto her back. Thankfully, her strength had increased. Otherwise, dragging this man over 6 feet tall would have been impossible. Ding dong. Target identified. Scanning. Scan complete. Dream Eater. Ability. Master of Dreams. Capable of killing within the dream realm. Level 1. In her urgency, Qiao Yuan barely registered the system's notification. The zombies were quick. They had exited the pharmacy and had barely walked 10 meters when they were surrounded by dozens of them. We can't use the gun anymore. The noise will draw them endlessly towards us. Run to the left. Nan Rongcheng and Apos. S voice trailed off as he succumbed to unconsciousness. The zombies, sun-scorched and emaciated, moved somewhat sluggishly. Yet they were encircled, and with Nan Rongcheng on her back, Qiao Yuan Kuden and Apos, T outrun them. How foolish, she muttered under her breath. She twisted the green ring on her finger, activating a slow-motion effect. The zombies seemed to be on a delayed playback. Even raising a foot took them 10 seconds. 20 minutes would be sufficient. Qiao Yuan adjusted her hold on the man and, utterly disoriented, could only follow Nan Rongcheng and S earlier instructions. Left? To where? You didn't specify, she internally scoffed. Choosing to save Nan Rongcheng and was not merely due to his looks, but because she had witnessed his intention to use the grenade for a mutual end. In that moment, she realized he was not a villain. At least, when faced with the prospect of her suffering, he chose to offer her a way out. Moreover, the system had mentioned needing 10 mutated cockroaches. If those palm-sized ones weren't considered mutated, what would be? She needed information, needed the people in this world to provide it. Qiao Yuan pressed on until her strength waned. Though she wore a temperature-regulating suit, being outside for so long was taking its toll. The buildings lining the streets were dilapidated and derelict. Eventually, she discovered a large underground parking lot and retrieved her RV from storage. Qiao Yuan was unperturbed by the thought of Nan Rongcheng and waking up suspicious. Once she completed the system's task, she would return to the supermarket. And it was unlikely she would ever see this man again. After placing Nan Rongcheng and inside the RV, her first action was to circle the vehicle, laying down a thick perimeter of insect repellent. In the stifling heat of the underground parking lot, the air was stagnant, eliminating the worry of the repellent being blown away. After securing the RV's doors and sealing all openings, she began to examine Nan Rongcheng, who lay sprawled on the sofa, clad in a black mountaineering outfit. He appeared unscathed at first glance. However, blood soon began to seep from the sofa. It turned out to be from his back. Qiao Yuan propped him up and removed his shirt, her brow furrowing at the sight of the horrific wound. Nearly 30 centimeters long, with flesh torn asunder. The depth revealing bone, the edges of the injury had begun to pale from lack of timely treatment. Although his condition was grave, due to his awakening, the wound was slowly healing. Yet with such blood loss, he might not survive long enough for it to close. Qiao Yuan retrieved medical supplies from her storage and, employing the methods her grandfather had taught her in her youth, began to staunch the bleeding, clean the wound, and bandage it. Logically, such a significant injury should have been stitched, but she lacked the necessary materials. She could only perform rudimentary disinfection. Finally, she placed a capsule of cephalosporin in Nan Rongcheng's mouth. May you pull through this, Qiao Yuan sighed, collapsing onto the ground, her clothes soaked in sweat. As she sat, her gaze swept over Nan Rongcheng's face. A scar adorned his brow. Truly, a ruggedly handsome man. Her eyes grew heavy and her head swam. She unintentionally dozed off. Time slipped by, and she found herself on a luxurious cruise ship, now seated at a sea-view booth in the buffet restaurant. She gazed out at the boundless ocean, sparkling like gemstones, yet fraught with unknown dangers. Why aren't you eating? Qiao Yuan looked up to see an exceptionally handsome man with blue eyes, exuding an exotic charm, placing a cut steak before her. His voice was as gentle as the March breeze rustling through willow branches. Dear lady, may I ask your name? His words seemed to possess an enchanting allure, rendering Qiao Yuan unable to resist. I am Qiao Yuan. Chapter 25. The giant mutant cockroach. Who are you? The man continued to inquire. I am the owner of Lin Yuan Supermarket. The man and Apos, S peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly. A supermarket owner, yet devoid of any special identity. What is your purpose in saving me? Qiao Yuan gazed at the handsome man, bewildered. You don't seem like a bad person, and I am in need of information. What information? What are mutant cockroaches? This time, the handsome man was utterly taken aback. He had ventured into the dreams of many, each tinged with the darkest shades of their hearts. Yet, this girl's dream was so pristine, it stirred a hint of longing within him. So, you will not harm me, nor will you betray my whereabouts to the ghost society, correct? Qiao Yuan took a bite of steak. Wow, medium rare, succulent, and fragrant. Of course, I went through great lengths to rescue you. As Qiao Yuan prepared for another bite, a sudden dizziness overcame her. The steak, the gourmet meal, the restaurant, the ocean, all vanished in an instant. Struggling to open her eyes, she discovered she was still sprawled on the sofa of the RV. Upon lifting her head, she met those enchanting peach blossom eyes again. You are awake? Nin Rongqing and tore off the bandages from his body and dressed anew. Thank you. He abruptly stood, swaying unsteadily, and staggered 2 steps, leaning against the wall to regain his balance. Do not move, although your wound has healed. You have lost too much blood, and your body remains frail. Qiao Yuan hastily supported him. Rest assured, I followed your instructions to the left. This is an underground parking lot, quite safe. Nan Rongqing and had to admit that in his current condition, he could barely walk 100 meters before succumbing to faintness. He returned to the sofa, and the sensation of dizziness slightly subsided. Gurgle. Nan Rongqing's face flushed, awkwardly clutching his stomach, yet the sound persisted. Are you hungry? That's easily remedied. I have plenty of food. Qiao Yuan moved to the back of the RV, feigning to retrieve something from the microwave. In truth, as her hand reached in, a steaming box of Kung Pao chicken rice and hot milk appeared. Here, have some food, finish it, and drink the milk. It will be good for your health. As the aroma of Kung Pao chicken wafted through the air, Nan Rongqing's expression grew complex. His arduous efforts had only allowed the brothers of the Qianling group to survive on expired food scavenged from supermarkets and warehouses. Moreover, with rising temperatures, most food had spoiled. Nearly everyone was struggling to survive. Yet here was an unidentified woman, offering him a steaming convenience store meal and fresh milk. Ultimately, the overwhelming hunger triumphed over his dignity. Nan Rongqing picked up the box and took a couple of bites. Soon, he devoured it ravenously. After finishing the milk, he comfortably leaned back on the sofa. I can scarcely remember the last time I had a hot meal, Nan Rongqing murmured. Nan Rong, I have something I wish to inquire of you. Qiao Yuan, noticing his expression had softened, summoned her courage to sit opposite him. You know my name? Upon hearing them call him Nan Rongqing, she mused that it was a rare compound surname, and his name was indeed pleasant. Nan Rongqing offered a hint of a sardonic smile. What do you wish to ask? Deep down, he already had an inkling but sought confirmation. Do you know what mutant cockroaches are? Qiao Yuan inquired, cradling her cup. As expected, she wanted to ask about cockroaches. This woman had not lied in her dream. Nan Rongqing set down the milk bottle. Have you witnessed the insect tide? Recalling the swarm of cockroaches that surged like a tidal wave earlier, Qiao Yuan gagged slightly. Nan Rongqing's lips curved upwards. What color did you see? Brown, the ordinary kind, but much larger. Mutant cockroaches are white, 3 times the size of what you saw, with evolved fangs capable of crushing bones in a single bite. Ah, Qiao Yuan gasped, clutching her chest. Thank goodness I didn't encounter the kind you described this morning. What do you seek them for? Nan Rongqing seemed to ponder something, his brow furrowing. And nothing much, just curious as I heard a friend mention it. Qiao Yuan's eyes flickered, and she let out a nervous laugh. Nan Rongqing did not press further. He decided to rest in the RV for a while before heading to the Qianling Group's branch in Nanyuan City. Noticing Nan Rongqing's disinterest in conversation, Qiao Yuan resolved to venture out in hopes of finding a mutant cockroach. As she prepared to open the door, a voice suddenly echoed behind her. Mutant cockroaches generally hide in expansive malls, and their weakness lies in the neck. Nan Rongqing unexpectedly interjected this seemingly random statement, and Qiao Yuan turned to find him reclining on the sofa, feigning sleep. Thank you. I will replenish my stock of insecticide. You must not leave before I return. After dispensing the insecticide, Qiao Yuan ventured out onto the ground. The mall. She surveyed her surroundings and then spotted a 4-story building across the intersection. Janway Department Store? Could this be the mall? Qiao Yuan retrieved a sprayer filled with insecticide from her space and gripped her handgun tightly. The mall lay in ruins post-disaster. The entrance had been shattered by floodwaters, and Qiao Yuan stepped through the doorway into the first floor. The disheveled counters stood empty. The gold, silver, jewelry, and cosmetics had likely been swept away by the flood. Cautiously, Qiao Yuan scoured the first floor but found no trace of cockroaches. She ascended to the second floor via the out-of-service elevator. The second floor housed women's clothing, with garments and shelves intact. It seemed Nanyuan City's topography varied greatly, as she recalled Ning Ju stating that the flood had once reached 10 stories high, yet here it had only inundated 1. Rustling sounds emerged from the distant emergency exit. Could the cockroaches be in the escape route? Summoning her courage, Qiao Yuan slowly approached the dimly lit escape passage. Just as she was within 5 meters of the doorway, she suddenly spotted a snow-white leg of a crustacean appearing at the entrance. Holding her breath, Qiao Yuan swiftly rolled into the nearby women's clothing store, concealing herself behind a rack. Oh my goodness, a basin-sized cockroach. It would be a lie to say she was unafraid. Qiao Yuan inhaled deeply and raised the sprayer in her left hand. Rustle. The enormous white cockroach displayed sharp barbs on its forelegs, which swayed as it crawled. Moreover, just as Nan Rongqing had described, this cockroach bore two ghastly white fangs protruding from its mouth. With her mask secured, Qiao Yuan took a deep breath and dashed out from the women's clothing store, standing directly before the cockroach. She aimed at its head and pressed the sprayer's trigger. SSS. The cockroach was suddenly enveloped in insecticide, its movements stalling abruptly as it collapsed to the ground. Thank goodness, the insecticide proved effective. Qiao Yuan prepared to stow the cockroach in her space. However, as she took 2 steps forward, she noticed the cockroach's legs quivering, and then its body swayed, darting swiftly across the ground. What the hell? It didn't die? Qiao Yuan pressed the sprayer again, but the cockroach seemed immune to the insecticide. It traversed through the mist, locking its gaze firmly onto her. That was not the most terrifying part. Qiao Yuan observed the cockroach's antennae quivering in the air. And shortly after, several more white mutant cockroaches emerged from the fire escape. It could even summon its companions. Qiao Yuan raised his hand, automatically aiming at the neck of the cockroach. Bang, 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 3 shots rang out. 2/3 of the white cockroach's neck was shattered, and a yellowish-green pus erupted from the wound. Meanwhile, 1 kilometer away at Janwei department store, a group of soldiers surrounded a tall, wheat-skinned female officer. Colonel, gunfire reported at the 10 o'clock position. Chapter 26. The plan to save the rich second generation. The stern-faced female colonel immediately glanced towards the 10 o'clock direction. Go take a look, it might be an outsider. Inside the mall, Qiao Yuan was utterly exhausted. Her right hand trembled incessantly. The recoil from the infinite pistol was substantial. After firing dozens of shots, her wrist ached unbearably. Gazing at the cockroaches lying in a pool of pus, Qiao Yuan suppressed her nausea and gathered them into her space. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. The supermarket system has successfully upgraded to level 3. Unlocking upgrade, gift package. Ability awakening, copy. Capability, can replicate anyone's abilities for a duration of 10 days. During this period, if a second ability is copied, the first cannot be utilized. Method of use, touch any part of the target's body while silently reciting copy. Level 1. Dimensional extension. The Lin Yuan supermarket can be accessed from any location in the apocalypse via command. Qiao Yuan quickly sifted through the system notifications. Successful upgrade. Time to retreat. She stowed the insecticide spray and hastily exited the mall, finally darting back to the underground garage. Once inside the RV, she shut the door and gripped the handle, panting heavily. Oh my goodness, that was exhilarating. Dozens of shots turned the cockroaches into a sieve, and that revolting pus was everywhere. Lowering her head, she caught a whiff of the rancid odor. Upon turning around, she realized Nan Rongqing and had already vanished. She walked to the rear of the vehicle, even checking the large wardrobe. It seemed he had indeed left. Qiao Yuan plopped onto the sofa, noticing a yellowed piece of paper under the milk bottle on the coffee table. Owe you a life. I shall repay it in the future. What a good society. But he seems to be a part of it, doesn't he? Qiao Yuan carefully tucked the note into her pocket and accessed the system, examining the upgrade gift package she had just received. Ability awakening? Am I also an awakened one now? Yet, this ability seemed rather trivial. Copy, as the name suggests, merely means to replicate. However, it required physical contact with the target. After some contemplation, Qiao Yuan decided to set her first replication target on Ningju, the dimensional extension, allowing access from any post-apocalyptic location via command. Resolved Qiao Yuan's most pressing dilemma. She was utterly lost and had no idea where the museum was. Surely, she couldn't wander the streets asking zombies for directions. System, what is the command for dimensional extension? Open sesame. How casual. The system could only engage in extremely simple dialogues, as though it had been implanted with QA codes. It refused to respond to inquiries beyond the predetermined questions. Qiao Yuan stored the RV in her space and stood in the empty expanse of the underground parking lot. Open sesame, she shouted into the air. As she heard the echo for the second time, Qiao Yuan was astonished to witness the scene before her begin to twist and contort, ultimately forming a door, beyond which lay her supermarket. Stepping through the threshold, the underground parking lot returned to its normal state. Colonel, the last place the odor emanated from is right here. Less than 5 seconds after Qiao Yuan's disappearance, a group of soldiers appeared in the underground parking lot. Xiao Weima switched on a powerful flashlight. Crouching down to gently pinch a bit of the black powder on the ground between her fingers. Bringing her fingers to her nose, she remarked, "Insecticide. Colonel, this person has vanished." It seems as though she disappeared into thin air. The speaker was a soldier with a face smeared in grease paint, who was slightly sniffing the air. Perhaps it was some ability we are unaware of. Sha Xinping, continue exterminating the cockroaches. Xiao Weima waved her hand, and the soldiers quickly moved along. Colonel, some have begun to question the food we distributed. Should we explain? Although the energy bars made from cockroaches were hard to swallow, they were the only food available to them at present. You all have visited the grain reserves. They are no longer viable. Sha Xinping sighed. At this point, having something to eat was already a considerable blessing. The sudden coolness made Qiao Yuan feel a wave of relief wash over her. She retrieved an ice cream from the freezer, and with the first bite, felt invigorated. Glancing at the clock on the wall, she noted that only an hour had passed. Yet, she had spent an entire day in the apocalypse. Her clothes were almost unbearable to wear. So she changed into a fresh outfit from the rack and locked the supermarket door behind her as she stepped outside. Qiao Yuan intended to purchase a house. To facilitate this, she sought out a real estate agent. Her requirements for a property were simple. It had to be a villa. This was not due to her sudden wealth, but rather a concern for her safety. In a densely populated neighborhood, she feared being targeted by those with ill intentions. Much like Chun Wei from Yongla Village and Wang Qingchun from the Qingshan pawn shop. Upon hearing Qiao Yuan's wish to buy a villa, the agent was invigorated, taking her to 3 districts in a single day. However, each villa either had disputes or unsatisfactory layouts. Eventually, Qiao Yuan decided to book a suite at a hotel near the supermarket and would move out once she found a suitable property. The hotel had a pleasant environment. After a refreshing shower, she comfortably reclined on the bed watching television. It seems there are significantly fewer items in my space. Qiao Yuan entered her space and discovered that supplies, including diesel, generators, weapons, clothing, and various foods, had diminished by more than half. What had happened? Perhaps she should prepare some materials for tomorrow. Qiao Yuan drifted into slumber on the soft bed. After a day filled with anxiety, her taut nerves finally relaxed. And after 3 reminders from her daily blind box, she finally opened her eyes. After selecting a blind box, she soon fell back asleep. She only received a slow-motion performance card. Today was unlikely to yield anything good. Sure enough, the system presented her with a cup. Qiao Yuan awoke late, well past noon, and made her way to the supermarket, munching on an ear of corn. She then turned on the lights for the supermarket photos. Lin Yuan Supermarket is officially open for business. At noon, it coincided with the school across the street letting out. A throng of students poured into the supermarket, chattering excitedly before leaving. In just one afternoon, Qiao Yuan earned over 200 yuan, more than she had made in 2 months at Yongla Village. Checking her phone calendar, she noted that Wang Xian's birthday was just 2 days away. According to the intel provided by Do Long, Wang Xian's birthday banquet would take place the following evening, where they would execute their plan on Wang Qingyao's vehicle. The pressing question remained, how would Qiao Yuan gain entry to Wang Xian's birthday celebration? Do Long had sent a message yesterday, stating that the banquet would be held at the most expensive private dining venue in Nanyuan City, the Yufu Private Banquet. This restaurant was situated atop Spring Mountain, within a private estate. It was rumored that the average cost per person exceeded 100,000 yuan, frequented only by the affluent. Furthermore, without a reservation code, entry was impossible. The Wang family had booked the entire venue for the birthday celebration, and it would not be open to the public, requiring an invitation to attend. This is truly challenging. She realized that even the parking lot was inaccessible. Qiao Yuan attempted to scour her phone for any management loopholes regarding the Yufu Private Banquet. Just then, a message popped up at the top of her screen. It was none other than Wang Xian. Chapter 27. A visit from the police. As I opened the chat box, Wang Xian's cheerful dog avatar popped up. Do you have time to grab a meal together? He directly invited me. If this had been just a couple of days ago, I would have suspected his intentions. However, knowing Wang Xian's background rendered such concerns unnecessary. As the son of the wealthiest man in Nanyuan City, he was certainly not lacking in resources. All right, how about tonight? I replied without hesitation, eager to share information regarding Wang Qingchun with him. Wang Xian seemed taken aback by my quick acceptance. I'll reserve a table and let you know the location. A few minutes later, a message from him arrived. Qiao Yuan restaurant, 6 p.m. sharp, see you there. I put down my phone, pondering a question. Why was Wang Xian so keen to dine with me? It couldn't be for financial gain. He surely didn't covet my modest means. Was it love at first sight? I picked up a small mirror from the counter. My features were delicate, my face oval. And even when serious, there was an air of determination about me. I certainly did not fit the stereotype of a wealthy heir's ideal partner. I shook my head in confusion. Welcome. The supermarket's doorbell chimed, and I straightened up. 3 police officers entered. I forced a harmless smile and invited them to browse, announcing a grand opening discount of 20. The officers scrutinized the aisles before finally approaching the counter, empty-handed. Are you Qiao Yuan? Officer Li Zhengyu presented his badge and studied my expression. They had received a report about the disappearance of Chen Wei, the village chief of Yongla village. An investigation led them to believe that there had been a dispute between Chen Wei and me, the owner of the village grocery store. Upon visiting my store, they found it deserted, further increasing my suspicion. Yes, that's me. Is there something amiss? I replied, my heart racing. Do you know Chen Wei? Of course. He is the village chief, I cautiously answered. What were you doing on the night of the 19th at 8 p.m.? Li Zhengyu inquired methodically, though I sensed his disbelief in my innocence. Let me think. After closing the store, I went back to my room to watch TV. I feigned recollection. Watching TV? The entire Yongla village experienced a power outage that night. How could you possibly watch television? Li Zhengyu and Amp. Oppos. S expression turned serious, his gaze sharp as a predator and Amp. Oppos. S. I hesitated, then quickly explained, I have a generator. This only deepened his suspicion. Who, living in a village, would go to the trouble of preparing a generator? Sensing his growing doubt, I continued. The village chief cut off my water and electricity because I refused to fund repairs for the ancestral hall. So I had no choice but to buy a generator. Such a thing happened. I pressed on. If I hadn't been forced out of the village, why would I spend so much to relocate my store to the city? I recounted how Chen Wei had sent people to threaten me and incited the villagers to isolate me, discouraging them from shopping at my store. Officer, I assure you I'm telling the truth. You can verify my story at Yongla village. Through his recent inquiries, Officer Li had gleaned some understanding of Chen Wei's character. My account appeared sincere. Do not leave Nanyuan City for the time being. We may need to contact you again. Okay, officer. Is something wrong with village chief Chen? He has gone missing. With that, Li Jingyu gave me a penetrating look. Missing? How could that be? I pondered aloud. After a brief exchange, seeing no further leads, the officers departed. Once I bid them farewell, I noticed my palms were clammy from the tension of deceiving the police. Oh no, it's almost 6 p.m. I glanced at the clock, hurriedly grabbed my keys, and locked the supermarket door. I drove to the restaurant Wang Xian had mentioned, Qiao Yuan, a trendy establishment located in the Qiao Wetland Park. This restaurant was renowned not for its cuisine, but for the breathtaking sunsets reflected on the wetland waters during the evening. Arriving 10 minutes late, I approached the host. Hello, I have a reservation under the name Qiao. Miss Qiao, please follow me. The server led me to a table by the window. From a distance, I spotted Wang Xian sitting at the edge, waving with a smile. He stood up, graciously pulling out my chair. Just in time for the sunset, he remarked, gesturing toward the view outside. I turned to see the wetland waters painted in hues of twilight. A vibrant orange sun hovering above, casting a gentle glow upon my face. It and Appos, es beautiful, I exclaimed, overwhelmed by the scene. Having been so preoccupied with daily struggles, I had never imagined I would find myself in such an exquisite restaurant, basking in the warm afterglow of the setting sun. Shall we order? Wang Xian offered me the menu. I have no particular preferences. I've never been here before, so feel free to choose, I replied, pushing the menu back toward him. All right. Wang Xian summoned the server and ordered several dishes whose names were entirely unfamiliar to me. What do you do for a living? He inquired, taking the lead in conversation. I run a grocery store. Ah, so you are the proprietor, he teased. Proprietor? It's merely a modest grocery store of about 300 square meters. It can't compare to your business. As if. I'm just a humble employee, Wang Xian chuckled, a bitter smile crossing his face. As the CEO of Qishan Group, he was far from an ordinary clerk. The realization that I had accepted his dinner invitation so readily, now that I knew his identity, left him feeling a tad despondent. However, he quickly regained composure, recounting amusing tales from his work. You mentioned I shouldn't visit the Qingshan pawn shop. Since it's part of your family's business, why can't I go? I finally steered the conversation toward the matter at hand. At that moment, the server began to serve the dishes, and we both fell silent. waiting for the food to arrive. Once the table was filled, Wang Xian rubbed his temples in exasperation. The pawn shop is managed by my uncle, Wang Qingchun. Well, let us just say he is not the most principled individual. I grinned. He must have ulterior motives when dealing with customers like me, right? Wang Xian and Apos. S mouth fell open in astonishment. How did you know? Your uncle has already begun sending people to keep an eye on me. What? How could he do such a thing? Has anyone threatened you? As I took a bite of the fish fillet, I found the flavor underwhelming. It seemed that this popular restaurant relied more on aesthetics than substance. Wang Qingchun is not only watching me. He also intends to harm you and your father at your birthday banquet in 2 days. Chapter 28. The Art of Survival in the Apocalypse Impossible. He is my uncle. Wang Xian whispered, lowering his voice to avoid being overheard. How do you know? He is watching me, but I am also keeping an eye on him. The night after tomorrow, in the parking lot of the private banquet at the U residence, someone will cut the brake line of your father's car. Anyone hearing that a beloved uncle planned to harm both himself and his father would instinctively respond with disbelief. Yet, it wasn't long before Wang Xian leaned back in his chair, his face ashen. Actually, I believe you. He can do it. Wang Xian did not dwell on how Qiao Yuan had come to know this secret. She was, after all, an enigmatic woman. Yet, even if he were the one to sever the brake line, it was unlikely there would be any evidence left behind. If you trust me, I can help you. I will attend your birthday banquet the day after tomorrow and will ensure he reveals his true nature. Qiao Yuan looked earnestly at Wang Xian, her eyes possessing a strange power that compelled one to believe her. Wang Xian nodded. All right, I believe you. Tell me the address of your supermarket, and I will send someone to deliver the birthday invitation tomorrow. The meal felt somewhat inattentively consumed by Wang Xian, while Qiao Yuan leisurely savored her food, admiring the night view outside. After finishing their dinner, they walked together to the parking lot. Just as they were about to part ways, Qiao Yuan tentatively asked, once this matter is resolved, can I visit the Qingshan pawn shop? Of course, the items you bring are of the highest quality. We could make a significant profit at the auction. Why not? Agreed. Qiao Yuan cheerfully got into her car. Upon returning to the hotel, Qiao Yuan suddenly realized something important. Since she was to attend Wang Xian's birthday banquet, should she not bring a gift? She rummaged through her spatial compartment and pulled out a metallic box. Rings, necklaces, gold bars, gemstones. While valuable, none of these were items a man would appreciate. Perhaps I should purchase a gift instead? The thought of buying a present only deepened her distress. Wang Xian had seen it all. It was likely that no matter how precious the gift, he would remain unimpressed. What a dilemma. Before drifting to sleep, Qiao Yuan entered her spatial compartment once more. Upon witnessing the nearly emptied space, her brow furrowed. Just yesterday half was left. How could it all be gone today? Surely nothing went amiss. Ning Zhu and her sister were both awakened beings, capable of self-preservation, at least for now. Furthermore, flames were the natural enemy of cockroaches. Everything must be fine. As she drowsily closed her eyes, Qiao Yuan awoke again, glancing at the blind box machine in her system and randomly selecting one. Great. I've acquired an ashtray. After freshening up, she arrived at the supermarket just in time for the students to purchase their breakfast. Sister, I want a boiled corn. Sister, I want a roasted sweet potato. Sister, 1 mushroom bun and 1 meat bun. The chorus of sister had Qiao Yuan grinning from ear to ear as she prepared their orders. For the opening of the new store, everything is 20 off. Wow. Thank you, sister. After sending off the last batch of children, Qiao Yuan heard a familiar voice. This supermarket's business is much better than your grocery stores. Qiao Yuan looked up to find Ning Zhu seated on a high stool in the back, smiling at her. When did you arrive? I'm sorry. There were too many children earlier, and I didn't notice. Qiao Yuan quickly turned the sign on the door that read closed for rest and secured the entrance. Has something happened recently? Why has the stock in the space diminished so rapidly? She inquired, voicing the questions that had been on her mind these past few days. Ning Zhu moved closer, his thoughts drifting back 3 days prior. Ning Lin had awakened. A momentous piece of news, and with the sharing of their spatial resources, Ning Zhu had wired electricity to the villa, providing central air conditioning, thus ensuring Qizheng and Xie and S safety. Everything seemed to be heading in a positive direction. Yet, they had not anticipated that the threat of zombies had not yet subsided, swiftly followed by a swarm of insects. Fortunately, Ninglin's power was fire. Cockroaches had an instinctive fear of flames, allowing their villa to escape disaster. Brother, since we have the power and resources, should we not establish a camp? Ning Zhu initially thought to decline this suggestion. having witnessed the ugliness of humanity over the past few days. Living with just the four of them in the villa had its merits. Ningju, I believe little Lin is right. Even if we survive in the villa, we are merely hiding. You should seize this opportunity to gather more people. None can predict how this world will evolve, and rather than passively waiting, we should take action. Survival in the apocalypse certainly does not favor the solitary. Ningju was swayed. This was a world where moral structures had collapsed, and lone wolves found it hard to thrive. The four of them convened a brief meeting and began to gather survivors. Ningju and Ning Lin ventured into the city center daily, searching for solitary awakened beings or surviving ordinary humans. Anyone willing to follow and adhere to their rules could join them at the villa under their protection. In just 2 days, Ningju had gathered 26 survivors, 2 of whom were awakened beings. This explained why he had come to the supermarket to procure a substantial quantity of insect repellent and pesticides. After recounting his experiences from the past 2 days, a single word flashed through Qiao Yuan's mind: Lord. This implied a desire to establish his own dominion. The day before yesterday, my sister and I were in the central district searching for survivors when we heard gunfire. Ningju's tone was pointed. As the sound was all too familiar, he had checked his spatial compartment and found the infinite pistol missing. So you visited my world the day before yesterday? Quite perceptive of you. Merely recognizing the gunfire as that of the infinite pistol is rather impressive. However, Qiao Yuan had already intended to share this with him and nodded in acknowledgement, recounting her experiences from that day. Qianlin Group? Ghost Society? Upon hearing these names, Ningju's alarm bells rang. It seemed they must act with increased caution from now on. I would like to ask you to continue procuring supplies for me. Now that there are more people, we require even more resources. Qiao Yuan was eager for Ningju to buy more. She took the list he handed her and gasped. Goodness, I will need to ask Su Lian for assistance again. By the way, I am heading to Guangshan City soon. The radio station you provided received a signal. Little Lin and Amp, Appo's best friend, is seeking her help, and I plan to see if I can bring her back. Wait. Qiao Yuan closed her eyes, and after a few seconds, she smiled. I bought 4 temperature-regulating outfits and placed them in the clothing room. Ordinary people can wear them to withstand high temperatures. Your friend will be able to leave the villa in the future. Ningju was taken aback. Such a thing exists. Remarkable. After chatting for a while, Ningju prepared to leave when Qiao Yuan suddenly stopped him. By the way, there is something I'd like to ask. Go ahead. What kind of birthday gifts do men generally prefer? Qiao Yuan pondered. Her acquaintance with men was limited. Ningju was the closest and wealthiest, so his advice would surely be valuable. Your boyfriend? Ningju blurted out, immediately regretting the intrusion into such a private matter. No, just a friend I've known for a short time. He is the son of our city's richest man. Qiao Yuan shrugged. He is so wealthy that I am uncertain what to give him. I see. So he is not your boyfriend. Ningju studied Qiao Yuan's face, his expression momentarily blank, yet somewhat endearing. I know what to give. Just wait and see. With that, Ningju swiftly pushed open the warehouse door and vanished from sight. Qiao Yuan remained seated behind the counter, pondering if she truly knew what to present. Chapter 29. The zero-cost purchase, truly delightful. After a few moments, Ningju reappeared at the warehouse entrance, a dagger in hand. This is a dragon head agate-wrapped dagger. Qiao Yuan took the dagger, feeling its substantial weight. It certainly did not resemble a contemporary artifact. Have you forgotten where the warehouse entrance is? Ningju teased. Qiao Yuan suddenly realized. It was the exhibition hall of ancient treasures. What marvels could be found there? She then pondered, if only, could she possibly gather all the items from the exhibition hall? Ningju evidently comprehended her thoughts, suggesting that rather than allowing those treasures to languish in a dilapidated museum, it would be far better to house them with her. Qiao Yuan nodded in agreement. Thus, Ningju ventured out once again, and 2 hours later, another room filled with ancient treasures had emerged in Qiao Yuan's space. By the way, you need to go to Guangzhou and Shenzhen. If you encounter any danger, you can take refuge in the store. I'll share a secret code with you. Just envision the supermarket in your mind and say "Open Sesame," and you will instantly arrive at the supermarket, no matter where you are. Really? Ningju's eyes sparkled with surprise. This transformed the supermarket into a perfect sanctuary. Would you like to go out and give it a try? Ningju waved her hand. I trust you. What is the name of your sanctuary? Where is it located? Qiao Yuan inquired. Next time the supermarket upgrades, I must venture into the apocalypse. Should any dangers arise, I can always flee to Ningju's refuge. I haven't named it yet. As for its location, it's on the hillside 2 kilometers northeast of the museum. Ningju brushed aside the question, considering there were only 30 people. It hardly constituted a scale. Help me come up with a name. After all, without you, there wouldn't be this sanctuary. Ningju casually grabbed a bag of candy from beside the counter. Observing Ningju's somewhat mischievous expression, Qiao Yuan felt a chuckle building within her. Yet she earnestly contemplated. Eternal fortress, may your sanctuary endure in peace forever. Perfect. That's it. Ningju slapped the counter, causing the glass to shatter into a web-like pattern. I'm sorry. No worries. I shall repair it with your money. They exchanged smiles. At that moment, Qiao Yuan caught sight of a man outside the supermarket, gazing inside. She approached the entrance and asked, "May I help you?" The man smiled. "Are you Miss Qiao Yuan?" "I am." "Hello. I am here to deliver your birthday invitation." Wang Xian had mentioned sending her the invitation today, which she had nearly forgotten. Qiao Yuan hurriedly opened the supermarket door, allowing the man to enter, carrying several large bags. "Here is your invitation. These are the dresses and shoes prepared for you by Mr. Wang." Ningju stood nearby, feeling a twinge of discomfort. No good deed goes unpunished. It's either a thief or a schemer. Please thank Wang Xian for me. He is so thoughtful. After Qiao Yuan sent him off with a smile, she opened the bags on the counter. A blue evening gown, which upon touch, revealed its considerable price. The other bags contained shoes, all of the same style. Sizes 36 to 39. It seemed Wang Xian was uncertain of her shoe size, so he had prepared one of each. Ningju spoke somewhat bluntly. "You must be cautious of this rich second generation. Do not be fooled by his attentiveness. He likely has ulterior motives. He is quite decent. You need not worry." Worry? The concern arises from a wealthy heir being so favorable to a small supermarket owner. It is inherently suspicious. How can I not worry? Ningju thought to herself. No. My concern primarily stems from fearing she might encounter trouble, leaving me without resources. After some more conversation, Ningju finally reminded her to be wary of scoundrels before departing the supermarket. Today, Qiao Yuan did not replicate his extraordinary ability. While the power to control zombies was undeniably practical, any copied ability could only be retained for 10 days. Given the last supermarket upgrade process, she certainly would not venture into the apocalypse within that time frame. It was wiser to complete a few more system tasks. She could always replicate Ningju's abilities later. Just as she contemplated the system tasks, the familiar notification sound chimed. Ding! The 6th task has been issued. Please sell 100 servings of rice bowls within 3 days. Requirement: must be sold to humans from the same world as the host. Qiao Yuan paused for a moment, then re-entered the system to scrutinize the task requirements. Humans from the same world as the host? This indicated she could not rely on Ningju for shortcuts. Sigh, must they always make things difficult for me? Is it so easy to run a business? With a resigned sigh, Qiao Yuan opened the supermarket doors, and at that moment, her eyes fell upon the school across the street. It was a day school, and she had overheard students complaining about the unappetizing and overpriced cafeteria food while purchasing snacks over the past few days. If that is the case, selling rice bowls to students is indeed a fitting idea. With that thought, Qiao Yuan couldn't contain her grin. I am truly a little business genius. Qiao Yuan promptly visited the nearby copy shop, printing a stack of advertisements, and hired a few local promoters from a city website. By the time evening classes ended, they were distributing flyers at the school entrance, featuring the menu and prices for the rice bowls from Lin Yuan's supermarket. Qiao Yuan prided herself as a conscientious merchant. If she were to profit from children, she must ensure the food was safe, delicious, and reasonably priced. Thus, she offered a rice bowl with 1 meat and 2 vegetables, accompanied by a bottle of milk, all for the price of 13 yuan. Since her grocery store system automatically restocked items, costs were never a concern for her. At 8 p.m., Qiao Yuan closed the supermarket and sought out a highly rated antique shop she had found online. The dagger Ningju had brought was so precious. Naturally, the box it came in should also be of high value. Bogazai was an antique shop that had been passed down for 3 generations, currently run by Dong Dong Dong. Dong 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 sat in the shop reading, lamenting that business was becoming increasingly difficult. Genuine antiques were hard to procure, and he refused to sell fakes. Hence, the shop had not opened in a month. He yawned, planning to finish his tea and close up for the night. Suddenly, a jingling sound echoed as a girl in her 20s entered the shop. Hello, feel free to browse. If you find something you like, I will retrieve it for you. Dong 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 said dully. He had encountered many such customers who would typically leave after discovering the exorbitant prices. As he slumped, drowsy, a woman's voice suddenly broke through the quiet. "Excuse me, may I take a look at this box?" Dong 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 raised his head, squinting. "She hasn't tea left?" "Oh, certainly, I will fetch it for you." Dong 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 carefully retrieved the wooden box Qiao Yuan had indicated from the shelf and placed it on the counter. This wooden box had captivated Qiao Yuan for quite some time. Its length was perfectly suited for the dagger, and it was intricately carved with various auspicious creatures and complex patterns, exuding exquisite craftsmanship. This box is made from golden silk nanmu, a relic from the Wanli period. As he spoke, Dong 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 glanced at Qiao Yuan. "It's not inexpensive." Naturally, antiques were not cheap. Qiao Yuan had anticipated this, and she was aware that golden silk nanmu was indeed quite valuable. "How much?" Qiao Yuan inquired. Dong Dong Dong's expression stiffened. "I've already mentioned it's not inexpensive. Why do you still ask? Wait till I state the price. If you don't buy it, we'll both be left feeling awkward." Noticing Qiao Yuan's questioning gaze, Dong 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 gathered his resolve. "The lowest price is 1.8 million. Everything in my shop is authentic, with certification. After all, this is an old item." "All right. I'll take it." Chapter 30. Abundant Preparations. Dong Dong Dong's mouth formed an O shape. "You bought it? Really bought it?" Qiao Yuan chuckled. "Of course. I genuinely purchased it. I will transfer the money to you now, as long as you can confirm that this box is authentic." "Absolutely. My family has been appraising treasures for 3 generations. Selling counterfeit goods would bring down divine wrath upon us." Dong 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 abruptly raised his head, his glasses flying off in the process. Qiao Yuan found this person quite amusing, and considering he operated an antique shop, there might be potential for collaboration in the future. After purchasing a golden silk nanmu box, just as Qiao Yuan was about to leave, Dong 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 called him back. "Wait a moment, here is my business card. If you have any doubts, you can take the wooden box to another institution for appraisal. If there's an issue, just come find me." Qiao Yuan accepted the card and glanced at the name. Dong Dong Dong. An intriguing name. There's a chance we may meet again. Upon returning to the hotel, Qiao Yuan placed the dagger inside the wooden box. Indeed, it fit perfectly, exuding a certain elegance. Ever since the supermarket system was upgraded, the blind box machine seemed to have been afflicted by an insatiable hunger. Yesterday, he drew an ashtray, and today, he drew a lighter. Qiao Yuan felt like crying. His luck had truly been terrible lately. In the morning, as students flocked to the supermarket for breakfast, Qiao Yuan had specially created a large poster for rice bowls that hung in the store. "Sister, I'll come buy rice bowls at noon." "Sister, it's 13 yuan. 1 you incur a loss." "Indeed, our school cafeteria charges 15 yuan for a single rice bowl, and I found a worm in my last meal." The middle school students, with their innocent thoughts, even suggested that Qiao Yuan raise the prices. "Don and Oppos, worry, as long as my supermarket exists, the prices will remain unchanged." Sure enough, with local promotions and regular customers spreading the word, a long line formed outside Qiao Yuan's small supermarket by noon. "Sister, I want Kung Pao chicken, fish-flavored eggplant, and shredded potatoes." "Sister, I want spicy hot pot, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and dry-fried green beans." "Sister." Qiao Yuan spent the entire noon busy serving the students. An hour later, the entrance was finally clear of customers. She stretched her arms and approached the front desk to check the cash register system. By the end of the afternoon, she had sold 60 rice bowls. Not bad. At this rate, she would meet her goal by tomorrow. However, selling rice bowls required long-term commitment, as these children were truly endearing. In the afternoon, Qiao Yuan closed the store early. She drove to a high-end shopping mall, intending to find a cosmetics counter to purchase some skincare products and perhaps get her makeup done. The gown and shoes Wang Xin had given her were extravagant, and without an exquisite makeup look and hairstyle, they would be hard to carry off. Though Qiao Yuan usually didn't enjoy dressing up, attending such events required a touch of formality. The Marriott Plaza was the largest mall in Nanyuan City. Upon entering the first floor, the faint scents of various perfumes and cosmetics wafted through the air. Qiao Yuan approached a light luxury cosmetics counter and wandered around for a couple of laps. Several sales assistants leaned against the innermost counter, ignoring her. One girl in a uniform was squatting on the floor, organizing products. "Xiaowen, go attend to that customer," commanded an older woman, looking down at the girl on the floor. Okay, I'll go now." Suwen suddenly stood up but felt dizzy for a moment. Qiao Yuan quickly stepped forward to support her, saying, "Take it slow when you stand up after squatting for too long." Thank you, Suwen said, feeling a bit embarrassed. What products would you like to know about? I can assist you. Perhaps it was the girl's youthful naivete that endeared her to Qiao Yuan. I would like to buy facial wash, lotion, essence, and sunscreen, and I'd also like you to do a makeup look suitable for a birthday banquet. Su-won, with a professional smile, led Qiao Yuan to the makeup station. Cut. It's obvious she's just here for a free makeover. Su-won is so naive. Newcomers need to learn more. She will understand soon enough. A few sales assistants whispered among themselves, their voices neither too loud nor too soft, just at the right volume for Qiao Yuan and Su-won to overhear. Your name is Su-won? Yes, it is. Aren't you afraid I'm just here for a free makeover? Qiao Yuan sat in the chair, observing Su-won's expression in the mirror. If the makeup I do pleases you, it would be my honor. Su-won smiled sincerely, her hands skillfully preparing various tools. Qiao Yuan smiled back, choosing to remain silent. Su-won's movements were gentle and polite. An hour later, she finished by spraying a setting spray on Qiao Yuan's face. Miss Qiao, all done. Qiao Yuan lifted her gaze, and in the mirror, she saw her refined and natural makeup, with every detail perfectly balanced, neither overly contrived nor lacking in fashionable elegance. You are truly talented. I adore this makeup look. Su-won tidied up her tools, beaming as she replied, It's mainly because you are quite beautiful, with a hint of heroism in your brows. Hence, I didn't give you a traditional, overly flirtatious look. Qiao Yuan stood up. Could you introduce me to the products now? Su-won paused for a moment, then replied, Of course. Another half hour passed, and Qiao Yuan selected 4 sets of lotion. 4 bottles of facial wash, 4 bottles of essence, and 20 bottles of sunscreen, along with some makeup products she rarely used. Finally, she stopped in the perfume section and purchased 5 bottles of different scents. In truth, she had a small ulterior motive. She wanted to prove a point to those sales assistants. The ones who had just been mocking her suddenly changed their demeanor. One of them even called out to Su-won, Xiao-won, hurry up and organize the products. I'm handling Miss Qiao's transaction. Su-won's face turned pale, but she reluctantly complied. Hey, don't go. Qiao Yuan grasped Su-won's arm. Today, only you can handle my transaction. I don't trust anyone else. Who knows what gossip they might spread later. The other sales assistants forced smiles. Awkwardly unsure of what to say, Qiao Yuan directly led Su-won to the cash register, watching her complete the transaction. After paying, Qiao Yuan elegantly left the counter and hurried to a renowned salon to get her hair styled for a high price. By the time she finished this entire process, it was already 5 p.m. Wang Xin's birthday banquet was set to begin at 6 p.m. Qiao Yuan returned to the hotel, hurriedly changed into her gown and shoes, and rushed out. The Spring Mountain area was located on the outskirts, and it was the peak of evening traffic. Qiao Yuan drove for over an hour before arriving at the Yufu private banquet. At this point, she was still 200 meters from the entrance of the estate. Hundreds of luxury cars lined up, awaiting entry. After another half hour, Qiao Yuan's car finally reached the estate's entrance. The security guard momentarily froze upon seeing the 200,000 yuan domestic car, thinking he must have misjudged. Just then, Qiao Yuan rolled down her window, leaving the guard momentarily speechless, as if he had swallowed an egg. All the attendees at the birthday banquet were prominent figures from various fields, arriving in luxury vehicles with dedicated drivers. This young lady, dressed in an extravagant evening gown and sporting a flawless makeup look, seemed utterly out of place in the driver's seat. Yet, she produced an invitation card. May I enter, please? After confirming the authenticity of the invitation, the security guard permitted her entry. The parking staff guided Qiao Yuan to an available parking space. Once she stepped out of the car and surveyed her surroundings, she couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Luxury vehicles adorned the lot: Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, Bugattis, Porsches, Ferraris, and many others she didn't recognize but could tell were extravagant. Qiao Yuan, how did you come to be here? Chapter 31. A chance encounter with a malicious roommate. Upon hearing that voice, Qiao Yuan felt a sinking sensation in her heart. She turned to look, and there stood Lin Xiao, adorned in a delicate lavender mermaid gown, its hem embellished with countless sparkling rhinestones that shimmered with her every movement. Her fair neck and wrists were adorned with a dazzling set of sapphire jewelry, if one were to overlook the piercing gaze of her eyes. Lin Xiao was undoubtedly a woman of cool elegance and innate beauty. What about you? Why so silent? Lin Xiao approached Qiao Yuan, looking down at her from her elevated stance. Standing at 168 centimeters, Qiao Yuan appeared half a head shorter before Lin Xiao. Arriving in such a shabby vehicle, and still daring to attend the birthday banquet of the Wang family heir? Surely, you must have snuck in, hoping to latch onto some wealthy patron? Surrounding Lin Xiao were four impeccably made-up women, who regarded Qiao Yuan with curiosity. Suddenly, a girl in a white gown burst into laughter. Xiao Xiao, is this your friend? The dress and shoes are decent, but those necklace and ring are pitifully shabby, aren't they? At her words, Lin Zhao's attention was drawn to the frog whistle around Qiao Yuan's neck and the plastic ring on her finger. Humph, a whiff of poverty. During their university years. If Lin Xiao was the proud princess, then Qiao Yuan was the ugly duckling. Throughout their 4 years in college, Lin Xiao had persistently made life difficult for her, with ridicule and mockery as daily fare. Upon graduation, Qiao Yuan had thought she would never cross paths with Lin Xiao again. Yet, unexpectedly, they had encountered each other at Wang Xian's birthday banquet. But now, she was no longer the timid, subservient Qiao Yuan who had been crushed into the dust. She had personally pushed her adoptive parents and a local bully into their demise, and had even taken a life. Lin Xiao and Apos, S father and Apos, S company was on the brink of bankruptcy, desperately in need of funding. Today, her sole objective was Wang Xian. Thus, when she beheld Qiao Yuan, resembling a swan, her ire flared. What do these lowly creatures think they are doing in a place like this? And carrying a cloth bag, how shameless. With her eyes narrowed, Qiao Yuan stepped forward and seized Lin Zhao's wrist. Ah, let go. You're hurting me. Lin Zhao's face turned pale, the sharp pain in her wrist unbearable. I warn you, if you dare to bark again, I will make you pay with your life. Qiao Yuan and Apos' eyes were eerily calm, yet beneath that serenity lay a chilling intent to kill. Why you let go of me? Lin Xiao and Apos' voice diminished, nearing a plea. The women beside her, sensing the cold aura emanating from Qiao Yuan, did not dare to intervene. Lin Xiao, remember this. Do not overstep your bounds, or I shall ensure your end is most unpleasant. With that, Qiao Yuan tightened her grip, causing Lin Zhao's wrist bone to emit a sickening crack. I was wrong. Lin Xiao, drenched in cold sweat from the pain, hastily begged for mercy. With a cold snort, Qiao Yuan released her grip and walked away without a backward glance. Lin Xiao clutched her swollen wrist, watching Qiao Yuan and Apos' retreating figure with eyes as venomous as a serpent. As Qiao Yuan entered the grand hall, a server escorted her to a seat to rest. The opulent hall bustled with figures. Men and women in evening attire mingled, raising glasses and engaging in lively conversation. Qiao Yuan sat in the corner, meticulously observing everyone. At 7 p.m., the birthday banquet commenced punctually. The guest of honor, surrounded by admirers, made his way to the front circular table. Yet, Qiao Yuan's gaze did not settle on Wang Xian. Instead, it drifted past him to two men in the background who bore a striking resemblance to one another. The older man on the left was undoubtedly Wang Qingyao, while the other must be Wang Qingchun. Suddenly, the soothing music came to an abrupt halt. Wang Qingyao stepped before a prearranged thematic backdrop, microphone in hand, and began his speech. The eloquence of the entrepreneur nearly lulled Qiao Yuan to sleep. At that moment, her phone vibrated incessantly. Picking it up, she saw it was Dolong. Hello? Qiao Yuan lowered her voice. Boss, Wang Qingchun has sent someone to the parking lot. All right, understood. After hanging up, she lifted her gaze and met Wang Xian's searching eyes from a distance. Upon seeing Qiao Yuan, impeccably dressed, Wang Xian's eyes brightened. Stunning. Qiao Yuan signaled to Wang Xian, but he remained oblivious. In exasperation, she raised her phone to him. Subsequently, Qiao Yuan sent Wang Xian a text. In the parking lot, they are making their move. Feeling his phone vibrate, Wang Xian glanced at it, and his face paled instantly. He whispered a few words to a nearby companion, who hurriedly departed. After completing this, Wang Xian looked back at Qiao Yuan, smiling and nodding. Their subtle exchange did not escape Lin Xiao and Apos' notice. At that moment, she gripped her Hermes bag tightly, leaving marks on her palm. Qiao Yuan and the heir of the Wang family were indeed acquainted. They were exchanging glances. This simply could not stand. How could I lose to such trash? After lingering at her seat for a while, Qiao Yuan, perhaps due to having consumed too many beverages, felt the urge to visit the restroom. After inquiring with the server, she made her way along the edge of the hall towards the restroom. Lin Zhao's gaze followed her closely, and the next moment, as if she had made a resolution, she too stood up and headed in the same direction. As Qiao Yuan passed a mirror, she admired her figure snugly enveloped by the gown. Perhaps her physique wasn't Apos' so bad after all. Just as she indulged in her self-appraisal, a woman appeared in the mirror. Lin Xiao, truly an unwelcome specter. Qiao Yuan turned to proceed further inside, but Lin Xiao seized her arm. Qiao Yuan, I was in the wrong earlier. I shouldn't and oppose to have spoken to you that way. Can you ever forgive me? Huh? You must be mad. Qiao Yuan forcefully shook her hand away, causing Lin Xiao to stumble back, nearly toppling over. Instead of growing angry, Lin Xiao continued to apologize profusely. Seeing that Qiao Yuan ignored her, Lin Xiao left with an oddly triumphant smile. Minutes later, Qiao Yuan exited the restroom. The grand birthday banquet reverberated with discussions of projects worth billions. This visit had indeed broadened her horizons. When will I, too, be able to casually engage in ventures worth billions? After the banquet, the ball commenced. Everyone ascended to the second-floor ballroom, where Qiao Yuan, as usual, took a seat in the corner. Dancing was not her forte. As the music brightened, elegantly dressed young men and women entered the dance floor, swirling gracefully. All eyes were on Wang Xian, the star of the evening, and everyone anticipated who the leading lady would be. Wang Xian scanned the crowd, and finally, his gaze landed on a particular direction. He approached slowly, his eyes crinkling into a smile that revealed his signature distinctive canine teeth. Lin Xiao, watching Wang Xian draw nearer, felt her heart racing. Xiao Xiao, the young master is coming for you. Indeed, he must have fallen for you at first sight after your earlier conversation. You two are perfectly matched today. As Wang Xian approached, he was less than a meter away from Lin Xiao. She shyly lifted her gaze, extending her right hand. And then, Wang Xian, without a glance, walked past her, his eyes fixed ahead. Lin Xiao's hand froze in the air, her face reddening like an apple. Amidst the peculiar stares of those around her, she quickly retracted her hand, pressing her fingers into her palm, the sharp sting jolting her back to reality. Turning her head, she spotted Qiao Yuan, who was engrossed in reading a novel on her phone. Suddenly, she noticed a shadow on the floor. Slowly, she raised her gaze, only to find Wang Xian standing before her, bending down, extending his hand. May I have the honor of this dance? Chapter 32. The gift shocks the audience. Qiao Yuan stood frozen, her mind momentarily blank, before she muttered, I cannot dance. Wang Xian replied, I will teach you. As more and more people turned their attention towards them, Qiao Yuan boldly grasped Wang Xian and Appo's hand. May I place my hand upon your waist, dear lady? Wang Xian, with a serious demeanor, resembled a protagonist from a romantic drama. However, Qiao Yuan remained focused on her mission for the evening. Of course, she replied. Wang Xian led Qiao Yuan into the dance floor, guiding her step by step through the movements. Wang Qingyao observed from a distance and summoned his secretary. Which young lady is that? The secretary frowned slightly. I apologize, Mr. Wang. I will look into it. Wang Qingyao was indifferent to her background. What mattered was her character and that his son was fond of her. Qiao Yuan was quick-witted. After just 2 demonstrations from Wang Xian, she was able to keep up with the rhythm. What about the parking lot? She whispered. You were right. Someone indeed cut the brake line. We have it on video. The culprit is a bodyguard next to Uncle. Wang Xian spoke softly, wary of eavesdroppers. Qiao Yuan couldn't suppress a chuckle, prompting a surprised glance from Wang Xian. Do you not think we resemble spies meeting in secrecy? Wang Xian, recalling espionage dramas, chuckled in return. Has Wang Qingchuan's car been taken care of? Rest assured. All 4 tires have been punctured, Wang Xian replied with a mischievous wink. Excellent. Let us enjoy the spectacle together shortly. After the dance concluded, Qiao Yuan returned to her seat. Passing by Lin Xiao, she noticed the latter and Appo's eyes ablaze with fury. Having completed one dance, Wang Xian chose not to invite any other girls but returned to sit beside Wang Qingyao. That girl has a pitiable background, yet she is self-reliant. You mustn't take advantage of her, Wang Qingyao suddenly interjected. Father, what are you saying? Wang Xian questioned, bewildered. Our family has labored for 4 generations to amass this fortune. Marriage has never been a bargaining chip for business, so I shall not interfere in your affections. Wang Xian nearly leapt from his chair. Wait, in just one dance, you uncovered her entire background? Yet, he cast a furtive glance at Qiao Yuan. Life would surely be interesting with a girl like her. The ball extended until 10 o'clock at night. A waiter emerged from the side door, pushing an 8-tier birthday cake. The ballroom lights dimmed, leaving only a few ambient lights aglow. Happy birthday to you, the crowd sang in unison as Wang Xian closed his eyes, made a wish, and extinguished the candles atop the cake. With a loud pop, the lights illuminated once more, and fireworks erupted. Colorful ribbons and blue stars cascaded from above. A throng of young people gathered around Wang Xin, presenting him with gifts, while the elders looked on with warm smiles. Qiao Yuan glanced at the cloth bag in her hand, feeling somewhat inadequate. Just as she was about to retrieve the wooden box, a sudden exclamation pierced the air. "My necklace is missing!" A woman's voice rang out sharply, capturing everyone's attention. Qiao Yuan recognized it was Lin Xiao, based on her years of familiarity. She immediately realized this scene was directed at her. The only point of contact during the entire birthday celebration had been the restroom. Qiao Yuan reached into her cloth bag and indeed felt the hard, rigid gemstone necklace nestled in the corner. She promptly concealed the necklace within her space. "Now, let us see what you will conjure up." "Necklace? You had it before you went to the restroom," Lin Xiao and Appos, as follower remarked. "I removed the necklace while touching up my makeup. Perhaps it fell in the restroom," Lin Xiao explained. Upon hearing this, the waiter hurried off to search. Moments later, he returned, shaking his head at Lin Xiao. "Apologies, Miss Lin, but we did not find it." As Lin Xiao prepared to speak, another girl pointed at Qiao Yuan and exclaimed. Xiao Xiao came out shortly after. "Hey, did you see Xiao Zhao's necklace?" This remark cast Qiao Yuan into the spotlight. Just as Wang Xin intended to intervene, he noticed Qiao Yuan subtly shake her head. "I did not see it," Qiao Yuan replied coolly. Lin Xiao approached her, her tone nearly pleading. "Qiao Yuan, please do not jest. You always borrowed my things in college, and I never held it against you. But this necklace was a gift from my mother. Although it is worth only over 800,000, it is precious to me. Could you please return it?" Her words sparked hushed murmurs among the crowd. Qiao Yuan smiled, recognizing the tactic. "Do you possess any proof that I took it?" Lin Xiao's eyes flickered. "There are no cameras in the restroom." I. Lin Xiao, you are too accommodating. Do we really need to say it?" "She must have stolen it," a woman beside Lin Xiao declared, abruptly knocking over Qiao Yuan and Appos' cloth bag. "It must be in this bag." She emptied the contents, revealing nothing but the wooden box. "Is it within the box?" Just as she was about to open it, a middle-aged man beside Wang Qingao interjected. "Do not touch that box." He stepped forward cautiously and retrieved the wooden box. A precious golden-threaded Nama carved box from the Wanli period. "It is invaluable. Do not damage it." At this, not only the woman, but even Lin Xiao appeared astonished. She regarded Qiao Yuan with suspicion. How could she possibly possess such an exquisite item? "This is a birthday gift I prepared for Wang Xin." Upon hearing his name, Wang Xin finally approached Qiao Yuan with rightful intent. "Uncle Fong, please hand me the gift Qiao Yuan prepared for me." Wang Xin extended his hand to receive it. Fong Tianming reluctantly placed the wooden box in his palm. "Thank you for your gift. I adore it," Wang Xin said, caressing the box with delight. Clearly, a misunderstanding had arisen. Qiao Yuan quickly clarified, "The box is not the gift. What lies within it is the true present." Wang Xin hesitated, then opened the box. "My heavens! This is... Fong Tianming exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he stammered. "A dragon-headed agate inlaid dagger," Qiao Yuan elaborated. Wang Xin admired the exquisitely crafted dagger, recognizing its exceptional quality. This far surpassed any gaudy luxury items. Fong Tianming, entranced, asked, "May I take a closer look?" At that moment, Wang Qingao also approached. "Your Uncle Fong is a provincial expert in cultural relics. He is mesmerized by antique items and has likely stumbled upon a true treasure." Fong Tianming inspected the dagger meticulously, as if he were gazing upon an unparalleled beauty. After a prolonged moment, he adjusted his glasses, marveling, "A priceless treasure. Although I cannot ascertain the dagger's exact era, it certainly dates back to the Mid-Tang dynasty and belongs to royalty. Wang Xin, you must cherish this dagger. It is beyond monetary measure." Qiao Yuan was taken aback, realizing the seemingly casual dagger she had obtained was of such immense value. Reflecting on this, she thought, "Such items occupy an entire room in my space." Fong Tianming's proclamation stirred the previously composed dignitaries, prompting them to rise and approach, eager to admire the dagger now deemed a priceless treasure. These individuals are either titans of industry or luminaries from various fields, each possessing a discerning eye for collectibles. Upon gazing at the dagger, their expressions were hardly more favorable than that of Fong Tianming. Indeed, some began to inquire whether Qiao Yuan had any more such treasures. The envy in their eyes was nearly palpable. Chapter 33. Rectifying the ungrateful younger brother of the wealthy heir. At this moment, Lin Xiao had completely lost her composure. She had distinctly thrown the necklace into Qiao Yuan and Appos' fabric bag earlier. Moreover, since exiting the restroom, Qiao Yuan had not once diverted her gaze from Lin Xiao. How could the necklace possibly vanish? If she continued to assert that Qiao Yuan had stolen it, few would believe her now. Wang Qingyao noticed Lin Xiao's expression and spoke solemnly. Miss Lin, I believe this matter was merely a misunderstanding. Miss Qiao is not the sort of person to engage in such behavior. The carved wooden box made of golden silk nanmu is worth several times more than your necklace. Besides, it is merely a box for a birthday gift. Wang Qingyao's words were measured, yet everyone grasped the underlying implication. The insinuation was clear. Someone as affluent as Qiao Yuan would have no need to steal your paltry 800,000 yuan necklace. Qiao Yuan stood smiling amidst the crowd while Lin Xiao wished fervently for a hole to swallow her whole. Every guest at the birthday banquet was astute. They all recognized this as Lin Xiao's self-staged farce. Unable to endure the scrutinizing gazes any longer, Lin Xiao shot Qiao Yuan a furious glare before fleeing the villa, her face covered in embarrassment. Where did you get that treasure, young lady? Fang Tianming inquired. Qiao Yuan produced her pre-prepared explanation. It has been passed down through my family. Indeed, upon hearing this, Fang Tianming ceased his inquiries. Wang Xian had not anticipated that Qiao Yuan would present such an extravagant gift. For the next 2 hours, he clutched the wooden box tightly, unwilling to let go. As the birthday celebration concluded and the distinguished guests began to depart, Qiao Yuan deliberately lingered until the end. She walked alongside Wang Xian and the Wang family, exiting the estate and heading toward the parking lot. Young Master Wang, your car has been slashed. All 4 tires are flat. Wang Qingchuan's driver rushed over, visibly flustered. Wang Qingchun furrowed his brow, nearly cursing aloud if not for the throng of people surrounding him. Qingchun, take my car, Wang Qingyao offered. Immediately, Qiao Yuan and Wang Xian exchanged knowing glances. Uncle Wang, your timing is impeccable. Upon hearing this, Wang Qingchuan's eyes glinted with calculation. Brother, no need. Really, you all go ahead, he insisted. It's late, and the private banquet at Yufu is still up the mountain. How will you descend if you don't use my car? Wang Qingchun grew increasingly anxious. Oh, just don't worry about how I'll get down the mountain. You and Wang Xian go first. At this moment, everyone sensed something was amiss. Uncle, why one and oppos? Do you ride in our car? Is it that you find it lacking? Or are you afraid of a fatal accident? Wang Xian retorted. Wang Xian, how dare you speak like that? Wang Qingyao shot him a stern look. Turning back to his younger brother, a wave of dread washed over Wang Qingyao. He had watched Wang Qingchun grow up, and he was all too aware of the signs of guilt etched across his face. Just like now, Wang Qingchun was clearly uneasy. Uncle, you wouldn't dare ride in our vehicle because I have already cut the brake line on Dad's car. Apart from Qiao Yuan, everyone else stared at Wang Qingchun in disbelief. At that moment, he disregarded all decorum, pointing an accusatory finger at Wang Xian while unleashing a torrent of curses. You little rascal, did I give you any reason to act like this? Think before you accuse me. Wang Xian grinned, opening the car door. Since you claim you've done nothing wrong, then ride in my father's car and descend together. At this point, the guests had not yet dispersed, and the crowd in the parking lot halted, captivated by this unfolding drama. Wang Qingchun dared not enter the vehicle. He had no desire to meet his demise. Just then, a whistle pierced the air. As Qiao Yuan was about to speak, Wang Xian interjected. Uncle, why did you cut the brake line? Wang Qingchuan's eyes glazed over. As if under a spell, I wanted both you and Wang Qingyao to die. The words hung in the air, shocking everyone present. Wang Qingyao turned pale, his lips trembling as he struggled to articulate his response. You are my own brother. How could you be so ruthless? Wang Qingchun seemed to be provoked by this statement. So what? You are Wang Zong, and I must be little Wang Zong. With you around, I will forever be looked down upon. What if I merely gathered a group of followers and engaged in a few shady dealings? Great endeavors often overlook minor details. I haven't caused any fatalities. Why should you expel me from Qinshan Group? I will not let you have your way. As long as you and Wang Xian are dead, Qinshan Group will be mine. All mine. Wang Qingchuan's eyes burned with fury, veins bulging on his forehead, resembling a madman. You beast. Wang Qingyao trembled with rage. Wang Xian promptly steadied him. Meanwhile, unnoticed by others, Qiao Yuan discreetly raised her phone, capturing the entire scene. Originally risking exposure, this turn of events had led Wang Xian to reveal everything. 10 minutes passed, and Wang Qingchuan's mind began to clear, only to be replaced by dread. Brother, I was just speaking out of anger. I didn't mean it. He stammered, unable to find a way to excuse himself. With a thud, Wang Qingchun fell to his knees, pleading desperately, Brother, I was wrong. I truly was. Please spare me this once. I beg you. Wang Qingyao composed himself, looking at his brother with disappointment. Wang Xian, call the police. Upon hearing this, Wang Qingchun's face drained of color. Fine, since you were so heartless. With a sorrowful smile, Wang Qingchun suddenly drew a handgun from his waistband, aiming it directly at Wang Qingyao. This is bad. Before anyone could react, Qiao Yuan swiftly twisted her ring. Wang Qingchun was momentarily stunned, struggling to lift his hand, as if weighed down by an invisible force. To onlookers, he appeared as a jester performing a tragic act. In that moment, bodyguards lunged from the side, seizing the gun from Wang Qingchun's grasp. It was only when the police arrived that Wang Qingchun regained his senses. He gazed hopelessly at the handcuffs clasped around his wrists. And as he was escorted into the police car, he cast a furious glance at Wang Xian. In that instant, the fog in his mind lifted and clarity emerged. You set me up, you little bastard. Wang Xian remained expressionless, his eyes betraying a flicker of cold disdain. In the parking lot, Wang Qingyao's chest heaved violently, surrounded by old friends who offered quiet comfort. Thank you, Wang Xian said earnestly as he approached Qiao Yuan. Removing him is advantageous for me as well. Qiao Yuan replied candidly. Your cars are undrivable. Let us take mine. Wang Xian turned to his father. All right, I'll speak to Dad. After a brief moment, Wang Xian assisted Wang Qingyao into her car. My apologies, Uncle Wang. My car is not in the best condition. Please bear with it. Qiao Yuan mused that the wealthiest man in Nanyuan City likely seldom had the chance to ride in such a shabby vehicle. Wang Qingyao observed Qiao Yuan through the rearview mirror. Her gaze was as clear as a pristine lake, unblemished and pure. During the descent down the mountain, Wang Qingyao remained silent, deeply affected by the events of the day's birthday banquet. Finally, when the car came to a halt at 20 Dongchang Street, he spoke up. Miss Qiao, who exactly are you? Chapter 34. Is it excessive to earn 100 million? Wang Qingyao remained silent throughout the journey. Having navigated the tumultuous waters of commerce for many years, he had always prided himself on his keen judgment of character. Yet, he found himself nearly undone by his own younger brother. He meticulously replayed every detail of the birthday banquet in his mind, ultimately honing in on Qiao Yuan as the source of the variables at play, a girl devoid of any familial pedigree. She had casually presented a priceless treasure that left Fong Tianming astounded. Moreover, she had deliberately chosen to arrive at the very end. Wang Qingchun's car had suffered a flat tire. Upon hearing the whistle, he inexplicably revealed the truth and exhibited a bizarre mannerism. All of these occurrences seemed inextricably linked to Qiao Yuan. As he pondered this, Wang Qingyao recalled the frog whistle that Qiao Yuan had worn around her neck during their first encounter. Wang Xian felt a pang of anxiety, preparing to defend Qiao Yuan when she interjected with a smile. Uncle Wang, have you guessed something? Her candor prompted Wang Qingyao to speak plainly. This is a trap set by you and Wang Xian. But what confounds me is why he divulged his true feelings upon hearing the whistle, and the peculiar movements that followed. Uncle Wang, I am proficient in hypnosis. This whistle is a tool of suggestion. As she spoke, Qiao Yuan lifted the frog whistle. He was hypnotized, which is why he revealed his innermost thoughts. As for his strange behavior at the end, I cannot explain that either. Perhaps it was a side effect of the hypnosis. Qiao Yuan spun a tale with utmost seriousness, and Wang Qingyao believed only a fraction of it. Why do you assist us? I visited the Qingshan pawn shop and pawned some treasures. Wang Qingchun sent someone to follow me, intending to rob me. But I managed to bribe his men. Qiao Yuan chuckled softly. I knew he planned to harm you and Wang Xian on your birthday. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, so I chose to help you. Wang Qingyao found her last two statements credible. Regardless of your motives, I am grateful. If the Wang family is ever in need, do not hesitate to ask. Thank you, Uncle Wang, Qiao Yuan replied, nodding obediently. After Wang Qingyao and Wang Xian exited the vehicle, Qiao Yuan turned and walked away. This girl is rather intriguing, Wang Qingyao mused to himself. Father, do you believe her? Wang Xian shot a glance at him. Wang Qingyao shot back. Do you? Wang Xian sighed, gazing skyward. Honestly, I do not. With the plan to rescue the wealthy heir successfully completed, Qiao Yuan enjoyed a restful sleep. Even the early morning rush felt invigorating. Today, the blind box machine maintained its usual demeanor, yielding little excitement. After bidding farewell to the last batch of students purchasing breakfast, Qiao Yuan closed the shop door. She had already informed Su Lian to procure supplies. Upon arriving at the tea house Su Lian had reserved, Qiao Yuan found him sipping tea, having already downed 2 cups. "What are we buying this time?" Su Lian asked with palpable enthusiasm. Qiao Yuan produced her handwritten list. "Wow, this is even longer than last time," Su Lian exclaimed, examining the densely packed A4 sheet. "Your friend seems to run quite a significant business." Qiao Yuan sipped her tea. "His success translates into our profits." "True, that makes sense." Su Lian tucked the paper away. "How soon do you need it?" "As soon as possible, preferably within 4 days." "Absolutely." Qiao Yuan transferred 500,000 yuan to Su Lian as a deposit, adhering to their usual arrangement. After receiving the funds, Su Lian hurriedly departed, leaving Qiao Yuan to linger in the tea house for a moment. This time, Ningzhu had a substantial list of items to procure, indicating a firm resolve to establish his own sanctuary. Steel frames, metal sheets, high-voltage electric fences. Was he aspiring to build a city of his own? Perhaps this was fortuitous. It would allow for a long-term partnership. Upon returning to the supermarket, she coincidentally timed her arrival with the school dismissal. The number of children dining had significantly increased. After a busy morning, before Qiao Yuan could tally the servings sold, the system chimed in. Ding! Task 6 is complete. Reward: 300 square meters of space, 1 row of stationary shelves, and a doubling of the fast food sales area. Momentarily dazed, Qiao Yuan noticed a new row of stationary shelves in the supermarket. Upon inspecting the fast food area, she discovered an additional 10 dishes and 4 sets of tables and chairs. The supermarket now resembled a chain convenience store. At this rate of development, a new storefront would soon be necessary. Qiao Yuan hurriedly packaged 100 servings of meals and placed them into her space, ensuring Ningzhu would not go hungry or thirsty on his journey. After finishing her tasks, Qiao Yuan sat behind the counter and scrolled through her contacts to find Do Long and Amp. Oppo's S account. "Please send me your bank account details." Shortly, Do Long responded with a string of numbers. Qiao Yuan promptly transferred 1.6 million yuan into his account. After a brief pause, she received a voice message in return. "Thank you, boss. Rest assured, I will diligently follow your lead from now on. But I have no intention of engaging in any criminal activities." Qiao Yuan reflected before messaging back. "From now on, refrain from illegal activities and pursue a legitimate business." Yes, I will heed your advice, boss." Recently, expenditures had been substantial. Despite still having over 20 million at her disposal, funds were required for purchasing supplies for Ningzhu, acquiring property, and expanding her store in the future. Contemplating all this made her finances seem insufficient. Determined, Qiao Yuan proactively contacted Wang Xian, accelerating her journey towards the Qingshan pawn shop. Upon her arrival, she discovered a new staff member at the counter. Wang Xian, clad in casual attire, descended from the 2nd floor. "My esteemed guest has arrived. Please follow me," Wang Xian greeted with a grin. "Your VIP private consultant is at your service." After the events of the previous day's birthday banquet, their relationship had significantly deepened. Qiao Yuan walked confidently alongside Wang Xian to the 2nd floor, which boasted several VIP rooms, offering far greater privacy than the 1st floor. "Is Qingshan Pawn Shop now under your ownership?" Qiao Yuan inquired as she took a seat. "Indeed, I am the owner now. You can visit me anytime." Without hesitation, Qiao Yuan opened her bag. Wang Xian, quick on the uptake, retrieved several velvet trays from a drawer. 5 strands of imperial green jade beads, 3 pigeon blood red necklaces, and 2 emerald rings. "Sometimes I wonder if you might be some kind of criminal mastermind," Qiao Yuan remarked with a smirk. "I have an entire box of such items. The origins are absolutely legitimate. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare approach you. Do you realize that the items you provided are all of auction-grade quality? Especially these pigeon blood red necklaces. The highest bid at Christie's in Xiangang City reached an astonishing $400 million. What? Qiao Yuan's heart raced. She had truly latched onto a lucrative opportunity. "Not to worry. You can charge your usual rates. The profits from the auction will serve as your commission." Wang Xian's mind momentarily blanked, considering their bond. Asking for a commission felt somewhat distant. Yet, he quickly reasoned that it was his own life at stake, not anyone else's. "Hey, what's wrong?" Qiao Yuan waved her hand in front of him. Wang Xian snapped back to reality with an awkward smile. "We'll stick to the pawn prices." Wang Xian inputted a series of numbers into the calculator. 100 million? If you think that's low, I can. No, that is quite substantial. Surprising. Really? Qiao Yuan was immensely pleased with this price. To earn 100 million, this remarkable event has unexpectedly occurred in my life. The two individuals exchanged a few more words. Are you planning to purchase a house? Chapter 35. Grandfather's other son, Qiao Yuan, leaned back in her chair, pondering the inconvenience of staying in hotels indefinitely. Wang Xin, with a glint of inspiration, suggested, how about the vacant villa at number 8 Donchong Street? That property is rather expensive, though. The developer is Qingshan Group, but I can arrange a 50% discount for you, provided that all your jewelry and valuables are entrusted to me thereafter. Wang Xin proposed a condition that Qiao Yuan found impossible to refuse. All right. In a bid to expedite Qiao Yuan and Appos' move into her new residence, Wang Xin promptly escorted her to the villa sales office. Upon seeing Wang Xin, the manager hurried out to greet him, brimming with enthusiasm. What brings you here in person? My friend is purchasing a villa at number 8 Donchong Street, Wang Xin replied. The manager appraised Qiao Yuan and was taken aback by Wang Xin and Appos' choice. Please take a look at the layout. It and Appos' exquisitely decorated and furnished, allowing for immediate occupancy. Wang Xin took the tablet from the manager's hands. As Qiao Yuan watched the promotional video, she couldn't help but admire the opulence of what was undoubtedly the most luxurious villa in Nanyuan City. However, she mused that living alone in such a grand space seemed wasteful. Yet, being in this neighborhood ensured that her neighbors would not speculate about her financial status. I and Appos, take it. Just as the manager was about to pull Wang Xin aside to clarify the payment arrangements, Qiao Yuan interjected, where do I swipe my card? Swipe your card? Are you purchasing this yourself? The manager was astonished. Using my authority, I can offer this villa to the young lady at half price. Even at half price, that amounted to 8 million yuan, indicating that she was no ordinary individual. The manager guided Qiao Yuan through the necessary procedures and provided her with the villa and Appos' access code. RN and Appos, to you considering a new vehicle to match your villa? Wang Xin inquired as they left the sales office, eyeing Qiao Yuan's rugged SUV. Given that I've just acquired a villa, it would be logical to purchase a suitable vehicle. However, Qiao Yuan shook her head, expressing her contentment with her current car. After bidding farewell to Wang Xin, she returned to the supermarket. She had yet to thoroughly examine the newly installed stationery display. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that with the system upgrade, the merchandise had also been enhanced. The stationery section now included not only essential items like paper, pens, and notebooks, but also sketch paper, watercolor paper, paints, and brushes. As she wandered through the supermarket, she observed that all the shelves were meticulously organized, a stark contrast to the previous chaotic arrangement of the convenience store. The supermarket now appeared to encompass about 500 square meters. Ding! The 7th task has been issued. Please establish your second career within 4 days. Requirements: it must not be related to the supermarket and can be in any industry. Upon receiving the 7th task, Qiao Yuan found herself contemplating for 2 minutes. The timing for task assignments had become increasingly pressing, and the task itself seemed rather absurd. Was it compelling her to become a strong, independent woman? Establishing a second career that did not involve the supermarket meant she could not utilize its resources. Qiao Yuan felt bewildered. Yet the urgency of the task left no room for extensive planning. Just then, the ringing of her phone interrupted her thoughts. Glancing at the screen, she saw it was her grandfather calling. Grandfather, have you been thinking of me? Yes, I will visit you at the hospital today. I promise to spend extra time with you. After hanging up, Qiao Yuan realized how busy she had been lately, neglecting to visit her grandfather. She picked up some of his favorite snacks and essentials from the supermarket before driving to the West Suburban Hot Springs nursing home. Her grandfather resided in a VIP room, receiving round-the-clock care from attendants, and the facility offered various recreational amenities to keep him entertained. Miss Qiao, the old gentleman's son, is here today, a caregiver informed her. Which son? Qiao Yuan halted abruptly, causing the caregiver behind her to nearly bump into her. His son? Who? Qiao Zhenyun had long been estranged from her. So who could it be? Suddenly, a realization struck her. Her grandfather had 2 sons, the elder, Qiao Zhenyun, and the younger, Qiao Zhenhai. Qiao Zhenhai had moved to another city years ago, believing their father to be financially inadequate, thus severing ties with the family. If the caregiver was correct, it had to be Qiao Zhenhai visiting today. But after all these years, what could his intentions be? As she approached VIP room 10, she could hear laughter emanating from inside. but her grandfather and Appo's voice was conspicuously absent. Just as the caregiver was about to enter, Qiao Yuan stopped her. Dad, I went to Yongla village and found that the old cottage is uninhabited and overgrown. Why keep it? Just give it to me. It holds no value. Indeed, Dad. Who knows where Big Brother's family is gone? You'll still need us in the future. Dad, it's merely a matter of your word. I want the old house in Yongla village, nothing else. Qiao Yuan listened at the door and finally grasped the family's motives for visiting. The dilapidated old house in Yongla village had suddenly piqued their interest. Taking a deep breath, she pushed the door open and entered. Grandfather, I'm here. In the room. Besides her grandfather, there were 2 men and a woman. She recognized Xiao Zhenhai and his wife, Jiang Weiqin. But the young man engrossed in gaming on the distant sofa was unfamiliar to her. Ah, little Yuan, you've grown so much. Look at you, the pride of the Qiao family. Xiao Zhenhai nudged Jiang Weiqin, prompting her to stand and exchange pleasantries. Qiao Yuan, however, ignored them and placed the snacks she had brought on the table. Grandfather, I brought you some treats that you enjoy. See, little Yuan is so filial. I heard this nursing home isn't cheap. Where did you get all this money? Jiang Weiqin's second comment was clearly a probing question. I overheard your conversation at the door. The old house in Yongla village is now under my name, and we will go back to the village tomorrow to register the transfer. Really? Xiao Zhenhai sprang to his feet, unable to conceal his excitement. Indeed, the sooner, the better. After saying this, Qiao Yuan sat down to peel an apple for her grandfather. Jiang Weiqin tugged at Xiao Zhenhai's sleeve, and they exchanged a knowing glance. Then it settled for 9 a.m. tomorrow at the Yongla Village Committee. Dad, we have nothing more to discuss, so we shall take our leave. The young man on the sofa was hastily pulled out of the room by Jiang Weiqin. The 3 of them barely managed to maintain their FAAs, eager to leave once their objectives had been met. Little Yuan, I'm sorry for all this. As Qiao Yuan placed the sliced apples onto a plate, she turned to her grandfather and asked, Do you know why they want the old house in Yongla village? With a sly smile, Xiao Fengtian shook his head. They must have heard rumors about the village and Appo's impending redevelopment. What? Xiao Fengtian and Appo's jaundiced eyes widened in shock. And he gasped in indignation. No, you must not sign anything tomorrow. If they are indeed redeveloping, you should keep the house. It will serve as a safeguard in the future. He lovingly ruffled Qiao Yuan's hair, his concern palpable. Grandfather. But I just received news that the developer has changed their plans. Qiao Yuan chuckled, revealing that Yongla village had faced annual flooding, prompting the developer to opt for the higher terrain in Kanyu village for their project. Just this morning, while chatting with Wang Xian in the tea room, she had mentioned her hometown of Yongla village. Coincidentally, the developer is Qingshan Group, hence the information provided by Wang Xian is undoubtedly accurate. This is precisely why she readily agreed to the couple, Xiao Zhenhai and his wife. When the time comes, will they still be able to smile? Chapter 36. Midnight Refuge. The distance between Guangshan City and Fengxiu City is less than 200 kilometers. For an ordinary person, it would take 3 to 4 days to walk this distance. However, Ning Ju is an awakened one, possessing physical strength several times that of a normal man. He traveled tirelessly for 2 days and nights, finally arriving at Guangshan City. During these days, whenever fatigue overcame him, he would prepare insect repellent and take refuge in a shop by the street. Whenever hunger struck, he would consume the boxed meals prepared for him by Qiao Yuan. The journey from Fengxiu City to Guangshan City was fraught with dangers, the roads littered with contorted corpses of zombies and swarms of insects, occasionally interspersed with mutated animals. Upon entering Guangshan City, he encountered 2 men and a woman who were being besieged by zombies. After rescuing the 3, he discovered they were not awakened ones. Unable to resist their pleas, Ning Ju decided to keep them with him. After I find the others, I must return to Fengxiu City. If you can endure, I will allow you to join my camp. If not, I am afraid it will be unfortunate for you. To avoid drawing attention, Ning Ju carried a 75-liter backpack filled with over 20 pounds of compressed biscuits, energy bars, and dozens of bottles of mineral water. After distributing the allotted rations of biscuits and water, the 3 followed Ning Ju closely, as if clinging to their last hope. Following the map in his possession, Ning Ju located the Jinding building, where Ning Lin's friend, Xiang Qiu, was said to be. He concealed himself behind a dilapidated car. Observing the layers of barbed wire surrounding the entrance of the Jinding building, along with the armed men patrolling the area, something feels off. Is the person you seek inside the Jinding building? Sun Yuan, crouched behind Ning Ju, whispered. What are you implying? Ning Ju replied without turning back. Sun Yuan edged closer. The Jinding building is the tallest in Guangshan City. During the initial flood, everyone aimed to escape there, but it was already occupied by a group of armed individuals. Initially, they merely drove others away, but as chaos ensued, they resorted to shooting. If your friend claims to be in the Jinding building, it is likely she is with them. With them? But Xiang Qiu mentioned in the telegram that she was in a refugee zone, temporarily working for the government due to her radio skills. Could there be some hidden truth? Take the insect repellent and retreat to that clothing store across the street. I will investigate. Sun Yuan grasped his arm. Ninggu, be cautious. They are not good people. Understood. After watching Sun Yuan, Sun Ming, and Liang Shaoqian enter the clothing store, Ning Ju turned back. He let out a low growl, and shortly thereafter, a horde of zombies appeared from all directions, their singular aim directed at the Jinding building. As the man stationed at the entrance noticed the approaching zombies, he retrieved a walkie-talkie from his waist. Captain, a large number of zombies have suddenly surrounded the building. We request backup. Amidst the crowd of zombies, Ning Ju seized the opportunity to approach the fire escape door on the side of the building. He drew out an infinite pistol and fired at the lock. Just days earlier, he discovered that the pistol was equipped with a silencer, making it even more convenient to use. With a muffled sound, the lock shattered, and Ning Ju swiftly caught the falling lock head. He slowly opened the fire escape door and stepped into the Jinding building. As Qiao Yuan exited the sanatorium, the sky had already darkened. Just as she intended to drive back to the hotel, she suddenly realized she had left her room card at the supermarket and had to make a trip back. The supermarket had closed early that day, and she remembered turning off the lights as she left. Upon parking, she noticed the lights still on inside the supermarket. Oh no, has a thief entered? Qiao Yuan crouched and moved along the wall, her mouth forming a Na shape when she saw the U-lock on the door. What is going on? Am I scaring myself? Upon entering, as she stepped inside, she heard a faint noise emanating from the farthest shelf. Instantly, she tightened her grip on the ring in her hand. Who is there? Come out. She fixed her gaze on the shelf, ready to twist the ring and restrain any thief she might encounter. It's me. The voice, slightly weary, sounded familiar. Ningju? Qiao Yuan quickly locked the door and rushed toward the innermost shelf. Ningju was grimacing, clutching his arm, blood staining his left arm. His face pale as a ghost. You're injured. Qiao Yuan knelt down and grabbed a pair of scissors from the shelf, carefully cutting away his clothing. Hiss. Ningju inhaled sharply. The tearing sensation from the wound nearly made him faint. Gunshot wound. Did you encounter someone? In this apocalyptic world, those capable of wielding firearms could not possibly be zombies or cockroaches. Yes, I've arrived in Guangshan City. The location provided by Shaolin's friend appears suspicious. I intended to investigate, only to find that there were awakened ones and firearms involved. I will tend to your wound first. Qiao Yuan examined the injury, determining that the bullet was lodged in his flesh. If it were not removed, healing would be difficult. A gunshot wound. I've never seen one before. With that thought, Qiao Yuan quickly searched online for methods to extract a bullet and decided to follow a suggestion from a forum post. You must endure, it will hurt. She handed Ning Ju a clean towel, signaling for him to bite down on it. As the tweezers probed the wound, Ning Ju's body tensed like a taut steel wire, muffled cries escaping his lips. It's out. Qiao Yuan wiped the sweat from her forehead and quickly disinfected the wound. Ning Ju gasped for air, feeling as though he had just emerged from water, drenched in sweat. Phew, thank goodness for you. If I hadn't left my hotel card at the supermarket today, how would I have managed through the night? As Qiao Yuan was bandaging Ning Ju's wound, she caught a whiff of the floral scent from her hair, and her face unexpectedly flushed. Staying at the hotel for the night. Why does that sound a bit ambiguous? Once the wound was dressed, Qiao Yuan opened a bottle of water and offered him a couple of sips. You should rest here tonight. Wait until your injury heals before leaving. Ning Ju's mind buzzed at the thought of sleeping there. What else would I do? Go back and face death. If not for his injury, Qiao Yuan would have almost considered giving him a light smack. Qiao Yuan set up her previously used military cot and provided him with blankets. After helping Ning Ju onto the bed, she settled down beside him, leaning against the shelf. Aren't you going home? I fear you might develop a fever later, so I'll stay with you for the night. Ning Ju's face turned even redder. After a while, he drifted off to sleep, while Qiao Yuan set an alarm to check on him every hour for fever. 4 hours later, Ning Ju awakened, looking revitalized. Qiao Yuan observed the wound, which now bore only a faint white mark, and she couldn't help but reflect on herself. I too have awakened supernatural abilities. Although my power seems somewhat trivial, does that mean my body's recovery capability is equally formidable? Awakening from his slumber, Ningju felt a gnawing hunger and devoured 2 servings of boxed meals to regain his strength. Ding. Detection of prolonged stay in the otherworldly supermarket. In 2 hours, you will be automatically escorted out. What is going on? Ningju noticed that Qiao Yuan and Oppo's expression appeared somewhat unnatural. You can only stay in the supermarket for 6 hours, which means you must leave within 2 hours. Otherwise, the supermarket will automatically expel you. I see. Ningju stretched his shoulders. I'm fine now. I can definitely escape the Jinding building. It is imperative to ensure that Ningju can escape, for he is the benefactor, the most esteemed guest of the supermarket. My future business relies on him. With a resolute heart, Qiao Yuan removed the ring from his own finger and placed it onto Ningju's ring finger. Should he encounter unavoidable peril upon his return, he should silently wish for the person or matter he desires to slow down, and then rotate the ring. Their movements will consequently decelerate. However, one must remember that it can only be used 3 times a day, with each instance lasting 20 minutes. Ningju gazed at the plastic ring adorning his finger, a smile creeping into his heart. Yet upon meeting Qiao Yuan's earnest expression, he recognized that Qiao Yuan was not jesting. Chapter 37. Selling rice bowls under duress. After a restless night, Ningju departed, leaving Qiao Yuan to recline on the army cot for a brief respite. The lingering warmth of someone's presence still clung to the bed. Oh, great one, you must survive, Qiao Yuan murmured softly before succumbing to slumber. Less than 3 hours later, the system prompted her to draw from the blind box. Qiao Yuan carelessly tapped on one. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the item, creation from nothing, usage. Have you heard of the legendary Ma Liang? Whatever he paints on canvas materializes. Likewise, the host may draw any item on this card, and it shall come into existence. Upon completion, gently flick the card 5 times while envisioning the item. Note, the success rate is contingent upon the drawing skills. Please use with caution. 10 blank cards, the size of playing cards, materialized in her palm. Qiao Yuan gazed intently at the cards, pondering that the higher her artistic prowess, the greater her likelihood of successful creation. Was this not serendipitous? After all, she was a graduate of an art academy, having honed her craft for over a decade. But what to draw? Despite the abundance of cards, she could not ascertain what she truly needed. With a car, a house, and wealth at her disposal, the supermarket opened, welcoming students eager for breakfast. And once they entered the school, Qiao Yuan checked the time. It was nearly the hour she had arranged to meet Qiao Zhenhai. She drove back to Yongla village. Qiao Zhenhai's family had been waiting at the village committee's entrance. Upon her arrival, Jiang Weiqin beamed with delight. Qiao Yuan, I knew you would keep your word. Let us proceed with the paperwork. Without uttering a single word, Qiao Yuan signed and stamped the documents in one fluid motion. Is there anything else? She inquired. Qiao Zhenhai fixated on the papers as if they were treasures of immense value. No, that's all. Oh, I've reserved a private room at Qingfeng restaurant. It's been years since we gathered. Let us bring Grandpa along for dinner tonight. From Jiang Weiqin's expression, Qiao Yuan sensed that this family harbored no noble intentions. Yet, avoiding them was not a viable option. It would be more prudent to sever ties completely. All right, I'll pick up Grandpa after work. Hey. Qiao Zhenhai and Jiang Weiqin climbed into their dilapidated second-hand car. Throughout the encounter, the young man she had seen the day before remained engrossed in his mobile game, completely disregarding her presence. As Qiao Yuan exited Yongla village, she noticed an old black Honda halted before her, motionless. A few men were fiddling with something beside the vehicle. Upon closer inspection, she recognized it was Officer Li Zhengyu, the policeman who had come to the supermarket a few days prior. Officer, is your car broken? Li Zhengyu looked up from inspecting the engine, surprised to see the owner of Linyuan supermarket. Apologies, we need to move the vehicle. Peering in, Qiao Yuan noticed the engine emitting white smoke, likely irreparable for the time being. If you don't mind, I can drive you back to the city while you call for assistance to tow the car. The others glanced at Li Zhengyu, clearly respecting his authority. After a moment of contemplation, he agreed. All right, I appreciate it. There were 4 of them in total, with Li Zhengyu seated in the front passenger seat, leaving the other 3 police officers to squeeze into the back. My name is Li Zhengyu. He introduced himself upon entering the vehicle. Qiao Yuan turned to catch a glimpse of his profile. Wow, what a striking side profile. His chiseled features and gently lowered eyelashes added a layer of softness to his demeanor. Officer Li, has village head Shin still not been found? She inquired, feigning ignorance. How do you know? Li Jingyu retorted instinctively. I just accompanied my uncle to the village committee to handle the transfer of the old house, and the villagers mentioned it. They have been missing for quite some time and suspect they may never return. Li Jingyu exhaled a heavy sigh. Indeed. It has been over a week since the report was filed. No sign of life or death. We, as officers, find it quite perplexing. Li Jingyu was not one for many words, and with several lives weighing on Qiao Yuan's shoulders, she dared not speak further. The atmosphere in the car turned somewhat somber. Finally reaching the city, Qiao Yuan turned to ask, Officer, where do you work? I can drop you off. The Criminal Investigation Division of the Double Towers District. Conveniently near your supermarket. Qiao Yuan chuckled dryly. What a coincidence. You can just drive to the supermarket. We need to grab some food. With that, Qiao Yuan redirected the car to the supermarket. As the doors swung open, the school bell rang, signaling the end of classes. As Li Jingyu entered the supermarket, he was struck by an odd sensation. It had not seemed so spacious during his last visit, yet now it felt significantly larger, with several new tables added. However, as he pondered this, his thoughts abruptly blanked. What was I just thinking? Form a line. Form a line. We have new dishes today. Feel free to choose. Qiao Yuan called to the students lining up for rice bowls, momentarily neglecting Li Jingyu and his colleagues. A throng of students chattered excitedly as they selected their meals, while Li Jingyu and his partners browsed the snack aisle. Who is the boss? Where's the boss? Come out. So engrossed was Qiao Yuan in her duties that she failed to notice someone calling for her at the counter. Are you deaf? I'm asking who the boss is. The counter resonated with a loud thud as Qiao Yuan finally noticed 3 men standing at the entrance. The leader among them was bald, a grotesque scar snaking from his mouth to his neck. As he spoke, the scar contorted like a centipede, immediately revealing his malevolent nature. I am the boss, Qiao Yuan stated as she approached from the fast food area. A boy whispered, Sister, that man seems to be the contractor for the cafeteria. I heard he is a relative of the principal. Suddenly, it dawned on Qiao Yuan. She could surmise the purpose of these men. Hello. I am the owner of Linyuan Supermarket. How may I assist you? The scarred man regarded the fragile girl before him, a sinister grin spreading across his face, exuding an air of intimidation. Who authorized you to sell a rice bowl with milk for 13 yuan? Do you even understand business? Our cafeteria sells a meat and a vegetable rice bowl for 15. You sell 1 meat, 2 vegetables, and a bottle of milk for 13. Are you deliberately trying to undermine our boss? One of the scarred man's lackeys interjected, cursing vehemently. Ordinarily, a girl facing such an intimidating presence would be terrified. Yet Li Jingyu observed that Qiao Yuan displayed no hint of fear. So, do you want us to lower the price? Qiao Yuan inquired earnestly, raising her gaze. Are you out of your mind? We are all in business here. Don't block others from making a profit. If you adjust the price to 20, this matter will be resolved. After delivering his ultimatum, the scarred man signaled to his 2 companions. As long as your supermarket doesn't change the price, you 2 will stand here every day at noon with a loudspeaker. Broadcasting. The unscrupulous supermarket serves rotten vegetables. Students end up in the ER after eating. Before Qiao Yuan could respond, the students in the supermarket could no longer remain silent. Sister, the vegetables in our supermarket are far cleaner than those in your cafeteria. Just last week, I found a Band-Aid in the stir-fried vegetables at the cafeteria. Exactly. There was a cockroach in the soup. It was disgusting. The pork had a sour smell. Who knows if it was made from spoiled meat? The scar-faced man spat a thick gob of phlegm onto the ground in fury. Do you little brats have a death wish? Chapter 38. A new venture discovered. The scar-faced man stood before the students like an imposing wall. Hey, are you the owner of the cafeteria at the opposite school? Li Jingyu approached Qiao Yuan. None of your business. Get lost. The scar-faced man barked back. Li Jingyu pulled out his badge from his pocket. The moment the scar-faced man beheld the police identification, his demeanor shifted instantly. Officer, please overlook my foul language. Let Indapos S not hold grudges over trivial matters. As he spoke, he sidled up to Li Jingyu and retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. What do you want? Li Jingyu brushed his hand away. Officer, we are merely concerned about the student's well-being. You see, she charges 13 for a rice bowl. There must be something fishy going on. Qiao Yuan chuckled. All the food in my supermarket can be sent for inspection. Do you dare? The scar-faced man paused, his gaze evasive. At that moment, Li Jingyu took out a notebook from his bag, jotted down a few lines, tore the page out, and placed it on the counter. From today onward, our criminal investigation team in Shuangta district will be ordering dinner from you. Deliver it every evening by 7. My contact information is at the bottom. Please add me. After settling the bill, Li Jingyu turned to leave with his colleague, but not before addressing Qiao Yuan once more. If anyone causes trouble in the future, just call me. I would like to see who has the audacity to bully others under my watch. Thank you, Officer Li. Take care. Qiao Yuan replied as the students waiting in line for rice bowls erupted in a chorus of jeers. The scar-faced man shot a furious glare at Qiao Yuan before fleeing with his companions. Qiao Yuan tucked away the note left by Li Jingyu and continued packing meals for the students. With few customers in the supermarket that afternoon, Qiao Yuan decided to close the door. She strolled to the central square of Nanyuan City, pondering how to fulfill her system mission. Before opening her supermarket, Qiao Yuan had worked as a designer. With university graduates flooding the job market, it was nearly impossible for someone with her purely artistic background to find employment. Thus, the thought of starting a business felt far-fetched, a term reserved for the successful. Portraits, perhaps? $20 each. A melodious female voice echoed from a corner of the square. Qiao Yuan turned toward the sound. A girl of similar age was seated on a stool, her easel before her, with a dozen oil paintings displayed on a nearby table. The square was bustling with a market event, yet the girl's stall attracted no customers. Qiao Yuan approached the table, admiring the vibrant and bold colors of the oil paintings, their delicate brushstrokes and intricate textures. Do you like this painting? The stall owner, noticing the customer, quickly stood up. Did you paint this? Qiao Yuan inquired. Yes, I was supposed to sell it to a gallery, but they backed out, the girl replied shyly. No-name artists, regardless of their talent, often found galleries unwilling to accept their work unless it caught the eye of an investor, leading to a showcase that could bring them fame. This had become an unwritten rule in the industry. How much is it? I'll buy it. Qiao Yuan genuinely liked the painting of a figuresque silhouette and wanted to hang it in her new home. 150. Such a remarkable piece. And Oppos, as only 150? Qiao Yuan felt a pang of regret. Suddenly, an idea struck her. If she had the funds, why not start a venture related to her original profession? I could open a gallery, providing opportunities for these young artists while also fulfilling my system task. 2 birds with 1 stone. How about this? Don't sell these paintings just yet. Add me on contact. I am preparing to open a gallery, and I would like to buy your paintings. Yin Xiao assessed the girl before her, sensing sincerity. However, in this day and age, only the affluent or those with spare funds could realistically open a gallery. My name is Qiao Yuan. Let us connect. I will reach out to you tomorrow. No, the day after. Please wait for my news. After adding Yin Xiao, Qiao Yuan hurried off, leaving Yin Xiao bewildered in the wind. Among Qiao Yuan's classmates, none pursued their original profession. After much contemplation, she concluded that only Wang Xin might possess the necessary resources. Upon hearing her intention to open a gallery, Wang Xin promptly invited her to meet at a tea house. The afternoon was lively with patrons, yet the VIP room was well soundproofed. Wang Xin entered carrying a vintage food container. What is this? I thought you might find tea dull, so I brought you some desserts. Once seated, he opened the container, revealing 3 layers of exquisitely crafted pastries. This afternoon tea felt quite fitting. Wang Xin did not inquire about Qiao Yuan and Oppos' motivations for opening a gallery. For him, any profitable endeavor was acceptable. Moreover, a gallery had already been in his plans. I will draft the contract tomorrow and then go to the supermarket to find you. Followed by getting the business license. Do you have any suggestions for the gallery's location? Wang Xin offered Qiao Yuan a piece of plum cake. Of course, I have already rented the best studio at Liyuan Art Center. I always intended to open a gallery but struggled to find a professional partner. After a brief discussion, they realized Qiao Yuan was a graduate from the Nanyuan University College of Art. What a fortunate coincidence. They quickly reached an agreement, with Qiao Yuan holding 49 of the shares and Wang Xin 51. Afterward, Qiao Yuan returned to the supermarket with the leftover pastries. Although the day had been hectic, she felt she had taken a significant step toward completing her system task. Suddenly, her phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Answering the call, she said, "Hello. May I ask who this is?" "Li Jingyu, why haven't you added me? It's almost 7. Boom. Upon hearing that deep voice, Qiao Yuan's mind went blank for a moment. Oh no, how could she have forgotten this important figure? I'm so sorry. How many rice bowls do you need? I'll deliver them right away. 17. All right, I'll get right on it. After hanging up, Qiao Yuan, like a spinning top, swiftly packed up the 17 rice bowls. Knowing the criminal investigation team would likely be working overtime, She also grabbed 17 bottles of coffee from Starbucks. The Criminal Investigation Division was only a little over 400 meters from the supermarket. Qiao Yuan stuffed the coffee into her backpack and set off with the rice bowls. She jogged all the way, finally arriving just in time at 7. Li Jingyu was waiting for her at the entrance. As he spotted the girl running towards him, a tightness gripped his heart. Was it wrong to hurry her? The rice bowls looked heavy, and she was foolishly carrying them alone. I'm sorry. I promise I won't make you wait again, Qiao Yuan said, handing him the rice bowls and removing her backpack. Here are 17 bottles of coffee to keep you energized. Li Jingyu took the backpack, and its sudden weight made him feel even guiltier. It's no trouble waiting. How much do I owe you? I'll transfer the money, but I need a receipt. 221. I'll cover the coffee today. Thank you for helping me out at noon. Chapter 39. Want to suck my blood? Bah. The moment Qiao Yuan touched the back of Li Jingyu's hand, she heard a voice. Ding dong. Target identified. Scanning. Identification complete. Adult male. Abilities. Combat. Proficient. Marksmanship. Proficient. Culinary skills. Proficient. The system can scan ordinary people too? Yet, she was surprised to discover that this seemingly perpetually stoic captain of the police was also adept in the culinary arts. Copy. Please select the ability to copy. Combat. Copy successful. Li Jingyu observed Qiao Yuan, who appeared lost in thought, and waved his hand in front of her eyes. Are you all right? Huh. I and Oppos. Am fine. I and Oppos. Am fine. Qiao Yuan waved her hands dismissively. Just moments ago, a multitude of combat movements surged into her mind as if she had learned them instinctively. Now her body brimmed with strength. She felt as if she could effortlessly run a marathon. Ding ding ding. Another urgent ring, this time from an unfamiliar number. Hello, Qiao Yuan. Why are you still not here? We picked up Grandpa. Just come directly to the restaurant. It was Jiang Weiqin's voice. They had arranged to meet at Chi Feng restaurant at 7 o'clock, and she hadn't given it much thought. Sorry, I have to leave early. There's a menu in the bag. Just let me know what you want to eat tomorrow, Qiao Yuan said as she sprinted towards the supermarket. While Li Jingyu watched her retreating figure for a few seconds before turning back to the office, by the time Qiao Yuan arrived at Chi Feng restaurant, it was nearly 8 o'clock. As she entered the private room, she immediately noticed Qiao Zhenhai and Jiang Weiqin with long faces. I'm late, she stated bluntly, taking a seat without offering any explanation. Is your supermarket that busy? Can you manage alone? Jiang Weiqin's tone was half sarcastic, half probing. It's all right. Qiao Yuan glanced at the meager 4 leftover dishes on the table, unsure of what to say. 5 people had ordered 4 dishes, and they had nearly finished them all. What a peculiar family. This afternoon, your uncle and I passed by your supermarket. I saw it was locked. If you had someone to help you, you wouldn't need to close during the day, Jiang Weiqin said, tugging at Qiao Zhenhai's sleeve. Cough, cough. Qiao Zhenhai cleared his throat. You see, you're running a supermarket and taking care of Grandpa. It must be quite exhausting. For a young girl, it's really unnecessary. Once you're married, you can enjoy life. Listening to their back and forth like a comedic duet, Qiao Yuan grew impatient. If you have something to say, just say it. My time is quite valuable. Qiao Zhenhai raised an eyebrow and huffed through his nose, falling silent. Jiang Weiqin leaned closer to Qiao Yuan. Qiao Yuan, as a girl running a supermarket, you definitely need a man to support you, don't you? What about Qiao Shua? He is your cousin, family, and a relative. Only then did Qiao Yuan cast a glance at Qiao Shua, who was engrossed in a video game. Hey, we have guests, she called out. Qiao Shua remained unmoved. Hey, a customer wants to buy water. Still, he did not budge. Is he deaf? Qiao Yuan turned to Jiang Weiqin. Jiang Weiqin's face flushed with embarrassment as she slapped Qiao Shua's arm. Slap. Qiao Shua's phone dropped to the ground, and he looked up, his brows furrowed. What are you doing? I was about to win. All you do is play games. Your sister wants you to work at her supermarket. Be more sensible. Jiang Weiqin shouted. Huh? When did I agree to let him work at the supermarket? Qiao Yuan retorted. You're really good at self-promotion. Qiao Yuan. Shua has graduated with a bachelor's degree. Working as a clerk at your supermarket might be a bit beneath him, but it's fine since we're all relatives. As for the salary, you can decide. Around 7 or 8,000 a month should be fine. Jiang Weiqin poured Qiao Yuan a glass of water. 7 or 8,000. Are you robbing me? Qiao Fengtian finally interjected. Dad, that's unreasonable. If Qiao Shua helps out, he'll be moving goods and stocking shelves. 7 or 8,000 is too little. Jiang Weiqin rolled her eyes, then turned with a fake smile. Qiao Yuan, don't you agree? My supermarket does not support idlers. Qiao Yuan declined outright. Qiao Zhenhai and Apos' face turned pale. The Qiao family raised you. Don't be ungrateful. This remark piqued Qiao Yuan and Apos' interest. Oh, you raised me? How much did you spend? Tell me. You. Qiao Zhenhai slammed the table. How disrespectful. Qiao Yuan, we are doing this for your own good. With Qiao Shua helping you. Wouldn't your business be easier? Qiao Yuan crossed her legs, observing Qiao Shua, who had picked up his phone and resumed playing. If you called me here just to discuss this, then I have a phrase for you. Not a chance. Jiang Weiqing's smile faltered, and she pointed an accusing finger at Qiao Yuan. Offering to help at the supermarket is a privilege for you. Know your place. You, a young girl, could afford to send the old man to such a nice nursing home. Is that really from the supermarket's earnings? Bah, perhaps you're selling yourself. Qiao Yuan shrugged her right shoulder, the joints cracking audibly. Smack. A resounding slap landed on Jiang Weiqing's face, so swift that the others only caught a glimpse of a blur. Jiang Weiqing felt a fiery sting on her cheek, followed by pain and swelling. As she opened her mouth, blood spilled forth, accompanied by a yellowed tooth. Ugh, you dared to hit me. Jiang Weiqing's face swelled like a pig's head, and she lunged at Qiao Yuan like a shrew. In a fraction of a second, Qiao Yuan slightly shifted her body, causing Jiang Weiqing to miss and crash into the wall. Damn it, I'll kill you today. Qiao Zhenhai, furious, grabbed a nearby chair. Instincts honed from combat surged from her brain, compelling Qiao Yuan to tense her legs. As the chair swung toward her, she bent low to evade, kicked off the ground, and delivered a right hook directly to Qiao Zhenhai's face. Damn. Qiao Zhenhai covered his nose, stumbling backward as blood oozed from between his fingers. Qiao Fengtian and Qiao Shua sat dumbfounded in their chairs, utterly oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Everything transpired in a flash. Qiao Yuan regained her stance, exhaling a deep breath. I've truly given you face. It was my lack of ability that made me seem cowardly. If I continue to be bullied now, where is the justice in that? The cacophony of fighting drew attention from outside, and moments later, the private room door was kicked open with a loud bang. Who dares to fight in my brother's establishment? You must be tired of living. Several burly men with menacing faces blocked the doorway. Qiao Zhenhai and Jiang Weiqing shriveled at the sight. Recognizing that these men were clearly thugs, Qiao Zhenhai trembled, pointing at the scattered chair pieces on the floor. It was her. She attacked us and broke your things. Yes, yes. Teach her a lesson. This has nothing to do with us. At this moment, the burly men parted to reveal a middle-aged man entering. Who dares to smash my establishment? Upon hearing his voice, Qiao Yuan turned around and smiled faintly. Long time no see. Chapter 40. Mistaken for the underworld as Do Long stepped into the private room, he was met with the sight of a man and a woman covering their faces. At that moment, the girl standing directly opposite him turned around and greeted him with a smile. Boss. Do Long swallowed hard, struggling to find his voice. What brings you here? He asked cautiously. Except for the scorpion standing at the door, everyone else was taken aback, their mouths agape in astonishment. What was happening? Why was the leader of this group addressing Qiao Yuan as boss? Jiang Weiqing glanced at Qiao Zhenhai, only to find a similar expression of confusion on his face. I didn't know this was your restaurant. I will compensate you for any damages later, Do Long said, attempting to maintain a casual demeanor. No need, no need. The fact that the boss is here is already an honor for me. I wouldn't Apos' dream of asking for your money for a chair. With that, Do Long and Apos' smile faded, and he strode directly towards Qiao Zhenhai. Boss, shall I take care of them for you? Do Long flashed a typical underworld smile. Qiao Yuan understood that he was being offered support, and he responded in kind. Make sure it's done cleanly. We can't afford to leave any evidence for the police. As soon as Qiao Yuan finished speaking, Scorpion promptly closed the door to the private room. 5 burly men stood within, creating a somewhat cramped atmosphere. Qiao Zhenhai, pale with fear, had initially intended to intimidate Qiao Yuan today, merely to secure a job for Qiao Shua. Now, however, it felt as if his family of 3 was on the brink of annihilation. While Qiao Zhenhai still managed to stand, Jiang Weiqing had already collapsed to the floor in sheer terror. Please, Don and Apos, kill us. I was wrong, Jiang Weiqing pleaded, bowing repeatedly in desperation. Qiao Shua remained frozen, clutching his phone, his wide eyes filled with dread as he stared at Qiao Yuan. I want an Apos, go to the supermarket anymore. Just treat me like I don't exist. Please spare us. Qiao Zhenhai, disregarding his dignity, dropped to his knees. Qiao Fengtian looked at his granddaughter, whom he had raised, feeling an unfamiliar distance between them. Spare you? And then wait for you to come back and cause trouble for me? Qiao Yuan said, reclining casually in a chair. I beg you. You're magnanimous. Please don't hold this against us. If you spare our lives today, I swear, I promise, our family will never return to Nanyuan City. Qiao Zhenhai knelt, his shoulders trembling. Despair etched across his reddened face as he glanced helplessly at Qiao Fengtian. Dad, Qiao Yuan listens to you. Please say something to help us. You can end Oppos. Just watch us die. Jiang Weiqin, coming to her senses, scrambled towards Qiao Fengtian, clinging to his leg and weeping uncontrollably. Qiao Fengtian sighed. What sin have I committed? Xiao Yuan. Can you? He could not bear to witness the demise of his son and grandson. So he turned to Qiao Yuan for assistance. Unbeknownst to him, Qiao Yuan had been waiting for this moment. Otherwise, would I truly kill them? I'm not in the underworld. Grandpa, are you asking for leniency on their behalf? Qiao Fengtian shot a pained glance at Qiao Yuan. I know they are selfish like Xingyun, but for your sake, please refrain from committing any illegal acts. Qiao Yuan assured him she would not break the law, moving closer to Qiao Fengtian and gently stroking his back. Grandpa, I will heed your words, as long as they three never appear in my sight again. Before Qiao Fengtian could respond, Qiao Zhenhai nodded fervently. We won't. We absolutely won't come back to Nanyuan City. Satisfied, Qiao Yuan waved to Do Long. You may leave now. Yes, boss. Do Long and his subordinates exited the private room. The Qiao family, akin to drowning individuals, gasped for breath. We must leave immediately, Qiao Zhenhai urged, pulling Jiang Weiqin and Xiao Sha away. Scurrying from the restaurant like frightened strays. Xiao Yuan, Grandpa is old, and my words may not be pleasant, but you must not stray down the wrong path. Qiao Fengtian firmly grasped Qiao Yuan's hand, speaking earnestly. Rest assured, Grandpa, I am well aware of my choices. Qiao Fengtian, though visibly unconvinced, had no alternative. As the farcical drama came to a close, Qiao Yuan returned to the hotel at 11 p.m. After her nightly routine, she lay in bed and scrolled through her phone, discovering several messages from Wang Xian. The cleaning crew had completed their work at the villa, and Wang Xian informed her that she could move in at any time. Additionally, he had arranged for her to obtain a business license the following morning. Qiao Yuan replied affirmatively and set her phone aside, reflecting on how busy she had become. The next morning, after unwrapping a blind box, Qiao Yuan found a blue lunchbox inside. She packed her belongings and checked out of the hotel. Upon arriving at the supermarket at 9 a.m., she closed the doors and proceeded to finalize all necessary paperwork for the gallery with Wang Xian, who suggested, I have my eye on a girl's painting. Let's invite her over tomorrow to discuss it. You could also paint at the gallery and become our contracted artist. Me? Perhaps another time, she replied. Painting required inspiration, and her mind was not focused on that at the moment, preventing her from creating quality work. After returning to the supermarket, Qiao Yuan began preparing lunch. Following the previous day's intimidation from Li Zhengyu, the school cafeteria owner did not return to create trouble, and more students began to flock in for lunch. In the afternoon, with the store relatively empty, Qiao Yuan sent a message to Yin Xiao. If you're available tomorrow at 10 a.m., please bring the artwork to room 1818 at the Li Yuan Art Center, and we can discuss our collaboration. Just as she sent the message, a strong metallic scent wafted through the air. Looking up, she noticed the warehouse door ajar. Could it be another injury? Hastily, Qiao Yuan rushed to the last row of shelves, finding Ning Ju covered in blood. Oh my god, what happened to you? Upon hearing Qiao Yuan and Oppos' exclamation, Ning Ju shook his head repeatedly. It and Oppos, not me. It and Oppos, not me. It was Sun Yuan, who traveled with me from Guangzhou to Shenzhen. We encountered mutated cockroaches on the road, and during his attempt to shield me, an iron rod pierced his body. Do you have any quick-acting hemostatic medication? Qiao Yuan's expression turned serious. Where is he injured? How deep? Is the iron rod rusty? Shoulder, at least 5 centimeters deep, and it's very dirty. I didn't check for rust. Is he unawakened? No. This presented a dilemma. An ordinary person with such an injury would need to be hospitalized. Furrowing her brow, Qiao Yuan's mind raced. Wait here. With that, she dashed out of the supermarket. For this type of metal injury, proper treatment was crucial. She had anti-inflammatory medication, bandages. But most importantly, the tetanus shot was unavailable in the supermarket. Given the rod was filthy, the risk of tetanus infection was high. Rushing to the nearest hospital, she obtained a vial of tetanus immune globulin from the doctor. 15 minutes later, She returned to the supermarket, drenched in sweat, carrying antiseptic, cotton swabs, breathable dressings, bandages, medical tape, anti-inflammatory ointment, a syringe, and the medicine she had just acquired. You must return immediately, clean the wound with water, then disinfect it with iodine. Apply this medication topically, and finally bandage it with the dressing. Qiao Yuan exhaled, emphasizing the critical importance of this step. Chapter 41. The masterpiece after meticulously preparing everything. I extracted the potion from the vial using a syringe and administered it at the juncture of the hip and waist. Ningju committed all the information to memory and swiftly rehearsed the procedure. Thank you. Hurry and tend to his wounds. The sooner, the better. Upon hearing this, Ningju dashed into the storage room without a moment's hesitation. Qiao Yuan anticipated that he would return shortly and began organizing the shelves. At that moment, she received a reply from Yan Xiao. If all went according to plan, signing Yan Xiao tomorrow would complete the 7th mission. Ningju expected to receive news about the supplies she required as well. A few minutes later, Ningju indeed reappeared. The wound has been treated as you instructed, and the injection has been administered. However, the medication is not a panacea. I've given you the cephalosporin. He should take 3 pills daily for 7 consecutive days while being closely monitored. Ningju glanced at her attire. May I change into a fresh set of clothes? Of course, was the reply. Ningju selected a clean outfit from the rack and discreetly changed in the corner. How is your sister's friend faring? Qiao Yuan inquired casually. Ningju's expression darkened. Her fists clenched and then relaxed. I have not encountered her friend, but from what I gathered from those individuals, they are using radio transmissions to lure survivors, and then treating these individuals as provisions. Qiao Yuan frowned at her words. Then your sister's friend is likely part of their group. However, it seems you did not return empty-handed. Indeed, I encountered 3 individuals on the way. Though they are not awakened, they possess a strong sense of loyalty. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sought your help. Ningju felt quite satisfied with these individuals and wished to bring them back to her camp. By the way, I'm returning this ring to you. Thanks to it, I was able to escape from the Golden Peak building. Qiao Yuan waved his hand. I have no immediate use for the ring. Return it to me when you're back at the camp. Speaking of the camp, what is the extent of your camp's territory? Are the steel plates and wire you purchased intended to prevent others from invading your domain? Facing Qiao Yuan's barrage of questions, Ningju reflected carefully. Currently, 4 villas are inhabited, but if possible, I wish to convert the entire mountain into a camp. I plan to enclose the hillside villa area with steel plates and set up barbed wire, but that is merely a transitional phase. To validate her thoughts, Qiao Yuan continued. And what about the future? I envision constructing isolation walls and guard towers, but the scale of this project is immense. It would likely take 3 to 5 years to complete. Qiao Yuan produced several blank cards. I have an idea that requires validation. If successful, we will have both isolation walls and guard towers for the Eternal Bastion. Ningju gazed at the cards, pondering how many undisclosed abilities Qiao Yuan possessed. Where are you currently residing? Do you need to take a few tents with you? Qiao Yuan shifted the topic. No. We are at the art museum in Guangshan City. The environment is quite pleasant, and the temperature has begun to drop, so there is no need for concern. The art museum? A flicker of realization crossed Qiao Yuan's mind. There must be a plethora of paintings there, correct? Ningju nodded. Certainly. Guangshan City is our nation's art capital, where master artists often hold exhibitions. Alas, now that we are in the apocalypse, who cares about paintings? I do. Qiao Yuan leaned against the counter. Could you assist me in collecting those paintings? Any masterpiece, be it a painting or sculpture, will suffice. All right, Ningju replied, though perplexed. She was highly efficient. Before long, Qiao Yuan discovered another house had materialized in her space, filled with oil paintings and artworks. I've gathered all the masterworks that are widely recognized. Ningju tentatively suggested. If you like them, I can help you find more when I return to Fengxiu City. That would be splendid. Qiao Yuan and Ningju arranged a time to meet at the supermarket the following day. After he departed, Qiao Yuan casually retrieved an oil painting from her space. Wow, truly a masterpiece from another world. The control over light and shadow and the understanding of human figures are realms beyond my reach. She took out another piece. Heavens, the breathtaking colors, dreamlike and fantastical. The fusion of pink and blue radiates an enchanting glow. Unbeknownst to her, Qiao Yuan spent the entire afternoon admiring the paintings brought by Ningju, completely oblivious to the customers entering the supermarket. Boss, Qiao Yuan's gaze shifted from the oil painting as Do Long appeared at the supermarket. What brings you here? Do Long appeared somewhat sheepish. Didn't you dine at my restaurant yesterday? I sensed that the meal wasn't particularly enjoyable. So I brought you a VIP membership card today. You can dine at my establishment freely from now on. Qiao Yuan set the painting aside, accepting the card with a smile. Great, I will make a visit. You've chosen a good location for your restaurant, though the decor is a tad outdated. Additionally, there is room for improvement in the flavors of your dishes. I will ponder over this and see if I can be of assistance. Do Long was taken aback. Thank you, boss. Qiao Yuan's feedback was sincere. She had sampled a few dishes and found the chef and Oppo's skills to be mediocre. Continuing on this path, the restaurant might not endure for long. Perhaps if Ningju could procure some recipes from the other world, it might turn the tide. As night fell, Li Jingyu sent a message. After packing the meal he ordered, Qiao Yuan also gathered 19 bottles of coffee from the beverage section. Upon locking the supermarket doors and taking a few steps toward the police station, she spotted Li Jingyu. Officer Li, what brings you here? Li Jingyu observed Qiao Yuan laboring under the weight of her bags. A pang of discomfort struck his heart. Why are you carrying the meal by yourself again? Fortunately, I had time today to come out and greet you. If you don't wish to find a helper, you could use a small cart. Li Jingyu gently relieved her of the bags, speaking softly. In truth, Qiao Yuan had intended to use a cart, but had forgotten amidst the busyness of the past few days. Yes, I will definitely bring a cart next time. As they exchanged light banter, they arrived at the police station and Oppo's entrance. The coffee is complimentary. Qiao Yuan removed her bag. No, you must pay. I cannot let you incur a loss, Li Jingyu insisted firmly. Fine, then let us add 2 yuan to each meal box. Will that suffice? Qiao Yuan replied playfully. And Li Jingyu nodded in resignation. Here's yesterday's receipt. After bidding farewell to Li Jingyu, Qiao Yuan locked the store door without driving to the villa at No. 8, Dongcheng Street. 2 hours later, she arrived at an abandoned dock. This location, discovered through satellite imagery, was deserted. There wasn't even a village within a 3-kilometer radius, making it ideal for her experiments. Qiao Yuan retrieved a card from her pocket. After contemplating in the supermarket for a good part of the afternoon, she had finally sketched a house and a surrounding wall on the card using a syringe pen and watercolor. Holding the card, Qiao Yuan stood in the desolate area. With a gentle flick of her fingers, the image on the card manifested in her mind. The house measured 300 square meters per floor, with a wall 3 meters high and 20 centimeters thick, positioned approximately 20 meters from the house. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Qiao Yuan counted. As she reached 5, a miracle unfolded. Before her, a house began to take shape, constructed layer by layer from the ground up like a set of Lego blocks. Within a minute, both the house and the wall were completed, and the card in Qiao Yuan's hand vanished. It worked. She stepped into the courtyard. The width and height of the wall, as well as its distance from the house, matched her imagination perfectly. The interior of the house was empty, and its area was approximately 300 square meters. It was splendid. Although she had lost a card, her thoughts had been validated. Consequently, Ningju would not have to expend human resources and materials to construct that useless metal wall. Chapter 42. The busy businessperson having completed everything, Qiao Yuan finally drove back to Nanyuan City. Today marked her first day in the new villa. The vastness of the residence made her feel somewhat isolated, yet she relished this feeling. As a child, she had been cramped in her family's storage room, and during her growth, she had shared a dormitory. Now, at last, she possessed a spacious home all to herself, which was truly exhilarating. Ding dong, while Qiao Yuan was on the second floor inspecting the rooms, she suddenly heard the doorbell ringing. Upon reaching the entrance, she found Wang Xin, clad in quick-drying sports attire, softly inquiring from beyond the pastoral-style railing. I was just out running and noticed your lights were on. I wanted to check if you were settling in well. Don't just stand out there. Come in, Qiao Yuan said as she opened the door. Wang Xin wiped the sweat from his face with a towel hanging around his neck before stepping inside. I just moved in today and Haven and Oppo's. Tea unpacked yet. Have some water, she offered. Wang Xin looked around and observed the absence of any signs of habitation. Just before he diverted his gaze, a painting next to the television caught his attention. Is that painting from the villa? He asked. Qiao Yuan turned to look. It was one she had just retrieved from her space. She had intended to hang it in the dining room, but had carelessly placed it on the TV cabinet instead. Yes, I brought it with me. Wang Xin approached and examined the oil painting closely. It's beautiful. Although I don't have much knowledge of art, I've attended my fair share of exhibitions over the years. This piece is undoubtedly of artist-level caliber. Where is the painter? Can you arrange for me to meet them? Qiao Yuan handed Wang Xian a glass of water. Whether the artist is alive or not is another matter. I wouldn't know how to set up a meeting for you. She decided to spin a tale. The artist is named Ning Ju, but he's rather peculiar. He never shows his face and refuses visits. I came across his work by chance. Well, it's not unusual for great artists to have eccentric habits, Wang Xian mused, unfazed. Got it. Can we purchase his works for our gallery? I believe they'll be a hit. Wang Xian possessed a keen business acumen. In today's Nanyuan city, the elite favored two things: antique collections and art collections. He had plans for both. Qiao Yuan had already intended to include these paintings in the gallery, so she readily agreed to Wang Xian's suggestion. Since you admire the artist's work, you can take this painting. Wang Xian was taken aback by her generosity, but feared she might change her mind. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he hurried away with the painting. If he were to discover that Qiao Yuan had hundreds of oil paintings in her space, he might faint from excitement. Qiao Yuan had arranged to meet Ning Ju the following morning at 5 o'clock. When the alarm rang, she was dreaming of a vacation abroad. It took great effort for her to open her eyes and silence the alarm. The sky was still dark when she finished her morning routine and donned her clothes. Upon entering the supermarket, it was precisely 5:00 and Oppos clock. Ning Ju was already seated on a high stool, waiting for her. Did you validate your idea from yesterday? At the mention of this, Qiao Yuan instantly perked up. She approached the stationery aisle, pulled out a syringe pen, and grabbed a box of watercolors along with several brushes. Quickly tell me, what do you envision for the isolation wall and sentry post? Ning Ju looked at her with a peculiar expression but began to describe his vision nonetheless. Oh, for meters high, and the width. 1 meter. What should the sentry post look like? The gate? It should be a reinforced stainless steel blast door. Good. Half an hour later, Qiao Yuan pushed a card forward. Take a look. Is this suitable? Ning Ju hesitated before picking up the card. It depicted a square wall, with 2 small houses on each side, presumably representing the sentry posts. One side of the wall even had 2 large doors, the reflection indicating they were metallic. It looks fine, but what can this drawing accomplish? Ning Ju was at a loss for words. Was Qiao Yuan truly naive? Observing the conflicted expression on Ning Ju's face, Qiao Yuan's small face tensed. Don't underestimate this card. I only have 10 of them and have already wasted one for the experiment. She then explained the card and Oppos' usage rules to Ning Ju, repeatedly emphasizing that he must clearly articulate the material, height, width, and length of the isolation wall in his mind with utmost precision. Ning Ju initially doubted her, but then reconsidered. She possessed a space, an infinite bullet handgun, and a ring that could slow down movements. Thus, having a card that could create something out of nothing didn't seem too far-fetched. Ning Ju cautiously tucked the card into his inner pocket and gently pressed his chest. Oh, there's something else I need your help with. Qiao Yuan recalled a pressing matter. What is it? Help me find some recipes from your world. Ning Ju did not question her motives, but rather agreed directly. Qiao Yuan placed some food and drinking water in her space, while Ning Ju went off to pack some takeout. From now on, everyone in the fortress would rely on Qiao Yuan to support them. After Ning Ju left, Qiao Yuan chose not to open for business. She still needed to visit the gallery today. As of now, the system had yet to inform her that the task was completed, suggesting she needed to finalize her first deal. Yin Xiao arrived punctually at the Liyuan Art Center, bringing along her 8 oil paintings, which she deemed quite commendable. Upon entering, she spotted Qiao Yuan, who was accompanied by a man. Yin Xiao, you made it. Qiao Yuan greeted her with a smile. An hour later, Yin Xiao stood outside the Liyuan Art Center, still in disbelief. Just moments ago, Qiao Yuan had introduced her to Wang Xian, and they had spent some time discussing her artwork. Then, inexplicably, she had signed a contract, becoming a signed artist with Weichu Gallery. The gallery intended to acquire 30 of her paintings each year, and for the 8 she brought today, Qiao Yuan offered a purchase price of 120,000. Yin Xiao glanced at her phone. The bank notification was clear. It was only at this moment that she realized she had encountered a benefactor. Wang Xian was very pleased with Yin Xiao's work. He recognized her potential as a young artist. The gallery and Oppos' next steps involved finding critics, organizing exhibitions, and publishing catalogs. Wang Xian handled the gallery and Oppos' renovations while Qiao Yuan focused on signing artists. By noon, Wang Xian treated her to a meal, discussing future gallery operations, planning, and personnel management. It wasn't until 5 in the afternoon that Qiao Yuan returned to the supermarket. My goodness, being a business person is exhausting, she thought as she collapsed into a chair. Too drained to move. She pulled out her phone, intending to inquire about dinner plans with Li Jingyu, only to receive a message from him stating that there would be no dinner tonight. Wonderful. A day off. Qiao Yuan sighed in relief as the familiar system notification chimed once more. Ding dong. Task 7 completed. Reward, baking area. Beverage processing area. In the blink of an eye, the counter began to extend, transforming the opposite side into a bar. Not only were there coffee machines, but also an array of milk tea ingredients. Meanwhile, a row of wooden glass cabinets appeared opposite the fast food section, displaying a variety of breads and desserts. The supermarket system was truly remarkable. Anyone who entered would be influenced by it, and even if they noticed discrepancies in the shelves and space, they would not harbor any doubt. At 8:00 and Oppo's clock that evening, it was time for Qiao Yuan to head to the Shijia warehouse to pick up goods. When she arrived, Su Lian's convoy was in the midst of unloading cargo. This shipment totaled 72 million. According to the customary practice, Qiao Yuan transferred the payment, with the deposit remaining as the commission. He remarked that in the future, he should be sought for more of this work. After unloading the goods, Su Lian left this statement and consciously departed with the convoy from the warehouse. Once the convoy's lights faded into the distance, Qiao Yuan entered the warehouse and closed the main door. He then spent an additional hour categorizing and storing all the supplies into the designated space. After completing his tasks, Qiao Yuan approached the vehicle and stretched, feeling relieved that he could finally return home to rest. Suddenly, a deafening gunshot reverberated through the empty parking lot. Qiao Yuan instinctively crouched down. What had transpired? Chapter 43. The unfathomable hostage situation. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, a series of gunshots echoed, accompanied by furious shouts. Good heavens, this is a society governed by law. Who dares to fire a weapon? Just as Qiao Yuan contemplated discreetly opening the car door to escape, a chilling voice emerged behind her. Stand up. A shiver ran down Qiao Yuan's spine, her mind momentarily blank, as though struck by a jolt of electricity. Before she could react, the man behind her yanked her to her feet, a rough, dark hand swiping in front of her. In the next instant, his arm was tightly constricting her neck. Cough, cough, brother, we have no grievances. Qiao Yuan gasped, attempting to execute a shoulder throw using her martial arts training. However, a cold object pressed against her temple. Oh no, it couldn't be what I think it is. Could it? Qiao Yuan wanted to steal a glance to confirm it was indeed a gun. Put down the gun. Do not harm the hostage. Upon hearing this voice, Qiao Yuan and Oppo's heart sank entirely. She spotted Li Jingyu rushing over with several others. Upon seeing Qiao Yuan and Oppo's face, he momentarily froze. She forced a smile that was more wretched than tears. So, they weren't skipping dinner tonight for nothing? They were on a mission? Clear your mind, Qiao Yuan. Is this the time for such thoughts? Rapidly, she assessed her options. Hand in hand, you walk together. Was not usable in Li Jingyu's presence. Honest child. Utterly useless. Slow motion performance. Linta Ningju. Infinite pistol, the only viable option, but using it would land her in jail as well. Heavens. Who have I wronged? You insufferable police. I will drag someone down with me today, even if I must die. Qiao Yuan felt a wave of heat pass above her, accompanied by the unmistakable stench of an old smoker. As long as you release the hostage, we can discuss terms. Don't be impulsive. Alternatively, I will put down my gun, and you can take me as a hostage in exchange for her. How does that sound? After saying this, Li Jingyu genuinely placed the gun on the ground, raised his hands, and slowly approached her. At that moment, the pressure against Qiao Yuan's temple vanished. She saw an arm extend from her right, a pistol aimed directly at Li Jingyu. Now is the moment. Qiao Yuan seized the man's wrist tightly with both hands and lifted it. Bang! The gun fired harmlessly into the air. Before the man could react, Qiao Yuan summoned all her strength, twisting her body, and delivered a powerful kick to his groin. Ah! The man screamed in agony, and his grip on the gun loosened. Quick as a flash, Qiao Yuan executed a sliding tackle, sending the firearm skidding away. All of this transpired so rapidly that it was only then that Li Jingyu reached Qiao Yuan's side. He flipped the assailant over and cuffed him. Are you all right? He asked, concern etched on his face. I'm fine. I'm fine. Qiao Yuan waved her hand reassuringly. Li Jingyu wasted no time. He grabbed the man by the hair and demanded, where are our colleagues? The man looked up, his eyes filled with a terrifying madness and malice, and he cackled derisively. "Want to know? Dream on. I might die from my injuries soon. Ha ha ha." Li Jingyu's eyes turned bloodshot. "You scoundrel. I want to see you squirm in desperation while he waits to die? Ha ha, how delightful." Seeing Li Jingyu on the brink of losing control, Qiao Yuan picked up a frog whistle, feigning nonchalance as she twirled it in front of the man before blowing it. "Where are the injured officers?" The man's eyes glazed over, and he stared blankly toward the east, to the dilapidated Longwang Temple in Shangyun village. "Li Jingyu, hurry," Qiao Yuan shouted. Li Jingyu blinked in disbelief. "Really, is that true? Go now, or it will be too late." Qiao Yuan urged him, pushing him forward. Li Jingyu snapped back to reality. "Qinqi, Zheng Hao, you two come with me. The rest of you, keep an eye on him." "Understood." Qiao Yuan sat on the ground, still shaken. This was her first experience being held at gunpoint, and it was a harrowing one. Before long, the sky to the east of the warehouse was ablaze with red and blue lights. Police cars and ambulances arrived. Li Jingyu returned to the parking lot, a concerned look on his face. "Did I scare you?" He pulled a square band-aid from his pocket. "Yes, it was a shock. I felt like I took a stroll through the gates of hell," Qiao Yuan admitted, her heart still racing. Had they not subdued that man, it could have been her or Li Jingyu who perished. Li Jingyu took her hand and placed the band-aid on her wrist. He had noticed the injury when she waved her hand earlier. It must have been caused by the rough concrete. "How did you manage to extract the truth from him?" Li Jingyu asked, his gaze probing. Qiao Yuan lifted the frog whistle. "I minored in psychology in college with Professor Wei Dong. In such a situation, it would be miraculous for hypnosis to succeed. While her minor in psychology was genuine, her prowess in hypnosis was decidedly lacking." "You mean the expert consultant from the Provincial Public Security Department, Wei Dong?" Li Jingyu inquired, intrigued. "Yes, that's him." Li Jingyu relaxed, understanding now the source of her skills. This night was destined to be exhilarating. Qiao Yuan accompanied the police to the precinct to give her statement, not returning home until after 3 in the morning. Shaken, she peeled off the band-aid while showering and was astonished to discover that the wound on her wrist had healed completely, leaving no trace of injury. Comfortably lying in bed, she soon drifted into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, the Criminal Investigation Division was ablaze with activity. Li Jingyu had just returned from the hospital. "Captain, how is Xiao Zhao?" The office staff gathered around him. "She is fine. The doctor said the rescue was timely, and her life is not in danger. Her limbs are intact, and she should be back on duty in a few months." "That is fantastic," Qinqi exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. "Thanks to the owner of Linyuan Supermarket. Otherwise Xiao Zhao would have been done for." Speaking of the supermarket owner, the officers present in the parking lot shared their thoughts. "Did you notice how her last few moves resembled the captain's? Now that you mention it, it does ring a bell. I thought her flying kick and sliding tackle looked familiar." "Captain, do you know her well?" Li Jingyu hastily shook his head. "Not very well." "Not well? Yet you ordered dinner from her for the team?" "Exactly." Li Jingyu felt his face flush as he was about to explain when the laughter erupted behind him. "Look, the captain is blushing. Is the captain shy?" "Captain, not only did she save you, but she also saved Xiao Zhao. You should show your gratitude." "Indeed, Captain. This is a rare opportunity. Don't blame your brothers for not reminding you." With a bright red face, Li Jingyu quickly exited the office, the laughter echoing behind him. However, they had a point. Qiao Yuan had saved his life today, as well as Xiao Zhao's. Out of both emotion and reason, he should express his gratitude. Chapter 44. The Police Consultant. Sounds impressive on the weekend. As students enjoyed their break, Qiao Yuan awoke naturally, having completely disregarded the notification sound of her blind box. After discarding the plastic straw she had drawn, she sluggishly began to tidy her room. Time flew, and she pondered whether Ningju had returned to Fengxiu City. She wondered if he had utilized the card she had given him. By noon, Qiao Yuan arrived at the supermarket, where, surprisingly, no children came to purchase rice bowls that day. She commenced a meticulous study of the coffee machine at the bar. Just as she grasped the handle, her gaze fell upon her wrist. Yesterday, Li Jingyu had noticed her injury. Such a large abrasion would take at least a week to heal. As she was bound to encounter him again in the coming days, the thought of him discovering her secret filled her with unease. Resolving this concern, Qiao Yuan retrieved a band-aid from the shelf and affixed it to her wound. While driving past the supermarket, Li Jingyu inexplicably slammed on the brakes. Upon entering, he spotted Qiao Yuan with a loaf of bread in her left hand and a bottle of water in her right. "Is this your lunch?" he inquired. Startled, Qiao Yuan looked up. "Why not have a rice bowl?" With a smile, She replied, I eat it every day and have grown tired of it. Li Jingyu's eyes scanned the counter, landing on a blue, three-tiered lunchbox. Is that your lunchbox? He asked. Yes, she confirmed. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Our cafeteria serves excellent lunch. Starting tomorrow, I will bring you lunch. What? The esteemed captain of the criminal investigation team is going to serve me lunch? That won't do. Qiao Yuan hesitated, reluctant to grow too close to Li Jingyu. His keen investigative skills and attention to detail made her fearful that he might uncover her secret. However, Li Jingyu interpreted her reaction as shyness. It's no trouble. It's merely a few hundred meters. Besides, you saved me and my colleague yesterday, so consider it my gratitude. With his insistence, Qiao Yuan felt compelled to accept. How's your wrist? He asked, prompting another jolt of anxiety within her. Much better, just a scrape. To divert his attention, Qiao Yuan suggested, Would you like to try the coffee I made? Only then did Li Jingyu notice the newly added bar and baking area in the supermarket. It seems the supermarket is expanding. Sure. What would you like to drink? An iced Americano, please. I need a pick-me-up. As a criminal investigator, he often burned the midnight oil, and the dark circles under his eyes were telling. Qiao Yuan prepared 2 iced Americanos and handed one to Li Jingyu. Not bad. It's delicious, he complimented. Encouraged by his praise, she smiled and replied, From now on, when you order dinner, I'll make extra coffee for your colleagues to try. The memory of her colleagues teasing from the previous day caused Li Jingyu to blush. By the way, I have something for you. Qiao Yuan rushed to the shelf and retrieved several boxes of steam eye masks. Wear these while sleeping. They're good for your eyes. Thank you. As Li Jingyu departed with the lunchbox, Qiao Yuan finally exhaled in relief. Beep. The 8th task has been released. Please invite the second otherworldly guest to the supermarket within a week and complete a transaction. Method of invitation: enter the otherworld, locate the target individual. Notify the system for marking, and the target must utter the command to enter the supermarket. Requirement: the guest must not have any connection to the first guest. A second otherworldly guest? So the supermarket is not solely for Ningju. Yet, a frown creased Qiao Yuan's forehead. Must I venture into the apocalypse again? The thought of that repulsive swarm of cockroaches still made her feel queasy. With 7 days remaining, there was time to prepare. However, she couldn't just drag anyone in at random. What if it turned out to be one of those scoundrels she had encountered previously? Frustrated, she tugged at her hair. This cursed system truly spares me no peace. As the day wore on, numerous customers visited the supermarket, yet Qiao Yuan remained distracted, repeatedly glancing at the warehouse door in hopes of seeing Ningju. The slow-motion performance was her life-saving artifact. It had to be reclaimed, for encountering another insect tied in the apocalypse would mean certain death. Regrettably, Ningju did not show up before the supermarket closed. That day, Li Jingyu ordered 11 rice bowls, and Qiao Yuan prepared 11 iced Americanos for them. To her surprise, she bumped into Li Jingyu again as she stepped outside with the cart. He nodded approvingly at her. Isn't your wrist injured? Let me help you with that. Li Jingyu believed this reasoning was quite valid, as she had been injured because of him, making his assistance to escort her from the supermarket entirely justified. What crime did that person commit? Qiao Yuan asked casually. Li Jingyu hesitated before responding. I apologize. You must have your protocols. I shouldn't pry, she quickly added, realizing her oversight. My apologies, and thank you for your understanding. Li Jingyu recognized that Qiao Yuan's inquiry was instinctive and devoid of ulterior motives. However, recalling what the chief had mentioned earlier that day, he pondered whether to ask Qiao Yuan about something. Just then, they arrived at the police station and Oppo's entrance. Zhengyu. This is the owner of Lin Yuan's supermarket, isn't it? Xiao Jiandong leaned out from the guardhouse window. Uncle Xiao, this is Qiao Yuan, Li Jingyu explained. He added, Uncle Xiao used to be a criminal investigator and has been rehired after retirement. Hello, Uncle Xiao, Qiao Yuan greeted amiably, smiling at Xiao Jiandong. Jingyu. Qiao Yuan is our team and Oppo's benefactor, Dawn and Oppo's tea-keeper waiting at the door. Come in, come in. Xiao Jiandong waved them in. With Xiao Jiandong and Oppo's encouragement, Li Jingyu nodded obediently. This marked Qiao Yuan's first time entering the office building of the criminal investigation team, and she felt a sense of novelty. Following Li Jingyu, she entered the office, where 10 detectives in plain clothes were seated. As soon as she walked in, she captured everyone in Oppo's attention, though their peculiar smiles puzzled her. Before long, they relaxed and began to chatter excitedly. Qiao Yuan, you were impressive yesterday. Have you trained before? You're bold and meticulous. It would be a shame not to be a police officer. I heard you're a student of Professor Wei Dong. That's quite remarkable. How old are you this year? Do you have a boyfriend? Are your parents here? Will you be developing your career in Nanyuan City? What kind of boyfriend are you looking for? Qiao Yuan answered each question, but as the queries continued, she sensed the conversation veering off course. Ahem. Li Jingyu cleared his throat. You can't eat and chatter at the same time. Hey, Captain. Didn't the chief ask you to see if Qiao Yuan could help us during the morning meeting? One officer interjected. Li Jingyu shot him a glare before turning back to Qiao Yuan. Here's the thing. Our team is in need of a psychological consultant. You performed remarkably yesterday. And since you are also a student of Professor Wei, Chief Shin wanted me to inquire if you would be willing to join our team as a consultant. Li Jingyu did not harbor high hopes. The criminal investigation team typically dealt with the most heinous of criminals. They were police officers, unafraid of anything. But Qiao Yuan was merely a recent graduate. Furthermore, after what she had endured yesterday, he had initially intended to wait a few days before broaching the subject. But today, his overly eager teammate had let the cat out of the bag. Li Jingyu observed Qiao Yuan lost in thought and quickly reassured him, it's perfectly fine. No one will hold it against you if you choose not to come. Please, do not feel burdened. Little did Li Jingyu realize that Qiao Yuan's greatest concern was, in fact, him. Just as Qiao Yuan was about to decline, the sudden sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the office. A young police officer burst in, exclaiming, Captain, this is bad. Chapter 45. Li Jingyu becomes the meal delivery angel. Li Jingyu composed himself, pondering what had transpired. Captain, Liu has committed suicide in the interrogation room, refusing to disclose the whereabouts of the abducted children. I shall go and see. Li Jingyu dashed out of the office. Qiao Yuan observed his retreating figure, lost in thought. The term abduction was a thorn in her heart. Unlike others, she had not been abducted. Instead, her biological parents had sold her to traffickers. Due to her age and gender, she was deemed too difficult to handle and was thus forced to follow her aunt. Her childhood was marked by hunger and cold, often met with beatings and scorn, sufferings wrought by the selfishness of her own parents and the heinous traffickers. With these thoughts, Qiao Yuan found herself unconsciously following Li Jingyu to the interrogation room. Liu, what nonsense are you spouting? Confess honestly to secure a lighter sentence. Bah, as long as I refuse to speak, you cannot convict me. Let me tell you, if the boss learns I've been caught, none of those children will survive. Through the crack in the door, Qiao Yuan noticed the veins on Li Jingyu and Appo's temple pulsating. She empathized with his frustration. Had it not been for his position, he likely would have struck her already. The brazen smile on Li Yu's face ignited a fire of anger within Qiao Yuan. She abruptly swung open the interrogation room door and removed the frog whistle. Li Yu's hands and feet were restrained to the table and chair, rendering her immobile. Qiao Yuan circled the whistle above her head, speaking with fervor. Just as Li Yu appeared confused, Qiao Yuan blew the whistle. Instantly, Li Yu's eyes grew hazy, her gaze unfocused. Now, ask her quickly. Qiao Yuan urged Li Jingyu, tugging at his arm. Understanding her intent, he signaled to a colleague to start recording the interrogation. Speak. Where have you taken the abducted children? 10 minutes later, anguished wails erupted from the interrogation room as Li Jingyu emerged, clutching the notes, elated. Wonderful. We finally have leads on the children. Qiao Yuan, thank you. Overflowing with excitement, Li Jingyu could only express endless gratitude. About that proposal you mentioned earlier, I agree. But I want to take a salary or a fixed position. Just call me when you need me. Is that acceptable? Li Jingyu, taken aback, exclaimed, Really? You agree? That is fantastic. I'll go inform the director right away. Before Qiao Yuan could utter another word, he vanished. Though Qiao Yuan insisted on foregoing a salary. The police station had its regulations, and she ultimately completed the part-time employment process. From this day forth, she officially became the psychological consultant for the criminal investigation team in Shuangta district. On her way home, Qiao Yuan lamented her impulsiveness. Why did she hastily agree? Honest children could only be used thrice daily. What if she had to interrogate more than 3 individuals in a day? Moreover, she had no expertise in psychological hypnosis. Given time, Li Jingyu would surely uncover her shortcomings. Already troubled by the 8th task, she had now inadvertently set off a ticking time bomb for herself. Qiao Yuan, how could you be so foolish? As night fell, Qiao Yuan sat vacantly in the bathtub, her mind still reeling. If only she possessed the abilities of Nan Rongqing'an, Dream Eater would be perfect for hypnosis. She let her thoughts wander until the water turned cold. prompting her to emerge. The next day, Qiao Yuan began frantically stocking her space with supplies to prevent Ning Zhu from mistakenly taking anything. She adhered to her routine of placing them in her private storage area. Recently, she had discerned the patterns of blind boxes, averaging 3 useful items per month. She knew she could not rely on the blind box machine before completing the 8th task. Having prepared everything, it was already noon. Qiao Yuan anxiously awaited Ning Zhu's arrival, not only to retrieve her items, but also to urgently replicate his abilities. However, Ning Zhu did not show up. Instead, Li Jingyu appeared. He carried a thermal food container bag. "You haven't eaten yet, have you?" Li Jingyu opened the bag to reveal the meal he had taken from the supermarket yesterday. "You have a microwave here, right? Heat it up before eating." "Isn't this from the cafeteria? It doesn't need reheating after such a brief time." Before Qiao Yuan could respond, Li Jingyu had already approached the bar to warm the food. At that moment, students from the nearby school began to arrive to purchase takeout. "You eat first, I'll help you pack for them." Li Jingyu placed the warmed meal on the counter and turned to the fast food service area to serve the students. The enticing aroma wafting from the food container made Qiao Yuan's mouth water. Unbeknownst to them, the school cafeteria owner, who had previously sought trouble, returned. However, this time he dared not enter, for he saw through the glass that Li Jingyu was serving the students. "Bro, I found out that this policeman is named Li Jingyu. He is the captain of our district's criminal investigation team. We cannot afford to provoke him." Wang Guang took a puff of his cigarette, tossing the butt to the ground and crushing it underfoot. "Damn it, I wouldn't dare touch the cop, but that filthy woman, she won't have it easy." "But what if she and Li Jingyu are a couple? That could complicate things." "What the hell do you know? If they were a couple, that woman would have moved out with him ages ago." Wang Guang cursed as he and his lackey returned to school. Meanwhile, after nearly an hour of work, Li Jingyu finally sent off the last student. He straightened his back, feeling the ache in his muscles from the labor. "Have you finished? How did it taste?" Li Jingyu approached the counter, a hint of nervousness in his voice. "Delicious, especially the sweet and sour meatballs. Exquisite. The chef at your cafeteria is truly talented." Qiao Yuan praised sincerely. Li Jingyu's lips curled into a satisfied smile. "I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'll bring you more tomorrow." "You're too kind." Qiao Yuan replied as she took her food container to the bar to wash it, placing it back into the bag afterward. Li Jingyu purchased a cup of coffee from the shop and left with the food container. Loop. Content. Qiao Yuan leaned back in her chair and dozed off. The sound of the sliding door jolted her awake. Ning Zhu. Hearing Qiao Yuan's urgent call, Ning Zhu rushed out from behind the shelves. "What's wrong?" Seeing Ning Zhu, Qiao Yuan's joy was palpable as she grasped his hand. "Copy. Please select the ability to copy. Ruler. Copy successful." Only upon hearing the confirmation did Qiao Yuan release Ning Zhu's hand. At that moment, Ning Zhu's ears turned slightly red, and he was momentarily taken aback. "What is up with Qiao Yuan? Why did she suddenly take my hand?" After not seeing each other for a long time, he felt a surge of emotion. Qiao Yuan's explanation was rather perfunctory. "By the way, did you use that card? How effective was it?" Ning Zhu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "It's incredible. The entire Xioshan area is now surrounded by isolation walls, and I've installed high-voltage electric fences on them. No cockroaches can get in." Relieved by this news, Qiao Yuan felt at ease. It seemed that she needed to carefully consider how to use the remaining 8 cards. That ring." Qiao Yuan gazed at the ring on Ning Zhu's 4th finger, hesitating to speak. "Oh, I came to return the ring today." Ning Zhu promptly removed the ring and handed it back to Qiao Yuan. "I meant no other intention. It's just that tomorrow, I must visit your world." Chapter 46. Where did the warehouse door lead me? "What?" Ning Zhu exclaimed. "You must take the infinite handgun with you. It is equipped with a silencer, so you need not worry about the noise attracting the attention of zombies or swarms of insects." Ning Zhu did not inquire why Qiao Yuan was going, but casually picked up a notebook and pen from the stationery rack, beginning to sketch something. "This is the museum. If you walk 2 kilometers to the right with your back to the main door, you will arrive at the quarantine wall, and then proceed another 800 meters to the right, and you will reach the fortress gate. There will be guards on duty. Simply state your name, and they will allow you entry. If you need my company." Qiao Yuan interrupted. "No, I must undertake this journey alone. However, if necessary, I will certainly seek you out at the fortress. Be cautious of the animals along the way, in addition to the zombies and insect swarms," Ning Zhu advised, feeling slightly uneasy but continuing to provide reminders. "The surviving animals are quite peculiar. Yesterday, while we were out scavenging for supplies, We encountered a dog whose tail was devoid of flesh, yet its bones were as rigid as steel. Could it have mutated? Qiao Yuan recalled scenes from apocalyptic films. It is quite possible. Therefore, you must remain vigilant. Ningzhu reiterated several precautions and finally retrieved dozens of books from his backpack. Didn't you mention wanting cookbooks? I was going to store them, but I feared you might not find them. As he spoke, Ningzhu arranged the books neatly. Qiao Yuan opened one to find an array of unfamiliar dishes, similar yet distinctly different from those of this world. Should you desire anything else in the future, let me know, and I will procure it for you. You as well, Ningzhu stammered, realizing he had something he wished for. Can guns be acquired? Qiao Yuan, upon learning of the stringent gun control here, relinquished this unrealistic fantasy. But then, Qiao Yuan slammed a fist onto the counter, exclaiming, "How could I forget about this?" With that, Qiao Yuan produced a card. She indeed could not assist Ningzhu in purchasing weaponry, but drawing them was entirely feasible, although the card was small. With the finest needlepoint pen, one could illustrate 10 firearms on a single card. Without hesitation, Qiao Yuan searched for images online and sketched them accordingly. Ultimately, she utilized 2 cards to depict 10 handguns and 10 submachine guns. Upon seeing the realistic illustrations on the cards, Ningzhu's eyes widened in astonishment. Last time, Qiao Yuan had merely doodled, but today, the firearms were identical to those in the photographs, leaving him genuinely impressed. Beyond firearms, what else do you require? Qiao Yuan presented a third card. I also need thermal clothing. There are only 5 awakened individuals in the fortress, and 4 pieces of thermal clothing are insufficient for patrols and scavenging. There simply aren't enough hands. Thermal clothing? Matters that can be resolved with money are not significant and should not waste cards. How many do you require? I will purchase them for you. 30 pieces. 150 million. Qiao Yuan gritted her teeth. All right. After all, one must pay for the sheep. If the money runs out, we can always find treasures again. I will place the order today. Given the quantity, there may not be stock available from the manufacturers, but I will urge them for prompt delivery. Thank you. I will come to collect in 3 days. Once Ningzhu departed, Qiao Yuan promptly dialed Zhou Gang, the marketing manager at Rice Technology Company, Limited. When she had purchased the thermal clothing at the Tech Expo, Zhou Gang had given her his business card. Little did she anticipate it would prove useful today. Upon hearing Qiao Yuan's request for 30 sets of thermal clothing, Zhou Gang began to stutter. It was not until Qiao Yuan paid a 20 deposit that he confirmed she was serious. After hanging up, Zhou Gang let out a triumphant roar in his office. His colleagues teased, "Zhou Gang, why so excited? Landed a big order?" Zhou Gang was flushed with excitement. A colossal order. A 15 million order with a 10 commission, which means, once Qiao Yuan pays the remaining balance, I will receive a commission of 1.5 million. Qiao Yuan was unaware of the significant commission Zhou Gang would earn. Regardless, it mattered not. Acquiring supplies for Ningzhu was worth any sum. Qiao Yuan began to quietly devise her plan for this apocalyptic journey. Earlier, she had asked Ningzhu to sketch a map of Fengxiu City, though his artistic skills left much to be desired. Qiao Yuan could barely discern the overall layout of the city, guided by Ningzhu's annotations. According to what was known, the Shuanghe district housed a military-controlled shelter, which was her primary target. This shelter accommodated many refugees, and according to Ningzhu, the current administrator was a woman with a disciplined military force, which was why Fengxiu City had avoided falling into chaos. Thus, this female officer appeared to be the ideal candidate for the supermarket's clientele. Qiao Yuan firmly committed the location of the Shuanghe district shelter to memory. Next, it was time to rest well in preparation for her departure the following afternoon. Unfortunately, just as she was about to close the door and head home, Wang Xian's call came through. Come to the gallery. It has been renovated. Additionally, please sign a few more artists. I plan to host an exhibition and invite several renowned critics from the industry. All right, I will head over now. Qiao Yuan sighed, realizing that managing a growing enterprise was indeed exhausting. Upon arriving at the gallery, Qiao Yuan could hardly recognize it. In just a few days, the 2,000 square meter space had been divided into studios, exhibition rooms, lounges, reception areas, and offices. 5 newly hired employees were seated in the office, rising in unison as they greeted. Hello, President Qiao. President Qiao? Who are you referring to? Qiao Yuan was momentarily taken aback, responding somewhat sheepishly. Hello, everyone. Wang Xian proudly guided her around, grinning. What do you think? Quite impressive, isn't it? Impressive? It is exceptionally remarkable. However, The exhibition room is still rather bare, containing only 8 oil paintings by Yin Xiao, which is insufficient for an exhibition. Wang Xian continued, the artist you mentioned, Ningzhu, after much persuasion, has finally agreed to let us represent his works. Really? Qiao Yuan nodded without hesitation, absolutely. Having the works of that otherworldly master in her possession, she could assert anything she wished. Alas, having only 2 artists feels a bit thin. Wang Xian suddenly proposed, do you still have your previous works? I did paint many pieces, but my family discarded them as they took up space at home. At that moment, Qiao Yuan realized that she had retained not a single piece. However, there were countless works by unknown artists in her storage. Should they remain forever shrouded in obscurity? Yet, to use them directly felt akin to plagiarism. Although no one would know, Qiao Yuan could not overcome this moral quandary. My own works are gone, but I have a friend whose paintings are with me. Qiao Yuan said, if you believe she has potential, shall I invite her to sign a contract? Wang Xian smiled, revealing his small canine teeth. She has unfortunately passed away. Qiao Yuan devised a compromise. How about this? I will sign on her behalf, and any earnings will go to her family. While it was impossible to provide the earnings to the family of an artist from the end times, Qiao Yuan decided to donate 1/3 of the proceeds to schools in mountainous regions and charitable organizations. This is acceptable. What is your friend's name? Mo Bai? After Qiao Yuan signed a contract, she returned to the villa and instructed Wang Xian to send someone to collect the paintings the following morning. Originally intending to rest, Qiao Yuan found herself seated in the grand hall of the villa, beginning to select the artworks. She gathered all the pieces from the last master artist in one place, then started choosing her favorites, placing them beside the television cabinet. In total, there were over 40 pieces, which should suffice for the art exhibition. The oil paintings were already framed, and she specifically reminded Wang Xian to engage a professional transport team to ensure the integrity of the artworks. The next day, Qiao Yuan meticulously observed as the workers carefully wrapped each oil painting for transport before she headed to the supermarket. Today, Li Jingyu brought her braised pork, fresh shrimp with eggplant, and garlic sauteed lettuce. Qiao Yuan praised the chef from the police station's canteen, causing Li Jingyu to blush. After he left the supermarket, Qiao Yuan hung a sign reading closed for rest at the entrance and locked the door behind her. She strapped on her pesticide spraying equipment, retrieved her infinite handgun from her storage, and pushed open the warehouse door. After acclimating to the familiar heat and brief dizziness, Qiao Yuan was engulfed in darkness, unable to see her own hand in front of her. What on earth? This is not a museum. Chapter 47. Oh no. I've been knocked out. It was afternoon. Yet the darkness enveloping her was incomprehensible. Qiao Yuan felt a sense of suffocation, trembling slightly in the absolute blackness. Fortunately, she had brought a powerful flashlight and a headlamp. She quickly retrieved the flashlight from her spatial pocket and secured the headlamp on her head. A blinding beam of light erupted forth, and her wildly beating heart gradually calmed. As illumination filled the space, she noticed numerous white lines resembling parking spots. Just as confusion settled in, a circle of black powder appeared in the light, forming a massive rectangle. Understanding dawned on Qiao Yuan. She was in the same location where she had previously traversed, the underground parking lot. Thus, wherever she had crossed back into the supermarket last time, the next entry into the apocalypse would automatically return her to that position. Yet, this meant she was utterly lost. Not only could she not find the Shuanghe district shelter, but even Ningzhu's eternal fortress seemed unreachable. Desperation surged within her as she called out for the door to open, but she remained stationary in her predicament. With no other option, she steeled herself and ventured forth blindly. Exiting the underground parking lot, Qiao Yuan wandered aimlessly through the dilapidated streets. The temperature seemed to have dropped significantly. She extended her hand to confirm, and indeed, it had cooled considerably. Without the incessant flow of vehicles, pedestrians, or any cacophony of sounds, it felt as if she were the sole inhabitant of the world. Along her path, she encountered the wandering undead more than once. However, endowed with Ningzhu's abilities, she instinctively emitted certain syllables, causing the zombies to disperse. As for the swarms of insects, she dared not walk close to the walls or enter the wide, empty buildings. Remarkably, she encountered none of them. This was not mere luck. Rather, the recent extermination of roaches had left them too fearful to emerge. In a bookstore, Qiao Yuan discovered a city map that had yellowed from water damage. She meticulously searched inch by inch and finally located her position. Fortunately, although she was not in the Shuanghe district, she was less than 10 kilometers away. based on the position of the sun setting in the afternoon. She deduced the 4 cardinal directions. As dusk approached, Qiao Yuan found an outdoor basketball court. She retrieved her RV from her spatial pocket, set up a table, and arranged a camping lamp to begin her meal. Surprisingly, it felt quite reminiscent of camping. She pulled out a portion of rice with toppings and a chilled sparkling water. Meanwhile, a kilometer away, 3 men were also having a meal, albeit one consisting of protein pancakes made from cockroaches. Not only was it flavorless, but it was also dry and hard to swallow. When would this miserable existence end? I truly cannot bear to consume this revolting fare any longer. Yu Bing clutched the protein pancake, unable to eat, yet reluctant to discard it. The captain forbids us from killing, or else we could simply cook a few unawakened individuals. Bian Ning chewed his teeth, salivating at the thought of meat. It was said that the people from the Ghost Society were all glistening with fat, as they killed and feasted daily, devoid of our many constraints. The last speaker, Zhang Hao, bit into the protein pancake with a grimace. Hey, brothers, wait. Bian Ning suddenly set down his pancake, his nose twitching like a dog ass. What is wrong with you? Zhang Hao asked, puzzled. Bian Ning closed his eyes, seemingly reveling in the moment, and after a brief pause, his eyes widened in realization. The scent of fish-flavored shredded pork. I can smell the aroma of food. Bian Ning exclaimed, standing excitedly and gazing towards the south. Impossible. Even at Xiao Weima's shelter, we can only eat protein pancakes. Is there really someone who can still enjoy fish-flavored shredded pork in this day and age? Zhang Hao doubted. Though my awakened abilities may not be as strong as yours, my sense of smell is hundreds of times that of an ordinary person. My nose cannot be mistaken, Bian Ning explained. Yu Bing shoved the protein pancake into his pocket, dismissing it. Let us go see for ourselves, shall we? But what if the captain comes to inspect? Zhang Hao felt a twinge of fear at the thought of that handsome man. What are the odds? Let us go, let us go? If there really is fish-flavored shredded pork, even if we get punished, it's worth it. Yu Bing swallowed hard, pulling Zhang Hao along. The 3 of them stealthily headed south, guided by Bian Ning's keen sense of smell. Unbeknownst to Qiao Yuan, who was blissfully unaware of the impending danger, she finished her meal and pulled out a plate of fruit, savoring it leisurely. At her current pace, she planned to sleep soundly that night and set off the next morning, aiming to reach the Shuanglia district by 8 a.m. if all went well. Ning Ju had mentioned that soldiers patrolled the Shuanghe district 24 hours a day, and once there, she could pose as a distressed individual seeking refuge in the shelter, increasing her chances of meeting the female officer he spoke of. Being cautious by nature, Qiao Yuan controlled the surrounding zombies, positioning them outside the basketball court. This strategy proved effective, as Bian Ning and his companions found themselves hiding behind a low wall outside the court. Damn it, that little girl was just eating fruit. Bian Ning fumed. What are we supposed to do now? There are zombies everywhere. How do we get in? Zhang Hao peeked out, estimating that at least 40 zombies surrounded the basketball court. Let us head back, if the captain discovers we're missing. Before Zhang Hao could finish, Yu Bing punched him. Coward. If you want to leave, go ahead. I must eat real food today. Bian Ning's gaze remained fixed on Qiao Yuan until she began packing her belongings to enter the RV before he turned away to sit down. It's just one woman. Can we handle her? Bian Ning's mind raced, and 2 minutes later, he lifted his head, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Zhang Hao, your ability is speed. You'll be responsible for leading the zombies away. Once you shake them off, return to us. Yu Bing, you can be Astify. So you'll handle opening her RV door. We'll tie up that little girl and search for food. If there's none, then we'll. Bian Ning made a gesture across his throat, and the intent was clear. All right, let us do it. Yu Bing clenched his fist. An hour later, after confirming that Qiao Yuan had turned off her lights and fallen asleep, Yu Bing's body swelled visibly. His muscles expanded, transforming him into a figure as formidable as a bear, towering like a small mountain. Zhang Hao, go. Zhang Hao glanced at the zombies before bolting away like an arrow released from a bow. The zombies, highly sensitive to sound, found Zhang Hao's footsteps resounding like drums in their ears. With Zhang Hao deliberately running back and forth before them, the zombies quickly staggered after him, abandoning their position near the basketball court. Through it all, Qiao Yuan remained oblivious. Bian Ning and Yu Bing crouched as they approached the side of the RV. Yu Bing extended his powerful hand to grasp the door handle. 1, 2, 3. With a loud crash, Yu Bing ripped the entire door off its hinges. The dull thud roused Qiao Yuan from her slumber, and she instinctively grabbed her infinite handgun, pointing it at the now empty doorway. Yu Bing was the first to enter the RV. Without hesitation, Qiao Yuan pulled the trigger, Bang! After the muffled gunfire. She was horrified to discover that the man who had entered remained completely unscathed. His physique was twice that of an ordinary person, and the bullet struck him without any apparent effect. In that moment of shock, he swung a heavy punch. Acting on instinct, Qiao Yuan rolled under the bed. However, the next instant, a sharp pain shot through the back of her head. Damn it! I was careless. Subsequently, Qiao Yuan succumbed to an endless darkness. Chapter 48. Hope in Despair. Ugh. My head aches terribly. Qiao Yuan felt a persistent, dull pain slicing through her nerves. She cracked her eyes open slightly, and her gaze fell upon three men seated on the sofa in the front of the RV, greedily devouring food, while daylight streamed through the window. As she subtly shifted her body, she discovered that her hands were bound behind her and her feet were tied together. This was troublesome, even with a slow-motion escape. Qiao Yuan and Amp, Oppos, tea get far in 20 minutes. Wow, this is delicious. I had no idea this woman had so much good food in her vehicle. I haven't had jerky in months. It's delectable. The three men exclaimed as they continued to eat. Qiao Yuan decided to close her eyes and enter her inner space. Before embarking on her journey, she had prepared an array of knives. When she opened her eyes again, a small fruit knife lay in her hand. She squinted, carefully observing the movements of the three men while gradually sawing at the ropes binding her. Zhang Hao, how long has it been since you've been with a woman? Bian Ning shot a glance at Qiao Yuan, who lay on the bed at the back, chuckling lewdly. A woman? In front of food, women are insignificant, Zhang Hao replied. His focus solely on the meal before him, utterly disinterested in anything else. Bian Ning grinned wickedly. If you're not interested, don't try to snatch her from me later. What? Have you taken a liking to her? Yu Bing, with grease covering his mouth, speculated. But she must be an awakened. The commander said we must bring any awakened we find back. The commander, huh? I've never liked that guy, Bian Ning seethed, glaring at his left hand, which conspicuously lacked a pinky finger. Still holding a grudge against him, are you? Of course. I wish you were dead, Bian Ning exclaimed vehemently. Why don't we skip going back and take this woman to the Ghost Society instead? We could use her as a token of allegiance. Bian Ning's eyes gleamed with malice. The Ghost Society. Qiao Yuan had heard that name before, the last time she had entered the apocalypse. Rescuing Nan Rong Cheng'en, she had overheard it mentioned. The Ghost Society, cannibals. Qiao Yuan quickened her pace of cutting the ropes. Indeed, following him was less appealing than joining the Ghost Society. At least there, she could secure a meal. Yu Bing opened a can, greedily inhaling the savory aroma of meat. At that moment, Qiao Yuan felt the ropes loosen around her wrists. Excellent. The bindings were undone. She swiftly spun the ring on her finger. Suddenly, the movements of the three men slowed to an almost surreal pace. They stared at her in disbelief. Soon, they realized this was likely Qiao Yuan's ability, as their peripheral vision caught her hastily slicing through the ropes at her feet. Once free, Qiao Yuan stood up, ready to make her escape. However, she was met with dizziness, and her vision blurred. It was likely a concussion. She had to flee quickly, suppressing the intense vertigo. Qiao Yuan seized a pistol from the coffee table and staggered southward. The duration of the slow-motion effect was 20 minutes, and disregarding everything, she ran with all her might. But just 2 minutes after the effect wore off, she heard footsteps pursuing her. You damned woman! Don't you dare run! Zhang Hao's furious shout pierced the air. Catch her! Zhang Hao! Panic surged through Qiao Yuan. How could they catch up so quickly? Instinctively, she twisted the ring again, but before she could react, Zhang Hao, like a gust of wind, reached her, wrenching her arm behind her back. Ugh, my shoulder feels like it'll snap. Beep. Target identified. Scanning. Scan complete. Gale. Ability. Extreme running speed. Level 1. As Zhang Hao gripped her wrist, the system initiated an automatic scan. So that was his power, speed. A series of strange sounds escaped Qiao Yuan and Appo's throat. Soon, zombies began to converge from all directions, surrounding them. What the hell is happening? Is this also your ability? Bian Ning and Yu Bing panted as they approached, the horde of zombies growing ever closer, their intent unmistakable. Yu Bing roared, his body transforming into a beastly form. Bian Ning's eyes glinted with cunning as he approached Qiao Yuan. You summoned these zombies, didn't you? Before Qiao Yuan could respond, Bian Ning drew a dagger from his waist and plunged it into her thigh. Pain coursed through Qiao Yuan and Appo's body, cold sweat pouring down her brow. Let them go, or I'll make you wish for death. Bian Ning sneered, twisting the knife mercilessly. The excruciating pain coursed through her like electric shock. This was it. She was finished. In her final moments of clarity, Qiao Yuan assessed her dire situation. Letting the zombies go would mean falling into the clutches of these three demons, destined to become their food for the Ghost Society. Refusing to let them go could lead to an even worse fate. Damn it! This accursed apocalypse. This wretched system. Qiao Yuan cursed inwardly before deciding to temporarily command the zombies to retreat, granting herself a slim chance of escape. She let out a series of desperate roars, and the zombies appeared to comprehend, slowly backing away. Bian Ning withdrew the dagger, a streak of crimson slicing through the air. Woman, it would be wise to comply. Yu Bing, tear off her arms. Panic engulfed Qiao Yuan, her first experience with despair weighing heavily upon her. Hey, are you three going to betray the Qianling Corps? A voice laced with allure echoed from around the street corner. Qiao Yuan looked up. A tall man lounged against the wall, enveloped in sunlight, his features obscured. But when Qiao Yuan caught sight of his brown high ponytail, her heart soared. Nan Rongcheng'an. Upon hearing his name called, Nan Rongcheng'an paused, then stepped into the shadow of the building where Qiao Yuan was. His cerulean eyes widened slightly upon seeing her. It's you, my savior. Nan Rongcheng'an. Don't come any closer, or I'll kill her. Bian Ning was the first to react, pressing the dagger against Qiao Yuan's neck. Nan Rongcheng'an smirked, a hint of mockery in his smile. At that moment, over a dozen men and women of varied appearances emerged from the alley, surrounding Bian Ning and his crew. I shall grant you one final chance. Release her, and I can ensure your immediate demise. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless. You think you can fool me? Yu Bing roared, launching himself at Nan Rongcheng'an, his massive fist aimed at his face. Foolish. Nan Rongcheng'an scoffed disdainfully. He elegantly raised his right hand, his thumb and middle finger coming together to snap. Snap. With the sharp sound of the snap, Yu Bing, Bian Ning, and Zhang Hao suddenly stiffened, then collapsed to the ground. They lay there as if asleep, yet their faces contorted in agony. Moments later, blood gushed from their noses and mouths as their bodies convulsed violently. Qiao Yuan, losing her last bit of strength, felt herself sway dangerously. Just as she was about to fall, Nan Rongcheng'an strode forward, grasping her hand and pulling her into his embrace. Qiao Yuan felt herself enveloped in warmth, but she was utterly exhausted, too weary to keep her eyes open. Rest for a while, Nan Rongcheng'an whispered in her ear. The last thought that crossed Qiao Yuan's mind before slipping into unconsciousness was how beautiful his voice sounded. Chapter 49. The first delivery. When Qiao Yuan awoke, she felt utterly drained. The pain in her thigh and the back of her head seemed to have diminished somewhat. Upon opening her eyes, she realized she was lying in bed, surrounded by a faint scent of oranges. The room was clean and bright, a typical studio apartment, and from her vantage point, the entire space was visible. Where am I? It seems I collapsed into Nan Rongcheng'an's embrace. With a hiss, Qiao Yuan propped herself up. Feeling a lingering ache in her thigh, she pulled back the covers to find her right pant leg had been cut up to the thigh, revealing a bandage wrapped around her leg. A gentle touch to her head confirmed it too was bandaged. It appeared she was truly safe. Struggling to her feet, Qiao Yuan made her way to the door step by step. Just as she grasped the doorknob to open it, the door swung open unexpectedly. She stumbled, but the person opposite her reacted quickly, catching her by the waist. Why are you up? Qiao Yuan looked up to see Nan Rongcheng'an's azure eyes. Her heart inexplicably quickened, and she hurriedly pushed his hand away. At that moment, the system and Oppo's voice echoed in her mind. Ding. Target identified. Scanning. Scan complete. Dream Eater. Abilities. 1. Can quickly hypnotize someone into a dream with eye contact. 2. Able to enter anyone's dreams. 3. Can kill in dreams without a trace. Level 2. Wait. Level 2? It was clearly level 1 last time. How did he level up? While Qiao Yuan pondered this, Nan Rongcheng and Oppo's effortlessly lifted her in his arms. Hey, put me down, she exclaimed, flustered. He gently set her back on the bed. Your injuries Haven and Oppo's healed. You shouldn't be moving around. After placing a plastic bag on the nightstand, he began retrieving items from it. This is canned beef, and here are 2 protein cakes. Eat up, it will be good for your health. Qiao Yuan picked up the hard, slightly yellowed cake. Protein cake? She tentatively took a bite. Ugh. It was dry and gritty, with an odd taste. Forcing herself to chew, she exclaimed, What is this made of? It's terrible. Nan Rongcheng'an's expression reflected profound skepticism. You've never had it before? Of course not. Qiao Yuan replied without hesitation. The protein cake is made from cockroaches, Everyone who has survived is subsisting on it now. Cockroaches? I just ate cockroaches. Qiao Yuan tilted her head and began to retch. It took a full minute for her complexion to return to normal. During this time, Nan Rongchengin silently observed her, his expression unreadable. It wasn't surprising he was suspicious. Qiao Yuan bore no signs of having endured a disaster. Her complexion was fair, her figure well-proportioned, and she had clearly never eaten a protein cake before. I'm sorry, I'm just not used to it, she said, realizing she might have raised his suspicions. Where is this? Qiao Yuan began to change the subject. The Thousand Spirits Core Division, Nan Rongqing and Appos, and replied, After I separated from you, I came to the division and found the surviving members. We located this apartment and gathered some refugees. The 3 people I encountered were also from the Thousand Spirits Corps. Yes, they were supposed to be stationed as a perimeter watch, but unexpectedly, they intended to harm you. As they exchanged words, Qiao Yuan gradually understood that she was now in Nan Rongcheng's territory, the Morningstar apartment. In the apartment, aside from the members of the Thousand Spirits Corps, everyone else were the refugees they had taken in. The awakened ones were automatically integrated into the Thousand Spirits Corps, while ordinary people were under their protection. My injuries are nearly healed, Qiao Yuan said, testing her leg. You're also awakened? Nan Rongchengin asked, astonished. Qiao Yuan nodded, then unwrapped the bandage from her leg, revealing a deep, red scar where the knife had cut. Knock, knock, knock. Captain, Captain. Nan Rongcheng and Appos, and frowned. Come in. The door burst open, revealing a young man with yellow hair, bloodied hands, and a terrified expression. Sister Lu on the 3rd floor seems to be going into labor. What should we do? We don't have a doctor. I've asked around, and no one knows how to deliver a baby. The young man was frantic, and Sister Lu was on the verge of fainting from the pain. Captain, you have to think of something. Nan Rongchengin's face turned ashen. He had no experience in delivering babies either. Moreover, the entire city's medical system was in shambles, and the refugees at Morningstar apartment had been accounted for. There were no doctors or nurses among them. Just as he felt helpless, Qiao Yuan weakly suggested from behind him. How about, I give it a try? Nan Rongchengin whirled around. You're a doctor? No. Do you know how to deliver babies? Not at all. Then why cause more trouble? Nan Rongchengin's irritation grew. I've seen my grandfather deliver lambs at home and helped out. I may not have eaten pork, but I've seen pigs run. Let me try. It's better than watching her wait to die. Qiao Yuan shot back vehemently. Nan Rongcheng and Appos, and was taken aback. No one had ever dared to speak to him like that. This woman, who gave her the audacity. Before he could respond, Qiao Yuan had already approached the young man. Take me there, quickly. The young man looked to Nan Rongchengin for confirmation. Upon seeing him nod, he led Qiao Yuan away. Qiao Yuan lived on the 10th floor, while Sister Lu was on the 3rd. They descended the stairs, and in just a few minutes, they arrived at room 301. Before entering, Qiao Yuan was hit by a strong metallic scent. Young man, go boil a few pots of hot water, she commanded. The young man hesitated, but Nan Rongcheng and Appos, and had now arrived at room 301 and agreed with her. Yes. The young man dashed off down the corridor. Qiao Yuan pushed the door open. Sister Lu lay on the bed, her belly protruding, blood and amniotic fluid soaking the sheets beneath her. 2 young girls hovered at the bedside, helplessly crying out in distress. Qiao Yuan lifted the covers for a closer inspection, recalling her grandfather's lessons on childbirth. She couldn't afford to worry about Nan Rongcheng and Appos, and S presence any longer. From her storage, she retrieved soap, 2 boxes of purified water, medical gloves, sterile gauze, and scissors. Sister Lu's cheeks were sunken, her complexion pale. It was apparent she lacked the strength to give birth due to prolonged exertion. Qiao Yuan grabbed a few energy bars and 3 cans of Red Bull, placing the energy bar in Sister Lu and Appos' mouth. Sister Lu, eat something to regain strength. Follow my instructions and push when I say so. The sweetness on her tongue brought Sister Lu back to her senses. Slowly, she raised her hand to grasp the energy bar and began to eat. Nan Rongchengin observed silently from behind her. Her ability was indeed spatial storage. Nan Rongchengin, you need to leave. You too, help me change the bed linens. The 2 girls immediately sprang into action, rummaging through the wardrobe for new sheets and blankets upon realizing Qiao Yuan was awakened. Nan Rongchengin cast a deep glance at Qiao Yuan before stepping out of the room. Once the bed was prepared, Qiao Yuan laid a sterile cloth beneath Sister Lu. Help me open the water and pour it into my hands. After washing her hands with soap and donning medical gloves, she instructed the girls to lift the covers. She applied petroleum jelly on the gloves and reached into the birth canal to perform a cervical check on Sister Lu. Thanks to her grandfather and Appo's imparting of knowledge about childbirth, she read a relevant book. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to be so bold today. Sister Lu, the cervix is fully dilated. Keep pushing, you can do it. Breathe deeply. And remember not to shout. Chapter 50. The second guest unplanned. It's happening. The child is about to arrive. Qiao Yuan exclaimed excitedly to Sister Lu. Her lips cracked and trembling. Breathe in rhythm with me. Inhale, exhale, yes, slowly and with strength. Fortunately, Sister Lu's position was correct. And due to the series of calamities over the past few months, the fetus had not absorbed much nutrition and was light in weight. After more than an hour, a faint cry echoed in the room. We did it. We succeeded. The two girls collapsed onto the floor, weeping uncontrollably. Qiao Yuan gently cleaned the baby's body with gauze dipped in warm water brought by Huang Mao, swiftly cutting the umbilical cord and tying it off. She swaddled the infant in a clean sheet and placed her beside Sister Lu. Look, it's a girl, quite beautiful. During the delivery, Nan Rongcheng and Huang Mao had been waiting outside the door. Upon hearing the baby's cries, they both exhaled a sigh of relief simultaneously. Captain, the woman you saved is truly remarkable. Huang Mao pressed his face against the glass, eager to catch a glimpse of the newborn. Nan Rongcheng thought to himself, this woman is indeed extraordinary. Sister Lu was physically weakened after the delivery, and Qiao Yuan, disregarding the blood and chaos, tenderly wiped her body clean. Thank you. Without you today, my child and I might not have. Sister Lu choked on her words. I am merely an apprentice. It is your bravery as a mother that is commendable, Qiao Yuan replied, finishing the cleaning while urging the two girls to help Sister Lu into a fresh set of clothes. The baby continued to cry incessantly as Sister Lu, at a loss, attempted to nurse her. However, after months of inadequate nutrition, she found herself without milk. The infant nibbled twice, pouted her tiny lips, and cried even louder. What are we to do? Tears streamed down Sister Lu and Appo's face. Although Qiao Yuan and Appo's space contained all the supplies from the supermarket, there was no formula on her shelves. And the other foods were unsuitable for an infant. She opened the door and saw Nan Rongcheng and Huang Mao outside. Do you have any formula? Nan Rongcheng hesitated before darkening his eyes. No, not to mention formula. Even the canned beef I just gave you was barely scavenged. Huang Mao gesticulated animatedly. Without formula, the child cannot survive for long, Qiao Yuan stated earnestly. After a moment of contemplation, Nan Rongcheng declared, I will go find some. We must ensure the child lives. Captain, we scoured every nearby building and mall. The food is either soaked or spoiled. How could there be formula? Huang Mao protested. The child represents hope for this world. She must not perish. Nan Rongcheng asserted, turning to leave. Qiao Yuan bit her lip, her mind racing with conflicting thoughts. Wait. Nan Rongcheng paused at the stairwell, hearing her voice. In this vast world, human life is paramount. Without formula and sufficient nutrition, the infant will die. And Sister Lu may not survive the postpartum period. Although Qiao Yuan did not consider herself virtuous, she could not bear to witness the demise of the infant she had just delivered due to a lack of nourishment. Huang Mao, tell Sister Lu to wait. We will find formula for her. The child will survive. With that, Qiao Yuan sprinted a few steps, grabbing Nan Rongcheng's arm and heading upstairs. Why go upstairs for formula? Nan Rongcheng scrutinized her intently. First, return to your room. I have something to discuss. Qiao Yuan had no time to explain. Once in Nan Rongcheng's room on the 10th floor, she closed her eyes. System. Initiating marking for the second guest. Target detected. Marking in progress. Marking successful. The first crossing requires physical contact between the host and the guest. What do you intend to say? Nan Rongcheng and Appo's tone was urgent. Qiao Yuan opened her eyes, a golden light flashing through them as she grasped Nan Rongcheng's large hand. Open sesame. Nan Rongcheng felt the world around him twist and shift, and when his vision cleared, he found himself in an intact supermarket. The scent of fresh wheat wafting through the air. His eyes widened in astonishment, as if witnessing a miracle. I cannot elaborate further. Stay here while I procure formula. Qiao Yuan dashed out of the supermarket, following her phone and Appo's navigation to the nearest maternal and infant store. With no experience in caring for infants, she explained the child and Appo's situation to the staff. Qiao Yuan purchased formula, bottles, a bathing tub, tiny clothes, a small blanket, diapers, and soft wipes. She also remembered to buy some talcum powder, as the post-apocalyptic heat could easily lead to rashes on the child. Carrying 3 large bags, she returned to the supermarket. Upon entering, she found Nan Rongcheng and standing at the counter, unmoving. Faced with such a bounty of food, he somehow resisted the temptation, having not tasted fresh food in months. This is for Sister Lu's baby. It contains everything needed for an infant. Additionally, I will gather some food and drink for you. Sister Lu is weak and needs nourishment. Qiao Yuan set the bags down, preparing to grab more food from the shelves. However, Nan Rongcheng blocked her path. His brow furrowed and his piercing blue eyes narrowed, filled with suspicion. I require an explanation. In simple terms, we are not from the same world. The doorway to my supermarket leads to your world, and I can provide you with supplies. There is no such thing as a free lunch. You must have a request in return. Nan Rongcheng and Apos. Lips curled into a cold smile. Indeed, I seek gold, jewels, and all things of value. Qiao Yuan replied impatiently. Is that sufficient? We must prioritize saving lives. Nan Rongcheng paused, taken aback by her forthrightness. My supermarket has already marked you. Remember the layout of the supermarket. If you wish to return, simply visualize it and say open sesame. Qiao Yuan pushed past him, beginning to load bread, milk, and various food items and medicines. You should not be idle. Go prepare takeout. She called over her shoulder. Taking a deep breath, Nan Rongcheng moved to the fast food section. The aroma of the food nearly drove him to madness. But he managed to grab a takeout box and began to fill it. An hour later, they had prepared 10 bags of baby supplies, 10 bags of food, 2 bags of medicine, and 30 servings of takeout. How many people reside in the Morningstar apartments? Qiao Yuan inquired, glancing at the takeout. 134 people, he replied. Qiao Yuan frowned. That many. This amount of food is insufficient. You should return. I will continue preparing takeout for you. Come back shortly to collect it. After saying this, Qiao Yuan prepared a small cart for him. Once the supplies were ready, Nan Rongcheng stood at the warehouse door, lost in thought. Why are you still here? He looked somewhat aggrieved. You didn't tell me how to leave. Oh, I was so focused on gathering supplies that I forgot. Qiao Yuan replied sheepishly, helping him push the door open. You simply need to push the warehouse door open and walk through to return to your world. Remember to come back in an hour. Oh. Nan Rongcheng pushed the small cart and entered the warehouse. In the next moment, he found himself in his room, abruptly turning around to face the grand door. Everything that had just transpired felt as though it were a mere dream. Yet, the supplies on the small cart before him confirmed the reality of the situation. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Huang Mao, panting heavily, exclaimed, Captain, Sister Lu and Apos' child is on the verge of suffocating from crying. We must hurry to find some milk. Chapter 51. Please accept the men and Apos' underwear, Captain. What? What is this? Huang Mao, catching a whiff of the delectable aroma of food, involuntarily swallowed. Huang Xing, take these 3 bags of food to Sister Lu. And then summon Lu Tan and Su Ning. Quickly, Huang Mao grabbed the bags. Goodness. Several tubs of milk powder and diapers for children. How is it that in the blink of an eye, the woman the captain saved has vanished, yet so much food has appeared in the room? With a belly full of questions, Huang Mao delivered the milk powder to Sister Lu and Apos' room. Upon seeing the items, Sister Lu couldn't help but cry again. Sister Lu, quickly prepare the milk for the child. Huang Mao, unable to provide comfort, hurriedly went to find Lu Tan and Su Ning, bringing them to Nan Rongcheng's room. Captain, everyone is here. Nan Rongcheng pointed to the small cart filled with meals. There are 30 portions of meals here, starting from the 9th floor. Distribute them household by household, according to the number of people, 1 box per person. Meals. There are even vegetables? Captain, am I dreaming? Lu Tan, feeling the bags, drooled uncontrollably. Nan Rongcheng wore a peculiar expression. All right, Lu Tan, Su Ning, you two go distribute the meals and wait for the second batch outside my door. An hour later, Nan Rongcheng pushed the cart back into Qiao Yuan's supermarket. Qiao Yuan had already packed 110 meal portions, along with 3 boxes of milk, 3 boxes of canned meat, and 3 boxes of canned fruit. Looking at the supplies before him, Nan Rongcheng transitioned from shock to numbness. He never expected that a woman he had only met twice possessed the ability to traverse 2 worlds. You can start loading the cart. There are too many people in the apartment and many items to prepare. you may need to make several trips. After making 5 trips back and forth, Nan Rongcheng and finally transported all the essential food and water. The entire Qinxing apartment was enveloped in the tantalizing aroma of meals, with occasional bursts of excited cries echoing from the rooms. Over the past few months, they had transitioned from instant noodles and sausages to biscuits and snacks, finally culminating in spoiled buns and rotten cucumbers, and ultimately, protein cakes. They had forgotten the taste of rice and vegetables. Nan Rongcheng and instructed Huang Mao to tidy up the basement of the apartment as a storage room. It was cooler there, and food would not spoil easily. Thank you, Nan Rongcheng said, his voice low and cold, even in gratitude. Qiao Yuan cast a sidelong glance at him. Initially, he had doubted her, even entertaining thoughts of violence for a moment. Aware of his fault, Nan Rongcheng rummaged through his pocket. This is the gold bar we found while searching the apartment. Do you think we can use it to buy food? Qiao Yuan gazed at the gleaming gold bar, her lips curling into a smile. Of course. Nan Rongcheng looked out at the bustling street, and like Ning Ju, after several attempts, he realized he could not escape the Lin Yuan supermarket. You can only come every afternoon from 2 to 6. Qiao Yuan set this time, wishing to prevent any encounters between Nan Rongcheng and Ning Ju. Fine, but there is one condition you must agree to. Qiao Yuan thought of Ning Ju. There is another sanctuary called Yongshe Fortress in Xiushan, led by Ning Ju. You cannot come into conflict with Yongshe Fortress, otherwise, I will revoke your mark, and you will no longer be able to enter the supermarket. Nan Rongcheng frowned at her words. What kind of condition is that? What if they attack us? I will speak to Ning Ju and ensure they do not provoke the Qianling group. As long as both parties coexist peacefully, our business can thrive. No problem. Nan Rongcheng agreed. Additionally, if you come to the store and I am not there, you may take anything from the supermarket. Just remember to exchange it with valuable items. All right, I will come again tomorrow. As Nan Rongcheng turned to leave, Qiao Yuan suddenly seized his hand. Copy. Please select the ability to copy. Dream Eater. Copy successful. Nan Rongcheng turned back, and Qiao Yuan awkwardly chuckled. It was indeed a bit strange to suddenly grab someone's hand. Not paying much attention, she casually handed him a box from a nearby shelf. Congratulations on becoming the second customer of Lin Yuan Supermarket. This is a small gift for you. When the box was placed in Nan Rongcheng's hands, she realized it contained a box of men and Oppo's underwear. Oh no, how embarrassing. In a flurry, Qiao Yuan attempted to snatch back the box, but was caught by Nan Rongcheng. His expression was a mix of amusement and seriousness. Thank you for your gift. I truly need it. After Nan Rongcheng left, Qiao Yuan covered her face. It was a bit warm. Ding. Task 8 completed. Reward: 300 square meters of space, fruit area. After toiling for several days, the reward for Task 8 felt somewhat meager. The space had now expanded to 1,500 square meters, while the supermarket was estimated to be nearly 600 square meters in size. The fruit area was situated behind the baking section, where the mingled scents of fruit and freshly baked goods surpassed any perfume. After organizing the newly emerged fruit area, Li Zhengyu sent a message stating that they had a task today and would not be ordering food. After 2 thrilling days, Qiao Yuan was utterly exhausted. She closed the supermarket early and returned to the villa. Initially, she had intended to develop a relationship with the female officer in Shuanghe district as the second customer. Instead, she accidentally marked Nan Rongcheng. That man was handsome but exuded an air of danger. If it weren't for the infant's precarious situation, she would never have allowed him into the supermarket. But now, the die was cast. After taking a shower, Qiao Yuan lay on her large bed, scrolling through her phone. She stumbled upon news of the mysteries of the Abyss art exhibition hosted by Weichu Gallery. At that moment, Wang Xian sent her a message. Tomorrow at 1 p.m. The exhibition will begin. Check-in. I've invited many critics and media. As a partner, you must be present. All right, I will definitely be there on time. After reading the message, Qiao Yuan lost interest in scrolling through short videos. It was such a grand occasion, and the evening gown Wang Xian had prepared for her didn't seem suitable for an art exhibition. With media in attendance, wouldn't it be embarrassing for the gallery if she didn't dress formally? Having never purchased luxury items, Qiao Yuan began frantically researching brand information, preparing to buy clothes the next morning. She suddenly thought of Yin Xiao. Since Wang Xian had invited her, he must have invited Yin Xiao as well. With this in mind, she sent Yin Xiao a WeChat message. Let us meet at SKD Mall at 10 a.m. tomorrow to shop for clothes together. At that moment, Yin Xiao was still awake, rummaging through her wardrobe, distressed about what to wear for the exhibition the next day. All her clothes were bought online, the most expensive costing only a few hundred. With so many prominent figures at the exhibition, what was she to do? The 120,000 her boss had transferred to her was already saved as a prepayment for her brother's hospital treatment. Now, she couldn't even afford to buy clothes, let alone rent them. When she saw the message from Qiao Yuan, her heart sank. Her boss had actually invited her to go shopping, and at SKT Mall? That was the most upscale mall in Nanyuan City. Yin Xiao steeled herself and agreed, thinking she could always use her credit card tomorrow, hoping not to exceed the limit. Chapter 52. Oh no. Someone is about to jump off after several hours of intensive indulgence in luxury brands. Qiao Yuan realized that the same few names kept resurfacing. After a restful sleep, awakening naturally, she informed Li Jiangyu that there was no need to deliver lunch today. And then she donned a fresh outfit and drove out for breakfast. At 10 o'clock, Qiao Yuan arrived punctually at the SKT Mall, where Yin Xiao was already waiting at the entrance. President Qiao. Yin Xiao called out, waving from a distance. It sounds strange to call you that. Qiao Yuan replied. Just call me Qiao Yuan. No need for the formalities. It feels odd. Yin Xiao felt that addressing her by name was somewhat disrespectful. I am 24 this year, and you? 25. Then I shall call you Sister Yuan. Yin Xiao decided, finally settling on a comfortable form of address. All right, Sister Yuan. Are you here to buy an outfit for the art exhibition this afternoon? Yin Xiao had already noted that Qiao Yuan was dressed in sports attire and running shoes. Yes. Do you have any favorite brands? Qiao Yuan asked as they entered the mall, her eyes dazzled by the array of boutiques. This was her first time exploring the SKT Mall. Previously, she had never dared to even contemplate stepping inside. Yin Xiao clutched her phone tightly, anxious about her credit card limit of merely 50,000 yuan. Would it suffice for a complete ensemble? Each harbored their own thoughts as they began browsing through the stores. Qiao Yuan was less concerned with the cost now, focusing more on the style. However, Yin Xiao grew increasingly apprehensive. A casual dress could cost over 40,000 yuan, and each price tag made her feel more embarrassed. The sales staff at the luxury boutiques were not as snobbish as depicted in dramas. They did not cast cold glances at Qiao Yuan and Yin Xiao for their ordinary attire. After visiting several stores without finding anything suitable for Qiao Yuan, Yin Xiao continued her search for the best value. When they arrived at the boutique of Madame Xiang, the staff were exceptionally warm and professional. They assisted in selecting the most fitting garments based on Qiao Yuan and Yin Xiao and Appo's complexion, body type, and hairstyles. Qiao Yuan, with her fair complexion and tall stature, tried on a stunning blue and pink striped outfit adorned with sequins, recommended by the staff. As she twirled in front of the mirror, she felt quite satisfied with the ensemble. It's perfect. I'll take this one. The staff were pleasantly surprised, realizing that appearances can indeed be deceiving. At that moment, Yin Xiao emerged from the fitting room. Wow, you look stunning. Qiao Yuan expressed her genuine admiration. Yin Xiao wore a colorful printed silk gown, knee-length in front with a trailing design at the back. It suits your artistic temperament perfectly, Qiao Yuan joked. Sister Yuan. Yin Xiao replied with a hint of bitterness, having just glanced at the price tag. Over 50,000 yuan, far exceeding her credit card limit. Yet, with such praise from Qiao Yuan, she felt it inappropriate not to purchase it. As Yin Xiao found herself in a dilemma, Qiao Yuan suggested to the sales staff, "Let us have a look at shoes and handbags." The staff, beaming with delight, quickly guided them in selecting high-heeled shoes and bags to complement the outfits. Yin Xiao followed behind Qiao Yuan, feeling on the verge of tears. Finally, as Qiao Yuan pointed at the tried-on shoes, bag, and dress, she declared, "Wrap these up. I'll pay by card." "Certainly, Miss Qiao." Yin Xiao suddenly realized what Qiao Yuan had said. "Sister Yuan, this isn't appropriate. I didn't bring enough money today. Can I consider it a loan? I'll pay you back next month." Yin Xiao said quietly. "Today marks our gallery and Appo's inaugural exhibition. How could I let you bear the costs alone? Rest assured, once you gain fame and fortune, you won't have the chance to reimburse me," Qiao Yuan teased. Yin Xiao's face flushed crimson. "Sister Yuan, please don't joke." After Qiao Yuan completed the payment, the two linked arms as they exited SKT. Following lunch, they arrived early at the gallery, where Wang Xin had arranged for makeup artists and stylists. After getting made up and dressed, Qiao Yuan and Yin Xiao exchanged glances, both revealing expressions of mutual appreciation. "You look truly beautiful," they simultaneously exclaimed, bursting into laughter. Such delightful young women are indeed charming. Noticing Yin Xiao's bare neck, Qiao Yuan retrieved a pearl and ruby necklace from her bag and adorned her with it. With everything prepared, Wang Xian approached Qiao Yuan, ready to walk the red carpet together. Upon seeing her, his gaze seemed captivated, unable to shift away for a moment. Qiao Yuan, you look stunning today. Qiao Yuan took his arm, and they stepped onto the red carpet together. You look quite handsome today as well, she replied softly with a smile. On either side of the red carpet were reporters wielding cameras. Today, the Wang family's gallery was hosting an exhibition, attracting prominent figures from the arts community. Wang Xian's partner also revealed his identity, shedding the veil of mystery. Internally, Qiao Yuan felt a twinge of anxiety. Such scenes were only familiar to her from television. However, with Wang Xian beside her offering quiet encouragement, she managed to maintain her composure. Signing autographs and posing for photographs all flowed seamlessly. And Qiao Yuan waited at the entrance for Yin Xiao. Yin Xiao soon joined her, exclaiming, "Sister Yuan, I was so nervous just now. It was my first time being photographed by so many reporters." "You'll get used to it," Qiao Yuan consoled her, feigning the wisdom of experience. Though she too had felt equally anxious. At the exhibition, only 3 artists' works were displayed. Critics and luminaries of the arts had initially assumed that the event was merely a pastime for the young Master Wang. However, upon entering the gallery, they were left astounded. The colors in this piece are simply harmonious. The vibrancy is infused with gentleness, a masterpiece. Look at this one. The style is markedly different from that of the artist Ning Zhu, with bold strokes pursuing freedom and vitality. Though the works of the 3 artists seemed somewhat immature compared to the first 2, they centered on humanity and drew inspiration from nature. Impressive. This is the most vibrant exhibition I've seen. I shall publish my review tonight. Truly astonishing. Young Master Wang has discovered a treasure. As Qiao Yuan wandered through the exhibition, she was greeted with accolades. The Secrets of the Abyss exhibition was a resounding success. Soon, Wang Xian and Yin Xiao were surrounded by critics, engaging in discussions about their interpretations of the artworks. Qiao Yuan exchanged glances with Wang Xian, signaling, "I need some fresh air." Wang Xian, stifling laughter, nodded in agreement. Stepping outside the gallery, the day was still bright. She found a nearby CAF and ordered a latte. Following the exhibition, Wang Xian had planned a dinner gathering. But Qiao Yuan had already informed him that she would not attend. Such gatherings felt somewhat awkward. However, Yin Xiao had to go, as it was a necessary step toward becoming a prominent artist. As Qiao Yuan prepared to return to the art center, she noticed a crowd gathering across the street. Alongside 2 fire trucks, firefighters were setting up safety mats, and following the direction of the mats, Qiao Yuan gazed upward. On the edge of the rooftop sat a girl. Her expression one of despair, tears streaming down her cheeks, an unmistakable sign of distress. "Hey, if you want to die, just jump already. Don't waste everyone's time," shouted a man watching from an electric scooter. Haha, it's been ages. If she truly wanted to die, she would have jumped by now. A few foul-mouthed men among the crowd laughed mockingly. The girl on the rooftop heard the laughter below, as if she had made a resolute decision. Oh no, she intends to leap from the building. Chapter 53. Rescuing a precious gem. As Qiao Yuan twisted her ring, the world around her slowed to a crawl. She made her way to the back of the crowd, spotting several men spewing foul words. With a swift motion, she swung her arm, delivering multiple slaps to their faces. Qiao Yuan sprinted down the fire escape, reaching the 34th floor after more than 10 exhausting minutes. Upon pushing open the rooftop door, she found a girl half over the edge of the building. With a powerful leap, Qiao Yuan wrapped her arms around the girl, pulling her back to safety. They tumbled together on the ground for 2 full rotations before coming to a halt, just as the slow-motion effect faded away. "Let go of me. Let go." The girl struggled fiercely, sinking her teeth into Qiao Yuan and Appo's hand. Ouch! Qiao Yuan winced, feeling the pain. In the distance, firefighters and police noticed her heroic act and rushed over. However, to their surprise, the girl, in her desperate struggle, managed to pry Qiao Yuan and Appo's fingers apart and clamber back toward the outer wall. "Don and Appo's, come any closer." The girl gasped, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Barely able to maintain her balance against the wall, Qiao Yuan wanted to activate the slow-motion effect again, but the crowd was too dense. Any slip could be detrimental. The vile men below were merely waiting for her to fail. Why should she grant them the satisfaction? Hesitant to advance, Qiao Yuan attempted to comfort the girl. "Think of your parents. They've raised you with such difficulty. What would happen to them if you were gone?" A police officer nearby interjected, glancing at Qiao Yuan. "Do you know her?" No, she replied, but I can't just stand by. Please, contact Captain Li Jingyu to verify my identity. She whispered quickly, and refrained from mentioning her parents. It may only fuel her desire to jump. Without awaiting a response, Qiao Yuan turned her gaze back to the girl on the wall. Can we talk? Not for your family, not for your friends, but for yourself. Your life is just beginning. Wooden and Oppos. It be a pity to end it now? The girl, clad in a flowing white dress that danced with the wind, lowered her gaze. My life is already over. I have nothing left. Nonsense. You are still so young. With a bright future ahead. If you jump today, who do you think will mourn you? You will be a mere joke for others to laugh at. Can you accept that? Can I accept that? The girl hesitated, her resolve faltering. At that moment, firefighters, who had been poised for action, leaped towards her, successfully bringing her back to the rooftop. Qiao Yuan locked eyes with the girl. Dream Eater. The girl and Oppos' eyelids grew heavy, her thoughts seemingly stripped away, until she finally closed her eyes. As Qiao Yuan descended with the police and firefighters, her mind was occupied with another reality. The girl, Xinyan, was a brilliant student in a combined master's and doctoral program in biotechnology, having entered Professor Wang Qingyun's lab at a young age. Unexpectedly, Professor Wang was a predator in disguise, claiming Shun and Oppos' research as his own. When Shin reported him, she was powerless against such an academic titan. Soon, she was expelled under the pretext of stealing lab data, with a warning that no laboratory would accept her. After witnessing Xinyan's troubled past in her dreams, Qiao Yuan felt as though a heavy stone pressed against her chest. She couldn't bear the thought of such a talented girl succumbing to despair. Qiao Yuan accompanied the ambulance to the hospital, where Xinyan slowly regained consciousness. Upon opening her eyes, she saw the woman who had saved her on the rooftop. Why did you save me? It would have been better to let me die. Xinyan and Oppos' voice trembled, hoarse. Do you wish for revenge? Xinyan stiffly turned her head, then let out a self-deprecating laugh. I can and Oppos, to do that. Since no lab will take you, I will help you establish your own. You will carve out your own path. One day, that despicable professor will kneel and apologize. Tears welled in Xinyan's eyes. How do you know this? Qiao Yuan smiled gently. As long as you choose to live, I will show you the future. My name is Qiao Yuan. It and Oppos. It's a pleasure to meet you, Xinyan. As Xinyan touched Qiao Yuan's hand, she felt an unprecedented strength and an inexplicable sense of comfort. Just then, a middle-aged couple burst into the room, pushing Qiao Yuan aside. Yan, how could you be so foolish? If you die, what will become of your father and me? Is it worth taking your life over something so trivial? I always said you lacked emotional intelligence. The professor must have his reasons. Just listen. Qiao Yuan shook her head in disbelief. Such parents were truly unfortunate for Xinyan. Trust me, Xinyan. I will keep my promise. Qiao Yuan waved her phone, and upon receiving Xinyan's confirming gaze, she departed. When Qiao Yuan returned to the Liyuan Arts Center, the gallery was empty. The attendees had likely gone out for dinner. She decided to drive to Qifeng restaurant to deliver the menu to Dolong. In her mind, she was formulating a plan. Rather than relying on pawning precious commodities to make money, she preferred to invest money to create wealth. Dolong's Qifeng restaurant was merely the first step in her ambition to build her own commercial empire. The mysteries of the Abyss art exhibition had suddenly gained immense popularity, sparking discussions across various media platforms. At 7 p.m., in the city of Lihe, Jiang Maoxing and his family were crammed into their less than 40 square meter apartment, having dinner. The television and Oppos' cultural channel was broadcasting a report on the mysteries of the Abyss exhibition in Nanyuan City. Hey mom, look. That woman on TV looks just like you. Jiang Chun exclaimed, pointing at the screen. Jiang Maoxing and Li Zirong looked up to see a beautifully dressed, graceful young woman on the television, momentarily stunned. Later that night, as they huddled in the living room, Li Zirong broke the silence. Doesn't and Oppos' that woman on TV look like Tiandi? Jiang Maoxing turned over. Absolutely. I saw a red mole on her forehead. It can and Oppos' be mistaken. She even made it on TV? That good-for-nothing must be making quite a fortune. Li Zirong's voice dripped with jealousy. While we struggle day by day, she's thriving in the big city. Why not? Chapter 54, The Eavesdropper. Recently, Dolong has been in a state of distress. Ever since Wang Qingchuan's downfall, he heeded Qiao Yuan's advice. With the money she provided and his own savings, he gathered a group of underlings to take over a restaurant. Initially, he thought a new life was about to commence. but little did he know how challenging it would be to run a business. At the opening, friends from the underworld came to support him, making the restaurant lively. And passers-by would stop in for a meal. However, as Qiao Yuan had predicted, the chef's skills were mediocre, and the presence of Dolong's gang deterred many young women from entering. Sigh, if things do not improve in a month, I might have to consider selling the place. Dolong glanced at the 2 tables of patrons in the dining area and sighed again. Welcome. The door and Appo's sensor suddenly chimed, and Dolong immediately put on a smile, ready to greet the customer. To his surprise, it was his boss. Scorpion. Stop staring and help me move these books, Qiao Yuan called out to Scorpion, who hurriedly dashed outside. After 2 trips, over 20 cookbooks were piled on Dolong's counter. Boss, what is this? Cautiously, Qiao Yuan had torn off the covers of the recipe books. These are innovative recipes yet to hit the market. Find a skilled chef to try them out. Additionally, I have arranged for a new designer to help you renovate the restaurant. Dolong casually flipped through a few pages of the cookbooks and was astonished by the unfamiliar dishes. However, the thought of redesigning the restaurant made him uneasy. His finances were quite limited. Qiao Yuan entered and immediately perceived the desolate atmosphere, deducing that he was likely running low on funds. I will cover the renovation costs as an investment in the restaurant. What do you think? Qiao Yuan inquired. Dolong paused for a moment, contemplating the idea of her investing. That would be splendid. Setting aside Qiao Yuan's remarkable capabilities, her investment would undoubtedly motivate her to treat the restaurant as her own enterprise, providing him with a reliable ally in business. Fantastic. Thank you so much, boss. I could not have asked for anything more. Dolong exclaimed joyously. Moreover, Scorpion and the others need some retraining, Qiao Yuan noted, glancing at the men in their work uniforms. Look at them, braids and tattoos. Who wouldn't be frightened to see them? Dolong nodded repeatedly in agreement. I will redesign the uniforms as well, ensuring they dye their hair back to black. No more multicolored looks like a flock of parrots. They must learn to provide friendly service. After spending quite some time at Qingfeng restaurant and finalizing the renovation timeline with Dolong, Qiao Yuan transferred 3 million to him. As she left the restaurant, she glanced at the adjacent establishment. Next to Qingfeng restaurant was a bar that was up for transfer. The nightlife in Nanyuan City was vibrant, and it was common for young people to visit bars after dinner. If she were to acquire the bar, it might not be a bad idea. With that thought, Qiao Yuan noted down the contact number posted at the entrance. Dragging her weary body back to her villa, Qiao Yuan immediately removed her strappy high heels upon entering. After a refreshing shower, she settled onto the sofa to watch television, unexpectedly spotting herself in the news. It felt rather surreal. Her phone buzzed with messages from Shenyan and Yin Xiao. Thank you for saving me today. If we ever have the opportunity to establish the biological laboratory, I promise not to disappoint you, Shenyan wrote. I believe in you. Please gather your spirits. Compile the list and seek a suitable location for your laboratory, Qiao Yuan replied. After addressing Shenyan and Appo's message, she opened the conversation with Yin Xiao. Yuanjia. Today several industry leaders wrote reviews for me, declaring me a contemporary rising star. That is because you truly deserve the title, Qiao Yuan responded. Yuanjia. Can I visit you tomorrow morning? Sure, I will be at Lingyuan Supermarket on Zhongxing Street, number 22. Putting down her phone, Qiao Yuan returned to her room for a good night and Appo's sleep. While others might lead monotonous lives day after day, Qiao Yuan and Appo's existence was anything but dull. In the morning, she arrived at the supermarket and immediately bumped into Ningju. Upon seeing Qiao Yuan safe and sound, his expression softened. I came to the supermarket yesterday afternoon, but I didn't see you. I was terrified, thinking something might have happened to you. You came in the afternoon? There was no one else at the supermarket when you arrived, right? Qiao Yuan cautiously inquired. No, there was no one. Why do you ask? Qiao Yuan shook her head, dismissing the thought. Out of curiosity, she deliberately touched Ningju's hand. Ding dong. Target recognized. Scanning. Scan complete. Ruler. Ability. Can control all zombies. Level 1. Ningju's ability remained at level 1. Yet why was Nan Rongqingen at level 2? Can I take some fruit? Ningju wandered over to the fruit section, fixated on the fruits. Of course, you can take as much as you want. The supermarket system will automatically restock, Qiao Yuan assured him. Ningju peeled an orange, greedily savoring its sweet and tangy juice. Recently, refugees from other cities had arrived at the Eternal Fortress, bringing news that a fissure had opened in the center of Anqiao City to the west, from which strange creatures emerged. Furthermore, animals were undergoing continuous mutations. and even zombies seemed to have become significantly stronger. When Ning Ju mentioned the Eternal Fortress, Qiao Yuan recalled her agreement with Nan Rongcheng'an. Ning Ju, wait for me in the store for a moment. Qiao Yuan secured the supermarket and headed to a nearby specialized anime store. She purchased 200 badges of the Attack on Titan Survey Corps and 150 badges of the Garrison Regiment. Returning to the supermarket with the metal pins in hand, she handed Ning Ju the Garrison Regiment's unicorn badge. Henceforth, anyone from the Eternal Fortress who ventures outside must wear this. Ning Ju examined the crudely made badge, puzzled by Qiao Yuan's intentions. If you encounter an organization called the Qianling Group in Nanyuan City, and they wear this winged badge, do not engage or provoke them. They will not attack you if they see the unicorn badge. Ning Ju grasped the implications of Qiao Yuan's words. Have you done business with them as well? For some reason, Ning Ju's question made Qiao Yuan feel as if she were being unfaithful. Wait, I conduct my business openly. There is nothing wrong with that. True. The Qianling Group also procures supplies from me. Upon hearing Qiao Yuan's statement, Ning Ju felt a pang of disappointment. He was happy for her success, but disappointed that he was not her sole customer. Ning Ju set down the orange in his hand. All right. I will certainly inform everyone in the fortress to avoid conflicts with the Qianling Group, so as not to affect your business. Listening to Ning Ju's noticeably bitter tone, Qiao Yuan chose to let it slide. The leader of the Qianling Group is Nan Rongcheng'an. While he is a customer, he cannot share the same space with me like you can. Cannot share the same space? Does that mean he must visit the supermarket daily? His frequency of meetings with Qiao Yuan would surely surpass his own, and naturally, their bond would deepen over time. Ning Ju silently resolved, no, starting tomorrow. I will come to the supermarket every morning. Not long after bidding farewell to Ning Ju, Yin Xiao arrived. She was cautious, glancing around as if she were a thief, before gently placing a velvet bag on the counter. Yuanjia. Yesterday, while dining, Mr. Wang and his companions casually remarked upon the jewelry I wore. And it was then that I discovered this exquisite set was valued at several million. I spent a restless night, and upon waking today, I felt an urgent desire to return it to you. Qiao Yuan nonchalantly placed the velvet pouch into his pocket and reassured me, do not be anxious. In the future, when your creations grace the auction houses, you will be able to acquire any jewelry you desire. The weather was sweltering today, prompting Qiao Yuan to open the supermarket window, where two individuals were lurking outside. Originally, Wang Guang intended to take advantage of the quiet supermarket to intimidate Qiao Yuan with his accomplices, but instead, they overheard this astonishing conversation. Jewelry valued at millions. Wang Guang, who managed the school canteen, usually made only 30 to 50,000 after accounting for monthly expenses and bribes. If a cunning plan began to take shape in Wang Guang and Apos' mind. Chapter 55. What happened? I was robbed. In the following days, Qiao Yuan was nearly overwhelmed with tasks. She enlisted Wang Xian's assistance and hired a renowned designer to renovate the Qifeng restaurant. She also made a call to lease the bar adjacent to the restaurant. When Dolong learned that the bar was now under his purview as well, his grin stretched from ear to ear. Although neither the restaurant nor the bar could open for business just yet, Dolong came by every day to supervise, reveling in the hustle. Meanwhile, Shinian had been discharged from the hospital. She quickly adjusted her mindset and began searching for a suitable location and like-minded friends. Before long, she had drafted a comprehensive proposal. At that moment, Qiao Yuan sat in the tea room, staring at the dozens of pages filled with Chinese characters. To her dismay, she realized she could barely comprehend it. She chuckled awkwardly, admitting, I'm sorry, but this is quite specialized, and I find myself struggling to understand most of your proposal. Shinian blushed slightly, acknowledging that it was indeed overly technical. I can revise it, she offered. No, I have faith in you, Qiao Yuan replied. Once the contract is finalized, I and Apos LL transfer the initial funding to you. In the future, I might need you to prepare monthly reports for me. Not a bother at all. It's the least I can do, Shinian insisted, waving her hands dismissively. A biological laboratory would require at least several million. For the past few days, upon waking, Shinian would check her contact list, hoping to see Qiao Yuan's name, terrified that this was all just a dream. In the mornings, they discussed business. And in the afternoons, Qiao Yuan waited at the supermarket for Nan Rongcheng'an. He arrived punctually at 2 p.m. each day, lacking the space to transport everything at once. Over the past few days, he had dispatched his subordinates to scour every mall near the Qinxing apartment. In Qiao Yuan's current space, there was an entire box filled with gold bars, not to mention other precious stones and artifacts. Ding. The 9th task has been issued. Please elevate your awakened ability. Copy to level 2 within 3 days. While Qiao Yuan was packing takeout for Nan Rong Cheng'an, she paused upon hearing the voice in her mind. Leveling up her ability? A question arose. How does one achieve that? She turned to Nan Rong Cheng'an, who was busy unloading goods. Realizing he was her only option for answers. Nan Rong Cheng and Oppos. And what is your awakened ability? Qiao Yuan inquired tentatively. He straightened up, not answering her question directly but instead replied, what about you? Is your ability related to space? Yes, spatial storage, Qiao Yuan admitted, choosing to conceal her full capabilities in front of Nan Rong Cheng'an. Just that? He asked, his gaze piercing, as if he could see through her. A chuckle escaped him. My ability is hypnosis, controlling dreams, and killing in dreams. Qiao Yuan quickly followed up with, you were powerful right from the start? His eyes held a profound meaning as he looked into hers. You wish to know how to upgrade your ability, don't you? Caught off guard, Qiao Yuan's face flushed. I was merely asking out of curiosity. If you're asking for someone else, I'm afraid I can't assist you. What a stingy man. Nan Rong Cheng'an reveled in her embarrassment, a smirk playing on his lips. 2 hours later, he prepared to make one final trip for supplies. Qiao Yuan followed him to the warehouse entrance. I wasn't amp, Oppos, T asking for someone else. I genuinely need to upgrade, she whispered, with his back to her. A smile crept onto his face, his brows curving into a charming arc. To upgrade your ability, you must absorb a Yuan sac. What is a Yuan sac? He turned to face her, pointing to his temple, his voice low. The brain of a mutated beast. Yu Qiao Yuan immediately thought of brain matter, her stomach churning violently. I'm just kidding. Nan Rong Cheng'an laughed, having successfully pranked her. You liar. His deep gaze softened unusually. The Yuan sac does indeed reside within the mutated beast. But not all beasts possess one, and it is their weakness, highly concealed. To complete the 9th task, she would have to hunt a beast. But Qiao Yuan had no desire to venture into the apocalypse. Since the system Han-Ti prohibited seeking external help, could she ask Nan Rong Cheng'an for assistance? Could you bring me a Yuan sac? I need to upgrade, Qiao Yuan asked timidly, lacking confidence. Of course. Qiao Yuan was taken aback by his swift agreement. Wonderful. What can I offer you in exchange? Nan Rong Cheng'an pondered for a moment, his blue eyes earnest. I'll let you know once I've made up my mind. Watching him leave, Qiao Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful for his cooperation. As dusk fell, she tidied up the counter and prepared to head home, driving her SUV towards Dongchang Street. She opted for a shortcut to save 20 minutes due to the usual evening traffic on Fengyang Avenue. The path was devoid of streetlights, and Qiao Yuan focused intently ahead. Suddenly, a shadow darted across her path. She slammed on the brakes. With a screech, inertia propelled her forward, the steering wheel jabbing painfully into her ribs, causing her to gasp. After a brief moment, she exited the vehicle. The roadside was lined with wheat fields. Had she struck a villager? Approaching the front of her car, she discovered a person lying on the ground. Oh no, she had indeed hit someone. Wake up, are you all right? She gently nudged him twice, but he remained unresponsive. Panicking, she fished out her phone and dialed 120. Just as she lifted the phone, the figure on the ground suddenly sprang up. Before she could react, a sharp pain coursed through her body, followed by a numbing sensation. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw the person who had been lying down now wielding a stun baton against her waist, blue arcs of electricity crackling menacingly. Qiao Yuan convulsed uncontrollably and then collapsed to the ground. Due to the unique constitution of awakened individuals, she did not lose consciousness. She spotted a bald man emerging from the wheat field. The owner of the cafeteria across from the school? It was him. You little wench. I've been watching you for days, and finally got you. Qiao Yuan lamented internally, realizing her oversight. Over the past few days, she had noticed a vehicle trailing her on this route but had dismissed it as another shortcut due to the darkness. It now dawned on her that he had been following her. I'll search your car. You keep an eye on her, the bald man ordered. Got it, boss. His lackey climbed into Qiao Yuan's car, rummaging through it, but finding nothing of value. After days of following her, he knew she resided in the villa at No. 8, Dongchang Street, a wealthy neighborhood. If it's not in the car, it must be in the villa. They bound her hands and feet with prepared straps. And the lackey inquired, what about her phone? The bald man snatched it and smashed it to pieces on the ground. Chapter 56. The dramatic entrance of the sister Qiao Yuan found herself unceremoniously shoved into the trunk of a vehicle, shortly before the off-road car roared to life once again. Within the span of merely a week, she had been abducted twice, an experience that left much to be desired. Drawing a fruit knife from her spatial pocket, she began to sever the bindings that constrained her. Her current predicament was not merely about escaping, but rather devising a plan to eliminate Wang Guang and his lackeys entirely. Chun Wei's disappearance had already raised suspicions in Li Jingyu's mind regarding her involvement. Should Wang Guang and his accomplices vanish as well, it would be an unfortunate coincidence. After contemplating her options, Qiao Yuan concluded that the only viable course of action was to alert the authorities. If memory served her right, charges of burglary carried significant penalties. With this thought in mind, she once again accessed her spatial pocket and retrieved her backup phone. As she grasped the device, she meticulously recalled Li Jingyu and Amp Oppo's phone number before pressing the digits. "Hello? Who is this?" came a voice on the other end. "Li Jingyu. It's Qiao Yuan. I've been kidnapped." "What? Where are you? Are you hurt?" Li Jingyu and Amp Oppo's anxious tone was laden with concern. "I and Amp Oppo's am fine for now. They are driving my car. And it's south parked at Dongchong Street, number 8 Villa. Hurry." After hastily conveying the information, Qiao Yuan shoved the phone into her pocket and tightened her grip on the bindings. As the trunk swung open, Wang Guang was greeted by the sight of Qiao Yuan glaring at him, her expression calm and devoid of fear. "You dare to glare at me, you wretched girl," he spat, before hoisting her over his shoulder and striding into the villa. "Wow, boss, this villa is truly magnificent," exclaimed a young henchman, marveling at the crystal chandelier that adorned the first floor. "Enough with the nonsense. Wealthy families like this always have safes. Go find one." Wang Guang threw Qiao Yuan onto the sofa and, along with his accomplice, set about searching for the safe. After a while, they returned empty-handed. "Speak. Where are all the valuables in this house?" Wang Guang bellowed, his scarred face more menacing than ever. "Weren't you the one searching?" Qiao Yuan replied, looking up with a slight smile. She felt confident in her ability to handle these two ordinary men. "What about your jewelry? The one worth several million." The henchman brandished a knife, attempting to intimidate her. "What jewelry?" "The one a woman gave you at the supermarket a few days ago, claiming it was worth millions." The henchman, lacking discernment, divulged everything after a mere exchange with Qiao Yuan. It turned out that Yen Xiao and Oppo's words had reached them the day she saw Qiao Yuan, proving that wealth should indeed remain discreet. Realizing that Li Jingyu might take some time to arrive, Qiao Yuan knew she had to keep these two men occupied. "I lost money in my business and sold the jewelry the day before yesterday. The only valuable things left are this villa and the paintings on the walls," she said, gesturing subtly, in the car out front. Wang Guang, the type to believe in the value of gold and silver, might hesitate when it came to the worth of a painting, an example of the cognitive disparity created by class differences. These paintings were purchased from Weichu Gallery and are masterpieces. "Auction-worthy," she explained. "Bro, I saw news about Weichu Gallery a couple of days ago. What she said might be true," the henchman remarked, which seemed to reassure Wang Guang. "Take the paintings down. Hey, be careful when you handle them. It would be best to find some clothes to wrap them in. If they get damaged, they won't be worth anything," Qiao Yuan called out. This diversion allowed time for the henchman to search for clothing to wrap the paintings. Qiao Yuan patiently awaited Li Jingyu's arrival, but instead, it was Wang Xian who appeared. "Qiao Yuan, why is your door unlocked? You didn't take your car keys out." "I brought my cousin to introduce to you. We're coming in," Wang Xian announced as he entered with a young girl. Seeing Wang Xian approach with a girl, Qiao Yuan grimaced inwardly. "Brother, your timing couldn't be worse." Wang Xian run. Wang Xian, nearsighted and without his glasses, could only hear Qiao Yuan's urgent command, but did not grasp the situation's gravity. "Zhongzi, shock him." Suddenly, the henchman lunged forward, jabbing an electric baton into Wang Xian's thigh. His body stiffened momentarily before collapsing, convulsing on the ground. The girl accompanying Wang Xian turned to flee, but Wang Guang swiftly incapacitated her with a chop to the neck. "Boss, he seems to be the son of the Qingshan group owner mentioned in the news," the henchman stammered. Wang Guang's brow furrowed. "Damn it, if we're kidnapping one, we might as well take two. We can do this and then have my cousin in Yunnan send me to Southeast Asia. No turning back now. Zhongzi, lock the front door. I'll cut off his finger and send it to his family. They'll surely pay a ransom of 20 million given how wealthy his father is." Once Zhongzi secured the door, he turned to see Qiao Yuan lounging on the sofa. "And what about these two women? We'll dispose of them in the garden later. Wang Xian, still reeling from the shock, realized that Qiao Yuan had been kidnapped. Unable to save her only added to his sense of helplessness. As Wang Guang approached with a knife, Qiao Yuan sprang from the sofa, using the coffee table to propel herself. Her leg struck Wang Guang's temple with the force of a whip, sending him sprawling as if struck by a hammer. The combat skills she had mimicked from Li Jingyu were now overshadowed by a raw, primal strength. Before Zhangzi could react, she delivered another powerful kick, sending him crashing to the marble floor, sliding until he hit the wall. The sounds of impact jolted Wang Xian from his stupor, awakening him to the realization that he had underestimated the situation. Meanwhile, less than 2 kilometers from the villa, Li Jingyu pressed the accelerator to the floor, his heart racing with trepidation. He had already requested his colleagues to retrieve surveillance footage along the way, and the sight of the kidnapper's face, a familiar figure from the school cafeteria, sent chills down his spine. Qiao Yuan, please be safe. I promised to protect you that day. It's my fault for failing. As the villa loomed ahead, Li Jingyu flashed his police badge to the security personnel and rushed forward, flanked by police cars and an ambulance. At Villa Number 8, Wang Guang and Zhongzi lay incapacitated, while Qiao Yuan positioned Wang Xian on the sofa. The electric baton had been too powerful. He would need some time to recover. Don't worry, I called the police, she reassured. Ah, help, help. The girl's screams echoed for several seconds, causing Qiao Yuan to turn, her gaze meeting the girl's terrified expression. Hearing the cries for help, Li Jingyu's heart skipped a beat. With a resounding crash, he kicked the door open, gun drawn, charging inside. Qiao Yuan stood unscathed beside the sofa, while Wang Guang and his accomplice lay unconscious on the floor as the police flooded into the living room to secure the scene. As Qiao Yuan approached the entrance, she greeted Li Jingyu. You arrived just in time. Before she could finish her sentence, he enveloped her in a tight embrace, as if fearing she might vanish at any moment. Cough, cough. Li Jingyu, I can't breathe, Qiao Yuan wheezed. Only then did he release her, his nose reddening as he realized he had momentarily lost his composure. Are you all right? He asked, spinning her around. Qiao Yuan chuckled. I'm perfectly fine. Jingyu? A timid voice from the side interrupted, prompting both Qiao Yuan and Li Jingyu to turn. Xiao Zhao, what are you doing here? Li Jingyu, perplexed, gazed at the girl slumped on the ground. His cousin had brought him to meet this young lady, and then, the girl burst into inconsolable tears. Li Jingyu, reaching for a few tissues from the coffee table, gently dabbed her tears away. Just as he crouched down, her sobs suddenly ceased. She elegantly collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Startled, Li Jingyu, urged by Qiao Yuan, swiftly carried her towards the ambulance. Meanwhile, Qiao Yuan assisted Wang Xian, who was being helped by the police, as they exited. She cast a glance at the girl cradled in Li Jingyu and Appo's arms. This girl truly possessed the flair of a dramatic performer. Chapter 57. The hostility of Wang Xian and Appo's cousin. Upon awakening, her senses became remarkably acute. Just moments ago, she discerned the girl's rapid and uneven breathing. It was evident she was not fainting, but merely pretending to be unconscious. Moreover, she was acquainted with Li Jingyu. Qiao Yuan arrived at the Criminal Investigation Unit late at night once again, familiar with the routine. Wang Guang and his accomplices were implicated in kidnapping and burglary, and a substantial sentence awaited them. This incident effectively eliminated a potential threat. After exchanging a few words with Li Jingyu, Qiao Yuan received a phone call and hurried to the hospital. The voice on the other end was as innocent as a little rabbit. Brother Jingyu, I feel so dizzy and unwell. Qiao Yuan raised an eyebrow and, having completed her statement, returned home. Due to the kidnapping and robbery case, security measures in the Dongchang Street Villa area had been significantly tightened. The security guard who had allowed Wang Guang's release was also reprimanded. From that day forward, homeowners were required to confirm their identities before entering the villas. Wang Xian, delicate as she was forcibly kept under observation in the hospital for 3 days and underwent a thorough examination. Out of a sense of remorse, Qiao Yuan brought a bouquet of flowers to the hospital. Upon entering the special care ward, she noticed 2 individuals beside Wang Xian's bed. She recognized only one of them, the girl named Zhao Zhao. The other was a middle-aged woman, adorned in opulent attire, exuding elegance, and bearing a striking resemblance to Wang Xian. She must be his mother. Hello, Auntie. Qiao Yuan placed the flowers on the cabinet and greeted her politely. Oh, why did you bring flowers? Quickly take them away. Su Zhao Zhao exclaimed, removing the bouquet from the ward. Cousin is allergic to pollen. Didn't you know? In an instant, Qiao Yuan understood that this individual was merely looking for trouble. If he didn't mention it to me, how would I know? She retorted, prompting Su Zhaozhao to shoot her a disdainful glance before linking arms with the middle-aged woman. Little aunt, I was terrified yesterday. 2 men were wielding knives. Thankfully, Brother Jingyu arrived in time. Otherwise, you wouldn't see me and cousin today. Her words were laden with exaggerated inflections, sending shivers down Qiao Yuan and Appo's spine. Noticing Qiao Yuan's discomfort, Wang Xian interjected, Mom, let me introduce you. This is Qiao Yuan, my partner in the gallery. It was Qiao Yuan who subdued those 2 men yesterday and saved me. Li Hua had long heard Wang Xian speak of this partner, and whenever he mentioned Qiao Yuan, his eyes sparkled with admiration. As a mother, she was acutely aware of her son and Appo's preferences. Wang Xian had developed feelings for this woman. On the day of the birthday banquet, he was unable to return from abroad, and later she learned how perilous the event had been. With this girl named Qiao Yuan rescuing both her son and husband. How could a girl from an ordinary background possess such remarkable capabilities? Li Hua could not help but question her motives. Had it not been for her insistence on intruding into others' homes, she would not have been kidnapped and nearly lost her life. Li Hua coldly remarked, then turned to Qiao Yuan and said, Miss Qiao, I am grateful for your assistance yesterday. I shall certainly host a banquet to express my gratitude at a later date. Though it was a note of thanks, Qiao Yuan could sense Li Hua's condescending attitude. It was not uncommon for individuals of such stature to look down upon her. Qiao Yuan, disinterested in engaging in a battle of wits, simply responded, Take care of your health, and departed. Wang Xian, it's not that I'm saying this. But do you truly know her? Are you aware of her intentions in getting close to you? Has she perhaps provoked someone? Why were the kidnappers after her? You are the sole heir of the Wang family. You must not falter, especially not because of a woman. Li Hua's barrage of questions left Wang Xian speechless, ultimately rendering him silent. Meanwhile, Su Zhaozhao's thoughts drifted back to the events of the previous night. Why did Brother Jingyu embrace her? What was their relationship? Qiao Yuan was occupied and had no time to waste on trivial matters. She sought out a renowned law firm, hiring a consultant at a considerable cost to assist in drafting the investment contract for the biological laboratory. After confirming the contract details, Shen Ian affixed his signature. In recent days, Ning Ju had been visiting the supermarket frequently, seemingly for no reason. When Qiao Yuan returned to the supermarket, she found Ning Ju inside, munching on fruit. What brings you here today? Ning Ju paused for a moment before responding with a dry chuckle. I came to consult you about a question. The number of refugees arriving at Yongshi Fortress has been increasing. If they receive food without contributing anything, it could lead to problems over time. Do you have any suggestions? Qiao Yuan sighed. You already asked me this question yesterday. What? Did I? Ning Ju scratched his head, flustered. Think harder. Come up with another question. The temperature has dropped rapidly. I'm concerned that after this heat, we might face extreme cold. Should we prepare in advance? This was indeed a pertinent inquiry. What is the current outdoor temperature? The thermometer shows 31 degrees. While 31 degrees was still quite warm just a week ago, the temperature in the apocalypse had hovered around 50 degrees. Given the rate of decline, it was plausible that extreme cold could ensue. Your concerns are valid. Here is the plan. Compile the number of individuals and rooms, and I will arrange for heating appliances and warm clothing. Thermoregulating clothing is too expensive to provide for everyone. You can distribute it to those who need to go outside. Seeing Qiao Yuan's serious demeanor, Ning Ju also put away his smile. Understood. After chatting for a while, Ning Ju ventured into the warehouse. Qiao Yuan intended to inform him about the upgrade of the absorption manipod, but, having not yet conducted the experiment, feared the information might be inaccurate. Thus, she decided to wait until she succeeded before sharing it with him. At that moment, the manipod Qiao Yuan had been longing for lay in the palm of Nan Rongcheng and Appo's. On the desolate street, a spider, roughly the size of a sedan, crashed to the ground. Leaning against the wall, Nan Rongcheng and Appo's, and struggled to maintain his composure. Captain, are you all right? Huang Mao and several others rushed over to support him. I'm fine. Captain, fortunately, this spider possessed a manipod. Otherwise, we would have to venture further into the center. Indeed, Captain, why did you venture out today? Especially after being injured just yesterday? In response to their inquiries, Nan Rongcheng and Appo's, and remained silent, his gaze fixated on the manipod in his hand. At last, he had fulfilled his promise to her. A metallic taste filled his mouth, and he bent over, expelling a stream of dark blood. Captain! Captain! The surrounding voices gradually faded away as Nan Rongqing and Apos and closed his eyes. Meanwhile, Qiao Yuan waited anxiously in the supermarket. The deadline for the System S mission drawing near, 3 days had passed without any news from Nan Rongqing and Apos, and she paced back and forth at the entrance of the warehouse. Logically, she should have been able to enter the apocalypse and appear in Nan Rongqing's room by now. Should she inquire about it? No. Without acquiring the manipod and completing the system's task, she could face dire consequences. With a firm resolve, Qiao Yuan pushed open the warehouse door and stepped inside. Chapter 58. The Upgrade of Superpowers. After the familiar sensation of dizziness faded, Qiao Yuan caught a whiff of blood. Indeed, she was in Nan Rongqing's room. At that moment, only a small night light illuminated the space, and Qiao Yuan vaguely discerned a figure lying on the bed. She cautiously approached. Nan Rongqing, she called softly. However, the person on the bed remained silent. As she neared the bedside, the metallic scent of blood intensified. Could it be that Nan Rongqing was injured? But he was unawakened, a rare level 2 at that. Even if he were wounded, his recovery would be swift. Under the dim light, Qiao Yuan beheld Nan Rongqing lying there, his face alarmingly pale. He tilted his head slightly, his brow occasionally furrowed, as if enduring immense pain. Strands of his brown hair hung by his ears, a few tousled locks stuck to his forehead, marred with traces of blood, presenting an image of solitude and fragility. Qiao Yuan reached out to touch his forehead. It was burning. Just then, Nan Rongqing suddenly began to mumble incoherently. No. Don't come. No, no. Kill, kill, kill them all. Was there truly something that frightened Nan Rongqing? Were it not for the slight sense of mischief, Qiao Yuan would have delved into his dreams to uncover the truth. She pulled back the covers to reveal his shirt, soaked with blood on his right chest. Indeed, he was injured. Fortunately, after their previous ordeal, she had stocked her space with various medical supplies for external injuries. She cut open his shirt, revealing a gaping wound. With practiced ease, she cleaned, disinfected, and bandaged him. During their last encounter in the RV, Qiao Yuan had been too anxious, and the sight of blood had prevented her from scrutinizing his injuries closely. But now, she noticed the scars crisscrossing Nan Rongqing and Apos' body, some resembling whip marks, others burn injuries. These scars must have been inflicted before his awakening, as an awakened individual does not retain scars after healing. What had he endured? Qiao Yuan placed 2 fever-reducing pills into his mouth and adhered a patch to his forehead. After completing her tasks, she settled by the bedside. With him in such a state, she certainly could not leave. Nan Rongqing occasionally gasped for breath and mumbled nonsense until deep into the night, when he gradually regained consciousness. You're awake? How do you feel? Are you still in pain? Qiao Yuan was in the process of giving him water when her gaze unexpectedly met his profound blue eyes. I'm fine now, Nan Rongqing replied, his voice raspy, as though blades were lodged in his throat. Drink more water. A high fever depletes the body's fluids. As she spoke, Qiao Yuan opened another bottle of mineral water. When did you arrive? Nan Rongqing inquired. Around 5. She answered. Nan Rongqing attempted to sit up, struggling slightly, and Qiao Yuan quickly supported him, tucking a pillow behind his back. Observing the bandages on his body, Nan Rongqing smirked. You saved me again. You are my guest. Saving you is only fitting. Qiao Yuan chuckled lightly. Nan Rongqing and Apos' gaze darkened as he groped beside the pillow, soon revealing a colorful, jelly-like object in his hand. This is a Yuan Nong, he stated. Yuan Nong? Qiao Yuan took it, examining and sniffing it. It felt bouncy and had an unusual hue, yet it bore no odor. How do I absorb it? Qiao Yuan asked, bewildered. Nan Rongqing chuckled at her naive demeanor, but the laughter tugged at his wounds, causing him to grimace. You eat it. Biting her lip, Qiao Yuan hesitated for a moment before swallowing the Yuan Nong whole. Why is this wound healing so slowly? After waiting a bit and feeling no immediate effects, Qiao Yuan decided to engage Nan Rongqing in conversation. I was injured by a mutated spider. Its stinger is poisonous, he explained. Qiao Yuan pondered the Yuan Nong, wondering if he had sustained the injury seeking it for her. You're overthinking it. I'm not foolish enough to risk my life for your Yuan Nong. Nan Rongqing replied, appearing somewhat indifferent. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Qiao Yuan shrugged, realizing she had misinterpreted his intentions. Before the apocalypse, Nan Rongqing had likely been a formidable figure. Why would he jeopardize himself for someone like her? Since you and Oppos, re not seriously injured, I and Oppos, LL take my leave, she said, pulling out several boxes of medicine and instructing him on how to take them. Ningju suspects that extremely cold weather may occur in the future. Please assess the number of residents in the Morningstar apartment and try to have them all concentrated on the uppermost floors. I will prepare supplies for you. All right. Thank you. With that, Qiao Yuan turned to the living room, uttering a phrase that made her disappear. Nan Rong Chung and exhaled deeply, reclining against his pillow. Lost in thought. While he had fought ferociously against ferocious beasts for the sake of a promise to her, nearly losing his life in the process. But what did it matter? A person like him did not deserve. Qiao Yuan returned to the supermarket, having only been gone for half an hour. Suddenly, she felt a surge of heat coursing through her body, as if every pore had opened. Simultaneously, her breathing became erratic. Glancing into a small mirror on the counter, she was taken aback. Her face was as red as a tomato, with bloodshot eyes. What is wrong with you? Li Jingyu entered the supermarket and immediately noticed Qiao Yuan and Oppos' flushed face, contorted in pain. Just a moment. Qiao Yuan waved her hand, indicating she was fine. At that moment, Su Zhao entered behind him, and, upon seeing Li Jingyu's expression, shot a furious glare at the instigator. What's with the act? Didn't you show off your bravado the other day? Now you're acting like a delicate little woman? Shameless. Li Jingyu anxiously helped Qiao Yuan up. Let us go. I'll take you to the hospital. Oh, brother, I'm in the midst of a crucial upgrade. Why are you meddling? Qiao Yuan lamented internally. Yet she could not voice her thoughts, only shaking her head. After 2 minutes of tension, the unbearable heat finally subsided. Beep. Task 9 completed. Reward, 1 mobile vending car. Beep. Superpower. Copy. Ability. Copy any individual's abilities. Once copied, the ability can be utilized for 30 days. And the first ability will not be overwritten. Within these 30 days, the host can possess 2 abilities simultaneously. Level 2. She had leveled up. Her powers had indeed upgraded. Qiao Yuan currently possessed Nan Rong Chung and's dream-devouring ability, and at that moment, Li Jingyu's hand rested on her shoulder. Copy. Please select the ability to copy. Martial arts. Copy successful. The dream-devouring ability remained intact, and Qiao Yuan distinctly felt she now possessed 2 abilities. Qiao Yuan? Qiao Yuan. Li Jingyu waved his hand before her eyes. Snapping back to reality, Qiao Yuan's expression normalized. I just choked on something. Li Jingyu was speechless. Her earlier demeanor hardly resembled choking. However, since Qiao Yuan had said so, he chose not to press the issue. What brings you both here? While Li Jingyu's presence was expected, Su Zhao's being there seemed off. Aunt Li prepared dinner at home. She sent me to invite you. Aunt Li? Qiao Yuan inquired. Realizing that Aunt Li was Wang Xian and Amp, Oppos' mother, and Su Zhao and Amp, Oppos' aunt, Li Jingyu feared that Qiao Yuan might misunderstand something. Su Zhao is my younger sister whom I have watched grow up since childhood. She must attend Wang Xian's mother's banquet, as she will need to collaborate with Wang Xian in the future. However, the feast is hardly a delightful one. Chapter 59. A bitter fruit of compulsion. Su Zhao entered Li Jingyu and Oppos' car, deliberately positioning herself at the passenger seat to catch Qiao Yuan and Oppos' attention. However, Qiao Yuan was entirely preoccupied with the recent upgrade of her abilities and hardly noticed her. On the way back to the villa, Wang Xian called. Qiao Yuan, my mother wishes to invite you and brother Jingyu for a meal. It's merely a family gathering. I hope you don't mind. Do you know Li Jingyu? Qiao Yuan had always regarded Li Jingyu as just an ordinary police officer, not realizing he had connections with the affluent. Brother Jingyu's father and Zhao's father are old friends, so they all know each other through various interactions. After hanging up, the car pulled into the villa community. Qiao Yuan returned home briefly to change her attire. As she approached Wang Xian's house, she was greeted by bursts of laughter from within. Upon ringing the doorbell, it was promptly answered. The aunt, adorned in an apron, paused momentarily upon seeing Qiao Yuan, then beamed. You must be Miss Qiao. Please, come in. This was Qiao Yuan's first visit to Wang Xian's residence. Though it was another villa, it was apparent that it had been lavishly renovated. The opulent hall resembled a European palace. At that moment, Li Hua and Su Zhao were seated on the sofa, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Upon spotting Qiao Yuan, Li Jingyu and Wang Xian immediately rose to greet her. Li Hua raised an eyebrow slightly at the scene. Qiao Yuan, you've arrived. Please, take a seat, Li Hua encouraged, gesturing for Qiao Yuan to sit. To avoid any misunderstandings, she chose a single-seat sofa while Li Jingyu and Wang Xian settled opposite her. "Auntie, do you like the gift I sent you?" Su Zhaozhao affectionately hugged Li Hua. "I love it. How could I not cherish the ring from Zhaozhao?" Li Hua replied warmly. "Brother Jingyu, didn't you bring a gift as well?" Su Zhaozhao turned to Li Jingyu, who was gazing at Qiao Yuan. "Ah, yes, yes. Aunt Hua, I hope you like this scarf," said Li Jingyu, retrieving a long box from his briefcase, embossed with a golden logo that indicated its luxury brand. Li Hua examined the scarf, her eyes sparkling with delight. "How thoughtful of you, Jingyu. Your mother is indeed fortunate." Seated on the sofa, Qiao Yuan felt detached, her thoughts preoccupied with the supplies she needed to procure for the coming cold. "Brother Jingyu always gifts scarves. I'm more curious about what Sister Qiao Yuan has brought," Su Zhaozhao remarked, noticing Qiao Yuan's silence. "Sister Qiao Yuan? What did you just say?" Qiao Yuan snapped back to reality. Su Zhaozhao's momentary displeasure vanished. "I said I and Oppos. Am intrigued by the gift from Sister Qiao Yuan." "A gift?" ISN and Oppos. Today a banquet hosted by Li Hua to express gratitude for saving her son's life? Why would I need to prepare a gift? Is this a custom among the wealthy? I'm not familiar with such practices. However, she did possess a pair of emerald earrings in a metal box, perfectly suited for Wang Xian and Oppos' mother, and they were even wrapped. Qiao Yuan pretended to reach into her pocket. Su Zhaozhao pouted, "You don't even have a bag. How pitiful." She wondered what her cousin saw in her to have gifted her the Villa No. 8. Out of politeness, Qiao Yuan presented the velvet jewelry box with both hands, saying, "Auntie, I'm not sure what you like, but I hope you won't mind." Li Hua smiled as she accepted the gift without opening it, casually placing it on the coffee table. "Thank you. It's very considerate of you." Li Jingyu felt an unexplainable discomfort as he observed the interaction. He was not a rich second generation and usually avoided dealings with the Wang family, yet he had come today out of obligation. Seeing Li Hua's unmistakable disdain ignited a fire within him. Su Zhaozhao, with a cunning glint in her eye, picked up the jewelry box. "Auntie, let us see what Sister Qiao Yuan has gifted you." As she opened the box, her expression of amusement instantly stiffened. Li Hua glanced at the contents and was taken aback. "Is this emerald?" Having seen many jewels, she recognized the high quality of the emerald immediately. Wang Xian leaned forward to catch a glimpse, his pupils contracting in shock. "Qiao Yuan, this gift is far too extravagant. It truly cannot be accepted." Now, it was Qiao Yuan and Oppos' turn to be speechless, for she had no idea of the earrings and Oppos' value, thinking they were merely common jade. "Are these earrings really that expensive?" Su Zhaozhao asked incredulously. "If put up for auction, they would fetch no less than 1,000. And Wang Xian's 1,000, mind you, comes with an extra 0. Su Zhaozhao was dumbfounded. "Are you serious? To present a gift worth millions on your first visit?" In the city of Nanyuan, she had never heard of Qiao Yuan, questioning how she could possess such valuable items. Was it possible they were given to her by another man? Had she been kept by someone at such a young age? Su Zhaozhao found her thoughts increasingly plausible, her gaze towards Qiao Yuan filled with disdain and contempt. Li Jingyu noticed the bewildered look in Qiao Yuan's eyes, clearly indicating she was unaware of the earring's worth. One does not reclaim gifts once given," he said, glancing at Wang Xian, who nodded slightly, prompting him to accept the gift. However, as he looked back at Qiao Yuan, his gaze became more profound. During dinner, Qiao Yuan found the meal tasteless: king crab, lobster, truffles, caviar, none of which appealed to her palate. An awkward silence enveloped the table before Wang Xian skillfully broke it, adept at navigating conversations to cater to everyone and Oppos' feelings. Though Li Jingyu did not engage in such conversation, he ensured the dialogue flowed. Su Zhaozhao was no different, having participated in various affluent social events since childhood. She was remarkably adept in social niceties. Qiao Yuan, however, felt out of place, lacking a prestigious lineage or any notable professional background. Although wealthy, she was merely a nouveau riche. Thus, she refrained from speaking much. Only when Wang Xian mentioned galleries and artists would she contribute a few words. She felt utterly disengaged from their world, questioning why she should force her presence within it. As Qiao Yuan sat idly listening to their chatter, Li Hua suddenly steered the conversation towards Li Jingyu. "Jingyu, your mother mentioned she hopes you find a girlfriend soon. You ought to put in some effort. Zhaozhao has always enjoyed being by your side. You both know each other well, and your mother." Li Jingyu instinctively glanced at Qiao Yuan. "Aunt Hua, my work is demanding, and I can go a week without returning home. Being in a relationship would only hurt Xiao Xiao. Moreover, she feels like a sister to me. And our family adores her. Upon hearing this, Qiao Yuan realized Li Zhengyu was politely declining, reflecting on the embrace from a few days prior. She wondered if he had feelings for her. Flushing with embarrassment, she quickly lowered her head, pretending to focus on her meal. Before long, Wang Xian changed the topic away from girlfriends. Li Zhengyu felt like a fish out of water in the Wang family's presence. Qiao Yuan, I've heard you have many paintings at home. Would you take me to see them? As soon as Li Zhengyu's words fell, Qiao Yuan lifted her head eagerly. Sure. She had no desire to linger over dinner for another minute. Aunt Hua, I've finished eating. Thank you for the lovely meal today. Li Hua understood the underlying message in Li Zhengyu's words. Initially perplexed, she then feigned elegance as she smiled. It's getting late. Zhengyu, after viewing the paintings, you should return home promptly to avoid compromising the young lady's reputation. Li Zhengyu felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. After expressing his gratitude, he departed the Wang family villa with Qiao Yuan. Su Zhao Zhao clenched her fists beneath the table, her gaze towards Qiao Yuan filled with jealousy and resentment. Phew. This dinner was truly uncomfortable. As Qiao Yuan stepped outside the villa, she stretched languidly. Are you full? She looked up. How about? Li Zhenyu's eyes curved into a smile. Shall we indulge in another meal together? Chapter 60. Murder in a Dream. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Li Zhenyu opened the door to the passenger seat, and Qiao Yuan slid in effortlessly. At that moment, Su Zhao Zhao rushed out, intending to deliver a scarf to Li Zhengyu, and caught sight of this scene. Angrily, she flung the scarf she had painstakingly knitted onto the ground. What is this? How dare she compete with me? My uncle said her family background is poor. If that is the case, how could she possess such expensive jewelry? She must either be a kept woman or selling herself. Just wait. I will peel away your layer of cheapskin sooner or later. Unbeknownst to Qiao Yuan, Su Zhao Zhao had already taken a dislike to her. She was busy searching for restaurants on her phone. How about hot pot? Qiao Yuan raised her device. Li Zhengyu glanced at it while waiting for the red light and found that Sichuan-style hot pot suited him perfectly. Great, you navigate. I'll drive. They drove to Mountain Beyond Mountain Hot Pot. Once they ordered, Qiao Yuan realized that their tastes aligned remarkably well. I never imagined running a supermarket would be so lucrative. You can casually give away earrings worth over $1 million. Li Zhengyu took a bite of tender beef and casually inquired. The downside of dining with a police officer is the constant feeling of being interrogated. Are you inquiring as a police officer or as a friend? Li Zhengyu paused momentarily, then replied quietly, as a friend. I'm actually quite wealthy. Running a supermarket is merely a hobby for me. As for the money and jewelry I possess, rest assured, I do not engage in illegal activities. Qiao Yuan made this statement to effectively silence Li Zhengyu. Li Zhengyu, understanding the hint, shifted the conversation to a recent domestic violence case. After briefly outlining the situation, he sighed, saying, therefore, we have no choice but to submit it to the prosecution as intentional injury and abuse. The beef in Qiao Yuan's mouth suddenly turned bitter. She detested the term domestic violence, as it seemed to lend a veneer of dignity to heinous acts. That despicable man was clearly intent on killing his wife. Why can't it be classified as attempted murder? Qiao Yuan expressed her indignation. I was thinking, you could attempt to hypnotize him. If he truly intended to kill, recording his confession would serve as evidence for the prosecution. Excellent. I will go tomorrow morning. Qiao Yuan bit into the beef with determination. The next morning, Qiao Yuan arrived at the supermarket at 9 and headed straight to the police station. Li Zhengyu escorted her to the interrogation room. A bespectacled man, appearing refined and cultured, sat in a chair. Officer, you've questioned me many times already. She is my wife. What is wrong with giving her a few hits? I didn't hit anyone else. Qiao Yuan examined the dossier in her hands. Chu Sheng, male, 34 years old, an ordinary white-collar worker, regarded by neighbors as an honest man. Honest? He probably appears weak outside, while being domineering at home. You cannot strike your wife. Moreover, is that truly what you call hitting? A knife goes in white and comes out red. You clearly intended to kill her. The officer interrogating was Zheng Hao, who had encountered Qiao Yuan a few times before. You can't frame me. After I stabbed her, I regretted it. I even bought her painkillers and called 120. I wanted to save her. Zheng Hao's shoulders trembled with anger. Having assisted with police cases recently, Qiao Yuan had learned much. For a case like Chu Sheng's, if charged with intentional injury and abuse, he would likely receive a maximum sentence of around 10 years. If he exhibited good behavior, he might even be released in 6 or 7 years. What would become of that unfortunate woman then? A man with such a strong desire for revenge could very well kill her. Qiao Yuan removed her frog whistle, having made a decision. Hey! Chu Sheng instinctively glanced at Qiao Yuan. Dream Devourer. Qiao Yuan activated her supernatural ability, causing Chu Sheng's consciousness to gradually dissipate. He felt as if he was being drawn into a vortex within her eyes. Moments later, his expression became vacant and rigid, his head slightly bowed. Qiao Yuan blew the frog whistle. Chu Sheng. On the evening of September 28th, what were your intentions when you invited Lu Yun to the hotel? I wanted to kill that filthy woman. In our years of marriage, I only hit her a few times. How dare she run away? Chu Sheng's calm demeanor had vanished. So you intended to kill Lu Yun when you took the knife? Yes. I stabbed her twice. Her intestines were spilling out. Haha. Then she panicked, begging me to save her, to buy her painkillers, to call an ambulance. Zheng Hao gritted his teeth and asked, so it was never about saving your wife, was it? Save her? Uffed. I went downstairs for a smoke and bought the medicine on a whim. I returned to find her breathing shallowly, so I called the ambulance, thinking she wouldn't survive. Who would have thought that wretched woman would be so resilient? Qiao Yuan felt her emotions spiraling out of control in a post-apocalyptic world. She would have shot him on the spot. Why did you want to kill Lu Yun? Because she wouldn't listen, always wanting a divorce. After hitting her so many times, when did the police ever intervene? She still hasn't learned her lesson. This time, I wanted to make her understand that crushing her is as easy as squashing an ant. Qiao Yuan took a deep breath to steady herself. 10 minutes passed in silence within the interrogation room. Zheng Hao glared at Chu Sheng. You finally decided to speak the truth. Chu Sheng, like a mouse caught by its tail, stammered. Did you use some kind of trick on me? Are you forcing me to confess? With the confession secured, no one bothered to acknowledge the beast. After leaving the interrogation room, Qiao Yuan seized Li Jingyu's arm. Can this confession convict him? We can only do our part and leave the rest to fate. We police officers are responsible for solving cases and gathering evidence. The crucial aspect lies in. Li Jingyu pointed to the ceiling. Qiao Yuan instantly understood. Since he still had a chance to evade justice, she would ensure he vanished completely. All day, Qiao Yuan felt sullen and lacked energy. Neither Ning Ju nor Nan Rong Chang'en, who came to pick up supplies in the afternoon, dared to disturb her. After Nan Rong Chang'en left, Qiao Yuan could no longer remain still. The Lu Yun case had garnered significant attention online, perhaps due to big data. After reading Lu Yun's complete ordeal, the platform began recommending numerous news articles about domestic violence. By the end, Qiao Yuan felt compelled to take action. Amongst the videos, she discovered an account called Rose Law Firm, established by female lawyers exclusively serving women. After noting down the law firm's phone number and address, Qiao Yuan locked up the supermarket as night fell. In the detention center, Chu Sheng was meeting with his lawyer. I don't know what happened today, but I spilled all the truths. I want to receive a severe sentence, will I? The lawyer lounged back, legs crossed. Don't worry, we handle many domestic violence cases. For the male offenders, it's always a matter of lifting high and placing down gently. That is wonderful. Qiao Yuan changed into her pajamas and lay down on the sofa. Dream Devourer Level 2. I can create dreams through eye contact. I can even kill. On a moonless night, the scum must die. Meanwhile, in the detention center, Chu Sheng received his lawyer's reassuring response and drifted into a peaceful slumber on the hard bed. Little did he know, it would be his last dream. In his dream, Chu Sheng found himself back at the hotel where he had arranged to meet Lu Yun, now bound to the bed in a starfish position. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Chapter 61. The fear of system upgrades. The sound of a chainsaw echoed from the room. Upon hearing it, Chu Sheng remained unfazed, dismissing it as merely a nightmare. For she would awaken eventually. 10 minutes later, the chilling wails of Chu Sheng resonated within the detention center. The news of her demise reached the following noon. Li Jingyu brought her lunch, consisting of the usual 2 dishes and a soup. Lu Yun's case had concluded. Qiao Yuan feigned surprise, questioning the meaning behind it. Chu Sheng had passed away. She had succumbed in the detention center the previous night. The surveillance footage revealed her asleep when she suddenly convulsed, struggling and vomiting blood. By the time anyone noticed, she had already perished. Qiao Yuan chuckled dryly, remarking on the irony of karma. Indeed. The medical examiner later reported that her internal organs resembled those that had been sawed apart, shattered beyond recognition, indicating she must have endured a prolonged suffering before her death. Li Jingyu made his way to the bar to prepare an iced Americano. Justice, it seems, ultimately prevails. Perhaps even fate had not wished to spare him. Li Jingyu remained silent, devoid of any fanciful notions of divine retribution. The evidence suggested that Chu Sheng's death was indeed suspicious, yet it was not classified as homicide. With the defendant deceased, the case was naturally deemed concluded. After leaving the supermarket, Qiao Yuan finally relaxed, her tension easing after confronting Li Jingyu. After all, having committed murder, she felt a twinge of guilt in his presence. After a brief respite, she began preparing warm supplies for Nan Rongqing and Appos, and Ningzhu. When Ningzhu visited that morning, she mentioned the temperature had already plummeted to 20 degrees, indicating that the bitter cold was all but guaranteed. Electric heaters, induction cookers, kettles, and electric blankets were essential items. Additionally, warm clothing needed to be procured. Initially, Qiao Yuan contemplated purchasing down jackets and pants in bulk online, yet recent news dissuaded her. It was absurd that a pair of down pants priced over 700 yuan contained merely 3 grams of down filling. After much deliberation, she deduced that making them herself would be more practical. Qiao Yuan promptly placed an order online for 1,000 windproof and wear-resistant fabric shells, along with high-quality goose down. However, she could not manage the filling alone. Thus, she hired 20 individuals proficient in needlework from the labor market, instructing them to directly fill the jackets and pants at the warehouse in the western suburbs. According to the standard for -30 degrees, the jackets required 300 grams, and the pants 150 grams. Within a single day, 1,000 down jackets were completed. Surely, this was warmer than any purchased alternative. Nevertheless, to be on the safe side, Qiao Yuan visited an outdoor brand store to procure 1,000 sets of professional mountaineering attire. As for the electrical appliances, it was far simpler. Su Lian's family operated a large supermarket, and everything she needed was readily available there. She simply went to the warehouse to collect supplies. With the cold weather provisions prepared, Qiao Yuan glanced at her bank card. There remained 50 million. The biotechnology laboratory truly consumed funds at an alarming rate, with the initial capital alone amounting to 38 million. It seemed she would soon find herself at the Qingshan pawn shop again. After completing her stockpiling, Qiao Yuan managed to carve out time to visit the Rose law firm. Typically, law firms are situated in office buildings, yet this particular firm was somewhat modest in appearance. Qiao Yuan circled the neighborhood twice before finally locating it. Sister Sure, if we keep taking cases for free, the firm will be unable to sustain itself, and we shall all be left to weather the wind, she lamented. Indeed, while our principles are sound, reality, sigh. 4 women sat gathered in an office transformed from a living room. Shering looked at her colleagues with resignation, fully aware of the arduous path chosen by the Rose law firm. Setting aside the difficulty of acquiring cases, even if they succeeded, they would inevitably be ensnared in a male-dominated onslaught. Such an assault was solely predicated on gender, devoid of any consideration for right or wrong. A sudden knock on the door startled Shering. Could it be someone seeking assistance? She quickly rose to open the door. Hello, is this the Rose law firm? Yes. Please come in. How may we assist you? Tian, please offer this young lady a glass of water. Qiao Yuan was led into the main meeting room, which evidently served as their reception area. May I ask your name? No need for formality. My surname is Qiao. Miss Qiao, what are your needs? We handle cases involving divorce, domestic violence, sexual harassment, and various matters concerning women's safety. Qiao Yuan surveyed the surroundings and, upon glancing at Shering, felt a surge of admiration. I am not here for a consultation. I wish to discuss a collaboration. Shering paused momentarily, taken aback by the proposition of collaboration. Qiao Yuan nodded and broached Lu Yun's case, prompting Shering to express her regret with a few remarks. Fortune favored us this time. Chu Sheng has passed. But not everyone is so fortunate. I am here to propose a partnership. Observing Qiao Yuan's seriousness, Shering too adopted a more earnest demeanor. How shall we collaborate? Upon hearing Shi Ying's question, Qiao Yuan realized their venture was destined for success. The 2 women quickly aligned, and Qiao Yuan articulated the specifics of their collaboration. Prior to her visit, she had already contacted an agency to find the finest, most luxurious office space in Nanyuan City. Let us strive together. Qiao Yuan left Shi Ying with a resolute statement. Their discussion lasted a mere 3 hours, yet Shi Ying felt as though she were in a dream. She returned to the common area, gazing at her 3 juniors, exclaiming, "Our hope has arrived." Qiao Yuan's endeavors were not mere whims. She was currently supplying 2 shelters with provisions. Resources flowed in abundance. and these funds were acquired without undue effort. Why not assist more individuals while ensuring her own expenditures and supplies? Moreover, the assistance required was minimal. Upon returning to the supermarket, Qiao Yuan prepared food and water for Nan Rongcheng. Ding! The supermarket system is ready for an upgrade. Is the host prepared to upgrade? Yes or no? Here it comes again. The upgrade task may arrive late, but it will never be absent. Despite 1,000 reluctances in her heart, Qiao Yuan chose yes. At that moment, Nan Rongcheng and Appos and also entered the supermarket. Thanks to Qiao Yuan and Appos as assistants, the supplies in the basement of the Morningstar apartment had been expanded to 8 rooms. Moreover, she had procured a generator and diesel for him, ensuring the apartment could maintain water and electricity, with everything progressing positively. That morning, Huang Xing had brought back several valuable items from a private collection. Nan Rongcheng and Appos, and removed his backpack and poured its contents onto the table. Antiques, paintings, jade, and several peculiar objects resembling stones. Antiques and paintings were difficult for Qiao Yuan to sell due to their varying dynasties and the challenges of authentication. The dagger she had previously gifted to Wang Xian was only recognized as invaluable because its design closely resembled that of the Tang dynasty, as affirmed by the esteemed Mr. Feng Tianming. However, these jade and stone artifacts held considerable value. What is this lump? Qiao Yuan inquired, holding a dusty object. Ambergris. Huh, you mean whale excrement? Qiao Yuan's mouth formed a perfect O in surprise. Such sizable ambergris, and several pieces at that, though not on par with pigeon blood red or emerald, was nevertheless quite precious. After helping Nan Rongcheng load his vehicle, he resumed his diligent efforts. I will need to visit you in the coming days. I will bring more supplies this time. Nan Rongcheng paused for 3 seconds. You won't just appear in my room out of nowhere, will you? Chapter 62. Li Jingyu had grasped the crux of the matter after only 2 attempts. Qiao Yuan nodded affirmatively. That's correct. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to avoid appearing at night. It could be inconvenient. Nan Rongcheng attempted to phrase it delicately. Yet Qiao Yuan immediately comprehended his implication. All right, I promise you. While stationed at the supermarket, Qiao Yuan picked up 2 oranges and began to peel them. With the temperature having dropped in the post-apocalyptic world, it indicated that vehicles could be operational again, making travel much more convenient. Although Qiao Yuan was not particularly knowledgeable about automobiles, she researched online and learned that in extreme cold conditions, diesel vehicles were essential. After comparing numerous models, she finally settled on the Ford Raptor. While it only accommodated 2 passengers, its truck bed design allowed for the transport of additional supplies. However, the price was steep, over 2 million for a standard model. With the large number of people in the Qianling group, they could purchase 4 vehicles, while the smaller population at Yongshi Fortress would temporarily manage with 2. She also planned to acquire several standard Dongfeng Warrior diesel vehicles. After some calculations on her calculator, she concluded that at least 25 million would be required. Without hesitation, she picked up the phone to contact Wang Xian. I wish to visit the Qingshan pawn shop. I have some items to pawn. Wang Xian, busy in the gallery, perked up at the mention of Qiao Yuan wanting to pawn treasures. Let us meet in 30 minutes. I'll head back immediately. Once at the pawn shop, Qiao Yuan took out a metallic box from her space and meticulously selected items that appeared valuable. Upon arrival at the Qingshan pawn shop, Wang Xian had just arrived, and they proceeded to the VIP room on the 2nd floor. What valuable items do you intend to pawn this time? Wang Xian rubbed his hands together in anticipation. The jade bracelets Qiao Yuan had provided previously, with their pigeon blood red hue, had fetched a high price at the auction, enriching Wang Xian considerably. Qiao Yuan began to retrieve each item from her bag, each meticulously wrapped in velvet. Wang Xian nodded in satisfaction, finally recognizing the worth of these treasures. How much do you think these are worth? It's a dead pawn. You decide. After speaking, Qiao Yuan brought forth another box. You can also take this one. Wang Xian lifted the box effortlessly, expecting it to contain precious jewelry, only to find it immovable. Is it this heavy? Upon opening it, he discovered it was neatly packed with several stacks of gold bars. Qiao Yuan truly possesses remarkable strength. Wang Xian mused, momentarily distracted. As he unveiled the velvet-wrapped items on the table, even Wang Xian, though mentally prepared, felt a jolt. You plan to pawn this many at once? He inquired. Is it inconvenient? Qiao Yuan was uncertain of the exact value of the jewels, but judging by Wang Xian's expression, it seemed substantial. This could constitute an entire auction event. Estimating the worth of these jewels alone is beyond my capacity. We must enlist Uncle Fong's assistance. Uncle Fong, whom Wang Xian referenced, was the collector who evaluated the golden sandalwood box and dagger at the birthday banquet. All right, but if he inquires about the provenance of the jewels, could you keep it confidential for me? Of course. These jewels have never appeared on the market. I doubt even Uncle Fong has encountered them, and I trust your integrity. Their origin is undoubtedly pristine. Once you have a time arranged, let me know, and I will come find you. I hope it's soon. I need to step out in the coming days. Just as Qiao Yuan exited the Qingshan pawnshop, Wang Xian called Fong Tianming, providing only vague details about someone wanting to pawn jewels and his uncertainty in evaluating them. In her car, Qiao Yuan glanced at her bank card balance. It was sufficient for her car purchase. However, as she was not adept at buying vehicles, she decided to contact Su Lian, 6 Ford Raptors, and 20 modified Dongfeng Warrior RVs. And we need to add snow tires? The shriek on the other end startled Qiao Yuan. I said, old classmate, have you taken your business all the way to Siberia? After expressing surprise, Su Lian regained his composure and began calculating costs. I estimate it will be around 30 million. Consider this carefully, it's not a small sum. While 30 million was indeed considerable, the vehicles boasted excellent performance, regardless of how the apocalyptic weather and terrain evolved. Their durability would suffice. Rest assured, the deposit will arrive tomorrow. As per our usual arrangement, just have them ready for storage at the Western Suburbs warehouse. The sooner, the better. The buyer is in a hurry. Excited at the thought of the deposit being commissioned, Su Lian promptly set about his tasks. The following day, Wang Xian's message had yet to arrive when the real estate agent called, having found a suitable office building per Qiao Yuan's specifications. Qiao Yuan met with Shering and, after inspecting the office, signed the leasing contract on the spot. Shering also drafted a separate cooperation agreement, marking Qiao Yuan as the future owner of the Rose Law firm. Since it was a company, departments such as finance, human resources, administration, and marketing were essential. You'll need to invest some effort in the initial recruitment. The first payment will be transferred to the public account shortly. Understood, President Qiao. Shering was eager to dive into action, as this was the closest she had ever been to her dream, and she was determined to seize the opportunity. Returning to the supermarket at noon, Li Jingyu arrived punctually with lunch. Recently, Qiao Yuan had sensed a shift in Li Jingyu's gaze towards her, which seemed increasingly peculiar. Did he uncover something regarding Chu Xing's death? It couldn't be. Is there something on my face? She queried tentatively. Li Jingyu's face flushed, and he quickly averted his gaze. No, not at all. How's today's meal? Stir-fried prawns, shiitake mushrooms with bok choy, and winter melon meatball soup. It's absolutely delightful. Delicious. The chef in your cafeteria should really consider opening a restaurant, Qiao Yuan praised sincerely. Just after they finished lunch, while Qiao Yuan was washing her lunchbox, her phone on the counter vibrated twice. Li Jingyu instinctively glanced at the screen, where he spotted a message from Wang Xian, 3:30 p.m. at the usual place. He couldn't see the rest, but what did and Oppos, the usual place and Oppos, signify? Were they particularly close? When he learned of Qiao Yuan's abduction, Li Jingyu had been frantic, and upon arriving at the villa, he found both Wang Xian and Su Zhaozhao present. He hadn't thought much of it then. However, connecting the dots now, they all resided in the Dongchang Street villa, and the two were collaborating on a gallery. Wang Xian even had free access to Qiao Yuan and Oppos' home. No, if he continued down this path, he would be led to conjecture. Li Jingyu had never before been affected by any woman, yet that did not imply he was oblivious to his feelings. From the moment he instinctively embraced Qiao Yuan, he realized he had developed feelings for her. But did Qiao Yuan reciprocate those feelings? After packing up her lunchbox, Qiao Yuan glanced at her phone. Wang Xian had mentioned that he had invited Mr. Fong Tianming, so she need not attend in person that afternoon and could simply wait next door. The police team is having a team-building activity in a few days. Would you like to join? Li Jingyu pondered for a moment, considering how to invite Qiao Yuan. The police team's team building? I think not. I am not a police officer, so it would feel somewhat odd to attend. Qiao Yuan declined. All right, our team building is not merely dining, singing, and bathing. It may not be enjoyable for you either, Li Jingyu replied, feeling slightly dejected. However, upon hearing this, Qiao Yuan became intrigued. Oh, what will your police team be doing for the team building? We are visiting a poverty-stricken county in Gaozu province to engage in charitable activities. We dedicate a few days each year to check in on the children there. Charitable work aligned perfectly with Qiao Yuan's intentions. Recently, the MO sign paintings at the gallery had gained significant attention, directly leading to a small auction. While the earnings were modest, amounting to several $100,000, Qiao Yuan had contemplated using a portion of the profits for charity. When are you going? Next Saturday. I will go. Upon hearing this, Li Jingyu's face lit up with joy. Really? I will now return to the team and put your name forward. With that, he swiftly grabbed the lunchbox bag and dashed away. Qiao Yuan shook his head and began to wipe the soup stains that had dripped onto the counter. Suddenly, his phone rang, displaying a call from Yin Xiao. Hello? Sister Yuan. You must come to the gallery quickly. Something has happened. Chapter 63. The unlikely reunion. What could possibly happen at the gallery? Yin Xiao's phone call was a cacophony, rendering her words almost unintelligible. Wait, I'm on my way. Qiao Yuan hung up and hurriedly drove to the Pear Garden Art Center. Upon her arrival at the gallery, she noticed a crowd gathered outside, where two middle-aged women sat on the ground, wailing despondently. This is my daughter's place. How dare you not let me in? It's inhumane. Recognizing the woman and Oppo's appearance, Qiao Yuan's mind cleared. Auntie, it's not that I am preventing you from entering. The gallery has regulations. Let us wait for Sister Yuan to return, shall we? You're just bullying us country folk. We traveled over 1,000 kilometers to find our daughter, and you still block us. 2 decades ago, traffickers took my girl away, and we have been separated ever since. Li Rong waved her arms in desperation, her words filled with sincerity but devoid of tears. Who are you? Qiao Yuan stepped through the throng to the gallery entrance. The moment Jiang Maoxing and Li Rong laid eyes on Qiao Yuan, they instantly recognized her as Jiang Tiandi, the third daughter of the Jiang family. Tiandi, my Tiandi, mother has searched for you for so long. Li Rong stood up, reaching out as if to embrace her. Qiao Yuan stepped back slightly, her body turning away, causing Li Rong to miss her grasp. For a brief moment, her expression faltered, but then she resumed her loud lament. Over the years, I've cried all my tears dry. We have lost everything in the search for you, my child. Curse those traffickers. Jiang Maosheng clenched his fists, 2 tears escaping his eyes. And this display of emotion moved the onlookers gathered at the gallery. Yin Xiao pulled Qiao Yuan aside. Sister Yuan, they rushed into the gallery as soon as they arrived. And I managed to stop them. Then this aunt insisted she was your mother. It's all right. I will handle this. Qiao Yuan reassured her with a pat. Who are you? Clarify your identities. Otherwise, anyone can come here and wail, claiming to be my parents. Hearing Qiao Yuan finally speak, Li Rong stood up and scrutinized her from head to toe. Though her attire was plain, it was evident that she had not endured hardship. Running such a large gallery and appearing on television, conclusively, Jiang Tiandi was affluent. Tiandi, you are 25 years old, and you have a red mole on your forehead. You are indeed my daughter, taken by traffickers. How old was your child when she was taken? Qiao Yuan asked earnestly. 2 years. Jiang Maosheng began. But Li Rong interrupted him. 3 years. That year, you were 3. Qiao Yuan let out a cold chuckle. Are you certain that your daughter was abducted? Li Rong felt a flicker of unease upon meeting Qiao Yuan's dark gaze. Yet she quickly resumed her cries. Oh heaven! Mother despises those traffickers. They are the reason for our separation. My child, you refer to yourselves as my parents, yet you cannot even recall the age at which your daughter was taken. And what did you just call me? Tiandi? How absurd. With such a name, it seems you deemed your daughter worthless and sold her off. Li Rong and Jiang Maosheng were left speechless, while Jiang Qin shrank back in embarrassment amidst the crowd. I am Qiao Yuan, not your child. If you do not leave, I will call the police. The onlookers at the entrance buzzed with speculation about the trio. At that moment, security personnel arrived. Glancing awkwardly at Qiao Yuan. I do not know them. Please escort them out. Do not allow such beggars into the premises again. Following Qiao Yuan's directive, several burly security guards forcibly removed Jiang Maosheng and his family. Today, Su Zhaozhao had accompanied friends to her cousin's gallery, and upon witnessing such an intriguing spectacle before even entering, she concocted an excuse to leave the premises alone. At the entrance of the Pear Garden Art Center, Jiang Maosheng spat on the ground, then pulled out a cigarette and took a deep drag. That little brat has a heart of stone. Li Rong turned back to glance at the area. No matter how formidable, she was still flesh and blood of Li Rong. She bore and raised her. And to sever ties now absurd. Mom and Dad, this is already humiliating enough. Let us hurry and leave, Jiang Chun said resignedly. Hello, I am a host from the Nanyuan City television station. Are you here in search of relatives? Su Zhaozhao greeted the trio at the entrance. Host, You're the Su Zhao Zhao from the television? Jiang Chen exclaimed, taking a step forward in excitement. Su Zhao Zhao maintained a polite smile, but a flicker of disdain flashed in her eyes. Yes, our station is currently producing a program titled Mama Misses You, about searching for relatives. Here is my business card, if convenient. You can come by the station tomorrow to speak with me. Jiang Chen took the card, memorizing the number, while Li Chui Rong and Jiang Maosheng bowed repeatedly in gratitude. After Su Zhao Zhao entered her vehicle, she quickly retrieved a disinfecting wipe to clean her hands. How disgusting. As she scrubbed, a laugh escaped her lips. Qiao Yuan truly has a pair of admirable parents. Once on television, everyone will witness her true colors. What good can come from a pile of refuse? At the Unchained Gallery, the crowd had long since dispersed, leaving Yin Xiao in a state of shock. Sister Yuan, they really are your. She struggled to utter the word parents, knowing from the names they chose for their daughter how peculiar this family was. Indeed, they are my biological parents. I still remember my name and my family's names. However, their aspirations for reunion are misguided. Qiao Yuan understood that they would not relent in seeking her out, and future disturbances were inevitable. Yet, she was resolute. She would confront whatever came her way. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Yin Xiao, Qiao Yuan checked the time and drove directly to the Qingshan pawn shop. After placing her jewelry in a VIP room, she slipped into the adjacent space. Before long, Wang Xian entered the room with Fang Tianming. The VIP room was soundproof, so Qiao Yuan could not discern their conversation. Fang Tianming's eyes widened as he beheld the table adorned with sparkling jewels, nearly blinding him. A 25-carat rectangular diamond ring, 4-carat oval-shaped pink-purple diamond earrings, tourmaline necklaces, bracelets, and ring sets, all genuine. Fang Tianming finally picked up a vibrant blue diamond ring, exquisitely crafted and a rarity to behold. 4 carats of blue diamond complemented by 14 smaller pink diamonds, a true treasure. Wang uncle, I am a regular at major auction houses. Any one of these pieces could headline an auction. Uncle Wang, please provide an estimate. These were gifts from a friend. Fang Tianming suggested that if these dozen or so treasures were to be auctioned, conservatively speaking, they would fetch around 500 million. Upon hearing this figure, Wang Xian was taken aback. I anticipated a significant amount, but not this much. Wang uncle, these jewels are incredibly precious and have not appeared in the market. Is your friend reliable? Fang Tianming cautioned, considering this was his friend's son. Rest assured, I am well aware, Wang Xian replied confidently. After bidding farewell to Fang Tianming, Wang Xian promptly offered a valuation of 1.3 billion, along with a 15 commission post-auction. Qiao Yuan calculated that this arrangement would yield her even greater profits and readily agreed. Chapter 64. The tricky upgrade task. A substantial transfer awaited Qiao Yuan for an entire day. During this time, she remained industrious. When Ning Zhu arrived at the supermarket in the morning, Qiao Yuan informed him about the possibility of upgrading through consuming yuan dumplings. Ning Zhu was overjoyed, for in this apocalyptic world, strength reigned supreme. His current fortress, the Eternal Fortress, was modest in size, and if his abilities did not upgrade soon, he would inevitably be swallowed by others. Qiao Yuan also mentioned her plans to purchase a vehicle, yet upon learning that she had prepared more for the Qianling group, a flicker of discontent crossed his face. Recently, Ning Zhu felt that Qiao Yuan had begun to undervalue him, as though her focus was solely on the Qianling group. Even during their conversations, 6 or 7 out of 10 sentences revolved around that man, Nan Rongcheng'an. A sense of urgency gripped Ning Zhu. This could not continue. He must quickly expand his territory and gather refugees to draw Qiao Yuan's attention back to him. After discussing the car, I need to visit you again. This time, I must see the Eternal Fortress, he declared. Thoughts come as they may. I must tidy up before returning, she replied. Indeed, you must come. I shall await your arrival. Nowadays, 3 individuals frequently graced Qiao Yuan and Appo's supermarket throughout the day: Ning Zhu, Li Jingyu, and Nan Rongcheng'an. At noon, Li Jingyu arrived with a lunchbox, only to be met by students at the entrance who began to tease him, claiming he was delivering food to his little wife. Initially, he admonished the students to cease their banter, but soon accepted the teasing with ease. I need to step out for a few days. It may be 1 day or 2. So, please refrain from delivering meals for now, Qiao Yuan said, while savoring her pork ribs. Li Jingyu watched her eat and replied, All right, is your supermarket in need of a helping hand? Why not hire a clerk? Qiao Yuan wished to hire someone, but feared that a clerk might see Ning Zhu or Nan Rongcheng'an and assume the supermarket was haunted. There's no need to take it so seriously. Running a supermarket isn't solely about making money, she explained with a smile. Li Jingyu nodded in agreement. Recognizing that Qiao Yuan was not in want of funds. I and Oppos, VE heard from colleagues that you invested in a law firm? Qiao Yuan looked at him with surprise. How did this news spread so quickly? My colleague's sister is a lawyer who just joined the Rose Law firm. They mentioned it in conversation. And I heard they only handle cases for women. Since we are all women, we ought to assist one another. I hope that if any cases like Lu Yun's arise, there will be a formidable legal team to support her. Qiao Yuan spoke earnestly. Having dealt with numerous cases, Li Jingyu understood the severity of women and Oppos' safety issues. If you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask, Li Jingyu chuckled. Originally, Qiao Yuan intended to wait for Nan Rongcheng and to arrive at the supermarket. But Su Lian had already prepared the vehicle and diesel. Qiao Yuan left a note at the counter and drove away. At the western suburbs warehouse, a trailer had just unloaded a new vehicle. Upon seeing Qiao Yuan emerge from the SUV, Su Lian waved at her. 6 Ford Raptors, 20 modified Dongfeng Warriors, 30 tons of diesel, and the coal stove with 30 tons of coal you requested, he reported. Why so swift this time? I expected it would take 3 days. Qiao Yuan marveled. Money talks. These are trivial matters. Su Lian replied excitedly. How much did it cost? 32 million. The funds will arrive tomorrow. Su Lian and Oppos' eyes sparkled. By the way, there and Oppos' something I wish to discuss with you. Speak. Actually, these purchases were facilitated by a friend of mine who wishes to meet you. Qiao Yuan and Oppos' instincts kicked in. Can this friend be trusted? Absolutely. He is a high-ranking official and Oppos' offspring from Jingbei City, and he was instrumental in acquiring the Raptors and diesel. Jingbei City, the capital of Xinghua, is home to the elite. If someone of that stature lends support, acquiring firearms in the future would certainly be feasible. All right, arrange a time for us to meet in 2 days, Qiao Yuan agreed, prompting Su Lian to nod in affirmation. Su Lian departed with his workers, and Qiao Yuan locked the warehouse. It was her first encounter with the Raptor. The nearly 3-meter-high vehicle resembled an armored beast. The modified warriors exuded a muscular appearance. And most importantly, both vehicles could traverse through temperatures as low as -40 degrees Celsius. After storing the items in her space, Qiao Yuan stood quietly in the warehouse, organizing her surroundings. The 500 square meter space was nearly filled to capacity with the recently stored goods. Just as she was about to leave, she spotted a uniquely charming bus in the corner of the space. Oh, I nearly forgot. This is the reward for completing Task 9. Qiao Yuan circled the bus, which was adorned with colorful stickers of donuts and lollipops, topped with an oversized 3-dimensional hamburger. The side of the vehicle had vibrant, illuminated letters proclaiming Linyuan Mobile Convenience Store. The bus appeared delightful, but what purpose would a mobile convenience store serve? Upon returning to the supermarket, Qiao Yuan noticed additional lines on the note at the counter, indicating that Nan Rongcheng and had already visited. After conducting a thorough inventory of her supplies to ensure nothing was amiss, she approached the warehouse door. Sighing quietly, Qiao Yuan reluctantly pushed open the warehouse door. She entered Nan Rongcheng's room silently, where he was changing his shirt by the bed. Although she had seen his body several times, it had always been a gruesome sight. Observing him from below, she noted his abdominal muscles, pectorals, deltoids, biceps, and triceps, truly a perfect muscular specimen. His broad shoulders and narrow waist were well proportioned, though the scars crisscrossing his skin appeared rather fearsome. Sensing movement behind him, Nan Rongcheng swiftly turned, his fists poised for action. It and amp. Oppos' me, it and amp. Oppos' me. Qiao Yuan raised her hands in surrender. Upon recognizing her, Nan Rongcheng relaxed his guard. I didn't expect you to arrive so early. Better early than late, Qiao Yuan quipped. Team leader Zhang Donglai from 701 was caught sneaking snacks from the warehouse. How should we handle him? Huang Mao entered the room, only to halt upon seeing Nan Rongcheng shirtless, with Qiao Yuan standing before him, hands raised. Whoa, I didn't and amp, Oppos, see anything. Huang Mao exclaimed, quickly covering his eyes. You two carry on. He retreated, attempting to close the door. Stop right there. Nan Rongcheng's gaze shifted past Qiao Yuan to the door. Next time you enter my room, remember to knock. Yes. Huang Mao complied. Come in, and close the door. Once Nan Rongcheng donned his shirt, Huang Mao obediently shut the door and stood at attention. According to team regulations, You are to be confined for 3 days and may only eat protein bars. Should you repeat this offense, you will be expelled from the Morningstar apartment. Understood, Huang Mao replied, glancing curiously at Qiao Yuan. Her previous mysterious disappearance had been perplexing. Yet her continued presence brought a steady supply of resources to the Morningstar apartment. Today, she seemed to have appeared out of thin air once more, truly remarkable. Could it be that the team leader's room contained a portal? Sensing Huang Mao's gaze, Qiao Yuan smiled at him. How are Lu Jie and the child? Huang Mao stammered. They and Appos, redoing well, really well. Thanks to the milk powder you sent, the child is thriving and particularly adorable. Qiao Yuan was about to suggest visiting the child when the system and Appos' voice suddenly startled her. Ding. Supermarket system upgrade activated. Items required for upgrade. 5 days of revenue from Linyuan Mobile Convenience Store. Requirements. 1. Must not be sold to individuals associated with the system. 2. The currency for transactions is to be determined by the host, with no stipulations from the system. Curse it. I knew that this damned system would never allow me to upgrade comfortably. Chapter 65. Journey to the Twin Rivers District alone. Qiao Yuan pushed Huang Mao out and turned to Nan Rongcheng'an. I wish to venture to the Twin Rivers District for business. The journey should be relatively safe, correct? After much contemplation, she felt that the Twin Rivers District was her only option, especially since that female officer had garnered quite a favorable reputation. Xiao Weimo's territory remains fairly secure. Are you planning to mark her as a customer for your supermarket? Qiao Yuan shook her head. Not at all. I simply must fulfill a 5-day sales task, which is crucial to my very existence. Her statement was far from exaggerated. If the supermarket did not upgrade, she risked losing everything to the system. I can accompany you, Nan Rongcheng'an asserted without hesitation. It's fine. I can manage alone. Just help me plot the route, Qiao Yuan replied. Nan Rongcheng'an's expression turned frosty. What? Do you not trust me? It and Appos. It's not a matter of trust. It's fear, Qiao Yuan admitted, unwilling to squander too much time. She instructed Nan Rongcheng'an to gather a few trusted aides, and they proceeded to the underground parking lot. Before them were 4 modified Raptors and 14 off-road vehicles. Damn, Huang Mao exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. New cars. All brand new. My gosh. Commander, come look. There are even RVs. Lu Tan and Su Ning stood by, mouths agape in disbelief. All diesel vehicles. They can operate even at minus 40 degrees. Qiao Yuan approached and tapped on a tire. They've been fitted with snow tires, just in case. Huang Mao's admiration for Qiao Yuan was palpable as he circled the vehicles twice, confirming that this was no illusion. Sister, are you a deity? Lu Tan and Su Ning exchanged glances, sharing similar thoughts as Huang Mao. If I were a deity, I would simply restore this world to its former state, Qiao Yuan replied with a smile. Nan Rongcheng'an stepped forward, his voice icy. Remember, matters concerning Qiao Yuan are to remain confidential. If I discover anyone has revealed her abilities, you all know the consequences. The expressions of Huang Mao and his companions turned serious. Yes, Commander. Qiao Yuan followed them to the basement level, which had once served as an apartment and Appos' storage space for rental purposes. It was now a supply depot for the Qianling Group. Accessing the warehouse required passing through 2 security checkpoints. Qiao Yuan retrieved 20 tons of coal and 20 tons of diesel prepared for the Qianling Group, quickly filling 15 rooms. Initially shocked, Huang Mao and the others gradually became numb to the sight. They encountered electric heaters, induction cookers, coal stoves, and high-capacity diesel generators. Eventually, they found several rooms stocked with self-heating meals, hot pot ingredients, instant noodles, marinated meats, canned goods, jerky, fruits, and water, while others in this apocalyptic world struggled for basic sustenance. They could enjoy hot pot and sing in the evenings, a life they had never dared to dream of just 2 weeks prior. Today, the temperature seems to be around 10 degrees. Be sure to pay attention to clothing and blankets while you search for supplies, Qiao Yuan advised kindly. Nan Rongcheng'an nodded, having already briefed them. Huang Mao opened another warehouse, revealing a collection of down jackets, insulated pants, and windbreakers. That night, Qiao Yuan stayed in Nan Rongcheng'an's room, where he pulled out a map of Fengxiu City and outlined the safest and quickest route to the Twin Rivers District. If you encounter mutated beasts on the way, do not attempt to attack them for Yuan Nongs. I have tried to absorb Yuan Nongs again and found that it does not lead to an upgrade. Qiao Yuan nodded repeatedly. I wouldn't even have time to flee, let alone attack. Furthermore, if you come across people. Understood, Trust no one. When shall we depart? Tomorrow. Nan Rongcheng and resided alone on the 10th floor, while dinner was being served downstairs. Qiao Yuan felt her stomach rumble. She was hungry but did not wish to eat self-heating meals. Fortunately, she had prepared in advance. She approached the dining table, clearing away the clutter. Soon, a steaming array of pizza, fries, fried chicken, burgers, and milk tea appeared. Nan Rongcheng and had not tasted such delights in ages. The aroma alone made his stomach growl. Let us eat together, Qiao Yuan beckoned. As he surveyed the pizza on the table, Nan Rongcheng and modestly took a small piece. How do you plan to get to the Twin Rivers district? After sampling a piece of pizza, he withdrew his hands from the table. Qiao Yuan recalled the eye-catching bus and smirked. You'll find out tomorrow. As bedtime approached, Qiao Yuan found herself uncertain in the room. Where will I sleep tonight? Other rooms had been unoccupied for so long that dust had accumulated. If you don't mind, you can sleep here, he suggested. What? Qiao Yuan began to fidget. She had never shared a room with a man before. Moreover, she glanced inside the room, where only one bed remained. Sharing a bed? Absolutely not. Though he was quite handsome, well-built, and tidy, Nan Rongcheng and swiftly retrieved bedding from the closet and laid it on the floor. You take the bed, I'll take the floor. Oh, that night, Qiao Yuan lay on his pleasantly fragrant bed, lulled to sleep by Nan Rongcheng and Appo's steady breathing. The following morning, Nan Rongcheng and drove her to the route to the Twin Rivers district. With no one around, Qiao Yuan waved her hand, summoning a bus adorned with colorful lights and topped with a giant burger. Nan Rongcheng and chuckled softly, shaking his head. The vehicle is rather unique. I knew I would be mocked. Qiao Yuan huffed, conjuring a bag out of thin air and tossing it to Nan Rongcheng. Upon opening it, his pupils constricted in surprise. The bag contained firearms. With so many vehicles, others are bound to envy you. Having guns provides an added layer of assurance. These 20 guns had been drawn by Qiao Yuan on A and Amp, Appo's, Nothingness and Amp, Appo's, card. Now, only 4 cards remained, and she would need to use them more judiciously. I'm off. See you in a few days. Just as Qiao Yuan stepped onto the bus, the system's voice echoed in her ears. Host has been detected. The mobile convenience store is now operational. Almost immediately, the bus emitted a soft sound as the engine roared to life. As she gripped the steering wheel, the system began to explain how to utilize the mobile convenience store. Any item in the mobile convenience store can automatically restock. The host is immune to all attacks within the mobile convenience store. Qiao Yuan glanced back. The bus was stocked with plenty of items, self-heating meals, burgers, oden, corn, buns, and roasted sweet potatoes. It resembled a convenience store adjacent to the subway. Affixing the route map that Nan Rongcheng had drawn to the window, she pressed the accelerator and set off. Strangely, despite never having driven a minibus before. As soon as she sat in the driver and Amp, Appo's seat, her hands and feet moved as if guided by instinct, driving with the finesse of a seasoned driver. Following the red line on the map southward, she traversed desolate streets teeming with zombies, occasionally catching glimpses of fleeting shadows, likely the few remaining survivors. Moreover, in the dark alleys between several buildings, she spotted eyes glowing crimson, akin to ferocious beasts lurking in the shadows, poised to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. Thankfully, they all ignored the presence of the bus. As Qiao Yuan journeyed with growing trepidation, she noticed a pair of twins half-kneeling on the rooftop of a nearby high-rise. Curiously barefoot. Chapter 66. The dashing female officer before them stood a figure with hands clasped behind his back on the rooftop. Captain, we have been monitoring that vehicle for quite some time. It appears peculiar, but so far there has been no unusual activity. The driver is a woman. The individual remained silent, donned in a somewhat charming cartoon hoodie and fitted athletic pants, resembling a student. A black armband adorned his arm, emblazoned with the red Arabic numeral 12. The direction is towards the Shuanghe district. Continue surveillance. As long as she does not interfere with our plans, we must refrain from taking action to avoid alerting her. She spoke. Indeed, it was a woman. Yes, Captain. The twins rose, extending their palms, their fingertips and palms sprouting a dense array of barbs. Upon closer inspection, similar barbs emerged from their feet. In an instant, the duo leaped from the rooftop, scaling the building and Appo's wall towards the bus like 2 agile geckos. Thus, Qiao Yuan brazenly drove into the Shuanghe district right under their noses. Upon entering the district, she immediately sensed a stark contrast. Not only were zombies seldom seen, but even the lurking beasts in the shadows were a rare sight. While aimlessly searching for shelter, a gunshot suddenly rang out ahead. With a screech, Qiao Yuan slammed on the brakes. "Who are you?" Two soldiers clad in combat uniforms and fully armed cautiously approached the bus. Qiao Yuan lowered the window just enough for her voice to be heard. "I'm heading to a shelter. Could you please direct me to its location?" She refrained from revealing her purpose of conducting business. The soldiers exchanged glances at the colorful bus and scrutinized Qiao Yuan closely, confirming that she was alone in the vehicle. "Are you an awakened?" The soldier's gun remained trained on Qiao Yuan's head. I am an awakened of the space system." Qiao Yuan did not conceal her identity as an awakened. Pretending to be an ordinary refugee would render her intention to sell food rather odd. A space awakened. How remarkable. The soldier suddenly became animated. "Follow the military vehicle ahead. We will escort you." The space awakened were evidently highly regarded. It seemed her initial step had gone quite smoothly. As Qiao Yuan trailed behind the military vehicle, they encountered several checkpoints along the way. However, upon learning of her space awakened status, they promptly allowed her passage. After an hour, she finally arrived at the Shuanghe district shelter. Upon entering the final fortification, Qiao Yuan discovered an expanse of old residential buildings. The streets meticulously clean and orderly. People wandered about, though they appeared dazed, each person thin and gaunt. Following the soldiers to the heart of the shelter, which had once served as a military base before the apocalypse, she was instructed, "Please follow me." After parking the bus, the soldiers saluted Qiao Yuan. Inside the mobile convenience store, she could remain unharmed, but venturing outside would be perilous. Nevertheless, one must take risks for potential gain. With that thought, Qiao Yuan checked the position of her infinite handgun. Upon exiting the vehicle, the bus doors automatically closed behind her. The soldiers escorted her to the office of Xiao Weima. After a brief wait, a shadowy figure appeared before her, and upon raising her gaze, Qiao Yuan instantly comprehended the meaning behind the phrase "cutting down both men and women" as mentioned on television. "Hello." Xiao Weima extended her right hand. Qiao Yuan rubbed her palms on her clothing before returning the handshake. Xiao Weima possessed a sharply defined visage, her countenance stern, with piercing eyes akin to an eagle and amp, Oppos, S, seeming capable of seeing through all pretense. Her complexion was a healthy shade of wheat, which Qiao Yuan envied. The longer she looked, the more Qiao Yuan noted an androgynous beauty in Xiao Weima. Ding. Target recognized. Scanning. Scan complete. Blade spirit. Ability. Proficient in the use of any bladed weapon. Mastery of swordsmanship. Level 2. Upon hearing the scan results, Qiao Yuan glanced at her side, understanding why Xiao Weima bore a knife. "Hello, I am Qiao Yuan. I wish to conduct business at the shelter." She spoke candidly, directly stating her purpose to Xiao Weima. Ultimately, she secured permission to open a store in the shelter by offering the soldiers 5 days' worth of food for free. Xiao Weima did not inquire about the source of Qiao Yuan and Amp, Oppos, S food throughout their exchange. In Today and Amp, Oppos, S world, who didn't possess a hidden card for survival. Rather than probing for details, it was more prudent for Xiao Weima to leave a favorable impression, as future collaboration might be possible. After delivering the food, Qiao Yuan successfully drove the bus to the cultural square, the most crowded area of the shelter, escorted by soldiers. After parking, she opened the side window, allowing the enticing aroma from the bus to waft out, instantly capturing the attention of passers-by. Is that the smell of roasted sweet potatoes? Am I imagining things? Wait, is that also the scent of bread? I must be so hungry that I and Amp, Oppos, am hallucinating. No, look at that bus. Goodness. Everyone, there's actually food. Look, she's holding boiled corn. With a boiled corn in her left hand and roasted sweet potatoes in her right, Qiao Yuan stood smiling in the bus. People surged toward her from all directions. Qiao Yuan produced a loudspeaker from the bus. The Lin Yuan mobile convenience store, officially open for business. Peanut drinks, mineral water, corn, roasted sweet potatoes, hamburgers. Payment in gold bars or jewelry only. Come, form an orderly line. Qiao Yuan yelled, causing the refugees outside to freeze in disbelief. Did I hear that correctly? We can exchange gold bars or jewelry for food. Some remained skeptical, calling out, "Hey, is that true?" Qiao Yuan leaned halfway out the window, gazing into the eager eyes surrounding her. "Yes, we prioritize gold bars, followed by jewelry, but it must be valuable. No worthless items accepted." A ripple of excitement spread throughout the crowd. The square erupted into a frenzy as people scattered like birds. Nearby, Xiao Weima observed with a cold gaze. A woman of unknown origins, driving such an ostentatious vehicle, brazenly entered the Shuanghe district. Coupled with the recent intel from the capital headquarters regarding the Ghost Society, her scrutiny intensified. Keep a close watch on her and report any unusual behavior. Yes. Meanwhile, Qiao Yuan leisurely awaited customers aboard the bus. Before long, a balding middle-aged man, perspiring profusely, rushed over with a briefcase. Boss, look at this. Can I buy 10 hamburgers with this? Qiao Yuan accepted the heavy briefcase, opening it to find it filled with gold ingots, seemingly ancient. This is sufficient. Stowing the briefcase in her spatial pocket, she promptly prepared food for the man. The middle-aged man pulled a hamburger from the plastic bag, taking a hearty bite, only to be overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Witnessing this, others rushed to the front of the bus. Form a line. Everyone line up properly. No sales to those who cut in. Qiao Yuan shouted at the crowd. Sha Xinping, tasked with monitoring Qiao Yuan, swallowed hard before dispatching his subordinates to maintain order. He licked his lips, deciding to wait until evening to savor the taste of a hamburger for himself. Boss, this is my family and Oppo's heirloom jade. Please take a look. Qiao Yuan smiled as she accepted it, having grown somewhat knowledgeable about jewelry. The quality is commendable. What would you like? I want buns, 20 buns, and 5 bottles of soda. Chilled. Chapter 67. Some seek free meals for an entire afternoon. Qiao Yuan busied herself in the vehicle, and as the clock struck 6 in the evening, the curfew at the refuge prompted the attendees to reluctantly disperse. She drove the vehicle back to the military encampment, preparing to host the soldiers. Xiao Weima had arranged with her to distribute food to the station soldiers every evening at 7. During her time at the cultural square earlier, Qiao Yuan had noticed the soldiers tasked with maintaining order visibly salivating at the sight of food. Yet, they steadfastly remained at their posts, refraining from requesting even a morsel of bread or a sip of water throughout the day. This only deepened her admiration for Xiao Weima, a female officer who managed to suppress the base instincts of humanity in such chaotic times, a miracle in itself. As the last soldier departed from the bus, Xiao Weima and Sha Xinping made their appearance. Clad in her dark gray military uniform, Xiao Weima bore the insignia of a colonel, which Qiao Yuan could decipher despite her unfamiliarity with military ranks. She promptly set up a small table and arranged hamburgers, fries, and fried chicken. Upon witnessing the spread, Xiao Weima's gaze flickered for a moment, yet she refrained from indulging. Please, sit and eat, Qiao Yuan urged, but Xiao Weima hesitated, seemingly wrestling with an internal conflict. If she abstained, neither would Sha Xinping dare to partake. Taking the initiative, Qiao Yuan bit into a hamburger. Sha Xinping, standing behind Xiao Weima, was already captivated by the food, his eyes glistening with longing as he looked at his commander. Commander, can I have 2 protein cakes today? He ventured. With a wave of her hand, Xiao Weima permitted him to sit, and he quickly devoured a bun with gusto. Delicious. What filling is this? I can't quite tell, he exclaimed, reaching for another. Sitting beside Qiao Yuan in a camping chair, Xiao Weima accepted a hamburger from her. Even this stoic officer could not conceal her delight at the aroma wafting from the food. How many soldiers do you have? A chilling gaze suddenly pierced through the air, and Qiao Yuan felt the palpable tension emanating from Xiao Weima. No, I meant no offense. I only wish to know how many there are so that I can prepare sufficient food and water. Please, do not misconstrue my intentions, she hastily explained, fearing a misunderstanding. You are a spatial awakener. Even with ample supplies, these are consumables. Why not keep them for yourself? Moreover, gold bars and jewels are of no use in these times. Xiao Weima remarked, her curiosity piqued. Qiao Yuan blinked, feeling a twinge of guilt. What you deem useless holds value for me. I have reasons I cannot disclose. I apologize. As Xiao Weima savored the hamburger, its long-lost flavors assaulting her taste buds, she fell momentarily silent, clearly famished. The duo consumed 4 hamburgers and 10 buns between them. In that case, I shall not hesitate. Starting tomorrow, after curfew, I will permit the patrolling soldiers to come in batches for food. Thank you, Colonel, Qiao Yuan replied gratefully. Just call me Xiao Weima, she responded, rising from her seat. Sha Xinping quickly wiped his mouth and stood as well. After they had walked a few paces, Xiao Weima abruptly turned, her voice as cold as steel. Do you know of the Ghost Society? Qiao Yuan felt her heart race, her breath momentarily stilled. I do not know, what is it? She replied, her pupils narrowing. Xiao Weima scrutinized Qiao Yuan's expression before finally shaking her head. It's nothing. You should rest early. Watching Xiao Weima depart, Qiao Yuan leaned back in her camping chair, reflecting on the sharpness of the woman. The Ghost Society? This was the second time she had heard of this ominous organization in recent days. What connection did those cannibals have with the refuge in Shuanghe district? Xiao Weima's earlier inquiry had clearly been a test. What was she probing for? The details of the Ghost Society's gruesome nature, as described by Xia Xinping, sent shivers down Qiao Yuan's spine. She quickly stowed her small table and retreated into the bus. The following day, before dawn, Qiao Yuan drove to the cultural square, where a considerable crowd had already gathered. She commenced her operations. Many had brought forth their valuables the previous day, but today, the offerings were scarce. With the influx of people, some began to harbor ulterior motives. Is this a sapphire? Clearly, it's just a low-grade tanzanite, Qiao Yuan exclaimed, holding up a large ring in dissatisfaction. Wang Dong, gazing at the food through the window, felt his breath quicken, his eyes shimmering with avarice. You don't know your gemstones. This is a sapphire, renowned for its cornflower blue hue, he retorted, his face flushed with embarrassment. Discarding the ring, Qiao Yuan replied, I'm afraid I cannot accommodate your business. If you wish to purchase food, please bring something of value. Qiao Yuan had opened her doors early, yet the soldiers sent by Xia Xinping to maintain order had yet to arrive. Wang Dong glanced around, noting the absence of patrolling soldiers. I say, one should not be so selfish. Since you have so much food, what harm would it be to share a little with me? Qiao Yuan was taken aback by his audacity. Why should I give you anything? Who are you? I am here to conduct business, not charity. If you wish to eat, barter something in return. Next, how dare you? You're crossing the line, Wang Dong shouted, inciting the crowd. I see she has plenty of food on that bus. If she wants to sell my sapphire, it's clear she doesn't want to sell to us. Why should she hoard all that food? The crowd, stirred by his words, began to rally. Let us smash her bus. We must seize the food for ourselves, Wang Dong shouted, igniting a frenzy among the people. Qiao Yuan observed with dismay as many began to succumb to temptation. She quickly closed the window, remaining composed inside the bus, her confidence stemming from the system and Oppos as protection. As long as I am inside this bus, I am impervious to any attacks. If you dare, go ahead and smash it. The previously orderly queue devolved into chaos. While they had previously brought bags of jewels, it was evident that today, their offerings were significantly diminished. Uncertainty loomed in their minds. Who could say how much food remained on the bus? Rather than anxiously wait for a handout, they preferred to seize what they could. Encouraged by Wang Dong, the crowd began searching for tools to pry open the doors. Open up. Break the door down. Damn it, it won't budge. Brothers, put your backs into it. A few of you, break the windshield. Outside the bus, a frenzy erupted as individuals began to smash windows and pry at doors, even attempting to force open the sunroof. In that moment, Qiao Yuan could hardly distinguish whether they were men or monsters. Not far from the bus, Xia Xinping and his soldiers remained concealed behind a wall. Commander, if we don't act soon, Qiao Yuan's bus will be dismantled, Xia Xinping exclaimed anxiously, watching as the vibrant bus seemed to drift like a solitary boat, about to be swallowed by the tide of the crowd. Xiao Weimo refrained from issuing orders, her keen eyes observing Qiao Yuan's demeanor. This was precisely why she hesitated. The tranquility on Qiao Yuan's face was striking. Xiao Weima yearned to gauge her true capabilities. A woman who could traverse the apocalypse alone would hardly be intimidated by such a mob. The bus shook violently. As if caught in an earthquake, the crowd blinded by frenzy, each individual resembling a rabid beast intent on destruction. Qiao Yuan shouted at the top of her lungs. I warn you one last time. Those who retreat now will have guaranteed food supply for the next 4 days. Otherwise, even if you present the most valuable item, I shall not sell you a single grain. Upon hearing her words, some individuals displayed hesitation, subsequently breaking away from the throng. The provocateur, Wang Dong, was already consumed by rage. Disregarding her, who could ascertain how much sustenance she possessed or whether she could endure the day? Those who had initially retreated hesitated once more upon hearing this. One who disdains a toast shall be met with a penalty drink. She rose, casting her gaze out the window, where Wang Dong was glaring at her with malevolence. Suddenly, Wang Dong, who had been pounding on the glass at the front of the vehicle, swayed and collapsed to the ground. Wang Dong, what has happened to you? Immediately thereafter, he convulsed on the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. The man who had been trailing behind him looked at Qiao Yuan in terror, his lips parting as if to speak. Awaken! A loud thud echoed as another individual fell. This one did not convulse, but instead stripped himself bare and began performing on a pole in the square. One by one, those at the forefront began to tumble. Some crawled on the ground, imitating dogs, while others leaned against utility poles, flamboyantly waving their fingers and shouting, "Brother, love me once more." Even more absurdly, some began to lick fresh bird droppings at the street corner. At this moment, even the most oblivious understood that something was amiss. She is an awakened. An awakened. Everyone, cease your attacks on the bus, form an orderly queue, quickly now. No one dared to assault the bus any longer. And Qiao Yuan seized the opportunity to open the window. In her hand, she brandished an infinite pistol, the dark muzzle aimed at the crowd outside. Qiao Yuan smiled, revealing her pearly white teeth. Come, come. Form an orderly line. Genuine gold in exchange for sustenance. Fair and square for all. An awakened, armed no less. Buff stacked high. Chapter 68, Misfortune. The stalker is discovered. Xiao Weima and Amp. Oppos. eyes subtly lowered. Qiao Yuan was indeed more than just an awakened space user. Colonel, shall we proceed? Sha Xinping inquired awkwardly. Go ahead, maintain discipline, and escort those troublemakers away for confinement. Yes. Sha Xinping led dozens of soldiers to the cultural square, swiftly restoring order. The individuals in front of the bus lined up in an orderly fashion. Commander Sha, your arrival is quite timely. Qiao Yuan teased him. She had already spotted Sha Xinping hiding around the corner. With a robust demeanor, Sha Xinping replied without flinching, well, if I had arrived earlier. I Wooden and Amp, Oppos, T have witnessed your splendid performance, Boss Qiao. They refrained from making their intentions known, merely biding their time to assess each other and Amp, Oppos, S strengths. A display of capabilities would serve well. If Xiao Weimo had designs on her, he would need to weigh his own worth. With Qiao Yuan's imposing presence and Sha Xinping and Oppos' assistance, business proceeded smoothly throughout the day. In the following days, Sha Xinping consistently accompanied the bus, ensuring no one dared to cause disturbances. For days passed in the blink of an eye. Qiao Yuan hastily organized the gold bars and jewels she had collected, placing them into her spatial storage. In the last 2 evenings, she decided to host a self-service gathering in the military compound. By midnight, all station soldiers could indulge in endless food and drink, creating a lively atmosphere filled with laughter and chatter. During these days, Sha Xinping frequently visited the bus to converse with her for hours. They exchanged light-hearted banter, yet both understood that there were underlying meanings in their words. Sha Xinping sought to uncover Qiao Yuan and Oppos' secrets, while she was eager to glean information about the Shuanghe district and the nation itself. On this particular day, Sha Xinping arrived at the bus, taking a seat in a camping chair as they engaged in casual conversation. The other day, I heard Colonel Xiao mention the Ghost Society. What exactly is that? Qiao Yuan offered him a pack of chips. Sha Xinping, unable to resist the enticing aroma, accepted. One cannot bite the hand that feeds, he mused. But then reconsidered, realizing the Ghost Society was hardly a confidential matter. Before the apocalypse, the Ghost Society existed, headquartered in Haichang City, the capital, and was the largest crime organization in Yugua, known for its nefarious deeds. Moreover, as you might expect, they had powerful backing, making them untouchable. Months prior, when the apocalypse struck and chaos engulfed the nation, the Ghost Society seized the opportunity to expand its influence, harboring numerous criminals and wrongdoers. Subsequently, as food shortages arose, they even allowed their members to resort to cannibalism, an unimaginable horror that could only be likened to hell itself. Sha Xinping shuddered at the thought. After the emergence of awakened individuals, the Ghost Society's audacity had only intensified. Qiao Yuan cracked open a sunflower seed, sporting a look of interest. Are you suggesting that they would capture people to feed their members? Sha Xinping nodded. Yes, the Shuanghe district shelter is the most populated area in Fengxiu City. It's hard not to attract the Ghost Society and Amp, Oppos' attention. That's why the commander was suspicious of you when you first arrived. But don't worry. Our Shuanghe shelter is quite secure. Besides, the Ghost Society has been stationed in the capital from January to July, so they want to come here. He grabbed a handful of caramel-flavored sunflower seeds, chuckling, the rest Aran and Oppos, a match for our commander. From January to July? Qiao Yuan was puzzled. The leader of the Ghost Society is called January, and the hierarchy is named after the months, down to December. Anyone with a month-related name is a leader within the Ghost Society. It is said they are all awakened, but what abilities they possess is unknown to us. Upon hearing this, Qiao Yuan felt a twinge of confusion. If they were aware of the potential threat from the Ghost Society, why would Qiao Yuan allow her to enter? Given the danger of an attack from the Ghost Society, how could you still let me in? Xia Xinping coughed awkwardly, a sheepish smile crossing his face. Well, we've been monitoring you all along, haven't we? And you still dare to consume the food I offered? Qiao Yuan inquired, a hint of irritation in her tone. We have ways to discern whether the food is poisoned. Xia Xinping gestured to seal his lips. I can't disclose more. Understood, military secrets. Qiao Yuan had another question. Is this information all provided by the capital? Xia Xinping shrugged. Of course, even in the apocalypse, the nation won't completely collapse. It just requires time to recover. However, they haven't sent anyone to provide support, which suggests they may be too preoccupied or perhaps don't wish for the Shuanghe district shelter to become too powerful. Wouldn't you agree? Xia Xinping paused. Realizing Qiao Yuan's keen insight had pinpointed the crux of the matter, it was wise to change the subject before revealing too much. He swiftly shifted the conversation to Qiao Yuan's mobile convenience store. Hey, enough about us. As a space-type awakened individual, you should be welcomed anywhere. What brings you to Fengxiu City? And where did you acquire all that food? Qiao Yuan, sensing the shift, refrained from pursuing further inquiries. She had already devised a response to Xia Xinping's questions. Thus, she replied with her prepared answer. I awakened my spatial abilities after a remarkable dream before the apocalypse. Then sold my possessions to hoard supplies. Regardless of whether Xia Xinping believed her, Qiao Yuan deftly brushed past the topic. And where do you plan to go next? Will you return? Xia Xinping chattered incessantly, consuming snacks without restraint. By the end, Qiao Yuan was left uncertain whether he was trying to extract information or merely seeking a free meal. As the clock struck 1, Xia Xinping gazed longingly at the table strewn with snacks, reluctantly taking his leave back to the dormitory, glancing over his shoulder multiple times. Qiao Yuan neatly packed away her small table, preparing to sleep in the bus, feeling fatigued from their conversation. Suddenly, a crow's caw startled her, causing her to jump. She looked up to see a crow perched on the dimly lit street lamp. Its beady eyes darted around before it shifted its gaze to a figure emerging from the administrative building, an officer named Wu Bing, who was closely associated with Xiao Weima. Are you closing up, Boss Qiao? Wu Bing greeted as he passed by the bus. Qiao Yuan smiled and nodded, her gaze lingering on him. Wu Bing strolled over to the entrance, exchanging a few words with the guard before exiting. Coincidentally, the crow that had been on the utility pole followed suit, flapping its wings in the direction Wu Bing had vanished. A flicker of unease coursed through Qiao Yuan, inexplicably sensing something amiss. She donned her black windbreaker, pulled on a black hat and mask, and approached the entrance. My belongings were left at the cultural square. I and Oppos. LL retrieved them shortly. The guard frowned. At this hour. Perhaps you should wait a moment, and I'll ask for someone to accompany you. There's no need. I'm an awakened individual. You needn't worry. With that, Qiao Yuan dashed outside. The guard scratched his head, pondering that it didn't seem like the route to the cultural square. Dressed entirely in black, she blended seamlessly into the night, trailing Wu Bing from a distance. Careful not to draw attention, Wu Bing navigated through the streets, making several turns until he finally arrived at a dead end. The alley was dimly lit, resembling the glow of a handheld lantern. Qiao Yuan lowered the brim of her hat, peering out from behind the clutter piled in the alley. She noticed a figure seated opposite Wu Bing, entirely shrouded in a robe, their head concealed from view. The two were engaged in hushed conversation, the nature of which was elusive to her. Intrigued, Qiao Yuan crouched and crept a few steps closer. 2 days, no anomalies. 3 days later, the plan Yushao weaknesses from her left side. Then their whispers were so faint that even straining her ears, Qiao Yuan could only catch fragmented snippets of their dialogue. She shifted forward slightly, her toes brushing against an object. A sharp clink resonated as a wine bottle rolled and scraped against the ground, echoing like thunder in the dead-end alley. Who is there? Wu Bing growled, swiftly advancing in Qiao Yuan's direction. Was she truly this unfortunate? She retracted her exposed skin into her black windbreaker, concealing herself among the debris. As Wu Bing's footsteps drew nearer, Qiao Yuan covered her mouth and nose, striving to suppress her breathing to a whisper. Come out. I see you. Chapter 69. The primal fragrance appears to hold great value. Is it possible that you can see me? Qiao Yuan clutched the ring tightly in her hand, waiting for her exposure, ready to launch her slow-motion performance. Meow, a sleek, ebony cat elegantly licked its paws and leapt down from a pile of clutter. Wu Bing exhaled sharply, cursing under his breath. Damn it, it's just a cat. You startled me. He chuckled and turned back toward the end of the alley. Taking advantage of their distraction, Qiao Yuan slowly crawled out. Not far away, the black cat perched on the wall, its golden eyes shimmering like jewels in the moonlight. It watched Qiao Yuan exit the alley before gracefully jumping down and disappearing into the darkness. Once back at the military encampment, Qiao Yuan shut the bus door and leaned against it, breathing heavily. This was her first time following someone. She had little experience and was utterly terrified. Once her heart settled, she resumed organizing her unfinished belongings. Before long, Wu Bing returned. In a moment of impulsiveness, Qiao Yuan called out to him, "Commander Wu, would you like some late-night snacks?" Wu Bing paused, catching the enticing aroma wafting from the bus. "Sure. Do you have tofu buns?" Qiao Yuan noticed his Adam's apple bobbing, but he did not respond. As she chuckled at her own paranoia, Wu Bing finally spoke. "All right, I'll take two." Qiao Yuan froze, nearly dropping the prepared mushroom and vegetable buns. Wu Bing was severely allergic to soy products. She flashed a nervous smile at Wu Bing, her hands trembling, causing one bun to fall. "I'll get you two more." As she handed him the buns, she scrutinized his expression, excitement, eagerness, and a constant licking of his lips. It was perfectly normal for the soldiers to exhibit such reactions upon seeing food, but today felt different. For 4 days, she had distributed food freely, and the soldiers had only stopped eating when they could hardly move. Given that less than 2 hours had passed since the last distribution, Wu Bing should not be reacting this way to just 2 buns. Unless the Wu Bing before her was not the real Wu Bing. He briskly walked towards the administration building with the buns in hand. Qiao Yuan returned to the bus, tossing and turning in her thoughts. Was it wise to inform Xiao Weimo? Yet, she had no substantial evidence. Besides, tomorrow was the final day. After midnight, she would drive to the Eternal Fortress, and everything concerning the Shirlu district would no longer pertain to her. With that thought, Qiao Yuan felt her burdens lift and fell into a deep sleep until dawn. Today marked her last day selling food at the cultural square. Most people had little of value left to offer. Having learned from past experiences, they dared not cause a ruckus despite their envy. "Hello. What can I exchange for this?" A timid voice broke through, lacking confidence. Qiao Yuan looked down to see a girl, about her age, cradling a crystal vial containing a clear liquid. "What is this?" Qiao Yuan inquired, taking the vial. The seal was tightly closed, and as she leaned in to sniff, a faint yet exquisite fragrance wafted up, reminiscent of orchids in a secluded valley. "Is it perfume?" Qiao Yuan asked. "Yes, but this bottle is a non-sale item from my family. It's the primal fragrance, used to create all the high-end perfumes by Feiyun Fragrance." Su Jia replied, her voice growing softer, tinged with guilt. Qiao Yuan had no knowledge of Feiyun Fragrance, and just as she was about to ask further, several women nearby, who had just acquired food, turned to gaze at the crystal vial in her hand. "The primal fragrance from Feiyun Fragrance? Oh my god. I remember reading in the news last year that one bottle is worth billions. What a shame, times have changed. No one would want this if you tossed it on the street." As they spoke, Su Jia's head drooped lower. I'm sorry, I won't buy it." She extended her hand, signaling for Qiao Yuan to return the vial. "I like this fragrance. I'll take it," Qiao Yuan declared, packing 10 buns, 5 corn cobs, and 4 hamburgers for Su Jia. "Thank you. Thank you so much," Su Jia exclaimed, clutching her bag of food, overwhelmed with gratitude. "Is Feiyun Fragrance a brand?" Qiao Yuan asked, suddenly intrigued. Before Su Jia could respond, another woman interjected, "Yudon and Apos. Do you even know about Feiyun Fragrance? It and Apos is the largest perfume brand in our country, with stores in every nation around the globe." "Exactly. If you could get your hands on their limited edition perfume, you'd be thrilled for months," another chimed in. Su Jia's cheeks flushed as she nodded, smiling. "So that's how it is. It's quite a prestigious brand, so the primal fragrance must be impressive. If you have more of this primal fragrance, you can bring it now to trade for food," Qiao Yuan whispered to Su Jia. Su Jia's eyes brightened, and she promptly dashed away. Today, the line for food was significantly shorter, with only a few stragglers arriving around 5 in the afternoon. Qiao Yuan decided to set up a camping table and chair, pulling out a canopy from the side of the bus, and settled down comfortably. During her days in the Shuanghe district, Qiao Yuan had gleaned an understanding of the entire shelter system. Xiao Weimo did not provide for everyone unconditionally. Residents had to report their identities and previous professions before the apocalypse. If their past work could be utilized by the shelter, they would be integrated into the civilian workforce, earning respective rewards in the form of supplies. Those who could not contribute were not allowed to languish idly. They were responsible for basic tasks within the shelter, such as waste disposal and tool maintenance. The nature of their work determined their contribution points. Every Monday, residents exchanged their contribution points for food and water at the encampment, creating a perfect closed loop within the shelter that allowed its inhabitants to coexist peacefully. As the sun dipped low, Qiao Yuan opened a bottle of cola. In 6 short hours, she would leave this place, hoping to reach the Eternal Fortress by morning. She did not wish to return to the supermarket through a sesame door here. For if she were to find herself back in a shelter upon her next arrival in the apocalypse, she would be at a loss for words should Xiao Weima question her. Before the sun set, Su Jia returned. "Hello, I'm sorry I'm late." She rushed to the bus. Panting slightly, Qiao Yuan looked up to see Su Jia's left cheek swollen considerably, as though she had been struck. "What happened to your face?" Su Jia awkwardly covered her left cheek, shaking her head repeatedly. "It's nothing, really. I brought 2 more bottles of primal fragrance. I wanted to trade for more food." As she spoke, Su Jia kept glancing over her shoulder, as if fearful of something. Qiao Yuan took the crystal vials. One contained a pink liquid, while the other held an amber hue. Leaning in to sniff, she detected 2 distinctly different scents. "All right, wait here. I and Appos. I'll get you some food," Qiao Yuan said. Stepping into the bus, she casually stored the fragrance in her space and prepared some buns and hamburgers for Su Jia, additionally packing a generous supply of non-perishable fast food. Finally, she emerged from the bus with a large bag in hand. Su Jia and Appos' face flushed with excitement upon seeing the bag brimming with food. "Thank you. Thank you so much." Just as she was about to hug the bag and leave, a figure emerged in the orange light of the evening sky. "Su Jia, I swear I'll beat you to death, you ungrateful daughter." Chapter 70, Sudden Attack. Upon hearing that voice, Su Jia trembled. "Dad!" The man, backlit, raised his hand, poised to strike Su Jia's face. Qiao Yuan stepped forward and grasped the man's wrist just before the slap could land. The anticipated pain did not materialize. Su Jia opened her eyes to see Qiao Yuan shielding her. "Step aside. This is a family matter of the Su family, and it is none of your concern," the man said, his voice a mixture of anger and fear as he felt the intense grip around his wrist. Qiao Yuan tightened his hold, causing the man to bend over in pain. The strength of an awakened individual is something an ordinary person cannot withstand. "Boss, my father, he didn't Appos. He mean to anger you. Please, let him go," Su Jia pleaded softly, tugging at Qiao Yuan and Appos' clothing. Qiao Yuan released his grip, and the man staggered back, sweating profusely. "Su Jia, where's the original fragrance? Where's the original fragrance of Feiyun?" he bellowed, towering over her. "Dad, what use is it to guard those 3 bottles of original fragrance? The world has changed. We need to focus on survival first," Su Jia nearly begged. "Those are our Su family treasures, the very foundation of our clan. You would sell them for a mere dumpling?" The man snapped, striking the plastic bag from Su Jia's hands. The dumplings and burgers tumbled to the ground, soiled by the dirt. Tears streaming down her face, Su Jia crouched to pick up the food, her fingers trembling as she wiped the dirt from the dumplings. "Dad, my sister is pregnant. She only eats protein cakes every day. She and the baby will starve. You can't bring yourself to work. Please, think of her," Su Jia cried, cradling the dumplings on the ground, her sobs heart-wrenching. Qiao Yuan began to comprehend the situation. "You are not concerned about providing for your family, ensuring they are fed and clothed, yet you take out your frustrations on your daughter? What kind of man are you? Inept and cowardly." He helped Su Jia to her feet and seated her in a camping chair. "Su Jia has already sold me the 3 bottles of original fragrance. I will not give them back to you, no matter what. As for food, I will prepare more for Su Jia to ensure she does not suffer from hunger until she gives birth." The man, filled with rage, found himself powerless against Qiao Yuan. Su Jia hid behind him, unable to act. "Su Jia, if you have the guts, don't come back. Otherwise, I won't spare you." With a venomous glare at Su Jia, the man turned and left. "Are you all right?" Qiao Yuan crouched beside her, gently patting her back. "Did you mean what you just said? My sister has 2 months until her due date. Can you truly provide enough food for that time?" Su Jia asked, her voice quivering. "Once words are spoken, they cannot be taken back," Qiao Yuan replied. He then retrieved 2 large camping vehicles from his space, fervently loading supplies into them. An hour later, the vehicles were piled high with provisions. Seeing the food, Su Jia and Appos' tears turned to smiles. "This is wonderful. This will surely be enough for my sister." To prevent any potential highway robbery, Qiao Yuan decided to escort Su Jia back. Along the way, she learned much from Su Jia. It turned out her grandfather was the founder of Feiyun Fragrance. After 3 generations, it had become a renowned global brand, with Su Jia and her sister recognized as famous perfumers in their country. The original fragrance was considered a treasure by the Su family due to its mysterious formula and precious ingredients. Currently, Su Jia lived in a cramped building with her father, Su Guangjiang, and her sister, Su Qian. Due to the limited number of generators at the shelter, their building had no electricity. As the sun set, an eerie silence enveloped the entire structure. The dimly lit hallway was narrow and cluttered with garbage. Dad, please stop. I'm begging you, don't harm my child. Upon hearing this voice, Su Jia's face turned pale, and her steps faltered. Qiao Yuan followed her to room 109. Dad, open the door. Please don't hit my sister. It's all my fault. Just don't hurt her. Su Jia cried, knocking frantically on the door, but it was locked tight. Step aside. Qiao Yuan pulled Su Jia back. With a powerful kick, she broke down the door. Su Guangjiang stood there with a belt raised, while Su Qian cowered in the corner, protecting her belly. Have you lost your mind, Dad? My sister is pregnant. How can you strike her? Su Jia screamed, rushing into the room to check on Su Qian and Appo's injuries. What is wrong with punishing you? I am your father. In this world, I can do as I please, and no one will intervene. The Su family is finished anyway. We might as well die together. Su Guangjiang raged, smashing items around the room. Su Jia could only shield Su Qian, desperate to protect her. Pathetic. Qiao Yuan shouted. Su Guangjiang turned, fury in his eyes. Say that again, and see what happens. Their gaze locked, and then, Dream Eater. Su Guangjiang collapsed to the ground with a thud, rendered silent. The room was a chaotic mess, as if a thief had ransacked it. Thank you, Su Jia said, trembling in fear, yet still managing to express her gratitude to Qiao Yuan. Su Qian struggled to rise from the ground, looking at Qiao Yuan with confusion. You are an awakened one. Yes, my father. Su Qian glanced at Su Guangjiang on the floor. He fine. Just taking a nap, Qiao Yuan reassured her. Su Qian, with a complex expression, turned to Su Jia. What should we do? He gone mad. He truly might kill you. Sister, he striking you now, and you're pregnant. If something happens, it could mean the death of both you and the baby. Please, let us leave together, Su Jia implored, her voice breaking. But where can we go? Even if we leave, we can't escape the shelter, Su Qian replied, despairing. The two sisters embraced, helplessly crying together. Qiao Yuan could hardly bear to witness such a scene. After all, she planned to depart for the Eternal Fortress the following day, and there would be enough seats on the bus. Moreover, she had taken a liking to the art of perfumery practiced by Su Jia and her sister. If you two are truly determined to leave, you may come with me. After midnight, I will be leaving the Shuanghe district for the Eternal Fortress, a safe haven abundant with supplies where you can reside. Eternal Fortress? Su Jia hesitated, as her acquaintance with Qiao Yuan was still fleeting. You have until midnight to consider. If you decide to leave, wait for me at the entrance of the station courtyard. If I do not see you when I leave, I will not wait. Qiao Yuan left the camping vehicles behind and glanced back at Su Guangjiang, still convulsing on the ground. He won't awaken before midnight. You have ample time to think. Returning to the cultural square, she drove into the military compound and began her final day of self-sufficiency. Sha Xinping arrived promptly, teasing, Boss Qiao, I'll surely miss you. Without the need for probing, Qiao Yuan enjoyed conversing with Sha Xinping. He was witty and humorous, a charming officer. Hey, why hasn't Old Wu shown up today? Sha Xinping remarked, looking around. Old Wu? You mean that Officer Wu Bing beside Commander Xiao? Yes, he has been slacking off lately. I'll go fetch him. As Sha Xinping stood up, Commander Xiao Wei and Wu Bing approached from a distance. Turns out they were looking for the regiment commander. I wondered why he was absent. Qiao Yuan fixed her gaze on Wu Bing, sensing an inexplicable unease about him. He stood at the left rear of Xiao Weimo, his right hand concealed within his sleeve, progressively drawing closer to her. The weakness of Xiao Weimo, could it be that you would attack from her left side? Suddenly, a revelation struck Qiao Yuan as she recalled Wu Bing's words from the dead end yesterday. In that fleeting moment, she witnessed a dagger slipping from Wu Bing's sleeve. Xiao Weimo, be cautious. Chapter 71. A charming girl named December. Xiao Weimo was swift in evasion, but Qiao Yuan was even swifter. In what felt like a mere breath, Qiao Yuan drew an infinite pistol from the void and fired. Within those fleeting seconds, Xiao Weimo sensed a chilling intent of murder to her left, and slightly turned her head. The dagger of Wu Bing grazed her carotid artery, narrowly missing her skin by mere millimeters due to her timely dodge. A spray of crimson droplets fell from the air as she swiftly retreated a few steps, while Wu Bing and Apos' body softened and gradually collapsed. Blood continued to pour from the gaping wound in the center of his forehead. Turning around, Xiao Weima saw Qiao Yuan holding the gun. "You saved me," she remarked. "Even if I hadn't and Apos' fired, you would not have come to harm." Qiao Yuan's gaze swept over Xiao Weima's right hand, which was already gripping the dagger's hilt, indicating she had been prepared to eliminate Wu Bing. "Colonel, old Wu." How could he? Xia Xinping struggled to accept the reality of Wu Bing and Apos' betrayal. Just as Xiao Weima was about to speak, her expression suddenly hardened. "Defend. We are under attack," she shouted, swiftly drawing the knife from her waist. Qiao Yuan joined her side, raising her gun and scanning the surroundings, yet found no one. However, she had confirmed yesterday that Wu Bing had accomplices when she had tracked him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With several sounds, 5 figures appeared atop the walls of the military outpost. The one in the center, with white hair, stood out conspicuously in the night. Clad in a delightful cartoon hoodie and fitted sweatpants, she resembled a student. A black armband on her arm bore the red Arabic numeral 12. The other 4 individuals, either standing or crouching, appeared somewhat lazy, yet each was poised for attack. "Oh, failure?" The white-haired girl pouted, displeased as she gazed at Wu Bing lying on the ground. "Everyone knows her weakness. How could we still fail?" The long-haired man beside her wore a fearful expression. "Captain, it was my fault. I failed to seize the opportunity. If it weren't for that woman with the gun, Xiao Weima would already be dead. This is the first mistake you've made this month. I can forgive you. But if there is a next time, you shall become food for my little gray," she warned. The long-haired man's features twisted in distress, and he nodded heavily. "Yes, Captain." At that moment, the white-haired girl also noticed the gun-wielding woman her subordinate had mentioned. "Oh, it's you? Had I known you would become a variable in my plans, I should have eliminated you on your way here." With an innocent demeanor, she lifted her head, and Xiao Yuan caught a clear view of her features: petite stature, crescent-shaped eyes that always seemed to smile, and chubby cheeks adorned with 2 small dimples. "My name is December, it and Amp. Apos. A pleasure to meet you all." The girl giggled, greeting those in the courtyard. "The December of the Ghost Society?" Xiao Weima held her knife horizontally across her chest. Qiao Yuan had heard Xia Xinping mention the name of the Ghost Society's leader, yet she had not anticipated the overwhelming aura emanating from December alone. "We still do not know what abilities December possesses. When the fight commences, I may be unable to assist you. I am aware you have a trump card. Do not conceal it, for they are not ordinary awakened ones." Xiao Weima spoke more than she ever had before, and Xiao Yuan swiftly processed her words. This indicated that even Xiao Weima, a level 2 blade spirit, could not guarantee her ability to contend with the seemingly adorable girl. During this tense minute, the soldiers within the outpost had already activated their defensive mechanisms. From the dormitory adjacent to the administrative building, dozens of awakened individuals rushed out, unable to don their military uniforms in time. So many of them. This is somewhat troublesome. December leaped down from the wall, hands clasped behind her back, and then whistled towards the sky. As everyone looked up in confusion, a chorus of wind howls filled the air. Hearts plummeted as 3 creatures, resembling both eagles and pterosaurs, descended from above. Thud. When the beasts landed, the ground trembled beneath them. "Xiaolan, Xiaohei, Xiaohong, devour them," December commanded. The 3 colossal beasts opened their massive jaws, revealing countless sharp barbs within. "Xia Xinping, lead the charge against those 3 fiends," Xiao Weima shouted, drawing her blade and advancing. Xia Xinping waved his left hand, the air around him compressing into a blade. "Brothers, follow me." The other awakened ones unleashed their abilities, following Xia Xinping to confront the 3 monstrous birds. Meanwhile, Xiao Weima approached December with an enigmatic gait, intent on capturing the leader first. The courtyard erupted into chaos, while Qiao Yuan hid beside a bus, gun raised, firing repeatedly at the beasts. Yet their tough hides rendered her bullets ineffective. Glancing back at Xiao Weima, she fought fiercely against December and her 5 companions, her blade cutting through the air with formidable might. However, as the 5 closed in, Xiao Weima began to struggle. The weight of the blade became increasingly burdensome. "No, I must assist her. If Xiao Weima falls, the refuge will be at December's mercy, and I will perish as well." Qiao Yuan aimed at the long-haired man's head. The muted gunfire echoed, and he fell backward, a spray of blood erupting. Fortunately, lower-level awakened ones could not withstand bullets. Qiao Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and took advantage of the moment to eliminate another foe. Just as she was about to aim again, a sinister voice echoed from above. Shooting with a black gun is so uninteresting. She looked up to find December, who had somehow appeared beside the bus. As Qiao Yuan attempted to twist the ring on her hand, she realized her limbs had begun to move uncontrollably. An invisible force seemed to tear at her arms, fixing them to the bus like a crucifix. What kind of ability is this? Qiao Yuan pondered, trying to activate Dream Eater, but December remained curious about the bus, oblivious to her presence. Illuminated by the bus's three-dimensional lettering, Qiao Yuan saw her arms and legs entwined with red threads, the other ends connected to December. Could she possess two abilities? This bus is so adorable. I love it, December exclaimed, as if she had spotted a cherished toy. She gently wiggled her right index finger. Ugh! Qiao Yuan gasped as the red threads tightened, and upon closer inspection, blood began to seep from her flesh. She intends to cut me apart. December! Qiao Yuan shouted in desperation, hoping for just a glance. A single glance would enable her to activate Dream Eater and turn the tide of battle. Yet, despair flooded her as December's attention remained fixated on the flashy bus. It hurts. It's unbearable. The red threads had burrowed into her flesh, and every movement brought forth waves of agony. Blood trickled down the threads, and Qiao Yuan felt her body grow cold. Am I cursed with a calamity physique? Slowly, she lowered her head, ceasing her struggles. Ding! A faint cracking sound resonated, and Qiao Yuan felt her arms regain freedom. She lifted her gaze. Xiao Weima had swung her long knife, severing the crimson threads binding her to December. Are you all right? Xiao Weima supported Qiao Yuan's body. Yes, I'm far from death. Chapter 72. Xiao Weima's prosthetic limb in a fit of rage. December flung her arms, and a crimson thread suddenly burst forth from her sleeve. The originally supple thread straightened in midair, resembling a red ruler, and came crashing down towards Qiao Yuan's head. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Weima positioned herself in front of Qiao Yuan, her left arm raised defensively above her head. Crack! The red thread sliced into Xiao Weima and Appo's left arm. The entire sequence unfolded in a heartbeat, prompting Qiao Yuan to grit her teeth and twist her ring. December's mouth fell slightly agape, her eyes widening in disbelief. The movements of the three bizarre birds at the center of the courtyard slowed to a crawl. Now is the time. Strike swiftly, Qiao Yuan shouted towards Xia Xinping. Observing the near-motionless December, Xiao Weima swung her blade with unwavering intent, aiming to sever December's head. Yet, just as the blade was about to descend, a peculiar smile crept onto her lips. In the next moment, a figure darted past, snatching December away, and within a heartbeat, they vanished over the wall. Swallowed by the night. A sigh of relief escaped Qiao Yuan as she felt the pain surge through her body. She leaned against the bus, slowly sinking to the ground. The three bizarre birds, unable to retaliate, soon succumbed under the onslaught of the awakened. At that moment, two of December's subordinates remained in the courtyard, identical twins. During the earlier, slow-motion performance, Qiao Yuan had overlooked them. Sensing the shift in the situation, the twins scurried up the wall like geckos, fleeing the scene. Xia Xinping. Inform Gao Yuan that the shelter is in a state of emergency. All awakened must patrol 24 hours a day. No one is permitted to enter or exit the shelter without my command. Liao Quan. Take a team and search the city for members of the Ghost Society. Yes. With their orders given, Xia Xinping and Liao Quan promptly led their soldiers out of the garrison. Fetch Qiao Yuan and take her to the medical room. From this angle, Qiao Yuan caught a glimpse of Xiao Weima's profile. She was unflinching amidst the chaos, issuing commands with resolute authority, akin to a goddess of war. The steadfast anchor of the entire army. A soldier hoisted Qiao Yuan onto his back and carried her toward the medical room. Xiao Weima. Wait, Xiao Yuan called out to the departing Xiao Weima. Your arm? She inquired with concern. Earlier, in her defense, Xiao Weima's left arm had been wounded by the red thread. Xiao Weima offered a rare smile, removing her white glove from her left hand and rolling up her sleeve, revealing a metallic prosthetic limb adorned with a deep gash. Tend to your wounds. We shall speak upon my return. With that, Xiao Weima departed the garrison. The medical room was modest. A young soldier laid Qiao Yuan on the examination table. She appeared utterly battered, her body smeared with blood. Guanshan Shui furrowed her brow upon seeing the injured girl. In such a dire state? Once the soldier exited, she swiftly cut away Qiao Yuan's clothing. The red thread had been severed by Xiao Weima's blade, yet remnants remained embedded in Qiao Yuan's flesh. Take this. Guanshan Shui offered a pale blue capsule to her. What is it? Qiao Yuan asked, though she obediently swallowed it. It's a hemostatic capsule. Regardless of the severity of blood loss, one capsule will keep a person alive for 30 minutes. Remarkable technology. I've never heard of such a thing. Bear with it. Guanshan Shui instructed, employing tweezers and scissors to extract the red thread painstakingly. Qiao Yuan winced, cold sweat streaming down her face, yet she gritted her teeth in silence. After 20 minutes, even Guanshan Shui had beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Finally, it's all cleared out. She leaned back in her chair, wiping her brow. Qiao Yuan, now dulled by pain, felt the wounds begin to heal slowly without the thread and Oppo's obstruction. You're quite resilient, not at all delicate, Guanshan Shui remarked, removing her mask. Her gaze toward Qiao Yuan filled with admiration. Upon seeing Guanshan Shui and Oppo's striking features, Qiao Yuan momentarily forgot her pain. She resembled a snow lotus blooming atop a lofty mountain. Her eyes and brows exuding an ethereal calmness, her delicate face flawless and pale. Guanshan Shui reclined in her chair, raising a cup of water, observing Qiao Yuan through her glasses. Your injuries will heal swiftly. Rest a little longer. Commander, I had no idea you were so beautiful, Qiao Yuan blurted, entranced. Among the soldiers fetching food these past few days, there had been a female officer donning a white mask. Each time she came, Qiao Yuan had paid particular attention, never expecting her to be a medical officer. Just call me Guanshan Shui. Though Guanshan Shui appeared aloof, she was remarkably conversational, and during their time in the medical room, the two engaged in lively discussion. So, Xiao Weima severed her own arm? Truly a tough character. When she first awakened, she had been bitten by a zombie. In her struggle for survival, she had resorted to amputating her own arm. Now that you mention it, I admire her even more. Guanshan Shui took a sip of water, adding, but after she severed her arm, she realized that the awakened cannot contract the zombie virus. ISNT that just unfortunate? Qiao Yuan. This ISNT funny at all, dear sister. Cough cough. Guanshan Shui, perhaps you should reflect on your own past follies when mocking others? Hearing this, Guanshan Shui immediately straightened her posture, donned her mask, and resumed her cool demeanor. Ahem. Well, her injuries have healed. Qiao Yuan turned to see a weary Xiao Weima entering. December has fled? Yes, they escaped the shelter. We couldn't catch up. Xiao Weima removed her military jacket, revealing a short-sleeved shirt beneath. Her left arm gleamed with the unique luster of metal from the forearm to the hand. She skillfully detached the prosthetic limb and tossed it to Guanshan Shui. Can you assess if it's still usable? Guanshan Shui inspected the gash, fiddled with the metal fingers, and ultimately shook her head. It's beyond repair. Xiao Weima's expression remained unchanged as she silently reclaimed the prosthetic, preparing to reattach it. Understood. Qiao Yuan intercepted Xiao Weima, as if having made a resolute decision. How about you let me try fixing it? You can repair machinery? Xiao Weima inquired, surprised. Somewhat. Qiao Yuan replied, lacking confidence, but let me have a go. Perhaps I can restore it. Fine. Without further ado, Xiao Weima thrust the prosthetic into Qiao Yuan's arms. Glancing at the wall clock, she noted, it's almost midnight. I recall you saying to leave the Shuanghe district before midnight. Given the current unrest outside, let us wait until dawn to depart. Qiao Yuan nodded in agreement. Clutching the prosthetic, she returned to the bus. Passing by the courtyard entrance, she spotted Su Jia and Su Qian. The guarding soldiers were attempting to dissuade them. Qiao Yuan hurriedly relayed her intention to take Su Jia and Su Qian along to Xiao Weima. Approaching the entrance, she exchanged a few words with the soldiers, who then allowed them to pass. Su Jia gasped upon seeing the three enormous bizarre birds in the courtyard, covering her mouth to stifle a scream. Su Qian's face turned pale as she clung tightly to Su Jia's arm. Colonel Xiao, could you kindly arrange accommodations for them? I'll take them with me tomorrow. Xiao Weima glanced at Xia Xinping, who immediately understood. Follow me. Seeing the anxious expression on Su Jia's face, Qiao Yuan reassured her. You two go ahead. I'll call for you when it's time to leave. After sending the sisters off, Qiao Yuan boarded the bus, holding the prosthetic limb. Ding. Congratulations, host. The system has successfully upgraded to level 4 supermarket system. The upgrade package has been unlocked. The branch 1, gain the operational rights to a branch of the Lim Yuan supermarket, with the ability to set its location in an alternate dimension. and the host may freely alter the branch's address. The Anywhere door. The Limuan supermarket warehouse has been enhanced into an Anywhere door. The host can affix a note bearing the destination onto the door before entering, allowing for instantaneous arrival. The upgrade task has finally reached completion, thus enabling her to depart from this tumultuous place at any moment. Chapter 73. The awkward sister Qiao Weima summoned all the officers for a meeting, which promised to be a sleepless night. As she passed by the bus, she unconsciously glanced inside. Qiao Yuan was seated in the vehicle, busily sketching her prosthetic limb. With only 4 drawings completed, Qiao Yuan had hesitated for quite some time before deciding to attempt capturing the essence of Qiao Weima's prosthetic limb. She disassembled the limb, meticulously memorizing its internal structure, and began to shape it on a card with a pencil, eventually outlining it with an ink pen. As dawn broke, Qiao Yuan stretched and lifted her head, exclaiming, "Ah, it's done." On the table lay 2 metallic prosthetics that appeared almost identical, save for the right one, which remained unscathed without any notches. Early the next morning, Qiao Yuan entered Qiao Weima's office, carrying the prosthetic, and fortuitously encountered Xia Xinping. "Are you here to see the colonel? I have something for you," Qiao Yuan said, holding a black bag. Following Xia Xinping into the office, she closed the files on the table. "Take a look." When Qiao Weima saw Qiao Yuan retrieve the prosthetic from the black bag, her eyes lit up. It has indeed been repaired. As she fitted the prosthetic, it felt slightly heavier than the original. "There's a mechanism in the palm. Press it and see." Qiao Yuan indicated to her own palm. Confused, Qiao Weima noticed a protrusion in the center of the prosthetic's palm and pressed it. Suddenly, a short blade sprang forth. "What is this?" Qiao Weima exclaimed, drawing out the blade, which was dark and gleaming with a sharp edge. "I made some modifications, should the long blade be lost. You now have a short knife for protection," Qiao Yuan explained. Qiao Weima admired the blade, which appeared to be an artifact from ancient times. She swung it a few times, the sound cutting through the air with a chilling sharpness. "This is indeed a fine blade," she praised. "Colonel Qiao, I must take my leave," Qiao Yuan said, and as Qiao Weima regarded her with a meaningful glance, she expressed gratitude for the provisions provided over the past few days. She hesitated to inquire if Qiao Yuan would return, but refrained from voicing it. Had it been the day before, Qiao Yuan would have said she would come as fate allowed, but with the advent of the portal, she could visit any time, and she had also gained a business partner. "I will bring supplies again, and if possible, I hope to collaborate with you," Qiao Yuan conveyed, admiring Qiao Weima's integrity and principles, an invaluable quality in a partner. "Of course. The Shuanghe shelter welcomes you," Qiao Weima smiled for the second time. At 5:30 a.m., Qiao Yuan departed the shelter in a bus with Su Jia and Su Qian, heading towards Xiushan. Perhaps due to the completion of an upgrade task, Qiao Yuan found herself extraordinarily fortunate in the blind box lottery today. "Congratulations, host. You have received the item, Broken Mirror Reunited. Usage: if you have shattered something dear to you, it can be quite painful. At such times, place the broken item into the Broken Mirror Reunited, and after 30 seconds, it will be restored to its former glory." Upon hearing this, Qiao Yuan nearly lost her composure. Had she drawn this item yesterday, she wouldn't have had to waste a card. On the journey to Xiushan, Su Jia and Su Qian were astonished to discover that zombies would evade the bus, and the mutated beast seemed oblivious to its presence, even passing by without aggression. Thus, Qiao Yuan arrived at Xiushan around 10 a.m. The bus drew too much attention, so she concealed it at the foot of the mountain and walked to the gate with Su Jia and Su Qian. "Hello. Could you please help me find Ning Zhu and inform him that Qiao Yuan has arrived?" At the gate stood 2 men armed with submachine guns, who looked up in surprise upon hearing Qiao Yuan's name. "You are Qiao Yuan?" "Yes. Please wait a moment." One remained on guard while the other hurried off to report. Before long, Qiao Yuan saw Ning Zhu approaching with an urgent demeanor. "You finally made it." Although he initially smiled brightly, his expression shifted upon noticing the blood stains on Qiao Yuan's clothing. "Are you hurt?" He circled her, inspecting for injuries. "Just a scratch. I'm fine now. Allow me to introduce you to these 2, Su Jia and Su Qian. I hope you can offer them refuge." Without hesitation, Ningzhu replied, "Of course. Anyone you bring must be well taken care of. Come with me." He led the way, with Qiao Yuan and the 2 following closely. This marked Qiao Yuan's first visit to the Eternal Fortress, and as she beheld the sanctuary she and Ningzhu had built together, a profound sense of pride welled within her. Inside the quarantine walls lay the entirety of Xiushan, now bustling with life as the villas were occupied by people. With the increasing influx of refugees, Ningzhu had decided to expand their territory. This is my villa. You can rest here today. Su Jia and Su Qian. My sister will arrange accommodations for you. The temperature in Xiaoshan was notably cooler than down the mountain, having dropped to 3 degrees over the past 5 days. As they entered the villa, they were greeted by a warm atmosphere, with a fire crackling in the living room. Upon seeing Qiao Yuan enter with guests, 2 men and a woman in the living room immediately stood up. Su Qian is pregnant. Please ensure she receives extra warmth and proper nutrition, Ningzhu instructed. Understood, he replied, then turned to a girl standing in the living room. Shaolin, please arrange rooms for them and take special care of the pregnant woman. Shaolin. Qiao Yuan followed Ningzhu's gaze to the girl in a wool coat and velvet dress, who must be his sister, Ninglin. However, considering the cold and the apocalypse, wearing a dress and high heels seemed impractical. Ninglin furrowed her brow at Qiao Yuan, questioning, who is this woman? Why did my brother rush out at the mere mention of her name and insist on taking in her guests? Though resources at the Eternal Fortress were plentiful, the arrival of a pregnant woman posed challenges for future childcare. Shouldn't we have standards for the refugees we accept? Are we to take in anyone and everyone? Ninglin's tone conveyed her irritation. Brother, can't we set some criteria? We can't just take in every stray brought to us. Especially not a pregnant woman who cannot contribute and will only burden us, she continued, her words causing Qiao Yuan's expression to darken. Su Jia and Su Qian exchanged anxious glances. They had nowhere else to turn, and if they could not stay at the Eternal Fortress, a grim fate awaited them. Just as they were about to plead with Ninglin, Ningzhu interjected sharply. Shaolin, I have made my decision. Go and follow through. Xian and Qizheng gently restrained Ninglin, signaling her to remain silent. Though they shared her concerns about accepting unknown individuals, they recognized Ningzhu's authority and deemed further doubt unnecessary. Brother, who is she? Why is it that when she suggests keeping people, you immediately agree? Ninglin fumed. Her eyes filled with hostility as she glared at Qiao Yuan. In Ningzhu's heart, he understood that while his sister could be headstrong, she was inherently kind. Why? Upon meeting Qiao Yuan, did she react as if she were a spiky porcupine, bristling defensively? She is Qiao Yuan, the owner of Linyuan Supermarket. Do you have any objections? Ningzhu responded, his voice steady and authoritative. Chapter 74. The blue capsule will surely become a sensation. Ningzhu had never mentioned Qiao Yuan and Appo's identity to them. However, upon hearing about the owner of Lin Yuan Supermarket, expressions of disbelief appeared on Ninglin and the others' faces. The greatest support for the Eternal Fortress was Lin Yuan Supermarket. How could the owner of Lin Yuan Supermarket, who was not from this world, be here? Ninglin was skeptical and thought her brother's reasoning was fabricated. Brother, are you joking? Is this really your excuse to persuade us to accept them? Isn't that a bit childish? Qiao Yuan noticed that Ninglin seemed quite different from the gentle and pleasant sister that Ningzhu described. Where was the gentleness? She was clearly being aggressive. How could she, Ningzhu and Appo's biological sister, engage in such a rivalry among women? Just as Ningzhu was about to explain, Qiao Yuan pulled him aside. If you wish to know who I am, it's quite simple. Follow me. Qiao Yuan led the way out of the villa to the courtyard, with Ninglin following in her high heels. When everyone gathered in the backyard, Qiao Yuan stood still and silent. Hey, are you really just bringing us here to enjoy the fresh air? Ninglin said irritably. Yet, in the next moment, an extravagantly designed bus appeared in the yard. Space. A space awakener. Xian was the first to react. When they saw the mobile convenience store on the bus, no one doubted Qiao Yuan's identity any longer. You really are the supermarket owner? Qizheng stood on tiptoe to peek inside the bus, which was filled with food. Qiao Yuan turned to Ninglin. May I ask if you can arrange accommodations for these 2 friends? As for your concerns regarding the dietary needs of the pregnant woman and infant, I assure you they will not go hungry while I am here. Ninglin, looking like a firecracker that had lost its spark, turned pale. You too, come with me. Su Jia and her sister simultaneously looked at Qiao Yuan. Go on, they one team mistreat you, Qiao Yuan assured them. With her promise, they followed Ninglin out of the villa. I apologize, Shaolin is just a bit flustered due to concern. Ningzhu quickly apologized upon noticing Qiao Yuan's displeasure. Your biological sister, what can I say? Should I scold her for being so condescending? Qiao Yuan had a poor first impression of Ninglin. But no matter how unfavorable it was, it could not impede her business with Ningzhu. Stay for lunch. You bought so many vegetables and meats to stock up. Didn't and Appo's, to you? We and Appo's, been cooking for ourselves lately. Shaolin is quite a good cook. You should try her culinary skills, Ning Ju suggested, seemingly trying to ease the tension between Qiao Yuan and Ning Lin. Though Qiao Yuan was not particularly fond of this approach, she indeed had some information to share with Ning Ju. During lunch, in the dining room, besides Qiao Yuan, there were 4 others, the Ning siblings, Xian and Qi Zheng. Although Xie and Qi Zheng had not awakened their powers, they were high-ranking managers of the Eternal Fortress. At the table, Qiao Yuan paid no mind to Ning Lin's aggrieved expression. Instead, she shared her experiences and observations from the Shuanghe district with them. How many refugees are currently sheltered in the Eternal Fortress? Qiao Yuan inquired. 177, Xian replied. After December's failed ambush on Shao Weima, they are likely to shift their focus elsewhere. Therefore, you must intensify your patrols and remain vigilant. Understood, we will be cautious, Ning Ju affirmed, serving Qiao Yuan a piece of meat. Seeing this action, Ning Lin's lips twitched, and her expression gradually darkened. Once Qiao Yuan had clearly detailed the appearances and abilities of December and her subordinates, she began to eat seriously. Ning Lin's cooking was indeed decent, but it paled in comparison to the meals prepared by the uncles at Li Jingyu and Appo's police station. After hastily eating a few bites, Qiao Yuan decided to return to the supermarket. However, noticing Ning Lin's unfriendly gaze, she opted to exit the Eternal Fortress before using the command to return. Ning Ju, understanding her concerns, accompanied her down the mountain. Please tally their occupations before the apocalypse. Perhaps someone may be of use, as not all awakeners are versatile. Ning Ju felt warmth in his heart as he listened to Qiao Yuan's instructions. The fact that she thought of the Eternal Fortress first upon receiving information from Shuanghe district made him feel important in her eyes. Bidding farewell to Ning Ju, Qiao Yuan softly called out, "Open sesame." Upon seeing the familiar supermarket, she felt as though she had traversed time. Each trip to the apocalypse felt akin to circling in front of the King of Hell. Glancing at the clock, it was precisely 7 a.m. The supermarket was ready to open. Children headed to school chattered excitedly as they rushed into the supermarket for breakfast. After a flurry of activity, Qiao Yuan took a moment to rest behind the counter. Though it appeared as though she was resting, she was actually counting the earnings from recent days. In the space, there were 10 boxes. 3 contained gold bars, and the others were filled with various jewels. The haul was substantial. She could fetch a good price from Wang Xian. However, more importantly was, Qiao Yuan opened her palm to reveal a pale blue capsule. This was a hemostatic capsule given to her by Guan Shanxue. She had taken one from the box. For anyone suffering from severe bleeding, consuming it would buy them 30 minutes of life. Such a medication was unheard of in Xinghua or even the world at large. Perhaps if given to Xinyan, she might uncover something. With this thought, she resolved to visit the newborn biological technology laboratory. It was her first time at such a high-tech facility, and upon learning of her arrival, Xinyan rushed to the entrance, not even taking the time to remove her lab coat. I've been researching medications for trauma. This is our latest progress. Xinyan rattled off a series of technical terms, leaving Qiao Yuan bewildered. However, as she toured the lab, Qiao Yuan noticed that most of the staff were women, and it was evident that Xinyan treated the laboratory as her home. There was even a folding bed set up in her office. I came today to deliver this to you, Qiao Yuan said, carefully holding the capsule. What kind of medication is this? Xinyan adjusted her glasses for a closer inspection. I don't know its name, but it works wonders for severe bleeding patients, rapidly stopping blood loss and allowing for 30 minutes of rescue time. This is impossible. I've never heard of such a miraculous medication, especially not a capsule. Xinyan dismissed the blue capsule from a professional standpoint. Qiao Yuan reflected, Sister, you still have much to learn. In parallel worlds, with zombies and awakeners. What an amp, Appo's, so strange about a miraculous hemostatic capsule. You can analyze the capsule and amp, Appo's, composition and test its efficacy. If it proves to be as effective as I say, and you manage to research this capsule, the newborn biological technology laboratory could become renowned worldwide. Not only renowned, but it could also win awards. Xinyan smiled as she accepted the capsule. Though she remained skeptical about its potency, she decided to take it to the lab for testing out of respect for Qiao Yuan. Arriving at her office, Qiao Yuan glanced at the reports. The laboratory was still in its initial stages, and purchasing the necessary equipment was a significant expense. She transferred another 50 million to Xinyan before leaving. Back at the supermarket, nearing noon, Qiao Yuan frequently glanced towards the entrance, wondering when Li Jingyu would arrive. She missed the meals he brought her over the past few days. Just as she thought of him, Li Jingyu appeared at the supermarket entrance, carrying a lunchbox. At the same time, Qiao Yuan's phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Hello? Is this Miss Qiao Yuan? Yes, it is. May I ask who is calling? We are from the Nanyuan City television station. Recently, the Weichu Gallery has garnered significant acclaim within the industry, receiving a positive societal response. We understand that you are the owner of the Weichu Gallery, and thus, we would like to extend an invitation for you to participate in an interview program. Qiao Yuan has never appeared on television nor undergone an interview. Her instinct is to delegate this task to Wang Xian. I lack experience in recording programs, so you may consider interviewing Wang Xian from Qingshan Group, who is also a gallery owner. Miss Qiao, Mr. Wang will also be present as a guest on the show, so we kindly ask you to give it some thought. With Mr. Wang attending, it would be rather inappropriate for you not to go. After pondering for a few seconds, Qiao Yuan agreed, saying, All right, please send me the time and location for the recording, and I will attend. After producer Su Fong hung up the phone, she turned to the person opposite her. Zhao Zhao, ISN and Oppos. This approach somewhat inappropriate? Su Zhao tucked a stray hair behind her ear and replied, Sister Su. Isn't this intended to be a pleasant surprise for her? Chapter 75 What? Do you intend to engage in coercive buying? Sister Su. Consider this. We will broadcast live across the internet, and the daughter who has been abducted will unknowingly meet her biological parents on the show. How shocking. How moving. The viewership will undoubtedly soar. Su Fong was swayed by her words. Television programs are increasingly difficult to produce, with viewership being squeezed out by online platforms. In this context, having such a heartwarming reunion premise is indeed quite appealing. Furthermore, that Qiao Yuan is somewhat of a celebrity. The show's impact is likely to be substantial. Su Fong sent the recording time and location to Qiao Yuan. At the supermarket, Qiao Yuan was seated across from Li Jingyu, enjoying a meal. Upon noticing a text message on her phone, she chuckled. What news has you so delighted? Li Jingyu inquired. Qiao Yuan held up her phone to show him the message. We are recording a program at the television station tomorrow, my first time. Quite exciting. It seems your gallery is truly thriving, he remarked. Today, Wang Xian informed me that 3 of Ning Ju's paintings have been acquired by top-tier collectors from abroad. His works will surely appreciate in value. The other 2 artists have also entered auctions, and the Art Association awarded Yin Xiao a Rising Star Award. Qiao Yuan felt elated, her appetite soaring. Today, the braised beef and vermicelli with baby cabbage that Li Jingyu brought were devoured in mere 30 minutes. Oh, I've missed the meals from your cafeteria, uncle. These past few days? You were gone for just 1 day, right? Have you lost your mind? Li Jingyu teased, grabbing a bottle of mineral water from the shelf and handing it to Qiao Yuan. She chuckled lightly. Indeed, in the midst of this busyness, one can easily lose track. Let us gather at the police station at 7 a.m. on Saturday. We'll set off then. Absolutely. After washing her lunchbox, Li Jingyu happily took his bag and left for work. Since she would represent the gallery on the show tomorrow, Qiao Yuan contemplated her attire. She returned to the mall, opting again for the boutique and Oppos, fragrant grandma, and Oppos, where the staff remembered her lively demeanor. They prepared 3 casual outfits and a low-key yet elegant professional ensemble, perfect for appearing on television. As Qiao Yuan exited the boutique laden with 4 bags, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air. The staff, noticing her curiosity, approached and explained, Miss Qiao, we are hosting a launch event for our high-end perfume on the 5th floor today, featuring renowned perfumers from across the nation. You might find it intriguing. A perfume launch? She had never attended one before. However, if perfumers were present, perhaps they could evaluate the original fragrance that Su Jia had crafted for her. Setting her clothing aside, Qiao Yuan headed to the 5th floor. There, a temporary display for the perfume launch had been set up in the central area. With an invitation from the boutique manager in hand, Qiao Yuan smoothly entered the venue and took a seat. The so-called launch involved a gathering of professional perfumers and journalists. The host introduced the new fragrances, followed by perfumers providing their insights. The event concluded with a sampling session, and Qiao Yuan obtained a 2 milliliter sample to try. The scent was rather mediocre. She mumbled softly, unaware that someone nearby overheard her. On what grounds do you deem this fragrance mediocre? What do you know about perfume? What do you know about fragrances? Had it been before, she would have refrained from responding. But this perfume was undeniably inferior compared to the original scent Su Jia had given her. She looked up to see a man clad in a vintage national-style robe, with a delicate appearance, holding a folding fan. The host, witnessing the scene, quickly interjected, Alvin, Your perfume is undoubtedly world-class. It's simply a matter of personal preference. Perhaps this fragrance isn't suited for this young lady. So, this Alvin was the perfumer behind the fragrance. No wonder he appeared displeased, having spoken carelessly. Just as Qiao Yuan was about to apologize, Alvin huffed, "My perfume is not something everyone deserves." This remark ignited Qiao Yuan's temper. "I may not be a connoisseur of perfumes, but I can certainly distinguish a superior scent. The fragrance I possess is far more delightful than yours." She reached into her pocket and retrieved the original scent Su Jia had given her. "I may lack knowledge of the components of fragrances, but I can discern quality. This bottle is far more pleasant than yours." She thrust the scent into his hands. Alvin examined the crystal bottle, uncapping it to inhale its aroma. Humph, not even a label. His eloquent speech faltered, mouth agape, eyes wide with shock, his body frozen like a statue. "How does it compare? Is it not more aromatic than your perfume?" Qiao Yuan asked, a hint of pride in her tone. Snapping back to reality, Alvin hastily recapped the bottle, cradling it as if it were a precious treasure. "Where did you acquire this fragrance? Would you sell it to me? I'll pay any price." The host, startled by Alvin's reaction, glanced at the crystal bottle, wondering if it truly was a rare fragrance. Seeing his expression, Qiao Yuan felt confident about the scent's value. She certainly would not part with it. "I'm sorry, but this was a gift from a friend. It's for my collection, not for sale." Retrieving the fragrance, she turned to leave, but Alvin quickly stepped in her path. "This fragrance will hold no value in your hands. It's better to sell it to me. I'll offer you 2 million. He scrutinized her. "You may never earn 2 million in your lifetime." "Excuse me? Who do you think you're looking down on? I can earn 2 million in a single day," Qiao Yuan scoffed. Alvin clenched his jaw. "People like you from the lower class shouldn't boast without foundation. 500,000 should suffice." Though unacquainted with Alvin, Qiao Yuan perceived his demeanor as that of a privileged heir, born with an unearned sense of superiority. "I've said I want to sell, and I mean it." With a firm push, she attempted to leave the venue, but Alvin stumbled slightly and blocked her again. Before she could react, 4 men in black suits with earpieces stepped in front of her. "What? In broad daylight? Are you resorting to coercive tactics?" Qiao Yuan sneered. Their altercation drew the attention of many onlookers, prompting the host to intervene. "Alvin, don't cause a scene. This isn't Jingbei." Alvin glared at Qiao Yuan's retreating figure, rage simmering within him. Over the years, even in Jingbei City, no one had dared to defy him so openly. Facing the 4 imposing men, Qiao Yuan remained unfazed. They were mere bluster. "You all, step aside." Upon Alvin and Appo's command, the 4 bodyguards parted, allowing Qiao Yuan to exit the venue. She proceeded to the 2nd floor to collect her clothing and left the mall, completely unaware of the trouble she had stirred. Alvin brushed past the host and approached his bodyguards. "Find out everything about that woman. I must acquire that fragrance." "Understood." The host looked at Alvin with concern, dismayed. Of all people to provoke, why this notorious heir from Jingbei City? "I hope you can escape unscathed." Chapter 76. "You came, yet you scold me?" Qiao Yuan returned to the supermarket, her spirits high as she carried new clothes. Over the past few days, she had been akin to a little hamster, purchasing items bit by bit, and the villa finally began to exude a sense of liveliness. Upon opening the supermarket door, she spotted a figure, Nan Rongchingen. After securely locking the door, she noticed him emerging from behind the shelves. "You're back," he stated with a casual tone, merely offering a customary greeting. Yet, a keen observer would discern the deep concern lurking in his eyes. Qiao Yuan placed her clothes on the counter, cheerfully responding, "I'm back. And I've made quite a fortune, though I must echo an old adage, fortune favors the bold." A hint of anxiety crept into Nan Rongcheng's voice as he stepped closer, inquiring, "Did you encounter danger?" Interpreting his concern as worry for her safety as a supplier, which could potentially impact the Qianling group. Qiao Yuan prepared a cappuccino for him and an iced mocha for herself. Seated at the counter, she recounted her experiences at the Shuanghe district shelter in detail. "It seems the Ghost Society truly has backing from higher-ups," Nan Rongcheng remarked with a cold laugh. "You all must remain vigilant." Subsequently, Qiao Yuan informed him about the abilities of December and his subordinates. "I'll grab some rice bowls and head back to instruct them to be cautious." Nodding like a chick pecking at grain, she added, "Let me help you with the packing." As the supermarket closed for the evening, Qiao Yuan opted not to return home, but instead drove to the Qingfeng restaurant. Both the restaurant and the adjacent bar were undergoing renovations with remarkable efficiency, and the establishment was beginning to take shape. Boss, at this rate, we'll be open in a week, Do Long said, rubbing his hands together with excitement. Qiao Yuan pondered for a moment, noting that the chef must sign a confidentiality agreement to keep the recipes secure, and it would be wise to offer the chef a stake in the business. Understood, understood. We should also set higher prices. And don't hesitate to spend initially. Invite some influencers to promote the restaurant and build its reputation. Do Long diligently noted her words in a small notebook, eager to make an impact. On her way home, Qiao Yuan contemplated enlisting Wang Xian's assistance to lend some flair to the grand opening. She had no intention of taking a down-to-earth approach. Ideally, the launch would create a splash, attracting affluent patrons seeking unique culinary experiences. Upon returning to the villa, Qiao Yuan meticulously examined the rewards and blind boxes associated with her recent upgrade tasks. The so-called mending the broken mirror item was indeed a mirror. She casually tore some sticky notes from the table and placed the shreds on the mirror's surface. To her amazement, the fragments began to shift and gradually reassemble until a complete sticky note emerged, without a trace of the original damage. Curious, she experimented with a cup and clothing, discovering that smaller items could simply be placed on the mirror, while larger ones would be absorbed, returning intact upon release. However, she was still unsure about the specifics of opening a branch store. System? How do I open a branch? The host must select a suitable geographical location and silently think of opening a branch. Lin Yuan's supermarket will then appear. Do I need to find a storefront? Not necessary. An empty space will suffice. Can it be established in the apocalypse? Yes. What if someone becomes envious and attempts to rob the supermarket? The system has an automatic protection mechanism. Awakened individuals entering the supermarket cannot use their abilities, except for the supermarket owner. Wow. Qiao Yuan lay back on the sofa, her legs swinging joyfully. This is quite extraordinary. To open a supermarket in the apocalypse, and I'm in charge. Meanwhile, not far from her, at Wang Xian's home, Li Hua received a call from Su Zhao. What did you say? Qiao Yuan's background is so extraordinary? After hanging up, Wang Qingyao, dressed in a bathrobe, entered the bedroom. Qiao Yuan, you know her too? Li Hua shot a disapproving glance at her husband. Honestly, you should care more about her son. Wang Qingyao dismissed her concern, saying that as long as Wang Xian was fond of her, her background was irrelevant. Li Hua jabbed his forehead with her finger, exclaiming, "You're such a clueless father. Last time she had dinner at our place, she casually gifted me a pair of emerald earrings. Where do you think she got such treasures? A girl who lacks self-respect and virtue cannot enter our Wang family." Wang Qingyao lay back down, saying, "Don't worry. Our children will find their own fortune." However, Li Hua, leaning against the bed, grew increasingly uneasy. "No, I must pay Qiao Yuan a visit tomorrow to clarify things." After a night of sweet dreams, Qiao Yuan awoke feeling particularly refreshed. It was Friday, and after completing her tasks for the day, she could join Li Zhengyu and the others for team-building activities on Saturday. The television station required her to arrive by 3 p.m. for filming, necessitating makeup and styling. While waiting for Li Zhengyu to bring lunch, Qiao Yuan began to ponder how to utilize the remaining 3 cards, doodling on a scrap of paper. "I didn't know you could draw," she heard a voice exclaim. Looking up, she found the elegant Li Hua before her. "Auntie, what brings you here?" It was clear that a woman of her stature visiting Qiao Yuan's supermarket was not merely for shopping. Li Hua strolled around the store, organized yet aware of how little a supermarket could earn. Returning to the counter, she placed a jewelry box on the table. "The gift you sent last time was too extravagant. I cannot accept it." Qiao Yuan merely replied, "Oh," before pocketing the jewelry box. "Not accepting it fits perfectly. I'll sell it to Wang Xian. Just think of how many supplies I could acquire with 1 million, how many lives it could save. Gifting it to you would be a waste." Li Hua's expression faltered as she saw Qiao Yuan's nonchalant demeanor. The untraceable origin of the item made her uneasy. If Qiao Yuan still failed to grasp Li Hua's implications, she would be foolish indeed. "Are you implying something? Speak plainly, don't waste my time." Li Hua raised her chin defiantly. "What I mean is, do not pursue Wang Xian. You, a country bumpkin, are unworthy of him. Though you may be wealthy, did you earn that wealth through your own merit? We are all women here. There is no need for me to engage in this farce. I've seen many girls like you. You latch onto a few wealthy men, fashion yourself as a rich beauty, and then attempt to seduce young heirs, hoping for a rapid ascent to fame? Dream on. Your insides and outsides are utterly filthy. It's truly repulsive." Chapter 77. Settling your mother. Qiao Yuan felt utterly perplexed. Was she out of her mind? Had she forgotten to take her medication before stepping out? How can you speak like that? She retorted. If it weren't for Wang Xian operating your gallery, would you have earned so much? Li Hua scoffed. All I need to do is sever his ties with you. And let's see how you maintain your facade after that. Are you certain you want him to stop collaborating with me? Qiao Yuan laughed in anger. You'd best call him now and ask for his thoughts. If he agrees, I have no objections. Qiao Yuan was unaware of the exact amount Wang Xian had profited through her, but the jewelry that had been auctioned alone could likely sustain him for a lifetime. Li Hua smirked. My son is beyond my control. She took out her phone and dialed Wang Xian in front of Qiao Yuan. Hello, son. You need to withdraw from the gallery today and cut off all ties with Qiao Yuan from now on. Yes, I'm at Lin Yuan supermarket. Whatever Wang Xian said made Li Hua's voice suddenly rise in pitch. Come here immediately. It's essential to clarify things. I dislike this dubious character. After hanging up, Li Hua glared at Qiao Yuan, panting with anger. It was all because of her that Wang Xian had become distant. And she had the audacity to say that Li Hua was meddling. In less than half an hour, Wang Xian arrived at Lin Yuan supermarket, driving at breakneck speed. Upon seeing him parking outside, Li Hua felt a surge of confidence. Just wait and see. Even if Wang Xian has taken a liking to you, I will not let you marry into our family. Qiao Yuan shrugged, exasperated. Why on earth would I want to marry your son? Ridiculous. Wang Xian parked the car and rushed into the supermarket. Upon seeing his mother glaring fiercely and Qiao Yuan appearing indifferent, he was at a loss. Tentatively, he asked Mom, why didn't you inform me you were coming to Lin Yuan supermarket? What? Should I report my whereabouts to you? Li Hua snapped. You're just in time. Let us clarify things today. I do not want you involved with this woman any further, be it in life or work. You'd best cut all ties with her. Wang Xian was taken aback and quickly apologized to Qiao Yuan. I'm sorry. My mom might not be fully aware of the situation. Please don't take it to heart. I'll explain everything to her. Li Hua was furious. After only a few words, Wang Xian was already siding with Qiao Yuan. Wang Xian, what do you see in her? Are you even aware of her biological parents? Before Li Hua could finish, Wang Xian pulled her away, saying apologetically to Qiao Yuan, I'm sorry. I will handle this. Seeing his young master usher his mother into the car, the chauffeur decided to follow them. Once the car door closed, Li Hua began to berate Wang Xian. What were you thinking? She's nothing but an uncouth wild girl. What do you find appealing about her? To the point of running a gallery for her? Have you lost your mind? Wang Xian was seething with anger. He understood his mother's disdain for Qiao Yuan, but he never expected her to confront him directly. He pondered how much he would have to do to change her perception of him. Mom, you only know I opened a gallery for her, but do you know where those paintings came from? They are all from artists Qiao Yuan signed. Collectors are fighting to buy them. Just yesterday, a painting titled Spring in the Mountains by Ning Ju sold for over 3 million. Li Hua's mouth hung open in shock. This was clearly not what she had anticipated. The more Wang Xian thought about it, the angrier he became, eventually pulling over to the side of the road. I intended to open a gallery anyway. Qiao Yuan has access to artists. We are collaborating. Setting aside the gallery for now. Do you have any idea how much jewelry she has sold to me recently? Just a few days ago, she brought me a box of jewelry. Uncle Fong assessed it and told me that at auction, it could fetch at least 500 million. As the wife of the Qing Shan Group's president, Li Hua was no stranger to large sums of money, but even she could not fathom casually handling billions worth of jewelry. Where did she acquire so much jewelry? Isn't it all just gifts from others? Wang Xian found this amusing. How many people in the country could afford to gift a woman over 10 billion in jewelry? Moreover, Uncle Fong said he had never seen such pieces. They have never circulated in any auction house or jewelry shop worldwide. Qiao Yuan never concerns herself with money. She sells at the most reasonable prices. Just from the jewelry she has sold me at a discount, Qingshan Pawn Shop has already profited 800 million. Mom, if she took these to another auction house, they would treat her like royalty. Do you really think she is after my money? Wang Xian chuckled bitterly. Qiao Yuan is simply lazy. She has grown accustomed to collaborating with me. After your interference today, I have no idea how to explain things to her. Li Hua had not anticipated Qiao Yuan's immense capabilities. Perhaps she had underestimated her. Yet, given her background, how could that be possible? Do you know her background? She could very well be a kept woman for some big shot. Li Hua retorted. I mentioned it to your father, and he thought I was just looking for trouble. Seeing that Li Hua was still adamant about tarnishing Qiao Yuan's reputation, Wang Xian could no longer contain himself. Mom, if she were that kind of person, would she open a small supermarket across from the school? If she were that type, Could Li Jingyu possibly be interested in her? Li Hua suddenly looked up. Li Jingyu likes her? Wang Xian felt overwhelmed. Yes, Li Jingyu likes her, and I do too. But Qiao Yuan clearly has no interest in me. Enough. From now on, do not meddle in our affairs. Wang Xian felt utterly drained, as if he were striking cotton with his fists in his futile attempt to communicate with his own mother. Meanwhile, Qiao Yuan was eating the meal brought by Li Jingyu. Yet today, she seemed somewhat distracted. Li Hua's earlier comments had sown seeds of doubt in her mind. Country bumpkin, biological parents. Her household registration was in Nanyuan City, not in the countryside, and Li Hua's mention of biological parents made her wonder if she truly knew her origins. Did she know who her real parents were? What could possibly be hidden from her? Moreover, after the incident with Li Tsuhong and Jiang Maoxing at the gallery, they had not reappeared, which seemed illogical. Qiao Yuan felt that a conspiracy was lurking, but she had yet to grasp its intricacies. What's wrong? Is the food not to your liking? Li Jingyu noticed her unusual demeanor. No, it's delicious. I was just a bit nervous thinking about recording the program at the television station later. Qiao Yuan chuckled lightly. Speaking of the program, Li Jingyu inquired curiously, you left in such a hurry yesterday. What kind of program is it? It's a talk show about the gallery. Wang Xian is going too, and it would be inappropriate for me not to attend, Qiao Yuan replied. At Nanyuan Television, you might even run into Su Zhaozhao. She is a host there. Qiao Yuan sensed something fleeting in her mind, but she could not quite grasp it. Chapter 78, Live Broadcast of Reckoning After Lunch. Qiao Yuan changed her clothes and prepared to head to the television station. Suddenly, the warehouse door rattled. Nan Rongcheng arrived punctually, and as he crossed the shelves to reach the counter, his eyes widened in surprise upon seeing Qiao Yuan. Today, she donned a blue gradient casual suit. Although her hair and makeup were yet to be done, her demeanor exuded an elevated elegance. You look quite different today. This was considered a compliment from Nan Rongcheng, and Qiao Yuan shrugged it off. I'm going to the television station to record a program. Feel free to take anything from the store. Recording a program? Nan Rongcheng pondered Qiao Yuan's identity. Could it be that in this world, supermarket owners are all celebrities? After securing the supermarket, Qiao Yuan left him behind and drove to the television station, arriving precisely at 3 p.m. An assistant greeted her and led her to the makeup room. Am I the only one getting makeup done? What about Wang Xian? Where is everyone? Qiao Yuan inquired. Glancing around the empty makeup room, the assistant smiled and explained, we operate on a one-on-one basis here. Qiao Yuan intended to ask more, but the makeup artist had already begun her work. Indeed, the makeup artists at the television station were meticulous. The process of makeup and hairstyling took over 2 hours, leaving Qiao Yuan's back aching. Finally, after the last touch was completed, she hurried to the restroom. The restroom was deserted, and just as Qiao Yuan finished and prepared to exit, a familiar voice caught her attention. Rest assured, just follow my instructions, and Qiao Yuan will definitely recognize you. Qiao Yuan froze for a moment. The next second, she heard Li Chui Rong's sycophantic voice. Thank you so much. If it weren't for your help, we wouldn't have found our daughter so smoothly. With so many viewers and online spectators present, she felt compelled to acknowledge them. Yes. It's all thanks to your idea. The voices faded away, and after a while, Qiao Yuan emerged from the restroom. Now it made sense. No wonder Wang Xian's mother knew about my background, and no wonder the television station suddenly invited me for a program. Su Zhaozhao, you truly played this trick. Since you insist on being the clown, don't blame me for being ungracious. Qiao Yuan took out her phone and called Li Zhengyu. Make sure to watch the live broadcast on Nanyuan TV. Something feels off. Li Zhengyu, bewildered by Qiao Yuan's words, asked, what is going on? Just watch the live broadcast. I hope I'm overthinking it. After hanging up, Qiao Yuan returned to the makeup room, feigning nonchalance as she awaited the recording. At 6 p.m., the assistant came to fetch her. Miss Qiao, please follow me to the recording studio. We are about to start. Qiao Yuan held the frog whistle against her chest and smirked coldly. Just wait. Following the assistant through a maze of corridors, they finally reached the studio. Before the assistant could open the door, Qiao Yuan heard a cacophony of noise from within. Feigning confusion, she asked, isn't this a talk show? Why are there so many audience members inside? The assistant awkwardly chuckled and clarified, that's pre-recorded audience laughter. We were just adjusting the sound. Oh, Qiao Yuan nodded, her shadowy eyes making the assistant uneasy. You can go in now. The host is waiting for you. With that, the assistant hurriedly exited. As Qiao Yuan stepped into the studio, she found herself surrounded by heavy drapes, obscuring her view of the outside. The most touching moment is upon us. How many of us experience only a few 22 years, filled with regrets and tears of remorse? We hope today that uncles and aunts can fulfill their wishes. Su Zhao's voice was rich with emotion, tinged with a hint of tears. Suddenly, the drapes fell away, and Qiao Yuan appeared before the audience, radiant and youthful. At that moment, she realized that there were at least 100 spectators in the studio, with several special guests seated in the front row. On stage stood 3 individuals, Su Zhao, Jiang Maosheng, and Li Chuirong. All eyes, including the cameras, were fixed upon her. Su Zhao, clutching the script, felt a wave of unease wash over her. Qiao Yuan's reaction seemed off. There was no anger, shame, or fright. Her calm eyes suggested she was already aware of what was about to unfold. Noticing Qiao Yuan's lack of response, Su Zhao rushed over. "Miss Qiao, this is a surprise our team prepared for you, which is why we didn't inform you in advance. For 22 years, your biological parents have awaited your return home." Jiang Maosheng supported Li Chuirong as they approached Qiao Yuan. "Tiandi, Mom has missed you so much. I'm so sorry," Li Chuirong lamented, her performance overflowing with theatrics. "You were abducted by human traffickers, and I've cried every day. My tears are all but dried up." The touching scene made the audience bow their heads to wipe away their tears, while several guests were visibly moved. Meanwhile, Li Zhengyu, far away at the Double Towers District Criminal Investigation Team, trembled as he stared at his phone. Su Zhao. She had orchestrated such an elaborate scheme against Qiao Yuan. "Everyone, please understand. Qiao Yuan must be overwhelmed with emotion right now. She may need a moment to process meeting her biological parents. Is there anything you wish to say?" Su Zhao extended the microphone towards Qiao Yuan, her smugness unhidden. "Okay, good." Qiao Yuan's gaze swept past Su Zhao to Li Chuirong. Then she concealed the frog whistle in her palm and gently blew into it. Li Chuirong suddenly felt her mind go blank, completely forgetting what she intended to say. "Was your daughter sold?" Qiao Yuan finally spoke, her voice unsettlingly calm. Su Zhao caught a glimpse of Li Chuirong stepping back. No, before Li Chuirong could finish, Jiang Maosheng interrupted. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Qiao Yuan took 2 steps forward, closing the distance to Li Chuirong. "How did your daughter leave home?" My husband and I sold Tiandi to a trafficker for 2,000 yuan. He said the child was too old at 3 years. Had I known, I would have sold her right after she was born." Li Chuirong's confession sent shockwaves through the audience as they witnessed a stunning reversal unfold before their eyes. In fact, Su Zhao was equally flustered. This was not how the plan was supposed to go. "Why did you sell your daughter?" Qiao Yuan had now reached Li Chuirong. Jiang Maosheng attempted to stop Li Chuirong from speaking further, but upon seeing Qiao Yuan, he found himself powerless. "She's just a girl. I had 3 daughters in a row, and the villagers gossiped every day. I grew tired of seeing her. I tossed her into the ditch, but luckily, the eldest found her." Qiao Yuan nearly slapped her in disbelief. She had always known her parents were distant, but she never imagined it could be to this extent. With the situation spiraling out of control, and given that Su Zhao had specifically chosen to stream the program live, it was evident that at least hundreds of thousands were watching. "Oh, so why did you come to find her now?" Li Chuirong's gaze had turned vacant, her speech slow. "I saw her on television. She has money. Our family is so poor we can barely make ends meet. Shouldn't she help us? Her brother is about to court someone. How can that happen without money?" Qiao Yuan smiled. "Host, this is what I wanted to say to them. What do you think?" At this moment, the control room was in utter chaos. Producer Su Fong, upon witnessing the barrage of comments and messages across various platforms, was taken aback. "How shameless can this family be, attempting to use their biological daughter as a mere pawn?" she exclaimed. "What a ridiculous program. Has the young woman even consented to this? This is a blatant invasion of privacy. They sold their own child, and now they have the audacity to return seeking her out. Can the production team not conduct themselves with some decency? They are nothing but accomplices to human trafficking, and the host is utterly revolting." Presenting this as a surprise rather than the shock it truly is, Su Fong gritted her teeth, cut the live broadcast. Now, Chapter 79 Warning. Do not provocateur me. Su Zhao was taken aback when Qiao Yuan suddenly spoke to her. Stumbling over her words, she muttered, we. 10 minutes passed, and Li Zurong felt her legs weaken. She regained her senses, recalling the words she had just uttered. Her father. I don't know what is wrong with me. Jiang Maosheng instinctively raised his hand, but as he remembered they were recording a show, he forcibly restrained his arm. "You worthless fool." Qiao Yuan took control of the situation, striding onto the stage and seating herself on the sofa. "Miss Host, may I inquire what we shall do next? Should I contact the police? If I recall correctly, parents selling their children is punishable by law." Su Zhaozhao was in a state of panic, utterly shocked to learn that Jiang Maoxing and Li Zirong had sold their biological daughter. Her intention had merely been to have Qiao Yuan acknowledge her parents on the show, so that her cousin and Jingyu would see her as a victim of such disgraceful parents and would no longer have any affection for her. The invited guests exchanged glances, their prepared emotional speeches now reduced to mere farce. An oppressive silence fell over the venue. Su Feng rushed into the studio from the control room. "Miss Qiao, I apologize. It was our failure to investigate thoroughly. We neglected our duties." "Su Zhaozhao, why don't you apologize to Miss Qiao?" Su Zhaozhao had never endured such humiliation and bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. "Apologies are unnecessary. When the police arrive, you can explain everything to them," Qiao Yuan declared, holding up her phone. "I am the psychological consultant for the criminal investigation team of Shuangta district, and I have already notified my colleagues." Hearing that the police were on their way, Li Zirong and Jiang Maoxing trembled like leaves in the wind. "Tiandi, how could you call the police? We are family. You cannot do this. Your mother is confused. What she said earlier was not true. Do not take it seriously." Listening to their words made Qiao Yuan feel nauseated. Li Jingyu noticed the live broadcast had taken an unexpected turn and received a distress message from Qiao Yuan. He rushed to the television station with his subordinates, repeatedly imagining how helpless Qiao Yuan must have felt standing on that stage. If not for his hypnotic abilities, he shuddered to think how that couple would have exploited her. Fortunately, Qiao Yuan trusted him, and he had seen her live stream. Otherwise, she would have suffered greatly. By the time he arrived at the studio, the producer had already dismissed the audience and guests. In the now empty studio, Qiao Yuan sat alone in a corner, her expression unreadable. "Jingyu." Su Zhaozhao looked at Li Jingyu with a sense of grievance, ready to pour out her troubles, only to find he didn't even spare her a glance, prompting her to rush to Qiao Yuan's side. "Are you all right?" Li Jingyu exchanged glances with Qiao Yuan, noticing her unusual calmness. "I'm sorry for the trouble you had to go through at this late hour," he said. After a brief assessment of the situation, the police took Jiang Maoxing and Li Zirong away. "Are they truly your biological parents?" Li Jingyu asked hesitantly. "More or less," Qiao Yuan replied candidly. She had no qualms discussing this topic since Li Jingyu had already investigated her background and knew she was adopted. "Let us go. I'll give you a ride home." As they passed Su Zhaozhao, Qiao Yuan cast her a significant glance. "Miss Su, in the future, if there are any surprises like this, it would be prudent to notify me in advance." I had no idea." Su Zhaozhao stammered, silenced by Li Jingyu's glare. After taking Jiang Maoxing and Li Zirong back to the police station, Qiao Yuan had to sidestep due to familial ties. However, Li Jingyu informed her that such cases typically carried a minimum sentence of 5 years. 5 years? Truly a light sentence for them. Returning to the supermarket that night, Qiao Yuan left a note on the warehouse door for Nan Rongqing and Ning Zhu to pick up. She also took a mountaineering backpack and several clothing items from the outdoor rack. Tomorrow was Saturday, the day they had agreed to go on a team-building outing with the police. Ding dong. Task 10 is now released. Please collect 20 sincere thanks within 3 days. Qiao Yuan was momentarily distracted. The system's tasks were becoming increasingly challenging. 20 sincere thanks in 3 days was no small feat as she drove back to the villa. She spotted someone standing at her doorstep. Judging by the figure, it was likely Wang Xian. Once the car was parked, Wang Xian hurried over, looking flustered. After several seconds of hesitation, he bowed to Qiao Yuan. "I'm so sorry. I'm terribly sorry." Qiao Yuan understood that Wang Xian was unaware of the situation. Yet Su Zhaozhao and Li Hua's actions were inextricably linked to him. "This has nothing to do with you." Anger simmered within her. Anyone in her position would feel the same outrage. "I never anticipated Zhaozhao would resort to such measures. She must have lost her mind." "Wang Xian, do I appear to have a particularly good temper?" Qiao Yuan suddenly posed. "Well, yes, quite." She beckoned him closer. "Return and tell Su Zhaozhao and your mother. If they provoke me again, I will ensure they regret it for life." "I am not jesting." Wang Xian was taken aback by the ferocity in Qiao Yuan's gaze. Her eyes seemed capable of killing. "All right, rest assured, they will definitely not bother you again. Our business will continue." Wang Xian breathed a sigh of relief. As long as business continued, it indicated she had not lost confidence in him. "Remember, we are merely business partners. I harbor no romantic feelings for you, and I care even less for your family's wealth as the richest in Nanyuan City. Take care of your mother and sister. That is my bottom line. Wang Xian's eyes dimmed instantly as he nodded in silence. As Qiao Yuan stepped inside, Wang Xian departed in a daze. Upon entering his home, Wang Qingyao immediately glanced behind him, his expression darkening. Didn't you invite her inside? Wang Xian managed a bitter smile. Invite her in? It would be a miracle if she didn't beat me up. Lei Hua, sitting on the sofa, dismissed the matter. Zhao Zhao didn't mean any harm. She had good intentions without knowing the intricacies of the past. Wang Qingyao shot a sidelong glance at his self-righteous wife. Do you think she is a fool? And you? Why were you looking for her at the supermarket? Did Su Zhao Zhao not inform you of her plans? Wang Xian pondered Qiao Yuan's earlier warning, which also implied his mother was complicit. Mom, could you refrain from causing trouble? Do you not realize Qiao Yuan is angry? Angry? I am the one who is angry. I merely told her not to seduce you. Lei Hua retorted, feeling utterly wronged. I simply do not want that wild child entering our Wang family. What is wrong with that? Wang Xian's clenched fists relaxed as he looked at his mother with a weary smile. Mom, she doesn't even have eyes for me. With that, he trudged upstairs, his shoulders heavy with melancholy. Doesn't he have eyes for my son? My son is exceptional, Lei Hua exclaimed indignantly. Meanwhile, Wang Qingyao reflected on the composed young woman he had encountered at the birthday banquet, feeling a sense of regret. If such a girl were to marry Wang Xian, it would be a tremendous asset for the future. In Nanyuan City, at Wangjiang Pavilion No. 1, Su Zhaozhao lay on her bed, tears soaking her pillow. Su Guangjuan sat at her bedside, gently stroking her hair. Zhao Zhao, please stop crying. If you keep this up, your father's heart will break. Dad, I have been suspended by the television station, and I sobbed. Beside Su Guangjuan stood a refined middle-aged woman, who bore a resemblance to Li Hua. Who has wronged you? She inquired gently. Tell your father and mother, we shall advocate for you. Li Qing could not bear to see her precious daughter suffer indignities. It is that person named Qiao Yuan. She conspired against me. Su Zhaozhao gasped between sobs. She recounted the events in a fragmented manner, albeit in a polished version. What? At such a tender age, her thoughts are so twisted? To pursue Li Jingyu, she devised such a grand scheme for you to fall into? Li Qing's eyes reddened with fury. Chapter 80. Home visit with the teacher. Qiao Yuan tossed and turned in bed until the late hours of the night before finally succumbing to slumber. However, before dawn, she awoke. With 2 hours remaining until the team-building event mentioned by Li Jingyu, Qiao Yuan found sleep elusive and decided to venture outside for a run. The villa area boasted dedicated jogging paths, and it was during her run that she encountered Wang Xian. Up so early? Wang Xian remarked, aware that Qiao Yuan was not accustomed to morning runs. A bit of insomnia, couldn't he sleep? Qiao Yuan yawned as she jogged. Hearing this, Wang Xian felt a pang of guilt, assuming Qiao Yuan was still upset over yesterday's incident. Just as he was about to apologize, Qiao Yuan interjected. I have some gold bars to sell. I'll contact you after the team building with the police. Oh, all right. Thank you for still believing in me. Received Wang Xian's sincere gratitude. The system's voice abruptly chimed, causing Qiao Yuan to halt her pace. It seems this task may not be as formidable as I anticipated. Wang Xian looked at her, puzzled by the peculiar glint in her eyes, reminiscent of a wildcat spotting its prey. Wang Xian, the jewelry I entrusted to you has been auctioned off. You must have made quite a profit, no? Indeed. Quite a sum. Qiao Yuan raised her chin slightly, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Then shouldn't you express your gratitude? Wang Xian was momentarily baffled but felt compelled to thank her. Thank you. Silence ensued. Still silence. The system remained mute. Was Wang Xian's gratitude insincere? Qiao Yuan felt indignant. System, why didn't the gratitude count? Cannot receive sincere gratitude from the same individual repeatedly. Darn it. Qiao Yuan punched the air, startling Wang Xian, whose heart raced. After 2 more attempts, with no success in receiving gratitude from Wang Xian, Qiao Yuan reluctantly accepted this reality. At 7 a.m., Qiao Yuan arrived promptly at the police station. 2 buses were parked outside, and upon spotting her, Li Jingyu swiftly approached, effortlessly removing the hiking backpack from her back. Let us go, get on the bus. The vehicle was filled to capacity, and Li Jingyu stowed her backpack overhead, guiding Qiao Yuan to a window seat. How long until we arrive? Qiao Yuan leaned back, intending to catch a nap. We and Appos, re-heading to Fengqing in Xianglin City. Although it and Appos, relatively close. The winding mountain roads will take about 4 to 5 hours. The thought of the winding roads made Qiao Yuan feel nauseous, as she was prone to motion sickness. Sensing her discomfort, Li Jingyu retrieved a bottle of motion sickness medication from his pocket. Take this 30 minutes in advance. It should help. Thank you. Qiao Yuan accepted it. Wait. After all the cases we've solved together, a simple thank you wouldn't be too much to ask, right? Haven't I been quite helpful to the police lately? Indeed. Thanks to you, our case resolution rate has improved. Then shouldn't you say something to me? Qiao Yuan gazed at him expectantly. Li Jingyu pondered for a moment before slowly responding. When we return, I'll speak to the director about a pay raise for you. Qiao Yuan facepalmed. No need for a raise. Just a verbal acknowledgement would suffice. To her surprise, Li Jingyu smacked his forehead, exclaiming, right. I'll apply for a third-class merit for you. You dense head. Qiao Yuan felt an urge to strike him. No, I mean, Qiao Yuan fixed her gaze on Li Jingyu's eyes. I'm referring to you. A verbal acknowledgement, out of courtesy, should involve saying what? Thank you? Received Li Jingyu's sincere gratitude one. There we go. Qiao Yuan's demeanor softened, while Li Jingyu broke into a cold sweat, pondering how difficult it was to decipher a girl's intentions. The 5-hour journey included rest stops. Qiao Yuan buzzed around like a spinning top, fetching water for the older officers, handing tissues to female colleagues, buying drinks for the driver, and even insisting on helping an elderly woman collecting bottles by the roadside. Chen Qi, hiding in the shade of the bus, observed their captain and remarked, Captain, what is up with Qiao Yuan today? She insisted on helping me open a bottle of water and wanted me to say thank you. Who knows? Li Jingyu shrugged. As noon approached, the police finally arrived at Jingshuku town, a part of Fengchen. Surrounded by mountains, the area was picturesque, with wisps of smoke rising from scattered villages. As it was the weekend, the students were on holiday, so they were accommodated in the school dormitories, with the teachers having prepared the rooms early in the morning. This was Qiao Yuan and Appo's first visit to a mountain village. She wandered around the small school, which had only 6 rudimentary classrooms, some of which had drafty windows. No wonder Li Jingyu and his team had chosen to do charity work in such a place. The conditions were indeed harsh. Sister, you stepped on my paper airplane. A child in Appo's voice suddenly rang out, startling Qiao Yuan. Looking down, she saw a colorful paper airplane underfoot, while a timid little girl cowered in the corner nearby. I and Appo's. I'm so sorry, I didn't and Appo's. Mean to. Qiao Yuan picked up the paper airplane, brushing off the dirt and attempting to restore it to its original state. Here you go. If you think it's dirty, I can help you fold a new one. All right. The little girl accepted the paper airplane, saying, Thank you, sister, I don't want a new one. As the childish voice faded, a system prompt appeared. Received Duo and Appo's sincere gratitude one. So her name was Duo. Watching the little girl skip away, Qiao Yuan smiled. After a morning of diligent effort, she had garnered 18 expressions of gratitude. It seemed she could complete her task in a day. Returning to the dormitory, she received a notification to head to the cafeteria for lunch, where they would share the same meal as the local teachers and children. On the long dining table, 2 large bowls were laid out, one containing stir-fried cabbage with vermicelli and another with a dish whose name she couldn't recall. As Qiao Yuan filled her plate and sat down, she noticed that only Duo was present in the cafeteria. Teacher, why hasn't that girl gone home for the holiday? Qiao Yuan inquired of a nearby teacher. The teacher glanced at Duo, who was engrossed in her meal, and sighed. Her father has been adamant about withdrawing her from school. I kept Duo here, hoping to have lunch with her before going for a home visit to see if I can persuade him. If she could assist the teacher with the home visit, perhaps she could earn a thank you from her as well. Teacher, I'll accompany you. Qiao Yuan turned to Li Jingyu, who was watching her. May I join the teacher for the home visit? Considering Qiao Yuan's capabilities and her hypnotic skills, he felt reassured, though still slightly concerned. I'll go with you. After lunch, they, along with Teacher Feng, headed towards Angsha village with Duo in tow. Officer Qiao, thank you for accompanying me all this way. Teacher Feng expressed her gratitude. Received Feng Chuanli and Appo's sincere gratitude one. Aha. Success. Qiao Yuan and Appo's face brightened, pleased that the trip had not been in vain. Angshu village was not far from the school. After traversing the mountain roads for over an hour, they finally spotted the village nestled within dense woods. Sister, that's my home, Duo exclaimed, tugging on Qiao Yuan's hand as they moved forward. Following Duo's gaze, Qiao Yuan noted that the home was indeed in disrepair. A low earthen wall encircled a dilapidated brick house that lacked windows altogether. In the center of the courtyard sat a man holding a cigarette. Upon hearing Yu Duoduo's voice, he lifted his head, glaring towards the dirt slope outside the wall, and shouted angrily, "You little brat. You finally remembered to come back. Get cooking. Do you want to starve your old man?" Upon hearing this voice, Yu Duoduo immediately released her grip and stumbled into the courtyard. "Dad, I will do it right away. I will do it right away. Please do not be angry." Chapter 81. The mysterious note left by the madwoman. Observing Yu Duoduo's instinctive actions, Qiao Yuan felt a pang of sympathy. It reminded her of her own childhood, when she too had to prepare meals for her family. Although her grandfather would protect her, she was filled with fear that if she did nothing, even he would come to disdain her. In that moment, she saw a reflection of herself in Yu Duoduo. As they entered the courtyard, Yu Duoduo had already begun to gather wood for the fire. Teacher Feng approached Yu Donglai, saying, "Brother Donglai, Duoduo excels in her studies. In a couple of years, she could certainly gain admission to the county's top high school. Why must you insist on having her drop out? What use is education for a girl? In the end, she will merely marry someone else. Besides, if she goes to the county for junior high, who will take care of me?" Yu Donglai and Appo's words were harsh, and Qiao Yuan felt a surge of anger. They were merely police officers here for a charitable cause and could effect no change. Moreover, if they intervened, it could complicate Duoduo and Appo's future even further. Teacher Feng implored for over 2 hours, yet Yu Donglai remained obstinate, refusing to allow Duoduo to continue her education. In exasperation, they had no choice but to depart. Qiao Yuan was engulfed by an indescribable sense of helplessness, for even if she provided financial support for Yu Duoduo, her father would sabotage it. Just as they stepped outside the courtyard, a cry of pain pierced the air. Turning back, Qiao Yuan saw a ghastly red mark on Yu Duoduo and Appo's arm, while Yu Donglai remained indifferent, lamenting, "Alas, the girl has a scar now. She won't fetch a good price when she marries." Fury ignited within Qiao Yuan as she rushed back into the courtyard, donning gloves unnoticed. "She is your daughter. How can you not feel any pain seeing her burn like this?" In her agitation, she struck Yu Donglai's shoulder forcefully. "Hey, what business is it of yours?" Yu Donglai stood up, ready to retaliate. Just then, Li Zhengyu rushed over, positioning himself protectively in front of Qiao Yuan, brandishing his police badge. "Do you understand the consequences of violence?" Yu Donglai's bravado deflated instantly, and he began to placate. "Oh, I didn't realize you were police officers. It's all a misunderstanding." Qiao Yuan enveloped Yu Duoduo in her arms, rolling up her sleeve to reveal the blisters formed by the burning wood. "If left untreated, this could become quite serious. I'll carry you to the clinic. Big sister, if I go with you, I'll get beaten when I return home." Yu Duoduo's voice trembled, tears falling onto Qiao Yuan's shoulder, hot and stinging. "Don't worry, just leave it to me. You will never endure that again." As they exited the courtyard, they encountered a disheveled woman covered in dirt. She collided with Qiao Yuan, muttering incoherently before hastily fleeing. Qiao Yuan and Appo's pupils dilated as she instinctively checked her pocket, remaining silent. At the clinic in Jinshuku town, as Yu Duoduo's wounds were treated, Qiao Yuan noticed her body was marred with old scars. Rather than returning her home, Qiao Yuan took her to her own room to rest. Oh, poor Duoduo. Her mother died young, and her father drinks heavily, often beating her. Sometimes, we feel as though we could kill that scoundrel of a father. Teacher Feng wiped her tears, suddenly realizing her words were harsh. "We're merely expressing frustration, officer. We would never break the law." Li Zhengyu understood their plight, but felt equally powerless. After ensuring Yu Duoduo was settled, Qiao Yuan sought a secluded spot and, upon checking her pocket, discovered something. The moment the madwoman had collided with her, Qiao Yuan sensed something was amiss. She retrieved a crumpled piece of paper, marked with a vivid red scrawl that appeared hastily written in English. "Please save me. Help. I beg you, save me." How could a madwoman from a mountain village possibly know English? "Li Zhengyu." Qiao Yuan called out to the playground. Li Zhengyu, distributing supplies, dashed over. "Do you remember the madwoman we encountered at Yu Donglai's house? This note was slipped into my pocket by her." After a moment of calm contemplation, Qiao Yuan proposed a plausible theory. "I believe she has been trafficked." As Li Zhengyu scrutinized the note, his brow furrowed. His years as a detective suggested that Qiao Yuan was likely correct. "Let us not act rashly today. Tomorrow, I'll bring my colleagues to investigate." Agreed. That night, Qiao Yuan held Yu Duo close as they slept. Sister, I don't want to go home. Is there any way you can help me avoid it? Yu Duo and Apos. S voice trembled from within her embrace. What does your father usually do? Qiao Yuan inquired. He either drinks or goes into the mountains to gather medicinal herbs, which he sells for money. Qiao Yuan pondered. Is it dangerous to gather herbs? Yes. Uncle Tian next door went up the mountain once and never returned. We still can't find him. In light of this, the occasional disappearance of a person in the mountains seemed almost normal. Holding Yu Duo tightly, Qiao Yuan reassured her. Fear not, sister. I will ensure you never suffer again. Embracing Yu Duo felt akin to cradling her younger self. They fell asleep entwined in each other and Apos' warmth. The following morning, Qiao Yuan was roused by the crowing of a rooster. Their agenda for the day involved repairing desks and chairs for the school and organizing the extracurricular reading materials to create a reading corner. However, that morning, Li Jingyu convened a meeting with the team, recounting the events surrounding the madwoman S-note, leaving a dozen individuals at the school. Li Jingyu and the others proceeded towards Angshu village. Qinqi, how long until the local police arrive? Li Jingyu asked. They said they would be here within an hour. Came the response over the phone. Once the officers from the police station arrive, we will enter the village together. Everyone must remain vigilant. Do not escalate tensions. Such villages are often very united against outsiders. Understood. After waiting on the hillside for over half an hour, the Jinshuku police finally arrived, joining forces with the criminal investigation team as they entered Angshu village. The officers led them to the madwoman's residence. Knock, 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 Yang Fugue. Open the door. After a moment, a man emerged, grumbling and irritable. What the hell? Who is knocking? Upon seeing the police uniforms, Yang Fugue was momentarily taken aback. Officers, I'm terribly sorry. I thought you were a neighbor. His eyes darted around nervously. What brings you here? Is there a madwoman living in your house? Li Jingyu stepped forward. At the mention of the madwoman, Yang Fugue's expression shifted slightly before reverting to normal. Oh, yes, my wife went mad at a young age. What is the matter? Has she run off and hurt someone? Madwoman, come out here. Look at the trouble you've caused, bringing the police to our door. Yang Fugue shouted into the house. After a considerable wait, the madwoman emerged, trembling and clinging to the wall, clearly terrified of Yang Fugue. Two half-grown children trailed behind her. What happened? Chapter 82. Li Jingyu in peril upon hearing English. Yang Fugue was taken aback, realizing that Qiao Yuan was speaking to his wife. Yet, what was she saying? He kidnapped me, I want to go home. The hoarse voice was surprisingly articulated in a pure London accent. Qiao Yuan and Apos' suspicions were indeed correct. She was not here of her own volition. The police in Jinshuka town recognized it as a foreign language but could not comprehend its meaning. Li Jingyu's expression darkened. And he barked, Yang Fugue. How did she end up in Angshu village? How could that be? Yang Fugue stammered. She's my wife. She's one of us from Angshu village. Humph. Yet she just claimed that you kidnapped her to Angshu village. Yang Fugue, if you do not clarify this, you shall accompany us. Panic-stricken, Yang Fugue turned to the deranged woman, his eyes glinting with menace. Shall we speak properly with the officers? Who are you? He attempted to seize the madwoman. But Qiao Yuan was quicker. Rest assured, we are detectives from Nanyuan City. With us here, no one will bully you. The madwoman suddenly clutched Qiao Yuan's arm, her nails digging into her flesh. My home is at 227 Greenview Garden, Rose Street, Nanyuan City. As she spoke, she broke down in tears. My name is Shui Jianing. I am not from here. 8 years ago, I went missing due to illness, and later I reached Jinshuku, where Yang Fugue kidnapped me back home. You're talking nonsense. I took you in. Otherwise, you would have died out there. Yang Fugue yelled, pointing an accusatory finger at Shui Jianing. Officer, she got lost, and I took her in out of kindness. It and Apos' not as she claims. She and Apos' a madwoman. And madmen's words cannot be trusted. Li Jingyu scoffed. Shouldn't you have reported a missing person? Why did you not alert the authorities? Yang Fugue was momentarily rendered speechless. Look at me. Qiao Yuan interjected, not allowing him the opportunity to wriggle out of the situation. Shattered dreams. Yang Fugue's gaze grew vacant, his body swayed. And he collapsed onto the ground. Qiao Yuan blew a whistle. How did your wife arrive here? 8 years ago, I saw her wandering in rags in town. At that time, I was distressed over not having a wife, so I deceived her into thinking I would take her home and brought her back to Angshu village. Did she ever ask you to let her return to Nanyuan City? When she first arrived, She always tried to escape, so I beat her, burned her with a fire clamp, whipped her with a leather strap, and then took her to bed. After she bore a child, she became compliant. Qiao Yuan's emotions surged uncontrollably. If murder were not a crime, she would have shot Yang Fugui on the spot. Li Jingyu and the others frowned, their gazes piercing through Yang Fugui like daggers. Meanwhile, Shui Jining trembled at Yang Fugui and Appo's words, repeatedly pleading with Qiao Yuan, "Save me. I want to go home. Home. I will definitely take you home." Qiao Yuan grasped her hand, whispering words of comfort. "Chen Qi, Zheng Hao, take Yang Fugui away. Let the child stay with their grandparents." Yes. Yang Fugui regained awareness, his body limp as though he were a puddle of mud, bewildered by his earlier outburst. At that moment, he was escorted by 2 policemen, dragged out of Angshu village under the watchful eyes of the villagers. Qiao Yuan supported Shui Jining, providing reassurance along the way. Thank you so much." Reward. Shui Jining's heartfelt gratitude, 1 ding. Task 10 completed. Reward. Meet District, Teleportation, System. What is teleportation? The host can teleport to the supermarket at any location in their original world at any time, limited to 1 hour. Wow, that teleportation reward is quite splendid. As they approached the village entrance, Qiao Yuan glanced at Yudua's home, finding it empty. The bamboo basket and hoe in the yard were also missing. After calculating the time, she decided to wait for another 2 hours before using, hand in hand, you walk together. The group traversed the narrow mountain path, and soon heavy rain began to pour. "Captain, we are stranded with no village ahead and no shop behind. What should we do?" Chen Qi inquired, sheltering himself under a banana leaf. Li Jingyu lacked experience in such matters. He turned to the policeman from Jinshuka town. "Team leader Li, there is a cave a few hundred meters ahead where people usually take refuge during rain or snow. Shall we head there?" "All right." They followed the police to the cave, which still had scattered firewood and bedding, indicating it was a frequently visited refuge. While they were clearing the clutter inside the cave, Yang Fugui suddenly made a run for it. Before anyone could react, he vanished into the curtain of rain. "Chen Qi, Zheng Hao, follow me." Li Jingyu dashed out of the cave. "I and Appo's, I'll come with you." Qiao Yuan trailed after Li Jingyu, a sense of unease gnawing at her. Yang Fugui's figure flickered in the forest, and as they were unfamiliar with the mountain paths, they quickly lost their way. "Split up and pursue." "Qiao Yuan, stay close to me." She and Li Jingyu sprinted several hundred meters, but Qiao Yuan increasingly sensed something amiss. Yang Fugui was not heading down the mountain. Why was he continually ascending? Just then, Li Jingyu suddenly stumbled, his foot slipping. Quick as a flash, Qiao Yuan lunged forward, catching his hand. Li Jingyu was about to fall into a deep pit, and peering down, he saw sharpened bamboo stakes protruding from the bottom. In a moment of realization, Qiao Yuan understood that this was a trap laid by hunters. Yang Fugui had deliberately led them up the mountain to ensnare them. Clutching Li Jingyu and Appo's wrist with her right hand, she clung desperately to a small tree beside the pit with her left. "Hold on." Qiao Yuan gritted her teeth. Even though her strength had greatly increased, Li Jingyu and Appo's weight of over 160 pounds was proving difficult to manage. After a tense few minutes, Li Jingyu felt Qiao Yuan's grip on the tree loosening. "We can't hold on like this. We'll both fall. Let go of me. Escape and find help." Qiao Yuan's gaze fell to the bamboo stakes at the bottom of the pit. If Li Jingyu fell, he would not survive. She could not bear to release him. "Hurry. Let go. Do as I say." Li Jingyu spoke in an authoritative tone, yet his words were laced with gentleness. "I cannot let go. Absolutely not." Yet, as Qiao Yuan struggled to pull Li Jingyu upwards, she suddenly felt him prying her fingers apart. 1 finger, 2 fingers, 3. "What are you doing?" Qiao Yuan and Appo's voice was hoarse amid the downpour. Li Jingyu glanced up at her. "I and Appo's am sorry, but I can and Appo's let you die here too." With that, Qiao Yuan felt her hand slip as Li Jingyu fell into the pit. Thud! The bamboo pierced through Li Jingyu's chest, and he coughed up blood, extending a feeble hand towards the sky, giving a gentle wave. Li Jingyu. The torrential rain relentlessly pounded against his body, blood seeping from his chest and pooling on the ground beneath him, forming a crimson puddle in mere moments. Chapter 83. Miss Qiao's disguise is lost. Hold on. Wait for me. Qiao Yuan pulled Xiao Shu upwards, landing on the ground. To the supermarket. In an instant, when Xiao Yuan opened her eyes again, she found herself back in the Lin Yuan supermarket. She tore off a piece of paper from the counter and quickly wrote down medical room, refuge area, Shuanghe district. Sticking the paper to the warehouse door, she pushed it open and strode inside. In the next moment, her vision turned white. She had entered Guanshan Shui and Amp. Appo's medical room. But the temperature here. Wrapping her thin windbreaker tighter around herself, she still shivered from the cold. By the looks of it, the temperature in this post-apocalyptic world must be nearing -20 degrees. Qiao Yuan had no time to concern herself with the cold. She recalled from that day the location of the medicine cabinet, where the blue capsules lay stacked. However, the cabinet was locked. There was no time for explanations. She would deal with that later. Drawing out an infinite pistol from her space, Qiao Yuan fired a shot at the door lock. Guanshan Shui, who was about to enter, was startled by the dull sound of the gunshot. Oh no, there's a thief. As she kicked the door open, her gaze met Qiao Yuan's. And in the next moment, she saw Qiao Yuan dissipate like smoke within the medical room. Clutching the hemostatic capsule, Qiao Yuan flashed back to the supermarket. Leave the supermarket. Raindrops pelted down on her as Qiao Yuan retrieved a rope from her space, tying one end to a nearby tree branch. She swiftly descended to the bottom of the pit using the rope. At this moment, Li Jingyu's face was frightfully pale, his lips devoid of color. Qiao Yuan dared not move the bamboo that pierced through his chest. She could only shorten it with her dagger. Prizing open Li Jingyu and Appo's mouth, she inserted the hemostatic capsule, relieved that he still had the ability to swallow. In 30 minutes, she had to get Li Jingyu out of the mountains. Qiao Yuan secured him to her back and began to climb out of the deep pit using the rope. Although she was unfamiliar with the route, she knew the direction to descend. Balancing the need to protect Li Jingyu on her back, she hurried down the mountain. Along the way, her arms and legs were scraped, blood streaming from the wounds. 15 minutes later, she finally heard distant shouts. The police were out searching for them. We and Amp, Appo's, over here. We and Amp, Appo's, over here. Qiao Yuan shouted, racing towards the sound. It and Appo's, Qiao Yuan. Li team? What happened? Hurry, take him to the hospital. Quickly. Several people lifted Li Jingyu off Qiao Yuan and Appo's back. As they eased his weight from her, she collapsed to her knees. Seeing their worried gazes, Qiao Yuan waved her hand. I and Appo's. Am fine, just save him. The group descended the mountain at the fastest pace possible, and the police from Jinshuka town drove them straight to the central hospital of Xianglin City. Outside the operating room, the silent corridor echoed with footsteps. Qiao Yuan sat on the cold chair, her hands clasped in prayer. Li Jingyu, you must pull through. As time ticked by, the tension in the air grew palpable. Yang Fugue, if the captain sacrifices himself, I want to let you off. Qinchi pounded the wall, his voice filled with rage. He will be fine. Qiao Yuan fixed her gaze on the operating room door. Just then, the red light outside the operating room extinguished, and the door swung open automatically. Everyone hurriedly stood up, peering at the bed being wheeled out of the room. There was no white cloth covering his head. Thank goodness. Qiao Yuan felt a sense of relief. Doctor, how is our captain? Is he all right? The lead surgeon nodded gently. The operation was very successful. You all can relax. His physical condition is excellent. Strangely enough, given his blood loss and the location of the injury, it's improbable he could have survived until reaching the hospital. Perhaps it was his strong will to live that sustained him. Upon hearing this, everyone exhaled in relief. After Li Jingyu was taken to the ward, the other members of the criminal police team returned to Nanyuan City, leaving only Qiao Yuan, Qinchi, and Zheng Hao behind. Qiao Yuan sat on a chair in the corner, pondering another matter. The heavy rain had persisted throughout the day, making it quite reasonable for Yu Donglai to be missing. Get lost. Humph. The scoundrel father vanished. Qiao Yuan had investigated and found that aside from Yu Donglai, Yu Duo had another uncle. If Yu Donglai was missing, then Yudwood's guardian would inevitably be this uncle. She could seek them out to discuss taking Yu Duo to Nanyuan City to continue her studies. As dawn broke, the pungent smell of disinfectant in the hospital was overwhelming, and Qiao Yuan tilted her head, feeling drowsy. Qiao Yuan, why don't you take a break? I'll take over for you. Qinchi patted her shoulder. He had witnessed how she carried Li Jingyu down the mountain and how she had kept vigil in the ward all night. Even the strongest among us could not withstand such pressure. Did you catch Yang Fugue? Qiao Yuan asked through clenched teeth. After a night of searching the mountains, we apprehended him. Don't worry. Qiao Yuan yawned. Indeed, she was exhausted. Then I'll take a nap. As she stood, a faint sound came from the hospital bed. Looking down, she was astonished to see Li Jingyu opening his eyes. Li Jingyu, you're awake? Qiao Yuan immediately leaned closer. How do you feel? Does it hurt? Any discomfort? Li Jingyu shook his head, his eyes sparkling as they fixed on Qiao Yuan. Is there something on my face? Qiao Yuan hastily wiped her face. Chen Qi, noticing, turned to call the doctor. You vanished. Li Jingyu struggled to speak. What? I saw you disappear. In that moment, Qiao Yuan's thoughts came to a halt, as if crushed by a boulder. She understood Li Jingyu's words. He had witnessed her vanish into thin air. It and Appo's, over. My disguise is about to fall. What disappearance? Huh, you must have seen it wrong. I've always been by your side. Qiao Yuan awkwardly explained. Chen Qi entered with the doctor, and Li Jingyu fell silent, merely watching her. Stepping out of the ward, Qiao Yuan and Appo's mind was a whirlpool of confusion. How was she to explain her disappearance to Li Jingyu? He was a police officer. Would he report her? Would she be captured and sent to a mysterious laboratory like in the movies, disassembled for research? The more she thought, the more frightened she became. Yet she could not harm Li Jingyu. Until noon, Qiao Yuan returned to the ward once more. Zheng Hao was inside. Zheng Hao, why don't you go have lunch? I've already eaten. All right. The ward fell silent for a moment as Qiao Yuan and Appo's fists clenched and then relaxed. You. They both spoke at once, then shared a smile. Let me go first. You're the patient, so try to speak less. Qiao Yuan said with a smile. As you observed, I do possess some extraordinary abilities. To save you, I returned to the supermarket to fetch the hemostatic medicine and the descending rope. My ability allows me to instantly return to Lin Yuan's supermarket from anywhere. That is all. Li Jingyu averted his gaze, staring at the ceiling. I believe what you say. Qiao Yuan pouted. This statement could also be interpreted as, I know you're not telling the whole truth. But I choose to believe you. You chose to reveal your abilities to save me. Li Jingyu smiled. This indicates that I hold significant weight in your heart. That is enough. Li Jingyu chuckled again. Seeing his inexplicable smile, Qiao Yuan reached out to touch his forehead. No fever. You must help me keep this a secret. No one else can know. You are the only one privy to my secret. Li Jingyu extended his pinky. All right, this will be our secret. Qiao Yuan couldn't help but scoff internally. Childish. Yet, she still playfully hooked her little finger, entwining their pinkies together. Pinky promise, will never change for 100 years. Pinky promise, will never change for 100 years. Chapter 84. The terrifying fried thighs. Li Jingyu had spent 2 days in the central hospital before arranging to transfer to another facility. Zheng Hao and Chen Qi accompanied him back to Nanyuan City, while Qiao Yuan made her way to Jinshuku town alone. Upon returning to the elementary school, she sought out teacher Feng. Duo's father had gone missing for several days, and the villagers speculated that he might have fallen off the mountain during the heavy rain a few days prior. Qiao Yuan feigned shock. Oh? What will happen to Duo? Teacher Feng sighed, explaining that the police suggested Duo's uncle become her guardian, but over time, he would likely grow weary of the responsibility. I really like Duo, Teacher Feng. Why don't you talk to her uncle? I can take Duo with me and relieve his burden. Really? That could be a solution. You're a police officer. Duo would surely have a bright future with you. Teacher Feng, a decisive person, immediately set off for Engshu village. Before lunch, she returned to the school with Duo. Her uncle agreed, and with her household registration under his name, Duo was allowed to move in with Qiao Yuan, who would assist with the transfer process. Duo and Appo's expression was a mixture of fear and excitement. She was uncertain about her future. After expressing gratitude to Teacher Feng, Qiao Yuan took Duo onto the bus back to Nanyuan City. It was Duo's first time leaving Jinshuku town, her little face pressed against the glass, eyes wide with wonder. Arriving at the villa, Duo was taken aback by the cleanliness and tidiness of the home, unsure of where to place her hands and feet. Duo. This will be your home from now on. I will be your sister, and later I will take you shopping for clothes, all right? Duo nodded eagerly. Sister, I will be very obedient. As Qiao Yuan stroked her somewhat dry hair, she thought to herself, it seems Duo needs more nourishment. Having been preoccupied with caring for Li Jingyu these past few days, she had barely checked her phone. Today, upon retrieving it, she found numerous missed calls from Su Lian. Right? He had mentioned introducing her to a prominent individual from Jingbei City. How could she have forgotten such an important matter? Hastily, Qiao Yuan returned the call. Su Lian. I'm so sorry. I was in the mountains dealing with some issues and missed your calls. Busy person. Are you free tomorrow? Let us have dinner together. The person I mentioned will be there too. After confirming the time and restaurant, Qiao Yuan set an alarm on her phone. The transfer paperwork for Duo would take a few days, and with a new little one in the house, they couldn't afford to be too frugal. Therefore, Qiao Yuan sought a domestic service online, hiring a nanny to handle Duo and Apos' meals and the upkeep of her room. In the afternoon, Qiao Yuan took Duo to the mall. Duo and Apos' shoes had holes, and her clothes were patched. Observing the glamorous crowd in the mall, she instinctively shrank back. Upon entering a boutique, Duo shook her head at the price tags. Qiao Yuan, feeling helpless, realized that many things would take time for Duo to adjust to. Ultimately, she gently pushed Duo into the fitting room, encouraging her to try on various outfits, and ended up purchasing all of them. By the end of the day, the back seat of her SUV was filled with children and Apos' clothing, various necessities, and even a pile of plush toys. In the evening, the nanny from the agency arrived for an interview. Qiao Yuan met with 4 candidates and ultimately chose Aunt Tian, who appeared clean and efficient. Aunt Tian, I will be counting on you from now on. Oh, it's no trouble at all. Aunt Tian was delighted, realizing that a young, wealthy employer with a small household was a rare find. Qiao Yuan cleared out the room next to her own for Duo, allowing her to decorate it as she wished. Meanwhile, she bought some of Li Jingyu and Apos' favorite wontons and drove to the hospital. Upon arriving at the ward, she heard unfamiliar voices inside. Remembering her previous encounter with Wang Xian, Qiao Yuan refrained from entering immediately and instead peered through the window. Next to the hospital bed stood an elderly couple, their stature still upright, showing no signs of aging. Li Jingyu was conversing with his parents when he suddenly looked up and spotted Qiao Yuan's sneaky little head through the window. He chuckled and waved her in. Hello, Uncle and Auntie. I brought wontons for Li Jingyu. I'll just leave them here and not disturb your conversation. After exchanging greetings, Qiao Yuan intended to leave. She was particularly averse to encountering others' parents. You must be Qiao Yuan, Aunt Inxiu said as she pulled Qiao Yuan's hand and guided her to the sofa. I heard from them that you rescued Jingyu from the pit, carrying him through the rain along the mountain path. Thank you so much. It's thanks to you that our Jingyu is alive. Li Dongting nodded repeatedly, having heard Jingyu speak of this girl often, praising her efforts and how she assisted them in solving the case. It was evident that the boy had developed feelings for her, given that he had never discussed women at home before. Upon meeting Qiao Yuan, he noted her poise and strength, both physically and mentally, recognizing her potential as a skilled police officer. Little Qiao, regardless of circumstances, thank you once again. Focus on your work. With me, Li Dongting, around. No one will dare bully you, not even Li Jingyu. The sincerity of the couple was refreshing, unlike the condescension of Su Zhao and Li Hua. Qiao Yuan beamed with joy. I will work hard and cooperate well with Captain Li. She then made a silly face at Li Jingyu. Before Li Dongting could respond, Aunt Inxiu pulled Qiao Yuan away. Oh dear, it's already 7 o'clock. Let us head home. But we just arrived a few minutes ago. Li Dongting was perplexed. My favorite show updates today. We must hurry. After bidding farewell to Li Jingyu, Aunt Inxiu dragged Li Dongting out of the ward. Your parents are quite amusing, Qiao Yuan remarked, opening the container of wontons to feed Li Jingyu. They treat you much better than my father ever has. He has never spoken so kindly. I guess I owe you that, Li Jingyu chuckled, savoring the wontons, which tasted particularly delightful today. After we left, did you return to school? Li Jingyu suddenly inquired. Yes, I visited the elementary school to discuss funding. I've decided to donate 500,000 each year to Jinshuku Elementary. That is a wonderful initiative. But it was during this visit that I learned about Duoduo's father going missing. He supposedly fell while foraging for herbs in the mountains during the storm, leaving Duo to stay with her uncle. So, I brought Duo home with me and arranged for her transfer. I'll support her education. Li Jingyu's expression turned serious. That's good. It's clear you care for her. Rather than leaving her in someone else's care, it's better to bring her home. The two continued to converse until a nurse arrived to usher Qiao Yuan out. Upon returning to the villa, she found Duo sitting on the sofa, holding a large plush toy, looking somewhat lost. Spotting Qiao Yuan, she rushed over to embrace her. Sister, you're back. Qiao Yuan understood that Duo feared abandonment. That night, she comforted Duo to sleep. The little girl drifted off with a smile, experiencing the softness of her new bed and the comfort of her new pajamas. Free from the abuse of her father. What bliss! Meanwhile, Yudong Lai, the one who had beaten and scolded her, was trembling in a bookstore, seeking warmth by burning books. 3 days prior, He was diligently foraging for medicinal herbs on the mountain when a sudden torrential downpour struck. Just as he prepared to descend, the surrounding landscape vanished in an instant. He found himself in an unfamiliar realm, where the cold pierced him with every breath as if he were swallowing daggers. Here, monsters roamed freely, and the ground was littered with the undead. Armed only with a machete and his nimble agility, Yudong managed to escape a dire fate. What on earth is this place? He pondered. However, once I return, I shall be wealthy beyond measure. Yudong gazed at the heavy gold bars in his possession, dreaming of sudden fortune. Suddenly, a voice, tinged with innocence, called out from beyond the door. Hey, there's someone here, Randong. Catch him. Yudong's heart raced as he spotted 4 figures and cried out in desperation, Help! Please save me. The door swung open, and a chilling breeze enveloped him. He huddled in a ball, staring blankly at the individuals before him. They were scantily clad, yet seemed impervious to the cold. Please, help me. I want to go home. Take me back. The girl in the hoodie stuck out her tongue in disdain as she regarded the man kneeling on the ground. What a shame, he's an old man. Not worth much meat. I suppose he'll have to do, she remarked. Randong, Ranming, set up the pot. I want fried food today. Yes, Captain. Yudong was utterly bewildered. What were they talking about? As he watched the pair of twins expertly retrieve a large black pot from another's back and prepare to cook over a fire, his legs began to tremble. A foul odor filled the air as December covered her nose, exclaiming, How disgusting. Linjiao, clean him up. The man named Linjiao drew an axe from his waist and approached Yudong. No. No. It hurts. Please, spare me. I beg you. His cries were abruptly silenced as Linjiao threw a leg into the boiling oil. Chapter 85. Enemies encounter. Duo found herself immersed in a lengthy dream, awakening only when the sun had risen high in the sky. After changing her clothes, she hurried downstairs, where Aunt Tian had already prepared breakfast. Duo, before your transfer procedures are completed, you should review your studies at home. Your sister will be working at the supermarket during the day and will return to keep you company in the evening. Duo obediently nodded in response. That morning, Qiao Yuan arrived at the Lin Yuan supermarket, immediately greeted by the enticing aroma of coffee. Ningju was busy at the bar, preparing coffee. He handed Qiao Yuan a cup of iced Americano. Has your warehouse door been upgraded again? After speaking, Ningju gestured towards a note affixed to the warehouse door. In his haste to leave the other day, Qiao Yuan had forgotten to remove the note, and it seemed not only Ningju but also Nan Rongcheng and was aware of it. Yes, now all I need to do is write the destination, and I can simply push the door to enter. You went to negotiate business with Xiao Weima? Qiao Yuan shook her head. My friend suffered a severe injury, and I went to her place to borrow a box of hemostatic capsules. Ningju was taken aback. You stole from Xiao Weima? That's quite bold of you. He raised his thumb in admiration. Stealing is never right. You should explain the situation to Xiao Weima and bring her some supplies as an apology. By the way, didn't you mention that I should compile the original professions of the survivors in the fortress? As you suggested, there are indeed some skilled technicians and repair workers among them, whom we desperately need. Additionally, there are researchers from cosmetics companies and toy designers. Currently, I have no use for them, so I plan to assign them some menial tasks. Researchers from cosmetics companies? Toy designers? That sounds promising, Qiao Yuan mused, having recently discovered that many technologies in the apocalypse surpass those in her own world. Perhaps I should pay them a visit to see if I can put their talents to good use. Without hesitation, Qiao Yuan locked the supermarket door and accompanied Ningju to the Eternal Fortress. Ningju led her to a villa. This marked the 6th day since Mou had arrived at the Eternal Fortress, and just 2 days prior. The leader here had sent someone to gather information about their professions and skills prior to the apocalypse. Once Mou filled out her profession, she realized she would never be valued in this fortress. Once a brilliant researcher in the beauty industry, she now found herself sweeping the streets for food and water. A thought that weighed heavily on her heart. Knock, knock, knock. Mou heard a knock on the door, assuming it was the person delivering food that day. Upon opening the door, she was met by Ningju, the district head of the Eternal Fortress, accompanied by an elegant woman with a refined demeanor. Do you need anything? Mou asked softly. May we come in to talk? Ningju inquired politely. Mou quickly stepped aside. Of course, please come in. Inside the villa, the temperature hovered around 10 degrees Celsius. While it was significantly warmer than outside, it still felt quite chilly compared to the villa where Ningju resided. 8 people lived in this villa, most of whom were women. It's a bit cold in your villa. Is the heating insufficient? If so, remember to tell Ning Lin to allocate more resources for you. All right, Mou replied dismissively. Ning Lin, every time she sought her out, she was met with ridicule, so she had no desire to approach her. After sitting down, Mou gazed intently at Qiao Yuan, who was unfamiliar to her in the fortress, and it seemed that her relationship with Ning Ju was quite close. How could Ning Lin allow such a person to exist? The women in the fortress all understood that one must avoid conversing with Ning Ju to secure their fair share of supplies. Hello, my name is Qiao Yuan. May we discuss the cosmetics you research? At the mention of her specialty, Mou and Apos' eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. An hour passed. Qiao Yuan found herself captivated, though she understood little of what Mou was saying. However, through Mou's descriptions, she learned that the cosmetics in this world boasted remarkable efficacy, particularly in terms of hydration and whitening. The high-purity moisturizing agents and whitening particles developed in Mou and Apos' lab held global patents. How impressive! Qiao Yuan couldn't and Apos' help but exclaim. Haven't you tried the Chunsing brand masks and creams? Mou inquired curiously. Qiao Yuan shook her head. Chunsang is our country's largest skincare brand. Shaolin has always used it, and it's indeed exceptional, especially the whitening cream. Just one bottle can make you noticeably fairer. This seemed like yet another avenue to prosperity. Mou, could you share the formula with me? Mou looked to Ning Ju for approval and, upon seeing him nod, agreed. All right, I and Apos, I'll write it down for you. However, can I exchange the formula for supplies? Of course. You might even receive more unexpected benefits in the future, Qiao Yuan replied with a mysterious smile. After obtaining the formula, Qiao Yuan followed Ning Ju to his villa. Upon entering, they were greeted by a warm atmosphere, where Ning Lin sat on the sofa munching on potato chips. Brother, you're back. Her words faltered upon spotting Qiao Yuan. Ning Lin's expression stiffened for 2 seconds before she quickly donned a smile. Sister Qiao Yuan, you've come too? To be honest, Qiao Yuan harbored a dislike for Ning Lin, finding her demeanor insincere and uncomfortable. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Qiao Yuan left the villa. Under Ning Ju's escort, she returned to the supermarket. That afternoon, without Li Jingyu delivering meals and not wishing to eat rice bowls, Qiao Yuan opted to order steamed seafood for takeout. Just as she finished a crab, the warehouse door rang again. Without needing to guess, she knew this time it was Nan Rongcheng'an. As he stepped out of the warehouse, he caught a whiff of the seafood. Did you go to the Shuanghe district shelter? Qiao Yuan sighed, prepared to explain once more. Nan Rongcheng'an sat down to listen to her recount the events of the past few days. In that case, I suggest you collaborate with Xiao Weima. The temperatures have been quite low. We have your supplies, and things are manageable on our end, but the Shuanghe district shelter may not be so fortunate. I was thinking the same, Qiao Yuan replied. Moreover, she has connections to the capital. Perhaps you can help me uncover some useful information. Nan Rongcheng'an laid out his thoughts without concern for whether Qiao Yuan perceived him as utilizing her. After finishing, Nan Rongcheng'an glanced at the crabs and shrimp on the counter before turning to the meat and vegetable sections to gather supplies. After several trips, he left without a backward glance. Qiao Yuan had considered inviting him to dine together, but upon hearing his request for her to gather information, she felt an irritable surge and chose to remain silent. To her surprise, he seemed remarkably composed, showing no signs of temptation. That evening, they had arranged to meet Su Lian at 6 p.m. at Huapingju for dinner. Qiao Yuan closed the store early. When she arrived at Huapingju, she was a few minutes late. Su Lian had reserved a private room, and upon entering, Qiao Yuan immediately began to apologize. I'm sorry, there was traffic on the way. I truly apologize for being late. It's all right. The private room held only 2 men, and Su Lian greeted them with a smile. The man beside him had only a silhouette visible. He wore a pale blue long robe and held a folding fan. Upon hearing Qiao Yuan's voice, he turned his head. Their eyes met, and they exclaimed in unison, "It's you?" Su Lian introduced the two, revealing that this was the wealthy heir who had aggressively sold perfume at the launch event. You know each other? That saves me the trouble of an introduction. Su Lian laughed heartily, oblivious to the tension in their gazes. Out of consideration for Su Lian, Qiao Yuan chose to sit down. After all, she had no knowledge of this Alvin and Apos' background and didn't and Apos' want to cause any trouble for Su Lian, which could jeopardize their future business dealings. Qiao Yuan. Alvin is my friend who resides in Jingbei City. He has come to Nanyuan City for the launch of his new perfume, which presents a perfect opportunity for me to introduce you to one another. You may not be aware, but his perfume is quite renowned. Many affluent ladies are clamoring to purchase it, with a single bottle fetching several tens of thousands. Alvin raised an eyebrow disdainfully. Humph. Your friend here certainly does not covet my humble perfume. Is there some misunderstanding between you two? Su Lian then realized the peculiar atmosphere in the private room. Misunderstanding is not quite the term. It is merely that this gentleman wishes to procure the fragrance in my possession, and I have chosen not to sell. Su Lian was even more perplexed. When did Qiao Yuan venture into the perfume business? Humph, I cannot engage in coercive sales. It is simply that your attitude at the time left me quite unsettled. Qiao Yuan scoffed. Do you think your words bring me any comfort? The two engaged in a battle of wits, neither conceding an inch. Su Lian hastily inquired about the events that transpired between them, and, upon hearing Alvin's account, smacked his thigh in realization. Hey, if you desire the fragrance and Qiao Yuan wishes to enter the perfume industry, why not let her invest? Qiao Yuan turned her head. Intrigued. Investing? That is not a bad idea. She possessed 3 bottles of the original fragrance, yet knew nothing of the perfume sector, rather than wandering aimlessly. Collaborating with Alvin seemed prudent. Upon hearing this, Alvin's previously awkward expression softened slightly. He truly yearned for that bottle of fragrance, as the perfume crafted from it would surely be extraordinary. Su Lian persuasively encouraged the two until he had drained his 3rd glass of water. Finally, Qiao Yuan and Alvin simultaneously nodded in agreement to the collaboration. After several rounds of drinks, Alvin's aloof facade shattered, revealing a more approachable demeanor. Chapter 86. Who dares to mistreat me? Qiao Yuan. From this day forth, you shall be my sister. Go to Jingbei City. I will protect you. The fragrance is entrusted to me, and every year, 20%. No, 30%. A 30% share. Alvin pounded his chest, his face flushed. Qiao Yuan, not one to stutter, replied, Brother, we are all straightforward people. I will give you 3 bottles of fragrance, and we shall sign the contract tomorrow. Su Lian, witnessing the exchange, remarked, Well, you two have established a rapport. I will find a place tomorrow for us to sign the contract. We are all siblings. Oh no. Brother and sister. The meal extended late into the night, with Su Lian assisting the unconscious Alvin into the car, while Qiao Yuan called for a designated driver. 3 bottles of fragrance in exchange for a 30% share in profits was an incredible bargain. Early the next morning, Su Lian called Qiao Yuan, inviting her to his company. Qiao Yuan, nursing a hangover, arrived at his office to find Alvin already waiting. You're here. The contract is ready. Just waiting for your signature. Alvin handed her the contract, his face brimming with anticipation. After reviewing the contract, Qiao Yuan found nothing amiss and promptly signed it. She then produced 3 bottles of the original fragrance, causing Alvin's eyes to widen in disbelief. 3, and of different scents. My goodness. Qiao Yuan smiled and pulled out 2 white, solid lumps, saying, Consider this a gift from me, wishing for a delightful collaboration. Su Lian stared at the grayish-white objects, perplexed. But Alvin instantly recognized them as ambergris. Ambergris. This much. As if fearing Qiao Yuan would have second thoughts, he swiftly gathered the fragrance and ambergris. All right, I have decided to keep you as a friend. Alvin inquired, I wonder, is there any more of this fragrance available? As long as you need it in the future, I can provide it indefinitely, Qiao Yuan confidently assured him. Alvin, thrilled, began to wave his folding fan, finding Qiao Yuan increasingly agreeable. Once the new fragrance is formulated, I will hold a press conference in Jingbei. You must come to support me. Rest assured, I will definitely be there. After discussing the fragrance, Qiao Yuan broached the topic of procuring supplies, intending to present a grand gift to Xiao Weima, knowing that Su Lian alone would not suffice. Upon hearing her list, even Alvin was taken aback. So much. No wonder you said you earned 2 million a day. Indeed, I have underestimated your capabilities. After sharing a drink, Qiao Yuan's perception of Alvin improved. Although he was a privileged heir, he possessed some skill and had a straightforward temperament that resonated with her. How long will it take to prepare? Qiao Yuan inquired. For days. This time, I won tea profit. Consider it a token of gratitude, Alvin cheerfully replied. The business conversation was enjoyable, and Qiao Yuan and Appo's spirits lifted at the thought of future profits. This time, she had no time to make down jackets. Instead, she went to an outdoor store and purchased 500 pieces of mountaineering clothing rated for -30 degrees, intending to send them along with the supplies to Xiao Weima. As Qiao Yuan hummed a tune in the supermarket, she gathered some feminine hygiene products and snacks favored by girls before returning to the Eternal Fortress. She opted to appear at the entrance, where the awakened guards recognized her and opened the gate. Following the familiar path in her memory, she prepared to ascend the mountain to find Ningju. However, just as she was about to head up, she heard raised voices emanating from a villa in the far corner. Curiosity piqued, she approached the source of the commotion. "My sister is pregnant. Can you spare us some extra food? 2 packs of biscuits a day are simply insufficient. You can give me less. But please do not make things difficult for my sister." The voice sounded like Sujia. Qiao Yuan concealed herself at the villa's entrance, listening intently. A slightly hoarse male voice responded. "The supplies in our fortress are rationed. Besides, it was Ning Lin who instructed us to distribute them this way. If you disagree, take it up with her. You know full well that Ning Lin dislikes us sisters. Then why don't you reflect on your own actions?" Laughter followed, mocking and derisive, igniting a fire within Qiao Yuan. She kicked open the door, only to find the temperature inside was hardly warmer than outside. "Just say that again if you dare," she challenged, setting down her bags and locking eyes with the man. Qiao Yuan's expression darkened, her inky black eyes brewing a tempest of danger. Who are you?" "It's none of your business. Dream Eater." The man's mind blanked, and he collapsed to the floor, convulsing and struggling, crying for mercy. "Boss Qiao." Sujia looked at her with a hint of grievance. "My sister is malnourished, unable to get out of bed, but they, enough. Come with me to Ningju's villa." "Boss Qiao, we've been there before. Each time, Ning Lin ridiculed us and chased us away. We never even got to see the district chief." "District chief?" Qiao Yuan had never heard that title before. "Who is the district chief?" "The district chief is Ningju, the district chief of the Eternal Fortress." Qiao Yuan grasped Sujia's hand. "Do not fear. As long as I am here, no one in the Eternal Fortress will dare to bully you, unless they wish to court death." With that, she retrieved a mountaineering outfit from her space and handed it to her. "Put this on and follow me." They ascended the stairs, finally stopping before Ningju's villa. Knock. Knock, knock. Qiao Yuan rapped on the door, more akin to a battering. "Who? Are you insane?" The door was opened by Ning Lin, who was wrapped in a thick blanket, holding a piece of chocolate. Upon seeing Qiao Yuan, she instinctively hid the chocolate behind her back. When she spotted Sujia, an uneasy feeling settled in her gut. "Where's Ningju?" Brother, he." Coincidentally, Ningju returned from gathering supplies, and as he parked the car, he caught sight of Qiao Yuan at the door. "Qiao Yuan, what brings you here today?" Qiao Yuan sneered. "If I hadn't come, the people I brought would be close to starving to death due to your sister." Ningju's face fell in shock as he glanced at Ning Lin, noticing something was amiss with her expression. "Come inside. It's cold outside." Ningju's villa was warm, and one could comfortably wear a coral fleece pajama inside. "I want to ask why Su Jia and Su Qian have so little food. Did you not promise me you would take good care of them?" Faced with Qiao Yuan's inquiry, Ningju faltered, as the supply distribution within the fortress fell under Ning Lin's purview. Qiao Yuan, it's my fault. Don't blame my brother. He was unaware." Ning Lin wrung her hands, adopting a demure demeanor. Qiao Yuan stepped forward, towering over her as she pressed. "Since he doesn't know, you must know, right? Su Jia is pregnant and unable to work. The two of them can only count as one labor force, so their contribution value is insufficient. Hence what? It became evident that they were using the rules to suppress them, allowing Ning Lin to deflect any criticism. Qiao Yuan, furious to the point of laughter, proclaimed, "Taking care of a pregnant woman is the most basic moral obligation. The child in her womb represents the hope for the future of the fortress. You should not only refrain from neglecting her, but also ensure she is treated with kindness. Their villa is as cold as an ice cellar, and they receive merely 2 packs of biscuits a day." "Ning Lin, are you human or beast?" Ningju was taken aback. "Shaolin, what Qiao Yuan says is true." Chapter 87. Who holds the power in the Eternal Fortress? Ning Lin's voice softened. "Brother, I didn't mean to. Our supplies did not come from the wind. Every day, you risk your life to find valuable items, and I must manage these resources wisely. Ningju was aware of how much I had brought. There was no need for you to be so meticulous." Qiao Yuan snorted coldly. "Sister Qiao Yuan, I understand your concern for them, but you and brother are partners, not residents of the fortress. If I were to treat them differently because of your good relationship with Su Jia, others would feel unjustly treated." Ning Lin implied this was an internal matter of our Eternal Fortress, and as an outsider, you should not interfere. "The 3 bottles of fragrant Du Su Jia gave me can earn me billions each year. Do you know how many supplies that could buy for your fortress? Can you honestly say she has not contributed?" Qiao Yuan's words left everyone stunned. She pressed on. Compared to her, you are insignificant. Ning Lin's face flushed crimson. After a moment of struggle, she finally said, but without our help in finding treasures, you would not earn any money. I have more than just the Eternal Fortress as my partner. If the supply here were to be cut off, there are others who would provide for me. Qiao Yuan's smile turned somewhat cruel. But you can only rely on me, do you understand? Don't be angry. She doesn't grasp the situation. Ningju interjected, sensing Qiao Yuan's anger was nearing a boiling point. All right, since you are the district head, let us be clear. Su Jia and Su Qian work for me, and you must treat them as if they are your benefactors. If today's situation occurs again, I will send them to another shelter. As for the Eternal Fortress, I can help you build it or destroy it. Ning Lin's face turned pale. She felt a sudden, intense sense of crisis. The Eternal Fortress could not be lost. Without it, she would become a refugee, suffering from cold, hunger, and even forced to eat those protein cakes made from cockroaches. Sister Qiao Yuan, I was wrong. I truly apologize. Please forgive me. I will never act like this again. Ning Lin cried, tears streaming down her face, and if not for Ningju holding her back, she would have knelt down immediately. This is the last time. There will be no next, Qiao Yuan said softly. All right, I will arrange heating and food in their villa right away. With that, Ning Lin hurried out of the villa. Sigh, my younger sister is still young and naive. Scolding her once may help her remember, Ningju said awkwardly as he poured water for Qiao Yuan and Su Jia. Today has a purpose, and Qiao Yuan did not want to waste time on Ning Lin. The three settled on the sofa, and Qiao Yuan got straight to the point. Su Jia, may I inquire if you and your sister can produce the original fragrant dew? Su Jia frowned at the question. We can, but we lack the raw materials and workspace. Hearing only the first half of her response, Qiao Yuan's heart leapt with joy. I will help you with the rest. Do you still have the formulas for all the perfumes from the Feiyun brand? Yes, all the formulas are in my head. Qiao Yuan waved her hand. Wonderful. Please write down the raw materials and tools needed to produce the original fragrant dew. I will procure them for you. She then turned to Ningju. Transform the villa where Su Jia and her sister reside into a Feiyun perfume studio. No one else is permitted to live there. All right, I have no objections. Ningju nodded. Lastly, I will visit the fortress frequently to see them, and if. Rest assured, there are no ifs, Ningju interjected eagerly. After ensuring the installation of electric heating, electric blankets, and generators in Su Jia and Appo's villa, Qiao Yuan finally departed the Eternal Fortress. With Su Jia and Appo's shopping list in hand, she knew procuring tools would be relatively straightforward, but the raw materials, though precious, could be acquired with sufficient funds. As she set down the list, her stomach began to growl. The clock struck noon. Without Li Jingyu delivering meals, she felt somewhat out of sorts. Remembering Li Jingyu, she realized she hadn't visited him for 2 days. Qiao Yuan packed chicken porridge, some buns, and lighter dishes from the store and drove to the hospital. The ward was unusually lively today, with Qin Qi, Zheng Hao, and several colleagues present. I'm furious. Yang Fugui retracted his statement, claiming he was merely sheltering Shui Jianing. Shui Jianing has already returned home. She is a legitimate master's student at Nanyuan University. Why would she need his shelter? Captain, let us ask Qiao Yuan for help. We need to pin down his testimony. As they spoke, Qiao Yuan quietly entered the ward, and upon hearing her voice, everyone was startled before bursting into laughter. Speak of the devil. Setting up a small table and arranging the food, Qiao Yuan joined in the discussion regarding the Shui Jianing case. The case had reached a deadlock. Yang Fugui denied his wrongdoing, while Shui Jianing's parents were searching for a lawyer, but due to the case's notoriety, many firms were reluctant to take it on. I can find her a lawyer. As for the testimony, arrange a time, and I will hypnotize him again. After spending some time in the ward, Qiao Yuan stepped into the hallway and messaged Shering, feeling this case was perfectly suited for the Rose Law firm. If successful, the firm would gain fame and be able to assist more women in the future. Li Jingyu's condition had improved significantly. In another week, he would be discharged. Qiao Yuan left the hospital and went directly to the police station with Qin Qi to interrogate Yang Fugui. Under the scrutiny of the frog whistle, no one could conceal the truth. Illegal detention, rape, intentional harm. With the testimony confirmed, Yang Fugui could not escape conviction. Qiao Yuan connected with an MCN company to help manage the law firm's online presence. After winning the Shui Jianing case, their account would explode in popularity. People flocked to the law firm for consultations, ensuring no longer had to worry about a lack of clients. Instead, she began planning how to expand the team. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed, and Su Lian called to confirm the delivery time for that evening. As usual, Qiao Yuan drove over. Given the large number of personnel at Xiao Weima's shelter, she prepared double the supplies for her, as compared to Ningzhu and Nan Rongcheng'an. After securing all the supplies in her space, she was about to return to the villa when Do Long suddenly called, requesting her presence at the restaurant to conduct an inspection with him. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Qiao Yuan was immediately impressed by the exterior decoration. The 4-story building, adorned with retro glazed tiles and dugong brackets, was illuminated by dozens of lanterns and specially designed light strips. At night, the Qifeng restaurant resembled an ancient royal palace. Opulent and magnificent, Do Long's smile stretched from ear to ear. Boss, this is no mere restaurant. It's like an ancient palace. Just look at this caisson. Look at these murals. Look at these ornaments. Qiao Yuan shook her head, causing Do Long to panic internally, fearing his boss was dissatisfied with the decor. Boss, is there anything wrong? Do Long asked cautiously. Everything is splendid, but the replicas in the treasure pavilion are quite poor. Do Long raised an eyebrow, somewhat embarrassed. Boss, authentic pieces are too expensive. That. Chapter 88. This is my sincerity. This trinket. I possess an abundance of them in my space. Qiao Yuan revealed a mysterious smile, declaring, remove these fakes. Tomorrow, I shall deliver some treasures to you. Ensure to install surveillance cameras to prevent any theft. Do Long mused. Is it truly that extraordinary? Could it be that the boss is an antique collector? Upon arriving at the bar, in stark contrast to the traditional ambience of the restaurant, the establishment exuded a cyberpunk aesthetic. Although the two venues were adjacent, their styles were remarkably distinct. The designer had cleverly infused a soft glow at the transitional area, complemented by dry ice to create a misty ambience, transporting one from antiquity to modernity in an instant. As Qiao Yuan stepped into the bar, a sharply dressed scorpion, flanked by a group of underlings, bowed deeply and exclaimed, "Good day, boss." One could easily mistake her for a mafia leader given such an ostentatious display. The bar itself boasted 4 levels. The first floor bore no significant difference from a conventional bar, yet the second floor unveiled an enchanting experience. The design theme of the second floor was coastal line, featuring an authentic beach, artificial waves, and a naked-eye 3D dome that transformed into various scenic vistas. The third floor, themed vision of the future, was dominated by cyberpunk elements, showcasing visible robotic waitstaff and mechanical dogs, with even the bartenders being robots. Upon reaching the 4th floor, trace of the secret realm, Qiao Yuan felt as though she had entered a tropical rainforest, surrounded by an array of tropical plants and flowers. Within this simulated tropical ecosystem lay tents and canopies, alongside flowing streams where vividly colored fish and small turtles frolicked. Every few steps, there were large glass display cases housing various chameleons and butterflies endemic to the tropics. Qiao Yuan marveled, exclaiming, "This expenditure is indeed worthwhile." Observing her awestruck expression, Do Long recalled his own exaggerated reaction upon his first visit. "Tomorrow, I will bring you antiques, and we shall commence operations and promotions the day after." "Indeed, boss." As Qiao Yuan contemplated the expansion of her enterprise, a flicker of anxiety crossed her mind. Managing such a vast business would not be easy. Fortunately, much of it required little of her direct involvement. With the new establishment's opening, vigorous promotion was essential. As she lay in bed, she pondered, and it seemed that only Wang Xian among her acquaintances could lend assistance. She sent him a message requesting a recommendation for a branding and marketing company. To her surprise, Wang Xian was still awake at that late hour. He promptly created a group chat and introduced her to the general manager of Songa Media, a subsidiary of the Qingshan Group. Qiao Yuan wasted no time and arranged to meet the manager at Qingfeng Restaurant, leaving the specifics for him and Do Long to discuss. After a brief exchange with Do Long, Qiao Yuan entered her space to begin selecting antiques to place in Qingfeng Restaurant. Colorful glazed porcelain, splendid. A golden agate vase, exquisite. A jade ruby, auspicious. With an entire museum and amp, Oppo's worth of artifacts at her disposal, Qiao Yuan found herself overwhelmed with choices. It was not until the early hours of the morning that she finalized her selection of 43 antiques for the restaurant. The following morning, the slivers of light filtering through the curtain seems disturbed her sweet dreams. Stretching lazily, Qiao Yuan remembered that today was Yu Duoduo's first day reporting to her new school, and she was determined to accompany her. Aunt Tian, skilled with her hands, had braided Duo and Appo's hair and dressed her in a lovely dress. As Duo was about to enter 5th grade, Qiao Yuan was aware that the city's curriculum may prove challenging for her. She decided to allow her a week to adjust. If she struggled, a tutor would be arranged immediately. Upon arriving at Chunyan Primary School, Duo hesitated at the entrance, feeling timid behind Qiao Yuan. Sister, I and Appo's a bit scared. I understand. It's natural to feel apprehensive on your first day in a new school, unfamiliar with your classmates and teachers. However, consider this. You will have the opportunity to make new friends and acquire new knowledge, which is rather wonderful, isn't it? After a moment of contemplation, Duo nodded in agreement. The teacher escorted Duo into the classroom, and from outside the window, Qiao Yuan observed her standing at the podium, nervously introducing herself. As her confidence grew, her speech became increasingly fluent, culminating in applause from her classmates. Duo glanced out the window at Qiao Yuan, flashing a delightful smile. Aside from accompanying Duo to school, Qiao Yuan had another pressing matter to attend to, delivering supplies to Xiao Weima. She hoped that Xiao would not hold the theft of medication against her. When Nan Rongcheng and Appo's arrived with the supplies, Qiao Yuan also requested him to compile a list of the original professions of the survivors from Morningstar Apartment, as there might be someone whose skills could be beneficial. Once Nan Rongcheng departed, Qiao Yuan affixed a note indicating the medical office of the Shuanghe district shelter onto the warehouse door. Standing at the entrance, she rubbed her hands together, feeling a twinge of anxiety at the thought of Xiao Weima's aloof demeanor. It was merely 2 boxes of medicine. It cannot be that dire, she reassured herself, then pushed the door open and stepped inside. The scenery shifted in an instant, and she found herself once again in Guan Shanshue's medical office. Upon turning, Guan Shanshue spotted Qiao Yuan behind her, causing the tray in her hands to clatter to the floor. You nearly scared me to death, little thief. Guan Shanshue stood with her hands on her hips, her brow furrowed in discontent. Assessing the temperature of the room, Qiao Yuan estimated it to be around -15 degrees. While awakeners could withstand extreme cold, ordinary individuals would succumb easily to such temperatures. I apologize. My friend is gravely injured, and I had no choice but to come here for medicine. As she spoke, Qiao Yuan produced 2 boxes of hemostatic capsules from her pocket. I only took 2. The rest are yours. Guan Shanshue snatched the capsules from her hands, retorting, You can tell that to Xiao Weima. Qiao Yuan smiled sheepishly. I genuinely came to find her. I realized that stealing is wrong, so I brought some items as an apology. Brought some items? Guan Shanshue's eyes glimmered. Is it food? With the sudden onset of extreme cold, many perished in the shelter, relying solely on awakeners to hunt mutated cockroaches. The food supply was insufficient, leading to an increase in malnutrition among the inhabitants. If Qiao Yuan could provide food, it would be a tremendous boon. I will take you to find Xiao Weima, Guan Shanshue declared. Qiao Yuan obediently followed her as they entered the familiar office building. Boss Qiao? What brings you here? As they reached the 4th floor, they encountered Sha Xinping, who looked at Qiao Yuan with eyes wide with hunger, like a ravenous wolf. Are you here for business? Qiao Yuan nodded, in a sense. Arriving at Xiao Weima's office, Guan Shanshue entered without knocking. Guan Shanshue, how many times must I tell you to knock before entering? Xiao Weima's gaze was sharp as an eagle's, and upon seeing Qiao Yuan standing behind Guan Shanshue, her expression shifted. Boss Qiao? You owe me an explanation regarding the stolen medicine. In the presence of Xiao Weima, Xiao Yuan felt a sense of intimidation. Colonel Xiao, I had no choice but to act as I did to save my friend. It was truly unavoidable. I came today to make amends. Xiao Yuan blinked her large, innocent eyes, pleadingly. Xiao Weima and Appo's lips curled slightly. Oh? How do you intend to make amends? Speak, I'm listening. Could you help me find an empty warehouse? The larger, the better. At the mention of a warehouse, even Xiao Weima and Appo's composure faltered slightly. Remembering the recent days when Xiao Yuan had distributed food in abundance, Xiao Weima immediately associated it with supplies. Without further ado, she led Xiao Yuan to the 3rd floor of the office building. Is this place sufficient? Xiao Weima inquired, glancing upward. The entire underground level 3 houses 4 spacious tempered glass chambers, which once served as a research base. Sufficient, indeed. With a mere thought, Xiao Yuan summoned barrels of diesel, high-capacity generators, heating equipment, mountaineering attire, climbing boots, and an abundance of food and water. In less than a minute, the 4 tempered glass rooms were filled to capacity. Xiao Weima stood in a state of shock. If this was Qiao Yuan's notion of an apology, the sincerity seemed rather excessive, considering he had merely pilfered 2 hemostatic capsules. Before Xiao Weima could regain composure, Sha Xinping hurried down the stairs, breathless and agitated. Captain, General Xiao. General Xiao has encountered an incident. Chapter 89. The first helicopter ride. In a fleeting moment, Xiao Weima and Appo's expression faltered, but she quickly regained her composure. What happened? General Xiao encountered mutated zombies on his way here, and they are calling for help over the radio, came the response. Location: the library building in Chuanxin City. Everyone is currently sheltering inside, and General Zhao's team reported that the situation is extremely dire. They hope for our swift rescue. General Zhao's team? Xiao Weima hesitated. My father is injured, isn't he? Sha Xinping calculated in his mind, reluctant to reveal the truth to Xiao Weima, fearing it would cloud her judgment. Yet, he underestimated her sharp perception. I'm sorry, Commander. Assemble 50 awakeners. We will fly to Chuanxin City immediately. Understood. Qiao Yuan trailed closely behind Xiao Weima, pondering whether she should offer her assistance. Aside from her Dream Eater ability, she also possessed Ning Ju's Dominion power. The Dominion could control zombies, though she was unsure if it would be effective against the mutated ones. Should Xiao Weima fail in her attempt to rescue her father, she too could perish, leading to the immediate collapse of the Shuanghe District Refuge. That would complicate her business plans. As she scrutinized the back of Xiao Weima's head, she continued to contemplate. Unexpectedly, Xiao Weima halted, and Xiao Yuan, unable to stop in time, collided with her back. I'm sorry. Xiao Weima lowered her head, her expression grave. Boss Qiao, I intended to have a proper conversation with you today, but I have an urgent matter to attend to. I cannot guarantee when I can return. The supplies I offer as an apology are excessively valuable. I know you need funds, so take whatever you want from the vault. Xiao Yuan narrowed her eyes, realizing that even Xiao Weima could not assure her safe return. Rather than allow her to proceed to her demise, it would be better to lend a hand. For Xiao Weima was her initially desired second client. I will accompany you. What? Xiao Weima thought she had misheard. I might be able to help, provided you maintain confidentiality. Only Xiao Weima, Sha Xinping, and Guan Shanxue heard this. Xiao Yuan was taking a significant risk. She was reluctant to reveal her trump card, even to Ningju, who was unaware of her true capabilities. Xiao Weima hesitated. Commander, Boss Qiao is incredibly capable. If she is willing to assist, we should take her with us. Sha Xinping urged eagerly. Not only him, but Guan Shanxue also tugged at her sleeve. Think of your father, as well as your mother and brother in Haichang City. Ultimately, Xiao Weima acquiesced. Xiao Yuan initially assumed they would drive to Haichang City, but soon realized her naivety. 50 awakeners donned standardized black combat uniforms, standing in formation within the hangar. Xiao Yuan, following Guan Shanxue, was struck dumb by the scene before her. She had thought that with the apocalypse, the world's technology and military systems had collapsed. Yet, the helicopters in the hangar told her otherwise. The thunderous roar nearly shattered her eardrums as Qiao Yuan was ushered onto a helicopter. She and Guan Shanxue sat side by side, while Sha Xinping handed them headsets for communication. Guan Shanxue, you are also an awakener? Yes. What is your awakened ability? Qiao Yuan shouted over the noise. Healing. I can expend mental energy to heal various wounds, though I cannot handle severe injuries. Qiao Yuan recalled that fateful night. Then why did you insist on extracting the threads during my last treatment, making me endure so much pain? Guan Shanxue paused for a moment, then replied coolly. I had just met you. I couldn't and Appo's bear to waste my mental energy on you. Qiao Yuan was taken aback. This woman, with her icy beauty, possessed a tongue that could pierce the heart. One might mistakenly believe her awakened power was to irritate others. The helicopter ascended, unfazed by the cold, and within half an hour, they arrived in Chuanxin City. In the frigid air, the city was devoid of any signs of life. However, flickers of fire could occasionally be seen, likely from survivor camps. Commander, up ahead is the library building. Sha Xinping shouted to Xiao Weima. Following his gaze, Xiao Weima beheld a 5-story structure. Through the third-floor windows, she could see flames flickering, and as she looked down, Xiao Yuan gasped. Surrounding the library building were hordes of zombies, climbing up the exterior walls. Soldiers on the second floor leaned out of the windows, brandishing submachine guns, firing continuously at the zombies' heads. Commander, 3 helicopters can land on the library's roof, Sha Xinping observed from a distance. Qiao Yuan watched him closely and noticed his pupils constrict suddenly. turning a golden hue. It seemed his awakened ability was related to vision, for from her angle, the library building appeared as nothing more than a blurry outline. Do not land on the building. All soldiers must descend to the rooftop immediately. The helicopter will depart at once to seek a safe landing point, Qiao Weima commanded. The helicopter hovered above the library building in sequence, and Qiao Yuan watched as the trained soldiers efficiently descended to the rooftop via ropes. She anxiously licked her lips. She had no experience with this. Desperately, Qiao Yuan looked to Qiao Weima for help. When it was their turn, without hesitation, Qiao Weima wrapped an arm around Qiao Yuan's waist and grasped the rope with one hand. The rush of wind filled her ears, and Qiao Yuan truly experienced the thrill of speed and adrenaline. This was exhilarating. With Qiao Weima's protection, she landed safely on the ground. At that moment, several soldiers clad in desert yellow camouflage approached the rooftop, their faces lighting up with surprise upon seeing Qiao Weima. Commander Qiao. Qiao Weima waved gently. Please take me to see the general. Yes. They descended the stairs to the third floor, where the temperature was noticeably warmer than the other levels. Qiao Yuan observed soldiers busily transporting books, tearing them apart, and tossing them into a fire. Groups of individuals sat nearby, resting with their weapons in hand. Commander, follow me. A soldier led them to a private study room. As they entered, a strong metallic scent filled the air. Dad. Qiao Weima's usually stoic face displayed a rare moment of distress. In the study, a man lay surrounded, his eyes shut tight as if he were enduring immense pain. The bandages on his chest soaked with blood. Guan Shanxue. Quickly, treat his wounds. The room's occupants cleared a path for Guan Shanxue, who approached the man and knelt beside him. She paused her hands about 10 centimeters above the wound. Gradually, a soft green light emanated from her palms, like the roots of a sapling slowly embedding into the injury. As seconds ticked by, Guan Shanxue gritted her teeth, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. With a sigh, Guan Shanxue relaxed her hands and sank to the ground. He has been saved, but for the next few days, avoid water and refrain from vigorous activity. She turned to Qiao Weima, her voice weak. From here on, it's up to you. I need to rest. With that, she closed her eyes and collapsed into Qiao Weima's embrace.